No text to correct. All provided content was metadata and copyright information that should be removed per instructions. Your one wild and precious life. Also by Elin Hilderbrand, The Beach Club Nantucket Nights Summer People, The Blue Bistro, The Love Season Barefoot, A Summer Affair, The Castaways, The Island, Silver Girl, Summerland, Beautiful Day, The Matchmaker, Winter Street, The Rumor, Winter Stroll, Here's to Us, Winter Storms, The Identicals, Winter Solstice, The Perfect Couple, Winter in Paradise, Summer of '69, What Happens in Paradise, 28, Summer's Troubles in Paradise, Golden Girl, The Hotel Nantucket, Endless Summer, The Five-Star Weekend, I Will End Where I Began. This book is for Chip Cunningham with friendship and profound gratitude. Prologue, Thursday, August 22, 6:00 p.m. Rumors about Nantucket Police Chief Ed Capenash's retirement have been swirling around for the past 2 years, though when asked directly, the chief said, "I'm far too busy to contemplate retirement." However, 3 days after the big scare in February, Ed told his wife, Andrea, from his hospital bed at Mass General, "That's it, I'm finished. I'll just stay on through the summer while we find someone to replace me." "Another summer, Ed?" Andrea cried out. She was shaken, and for good reason. Ed had been giving a safety talk in the gymnasium of Nantucket Elementary when his left arm started to tingle. He felt short of breath, his vision splotched, and the next thing he knew, he was being loaded onto a medevac chopper and flown to MGH for emergency bypass surgery. "You had the kind of heart attack we call the widowmaker," Dr. Very Important said. "A full blockage of your lad artery. You were lucky the paramedics were right there. Otherwise, this could have ended differently." Yes, the fire chief Stu Vick and Emps from his department had been in the school gym as well, waiting for their turn to speak, when Ed hit the floor. As Dr. Big Shot gave Ed a lecture about exercise, diet, and above all, stress, Ed gauged Andrea's reaction to the term widowmaker. "Not good. You should retire now," Andrea said. "You might not survive another summer." She looked at Dr. Master of the Universe because she needed him to hear the backstory. Ed has been admitted to the Nantucket Hospital 3 times in the past 2 years for chest pain. They wanted to send him up here for testing, but he refused. Ed sighed. He'd married a tattletale. But also, Ed felt guilty. Had he played fast and loose with his health? Yes. Could he just give 2 weeks' notice and leave the public safety of the island up for grabs? He could not. He would retire in the fall. Now here it is, August 22, and the chief is celebrating. His last official day of duty is Monday, August 26. His replacement, Zara Washington, was the deputy chief in Oak Bluffs on Martha's Vineyard, so she understands island life as well as Ed does. Zara has moved into her housing, and after 2 weeks of shadowing Ed, she is eager to take over. Andrea has planned a big retirement party for Ed at the Oystercatcher in a couple of weeks, and there will be some official hoopla arranged by Governor Healy. But for now, the chief is enjoying a night out with his people. Andrea, his son, Eric, and Eric's girlfriend, Avalon, his best friends, Addison and Phoebe Wheeler and Jeffrey and Delilah Drake, and his daughter, Casey, a NICU nurse who moved back from California this summer. Casey had intended to bring her friend Coco as her plus one, but Coco works as the personal concierge for the Richardsons, a couple whom Ed and Andrea, and the Wheelers and the Drakes, became acquainted with this summer. When Ed opted not to include the Richardsons in tonight's dinner, the Richardsons turned around and threw a sunset sail on their yacht, hedonism so Coco has to work. "I guess everyone has abandoned the Richardsons," Casey said. Coco didn't recognize the names on the guest list. They're mostly strangers. Strangers who evidently hadn't been warned about the Richardsons, Ed thought. Some strange things had happened this summer. Back in June, the Richardsons were a hot commodity. They'd nearly become part of the Castaways, which is what the Capenashes and the Wheelers and the Drakes call their friend group, because they all washed ashore on Nantucket decades earlier. Part of the appeal of the Richardsons was that they were younger, still in their 40s. The Castaways, Ed in particular, had been feeling their middle age. For tonight's dinner, Ed chose Ventuno, a restaurant housed in one of the historic residences downtown, and Andrea reserved the entire upstairs for them. They ascend a narrow wooden staircase and find their table draped with white linen and lit by candles near the windows that overlook the charming brick sidewalks of Federal Street. All their guests have already arrived. Ed takes his seat at the oval table and reminds himself to appreciate the things that Andrea accuses him of missing: the crystal wineglasses, the low centerpiece of dahlias and roses, the fact that Eric has worn a tie without being asked. The air smells of garlic and herbs. Tony Bennett croons in the background. This is exactly the evening Ed wanted, and yet he can't help but feel melancholy. The summer is ending, and so is his career. After Addison assesses the wine list, it's long been his job to serve as their sommelier. He catches Ed's eye over the top of the menu. "There's no time to get in your feelings, Ed," he says. "A bold yet subtle Barolo awaits." The wine, Ed has to admit, tastes divine even to his unsophisticated palate. Left to his own devices, he's a beer drinker, though he holds himself to half a glass. What he's really interested in tonight is food. Andrea is seated next to him, but she's whispering with Phoebe and Delilah about the Richardsons. "They couldn't leave it alone, they had to one-up us." The chief is going to use his wife's obsession with the Richardsons to his advantage. He does some ordering for the table: 2 fritto mistas, the farfalle with crab and local corn, sourced from Jeffrey and Delilah's farm, the strozzapreti with sausage and broccoli rabe, the ricotta crostini, the stuffed clams. "Ed," Andrea says in a warning tone. Andrea is the police chief now, at least where Ed's diet is concerned. Ed throws in an order of the giardiniera and a Caesar salad. He waits until Andrea turns away, then says to the server, "For the main course, the Fiorentina." This is the finest steak on the island. Ed dreams about it the way some men dream about their favorite movie stars. It's a 33-ounce porterhouse served with roasted rosemary potatoes. Ed pushes away thoughts of the salt, the fat, his heart. At home, it's been chicken, fish, and vegetables for the past 6 months. When the steak arrives sizzling on the platter, the scent is enough to bring Ed to his knees. He helps himself to 2 rosy pink pieces. This might be what defeats him, but what a way to go. Andrea notices the fried shrimp and squid, the helpings of pasta, and the rare steak, but she zips her lip. She's proud of Ed. He's lost 35 pounds, started jogging 3 mornings a week, switched to decaf coffee, stopped going to the nickel 4 times a week for lunch. The shrimp pabu is his weakness, and he's at least pretending to meditate 10 minutes each day. Andrea is also relieved that they made it to the end of the summer without any major incidents. That's not to say the summer was boring, au contraire. The moment Phoebe introduced them to Addison's new clients, the Richardsons, their summer became a blur of lunches at the Field and Oar Club, pickleball, sailing excursions, and parties. Andrea hasn't had a summer like this since before her kids were born. For most of the summer, the Richardsons seemed like a gift sent from the heavens to remind them that they weren't too old to have fun. But when Andrea thinks about the Richardsons now, she won't let them live rent-free in her head. She'll just feel happy that Ed is enjoying his steak. Addison makes a toast. "To our fearless leader." Everyone raises a glass. Ed is honored but also a little embarrassed. He drinks his red wine. He thinks Addison might have refilled his glass without his noticing, and suddenly he grows reflective. He moved to Nantucket from Swampscott 35 years earlier when the chief of police position opened. People had warned him that policing on an island would be different than on the mainland. It was like a small town except that it was 30 miles out to sea, so there was no getting away. This has been tricky enough to navigate even in the off-season, and during Ed's tenure, the year-round population has doubled. But come June, the island explodes with summer residents, short-term renters, and day trippers, some of whom feel inclined to rent mopeds despite not having a clue how to operate them. There's traffic to deal with, scores of parking tickets on the daily, kids from the cities and fancy suburbs with their designer substances and entitled attitudes giving his officers attitude. Beyond that, there's real trouble: domestic disputes, vandalism, reckless driving, medical emergencies, accidental incidents. Ed worked a case out in Monomoy half a dozen years earlier that he still believes was foul play, though they never quite figured it out. Their server shows up with a dessert sampler for the table: an apple crostata with cinnamon gelato, baba au rhum, and cannoli. Phoebe takes a bite of the crostata and says, "This tastes like fall." Blasphemy, Delilah says. There's still an entire month of summer left. Ed is considering a cannoli, but he's afraid he's pushed the limits of his diet far enough. Andrea is the one who places a cannoli on his plate, her cheeks flushed from the wine. She leans over and kisses him on the lips, a good kiss, one that promises more later. It's your special night. Ed gazes around the table and his eyes land on Casey. She looks wistful, maybe even lonesome. She keeps checking her phone. It's funny, the chief thinks. No matter how old your kids get, you still worry about them. Casey and Coco were close all summer, a millennial Laverne and Shirley, but things between them seem to have cooled. When the chief asked Andrea if Casey and Coco had a falling out, Andrea said, "They're grown women, Ed," whatever that meant. After coffee is served, there's another surprise. Their server turns up the music Harry Connick Jr., singing "It Had to Be You" and moves the other tables so they have room to dance. Andrea takes Ed's hand. "Come on, Chief, let's show them how it's done." Phoebe and Addison join them on the improvised dance floor, then Jeffrey and Delilah. In that moment, the word retirement, a term that previously evoked only dread for the chief, seems filled with promise. The weight of the island's problems will be lifted from his shoulders. He and Andrea can travel. He'll be able to go out fishing on Eric's charter boat whenever he wants. Maybe he'll even take a job as Eric's first mate. They'll enjoy other nights like this when the chief can have more than half a glass of wine. He'll be free. "Are you sure you won't get sick of me hanging around all the time?" He asks Andrea. Before she can answer, Ed's phone buzzes in his pocket. Andrea groans. "Please just let it go." He checks the screen. It's the station, line 4, which means it's an emergency. "I'm sorry," Ed says. "I have to." He steps off the dance floor, lifts the phone to one ear and plugs his other ear with 2 fingers. It's his dispatcher, the aptly named Jennifer Speed, whom they just call Speed. The woman defines efficiency. "Do you want the bad news or the bad news?" she asks. The chief doesn't want any news and Speed knows it. He has 100 hours left as Nantucket's police chief. "What is it?" "There's a fire out in Pocomo," Speed says. "The NFD is on the scene. I talked to Stu, who says it's a total loss, burned to the ground." "Pocomo," the chief says. "It's not." "The Richardsons' house." "Yes, it is," Speed says. She pauses. "Was." The chief closes his eyes. He feels Andrea's hand on his back. "What else?" he says. "Their assistant, woman by the name of Colleen Coyle." "Coco, yes," the chief says. "I know her. She's a friend of Casey's." Apparently the Richardsons were having a party on their yacht when someone called them about the smoke at their house and they hightailed it back. The girl, Coco, was on the boat, but when they got back to the mooring she was gone, as in no longer on the boat. "No longer on the boat?" the chief says. "Where did she go?" "Nobody knows," Speed says. "She's missing." "Is she the only one?" "As far as I know, everyone else on the boat is accounted for and Captain Lamont," the chief says. "Yes, Lamont Oakley called the harbor master. The harbor master called us." The chief turns back to the table. Casey's face is bathed in blue light from her phone. She gasps and looks up at him. The Nantucket current must have just broken the story. "Thank you, Speed," he says. "The Richardsons' house burned down and Coco is missing." The chief wants to believe this is a prank, a gotcha for his final days. But he knows it's real. If he's honest, he would admit he feared something awful like this would happen with the Richardsons. "Tell them I'm on my way." The cobblestone telegraph. Most towns have a rumor mill. We here on Nantucket have what's known as the cobblestone telegraph, and blonde Sharon has long been the switchboard operator. Everything goes through her. But this summer, a twist. Blonde Sharon is now the topic of gossip. Everyone on the island is talking about how blonde Sharon's husband, Walker, left her for his physical therapist, a woman who is less than half Walker's age. Walker tore his ankle skiing over the holidays, and in March, he announced that he'd fallen in love with Bailey from PT. He was leaving Sharon. He wanted a divorce. Ouch, we thought. It's hardly a new story, a middle-aged man leaving his wife for a younger woman, but we thought blonde Sharon's family was bulletproof. Sharon is an exemplary mother. She secured her 16-year-old twin girls, Sterling and Colby, coveted internships at the Nantucket Historical Association, unpaid, but so good for their college applications. Sharon's 13-year-old son, Robert, has type 1 diabetes, and Sharon monitors his condition using an app on her phone. We feel bad that Sharon has been dropped like a hot potato at the age of 54, But none of us feel guilty talking about it when we think of how many hours blonde Sharon has spent talking about other people's business. We can't help but see this moment as a kind of poetic justice. The good news, we all think, is that Sharon has her sister, Heather, to lean on. Sharon and Heather are polar opposites. Sharon is blonde and Heather is brunette. Sharon is a stay-at-home mom. Heather is an attorney with the corporate finance division of the SEC in Washington. Blonde Sharon is like the flight attendant who overshares about the pilot's minor ailments and the famous talk show host seated in 3C. Heather is the black box. The only thing Heather has ever done with a secret is keep it. Heather is also the voice of reason. When Sharon admits that what bothers her most about Walker leaving her is being a cliché, Heather says, "Just promise not to wear statement necklaces and fake eyelashes and take cruises in the Mediterranean looking for a rich replacement husband." Sharon blinks. That had been her plan exactly. "This is your chance to reinvent yourself," Heather says. "Do you remember the quote you taped to your bedroom mirror when we were young?" It wasn't a quote, Sharon thinks. It was the last two lines of the Mary Oliver poem, The Summer Day. "Tell me, what is it you plan to do with your one wild and precious life?" Sharon discovered the poem one summer when she worked shelving books at the New Canaan Public Library. The lines, which Sharon typed out on her father's electric Smith Corona and taped to her bedroom mirror, had always seemed like a challenge, but when she thinks about it now, it feels like one she has failed to meet. She has spent her one wild and precious life selecting wallpaper and scheduling the pool cleaners. She has spent it reading People magazine in line at the market and fruitlessly trying to improve her backhand. She has spent it scrolling through her phone. But there is something that Sharon has dreamed of doing, something we never would have guessed. It has been blonde Sharon's secret lifelong desire to become an author. Well, we think she's certainly demonstrated her keen interest in other people's stories. The more dramatic and intriguing, the better. Since beloved local novelist Vivian Howe passed away a few years ago, there has been no one to write about the dramas that occur every summer on Nantucket. Could blonde Sharon take her place? Does she know the first thing about writing fiction? Summer is a prime time to embark on a self-improvement project. Sharon thinks, and she signs up for a virtual creative writing workshop. The instructor's name is Lucky Zambrano, which makes it sound like he's a character from a story. But in fact, he's a recently retired Florida Atlantic University English professor. He tells his students that he's teaching this online class to keep busy because his wife passed away last year. Lucky is a widower, Sharon thinks. She sits up straighter and adjusts her blouse slightly. There are two other students in the Zoom class, both of them women and both about Sharon's age, though neither quite as well maintained as she is. One is named Willow, the other Nancy. "Oh," Lucky says, "Nancy was my wife's name." Does this give Nancy an advantage with Lucky? Sharon wonders. Nancy has one of those short, practical haircuts that suggests she's probably already married. Willow is wearing long feather earrings and has a natural look. "Let's get to your first assignment," Lucky says. Character. What I'd like you to do is venture out into the world somewhere. Could be your local farmer's market, your office building. Nancy, I see you work at the RMV. That's a great setting, and choose two individuals to observe. Then I'd like you to dramatize a scene between the two with an eye toward developing this into a story. The late great novelist John Gardner famously said that there are only two plots. One, a person goes on a journey, and two, a stranger comes to town. Lucky pauses, and Sharon quickly jots notes on her legal pad. Sharon is hopelessly old school. Both Nancy and Willow type on their laptops. "Go forth and observe then, my friends. We'll meet again next week and you can share what you've written with the group." When Sharon clicks leave meeting, she's energized and, dare she say, inspired. She won't be one of those orange divorcees on a cruise ship. She's going to create a dazzling second act for herself as a published author. She snatches up her legal pad, ready to venture out into the world to observe. In a way, this has always been Sharon's mission, to find out what's really going on. But now she has a more noble mission. Now she's going to write about it. Sharon plops herself down on a bench at the Steamship Authority ferry terminal. We're better to observe a person going on a journey or a stranger coming to town. Sharon wears her enormous saline sunglasses and a white tennis visor. though those of us who are waiting for the ferry to arrive, notably Bob from Old Salt Taxi and Romeo, who works for the steamship authority, notice Sharon right away. Why, Romeo wonders, does blonde Sharon have a notebook and pen at the ready? He can't think of a single reason, but Romeo loves a mystery, especially one that involves a beautiful woman. As soon as Sharon gets settled, the boat pulls in. She scans the people coming down the ramp. Does anyone look promising? No, no, no. It's all day trippers, the women in roomy sundresses, the men in cargo shorts, everyone in ugly, sensible shoes. Fanny packs, backpacks. Why is the casual traveler in America so decidedly unstylish? Her eyes latch onto a young woman over by the luggage cart. She has a look not seen often on Nantucket. She's like a human piece of art. Her black hair is short and cut in angles and spikes. She's wearing a tight black tank that leaves an inch of her midriff bare. She has a tattoo of a flamingo on her left shoulder and another that looks like a gecko just above her ankle. Sharon sees a gemstone sparkling in the girl's nose as she lifts a lumpy army green duffel off the luggage cart. This person is more than a casual tourist. This is someone arriving for the summer. A stranger comes to town, Sharon thinks. She abandons her spot on the bench and creeps over to get a closer look. Should she offer this girl a ride to wherever she's going? Sharon is about to tap the girl on the shoulder when a second young woman appears. This young woman has honey-colored hair cut in a neat, sassy bob, and she's wearing slim white jeans and a fitted navy blazer. She hoists a brightly patterned Vera Bradley bag off the cart. Sharon has the exact same bag at home. "Here, take my number, Coco," the second woman says. "Keep in touch, okay? Let me know where you end up staying." "I'll figure it out," Coco says. "I always do, and hey, Casey, thanks for the chowder, it meant a lot." The second woman, Casey, waves a hand as if to say it was nothing. She walks into the snarl of traffic in the parking lot. Coco's shoulders sag as she pulls out her phone. The poor girl has come to Nantucket with a giant duffel bag and doesn't have a place to stay. Sharon is about to offer to walk her over to visitor services to see about available hotel rooms, but then a couple of things happen in rapid succession. One is that a black Suburban pulls up, and Romeo from the steamship opens the tailgate door and slides Casey's suitcases into the back. It isn't Romeo's job to help with luggage, so Casey must be some kind of VIP. A second later, Sharon realizes the person driving the Suburban is the chief of police, Ed Capenash. The young woman must be his daughter. Yes, Casey Capenash. Last Sharon heard, she was working as a nurse out in San Francisco. She must be back for a visit. The second thing that happens is that Sharon's phone rings. Inwardly, she groans. Before Walker left, Sharon's phone was attached to her ear. This had been one of Walker's major complaints. But how was Sharon supposed to get any news if she didn't chat? In a few short months, Sharon has turned into a full-blown millennial when it comes to talking on the phone. She'll do anything to avoid it. The display says Fast Eddie. Eddie Pancic is Nantucket real estate royalty and Sharon's male counterpart in the gossip department. He's one of 6 people she'll answer her phone for. "Eddie," Sharon says. "Hey there, beautiful," Eddie says. Eddie has, of course, heard the news about Walker trading blonde Sharon in for a younger model, but he won't mention it. "I just closed on 888 Pacomo Road. A couple appeared out of nowhere and offered the full asking price, 22 mil. What?" Sharon thinks. The house at 888 Pacomo Road has been something of an albatross for Eddie. It's famous for its octagonal deck, and Jennifer Quinn recently gave the interior a complete cosmetic refresh. It was the last project she took on before Real Life Rehab, her HGTV show, took off. But 888 sits right on the water, and thanks to climate change, harbor levels have been rising each year, eating away at the property's small private beach. The forensic geologist reported that the first floor of the house would be underwater in 80 to 100 years. Unfortunately, there's not enough land behind the house to move it back, and neighborhood bylaws prohibit lifting it up. Who pays $22 million for a doomed house? Sharon wonders. Someone either reckless or eccentric. "I want to introduce you to the wife," Eddie says. "She's a self-described party enthusiast." Sharon cringes. Party enthusiast brings to mind someone like Keith Richards in the 1970s or Rob Lowe in the 1980s. But Sharon could use a new friend, even a short-sighted one. A stranger comes to town, part due, she thinks. Great, feel free to give her my number. Already did, Eddie says. She wants to join the field and oar club. There's no chance of that happening, as Eddie well knows, but instead of reminding him about the lengthy wait list and the nominating and seconding letters, Sharon says, proud of you, honey. Thanks, Bay, Eddie says, and he hangs up because he needs to get to the bank with his commission check. He's glad he called Sharon with this news before going. If blonde Sharon doesn't know about it, has it even happened? During the short time that Sharon was on the phone, Casey Capenash has reappeared at the luggage cart. It seems she isn't finished with Coco. I just talked to my dad and he says it's fine if you stay in our guest room for a few days. You're kidding, Coco says. That's amazing, thank you, you're such a lifesaver. Coco follows Casey to the waiting Suburban. Sharon returns to her spot on the bench and scribbles down all the details she can remember, including the flamingo tattoo, the army green duffel, the I love rock and roll haircut. As she's describing the heartwarming scene between the two women, Romeo approaches. His large form casts a shadow on her page. Hey Sharon, what's up? Sharon glances at him. Is Romeo single, she wonders. I'm writing a short story. Romeo grins. How has Sharon never noticed how attractive he is? Cool, can I be in it? I'll have to think about that, Sharon says. It's going to be pretty dramatic. Dramatic is my middle name, Romeo says. Sharon writes in her notebook, romantic hero Romeo, dramatic steamship guy. It feels a little unlikely, but then she reminds herself that it's fiction, anything can happen. 2. Sherry's Living in Paradise. 1 month earlier, the song is playing when the couple sit down at the bar. Each track on the Banana Deck Spotify playlist has Paradise in the title. Coco is weary of all of them, but especially this one. What that really means is that Coco is tired of St. John. It's nearly Memorial Day weekend, which marks the end of high season here in the Virgin Islands. I have a question for you, the gentleman says in a broad Australian accent. The guy is overdressed for the banana deck. He's in a linen blazer the color of wheat bread, and a crisp white shirt. His wife has long chestnut brown hair styled in sumptuous barrel curls. Her silk bias-cut dress is giving Academy Awards, presenter vibes. Coco sighs and sets down her book. She's reading The Secret History by Donna Tartt. She can't believe it's never been made into a movie. No, this song isn't about me, Coco says, though most of the lyrics apply. She is living in paradise. She is slinging drinks at a bar down by the beach. She's both chasing something and running from something. She's had a lot of lovers who weren't the best. As for thinking about leaving, well, these days Coco does nothing but. That wasn't my question, the gentleman says. I want to know if, yes, Kenny Chesney does sometimes come in here, Coco says, though not usually this late in the season. Shoot, we were hoping we could buy him a drink, the wife says. She sounds American. You and everyone else, Coco thinks. Wow, she's in a foul mood. She slaps down a couple of cruisin' rum coasters. What can I get you? A bottle of very cold Veuve Clicquot, please, the gentleman says. Coco nearly laughs. We don't have Veuve Clicquot. Moet, he says. Tadinger, Coco holds a finger up. I'll be right back. She heads over to the hostess station. I think the couple at the bar is in the wrong place, she tells Clover. They ordered champagne and they're all dressed up. Coco can't believe she just used the word dressed up. From time to time, she opens her mouth and Arkansas slips out. They didn't make a reservation and I won't have an open table for at least 45 minutes, Clover says. She lowers her voice and adds, the guy called me mate and tried to slide me $100 bill. I was like, whoa, are you trying to bribe me? Then he tells me he's a movie producer and I'm like, good for you, mate. I'm a restaurant hostess without any available tables. Coco perks up. She just finished her screenplay last week and has been contemplating her next steps. This, she thinks, is what's known as manifestation. When Coco returns to the bar, a guy who works for WAPA, the Virgin Islands Power Company, has taken a seat next to the couple, and they've struck up a friendly conversation, so friendly that the movie producer introduces himself. I'm Bull Richardson, and this is my wife, Leslie. To Coco, he says, how do we do with the bubbly? I'll need a third glass for my friend Harlan here. We don't carry any champagne, unfortunately. Coco wonders if this couple thought the banana deck was more like Nikki Beach in St. Bart's, where, if Instagram is to be believed, your server parades through the dining room holding your expensive bottle of Dom Perignon with Pitbull playing and sparklers shooting so everyone knows just how much you spent on your drink. No worries. Bull Richardson says. He looks at Harlan. What are you drinking, friend? Bud Light, please, Harlan says. I'll have a double-shot rum punch with a Myers's floater, Bull says. Coco raises her eyebrows. That's a strong drink. I'll have the same, Leslie Richardson says. And we'd like to eat. Coco slides menus in front of everyone and mixes up the double-shot rum punches with generous Myers's floaters. She presents the drinks to the Richardsons and cracks open a Bud Light for Harlan from WAPA. The song changes to 2 Tickets to Paradise, and Coco washes glassware while casually eavesdropping. She learns that the Richardsons are renting in Peter Bay, Acabillionaire Hill. When he's asked where they're from, Mr. Richardson says, "We bounce around a lot. We did the holidays in Palm Beach, then we skied most of our winter away in Aspen. The snow was so good that we stuck around longer than we planned, which is why we're here so late in the season. We're going to spend the summer on Nantucket. I should say we're moving there, finally putting down some roots. We've been looking at houses." When asked what business he's in, Mr. Richardson says, "I own a beverage distribution company. We supply water, soda, and sports drinks throughout Indonesia." Coco's spirits deflate. Did this guy lie to Clover just to get a table? And Bull is a movie producer? Leslie says. On the finance side, Bull says, I have people who tell me what's going to be big and I invest. For example, did you see The Main Vein? Harlan admits he hasn't seen it and neither has Coco. She can't help but think of her mother's boyfriend, Kemp, who announced he was going to take care of business every time he stepped away. Ewa, what about Snark? Bull asks. Nope. They were big overseas, Leslie says. All the cinemas in Kuala Lumpur were showing Snark. There were lines down the street. Coco is glad to hear that Bull Richardson's producer credits don't include movies like Top Gun and Avatar. That means he might be open to taking a chance on a first-time screenwriter. She asks if they're ready to order. Bull slaps down the menu and says, "Give us all the appetizers." "You'd like all of them," Bull says. "Please." Coco punches in the conch fritters, spring rolls, mozzarella sticks, wings, and quesadillas. She skips the peel and eat shrimp as a favor to the wife in her silk dress. The song changes to Paradise City, and Coco checks her garnishes. Harlan is sitting next to Leslie. He's a white dude with a hard hat sunburn that cuts neatly across his forehead. He's explaining his job as a lineman, and Coco would like to ask how he can, in good conscience, work for a company that charges 41 cents per kilowatt hour. It's 10 cents per kilowatt hour in Arkansas. Coco looked it up. But she doesn't want to be rude. She needs to seize this opportunity. She considers saying, "I've written a screenplay," and when Bull Richardson quips, "Hasn't everyone?" Coco will tell him that her screenplay is based on a true story. Is there a more compelling phrase in the English language? But what if he asks her to pitch him right then, and they're in front of his wife and the WAPA guy? Coco learned everything she knows about pitching a movie from watching the player a dozen times. And although she practices her pitch in front of the bathroom mirror every morning as she waits for the shower to heat up, she can't quite convey the magic of her screenplay, which is in the writing, the details, the emotional depth of her main character. She wants this guy Bull Richardson to read it, but why would he? He doesn't know her. She's just tonight's bartender, and therefore she'll be easy to dismiss. There has to be another way to finesse this. There is another way, Coco realizes, one that nicely dovetails with her burning desire to leave the Virgin Islands for the summer. She sets down the order of conch fritters and Bull Richardson growls. He's more Mad Max than Crocodile Dundee, Coco thinks. She can easily picture him cruising across the outback in a Ford Falcon seeking justice. I heard you mention Nantucket, Coco says. I'm heading there myself this summer. Bull dips a conch fritter into the roasted red pepper yoli and seems to take an interest in Coco for the first time. Bull holds her gaze. Coco has been told her entire life that her eyes are something special. The irises are icy blue with a dark blue ring around them. She expects his attention will drift down, but happily, Bull isn't as crude as her typical bar customer. Leslie, meanwhile, has taken the moment to squeeze Harlan's grapefruit-sized biceps. She turns to Coco. That's quite a coincidence. Do you know people on Nantucket? Yes, Coco lies, then she scrambles. Who? I grew up in Rosebush, Arkansas, and our town librarian, Susan Jarity, introduced me to Nantucket. Technically, Coco thinks this is true. Rosebush, Arkansas? Leslie says. Yes, ma'am, Coco says. Coco's screenplay is titled Rosebush. Her opening shot is of the town sign, which announces a population of 423. Then the camera pans to Rosebush's Seen Better Days Main Street, which boasts two businesses, Grumpy Garth's Diner and the Pansy and Petunia Vintage Market, where you can buy anything from a donkey saddle to Aunt Sally's amethyst brooch missing all but one of the amethysts. The screenplay follows a high school girl named, for the time being, Coco, who wants to get out of Rosebush. Most people in Rosebush care about nothing but college football and NASCAR, but Coco is obsessed with grander things: film, literature, art, music, culture. The screenplay starts during Coco's senior year, when she attends a program for exceptional students in Little Rock. She takes a screenwriting seminar with a professor from NYU who tells her she has a good ear for dialogue and a keen sense of story arc. These two compliments set Coco on her path. She returns to Rosebush energized, inspired, and determined. She wants to hitchhike to La, but before she goes, she needs at least a little money. She takes from the register at Grumpy Garth's and then the safe, but she's caught by Garth himself, which is awkward and horrible because Garth is a wonderful man. Coco imagines Morgan Freeman playing this part. September arrives and there's no money even for community college in nearby Searcy. So Coco moves up to Missouri and gets a job bartending near the Lake of the Ozarks. A montage of Coco at her new job follows. She pulls draft beers and pours shots of bourbon. She counts her tips, then looks across the dull mirror of the lake in which the Hollywood sign appears as a mirage. She's gotten away, but not far enough. Coco is named Employee of the Year and wins a week-long cruise to the Virgin Islands. There's a scene where Coco leans against the railing of a cruise ship, marveling at the green peaks of the islands, the clear turquoise of the water. She has reached a land of palm trees and steel drum music, hibiscus and white sandy bays. She wanders through Cruise Bay and sees a help wanted sign at a bar not unlike the Banana Deck, and the viewer realizes she's going to stay. The script ends there, but in real life, Coco wants a more meaningful dream to come true. She wants to enter the world of producers and first ads, of craft services and second units. She will do whatever it takes to see Rosebush on the big screen. Only then will she have fulfilled her purpose. When Coco turns her attention back to the Richardsons, she notices Leslie's hand resting on the Wappa guy's thigh. Coco's eyes flick over to Bull. Is he seeing this? Anyway, Coco says, I'm really looking forward to this summer on Nantucket. And suddenly she is. She will leave behind 3 o'clock happy hours and wild donkeys in the road for, what do they have on Nantucket? Lighthouses, clam chowder, cocktail parties on the croquet lawn. Bull takes a long swig of his rum punch. Do you already have a job nailed down? He asks. Because we're going to need a household assistant, a girl Friday. He turns to Leslie, who lazily lifts her hand from the Wappa guy's leg. Right, we talked about finding someone. Leslie says, we talked about hiring someone who's familiar with the island since we'll be brand new there. We don't know a soul. Coco says, I'm deciding between 2 offers for the exact position you're talking about, personal concierge. Yes, Bull says, personal concierge. Well, don't take those other offers. Come work for us instead. We'll pay $35 an hour and provide housing. Wait, Coco thinks, is it going to be this easy? $35 an hour, Harlan says. Wow, I'll go to Nantucket. Bull, Leslie says, here it comes. Coco thinks, the Velvet Hammer. We haven't even bought a place yet. But we're close. You like the one with the party room. Party room? Harlan says, hoisting his beer. Bull shoves the final conch fritter into his mouth. He has sun-scorched cheeks and a nose that looks like it's been broken half a dozen times, so you couldn't call him handsome, but his confidence and his accent are appealing. The party room is an event waiting to happen, Leslie says, like this is a good thing. But isn't that the house with issues, the erosion problem, climate change? By the time we need to worry about climate change, Bull says, we'll be long gone. He smiles at Coco. We don't have kids. Who cares if the house falls into the sea 50 years from now? He slides his business card across the bar and Coco picks it up. It reads, Bulfinch Richardson Sweetwater Distribution and Productions. There's a cell number and 2 email addresses, one for distribution, one for productions. Send me your information tomorrow, he says. I'll let you know when we close on the house and we can reconnect on Nantucket. How does that sound? Maybe we should ask her name first, Leslie says, overly sweet, before you invite her to live with us. Bull says, she already told us it's Sherry. That was the song, Leslie says. My name is Colleen Coyle, but everyone calls me Coco. As in Coco Chanel? Leslie says skeptically, giving Coco the up and down. Only if Coco Chanel wore Chuck Taylors and had a pierced nose, Coco thinks. I'll probably take one of the offers I already have, she says, but thanks anyway, maybe I'll bump into you up there. No, wait, Leslie says, practically jumping off her bar stool. Coco has read her correctly. She's a woman who wants only what she can't have. Bull is right, you should come work for us. Besides, I could use another woman around. In that case, Coco says, playing up the moment, you have yourself a new personal concierge. She reaches across the bar and shakes hands with Leslie and then Bull. Now let me check on the other apps. As Coco heads for the kitchen, she hears Bull say, how about that? I can't believe our luck. Me either, Harlan from WAPA says. She's impressive. Level 4, the patient who finally tests Casey's limits, is named Gideon. Though she calls him Little G, Gideon arrives in the Level 4 NICU at Uxbinioff Children's Hospital as a 24-weeker, technically, 23 weeks and 6 days. And, as with all babies this premature, he has only a 25% chance of survival. Little G weighs 1 pound, 4 ounces. He fits in the palm of Casey's hand. His lungs are the size of lima beans. He has no hair. His eyes don't open. And like most extreme preemies, he looks like a tiny, translucent doll. What Casey has learned during her 7 years as a NICU nurse is that her smallest patients are stronger and more resilient than most people realize. The human body wants to survive. Through the thimble-sized bell of her stethoscope, Casey can hear Gideon's heart beating as rapidly as a hummingbird's wings. She learns that Little G's parents went through 9 rounds of IV, and that his mother suffered 3 miscarriages before conceiving him. Some nurses grow impatient with parents' their tears, their worries, their endless questions, their interference, their prayers, their self-blame, their pessimism, their optimism. But Casey excels with parents. She embraces Mama and Papa G, telling them, we're going to give Gideon the best care. She wants to add, I will do everything I can for your child, but the head neonatologist, Dr. Isla Quintanilla, has reminded her that offering false hope is the cruelest thing she can do. Gideon has an umbilical venous catheter and is given trophic feeds to prepare his digestive system. He's on a ventilator, but his oxygen levels still drop dangerously low. His lungs are too stiff to absorb oxygen. Yet somehow he holds on the second night of Gideon's life. Dr. Quintanilla visits Casey's apartment on Filbert Street. Isla's fiancé, Dr. Rondo, is the chief of pediatrics at the hospital. Rondo volunteers at clinics in Oakland's underserved neighborhoods on Tuesday and Thursday nights. So for the past 18 months, those are the nights Casey and Isla spend time together, then order takeout, which they enjoy in Casey's bedroom. But on this night, when Casey is halfway through her Fusilli Lunghai from 7 Hills, Isla says, I don't think Gideon is going to make it, bun. Casey sets the takeout container on her nightstand and goes into the bathroom. She takes a few deep breaths and starts her skincare routine. Isla stands in the bathroom doorway and touches Casey's shoulder. Hey, this isn't like you. It's exactly like me, Casey says. The smaller and weaker a patient is, the harder Casey falls for them. I think you're just upset about your dad, Isla says. Casey douses a cotton pad with micellar water and tries to keep her expression steady. Casey's father, Ed Capenesh, had a heart attack a few weeks earlier. He was airlifted off Nantucket to Mass General, where he underwent bypass surgery. Casey had been at work when it happened, so by the time she spoke to her mother, Ed was out of the woods and expected to make a full recovery. Casey is worried about her father, especially since he went right back to work and is refusing to retire until the end of August. But Casey is bothered by something else as well. She starts to remove her makeup. When are you going to tell him? When are you going to leave him? Isla exhales sharply. It has to be soon. We're looking at wedding venues in Napa this weekend, which means picking a date, which means it's getting real, which means, yeah, I have to tell him. Or don't tell him, Casey says. Marry Rondo. Have 4 or 5 little Rondos. Hire a nanny to raise your kids or quit your job because you can't work 60-hour weeks and be on call every other weekend while at the same time getting the kids to their fencing matches and oboe lessons. And we both know Rondo won't be stepping down so he can be more present at home. Bun, stop, Isla says. Casey sighs. She doesn't like herself when she criticizes Rondo. The guy is practically a saint with a medical degree. Marry Rondo and live the dream. She meets Isla's gaze in the bathroom mirror. Only you and I will know that the dream isn't real. Bun, Isla says. When Casey bends over the sink to splash water on her face, Isla runs her finger down Casey's spine. I'm going to tell him. That night, Casey wakes up from a dream certain that little G is gone. She calls the unit and Sonny, her night shift counterpart, says, Little G is a tiny fighter. He's doing great. Casey wipes away a few tears, then goes back to sleep. Like most extreme preemies, little G is in the hospital for weeks and weeks. Casey wishes she could put together a time-lapse film showing Gideon gaining weight, Gideon's eyes opening, Gideon's hair growing in, Mama and Papa G changing his diaper, Mama G reading him The Runaway Bunny, Papa G singing him If I Had $1,000,000 by the Baronaked Ladies. Isla and Rondo look at wedding venues in Napa. They like Auberge du Solo for the rehearsal dinner, the Charles Krug Winery for the reception. They go to a cake tasting. They register at Sur La Table. Isla assures Casey that the wedding date is still more than a year away. She has plenty of time to back out. And she will. It's not as though the invitations have gone out. It's not like she's bought a dress. Gideon comes off the ventilator and starts taking feedings by mouth. Casey finally allows herself to imagine his future. Little G on a pitcher's mound, little G picking up his date for prom, little G graduating from Stanford, little G developing a new source of sustainable energy or becoming a civil rights attorney. He will do something that brings people joy, hope, peace of mind, and Casey will have been a small part of it. Then, only 11 days before Gideon is scheduled to go home with Mama and Papa G, something happens in the middle of the night. It's not his lungs, it's his heart. It just stops beating. He crashes, the PED's cardiac team are called in, they can't save him. When Casey gets to work in the morning, she learns that little G is gone. Casey has dealt with hundreds of losses, but this one is cataclysmic. She goes into the break room and cries. Traditionally, the nurses create a memory box for each baby they lose a lock of hair, a swaddling blanket and cap, the baby's id bracelet. Casey can't bring herself to do it, so Sonny handles all of it. It's not fair, Casey thinks. He was doing so well, he was so close to being discharged. Isla tells Casey she'll come over that evening, even though it's a Wednesday. Casey is grateful. She's always been good at keeping work and home life separate, but she can't bear to face her empty apartment. And childishly, she likes the idea of stealing Isla from Rondo for a night. Isla arrives and orders fried chicken, shrimp and grits, and a big bag of beignets from Brenda's. But when the food gets there, Casey can't make herself eat. She cries in Isla's arms, and Isla shushes her, smooths her hair, and reminds her that she was one of the most important people in Gideon's brief life, every bit as important as his parents. He survived so long, Isla says, because of you. In a way he was lucky, Isla adds. He knew nothing but unconditional love. The following week, Casey is functioning but still tender. She takes one morning off to attend Little G's service. Mama G tries to read The Runaway Bunny but gets through only the first page before breaking down. A young woman with a guitar sings If I Had $1,000,000. The coffin is the size of a shoebox. When Casey returns to the hospital that afternoon, she spies Dr. Rondo in the lobby. No, she thinks, and she casts her eyes to the floor, but a second later he calls her name. They've met on numerous occasions. Rondo often comes to pick up Isla after work. Casey at the bat, he says. Rondo is famous around the hospital for using nicknames. He calls his young patients Champ, Trouble, T-Swift. I just wanted to say thank you for agreeing to be Isla's maid of honor. Casey blinks. Rondo's black hair is damp and freshly combed as though he's just taken a shower. In the middle of the day. Casey would like to tell Isla that Rondo might also be having an affair, but then she remembers Rondo often plays squash in the afternoons with Dr. Dunn. Oh, Casey says. Maid of honor. Casey would most definitely be Isla's maid of honor if Isla were getting married, which she claims she isn't. She doesn't have a lot of women friends, and she was really nervous on Wednesday when you two were having dinner because she thought you'd think it was weird, since you guys have a strictly professional relationship. Casey stares at the cleft in Rondo's strong chin. She longs to tell him that her strictly professional relationship with Isla includes kissing her eyelids, braiding her hair, making her so happy that her next-door neighbor has learned to play Puccini arias at top volume on Tuesday and Thursday nights. I love her more than you do, Casey would like to say, but Rondo's adoration of Isla is much talked about in the NICU. He sends flowers to the unit weekly, urns of coffee from Blue Bottle, boxes of Tapagato truffles that look like they belong in a museum. Not only that, but he has created his own Pinterest board for their wedding. The other nurses swooned at this news. Casey privately feels Rondo might be too soft for Isla. He has no edges. He doesn't use strong language. He doesn't lose his temper. What Casey resents most about him is that she can't point to any obvious flaws. The other male docs at Children's tend to be mansplainers or total bros who think nothing of talking over women. But not Rondo, he's a gem. But she said you happily agreed, he says. Which is so great, we finally picked out invitations last night and her mother is flying in from Mexico City at the end of the month to go dress shopping. Invitations, Casey thinks, dress shopping. Rondo's phone buzzes. He looks genuinely apologetic as he checks it. Shoot, I have to go, but thank you, Case. Truly? He squeezes her shoulder and rushes for the elevator bank, then seems to think better of it and goes dashing up the stairs, taking them two at a time, like a superhero off to save the world. On Tuesday, when Isla sneaks over to Casey's apartment, Casey tells her she's made a decision. What do you mean you're leaving? Isla says. Leave of absence. A week, 2 weeks, you're burned out, you want to drive down to Big Sur? You want to go to Ajay or La and sit by the pool at the Beverly Hills Hotel. All of those options sound lovely, and Casey wishes that a short break was all she needed. But her father's health, Isla's impending nuptials, and tragically losing little G, why had she let herself grow so attached when she knew better, have brought her to a crossroads. I'm leaving for the summer, Casey says. I'll reassess in September. Reassess, Isla says, her cheeks flare pink, her normally unflappable composure cracks. Are you breaking up with me? I'm going to Nantucket, Casey says. My dad. I want to spend some time with my family. You promised the next time you went home you'd bring me, Isla says. Isla, you're engaged, Casey replies. I saw Rondo the other day. He told me you've chosen invitations. He said you're going dress shopping. She laughs unhappily. He thanked me for agreeing to be your maid of honor. You're getting married, Isla. How can I break up with you when you aren't mine to begin with? Casey realizes she's issuing an ultimatum. Isla can save their relationship now. She can choose Casey now, but instead, Isla drops her head into her hands. When are you leaving? 2 weeks, Casey says. On their final night together as Casey packs, Isla lies across Casey's bed, as elegant and bare as a figure in a classic painting. Leaving on a jet plane, Casey's choice is playing over the speaker. You're taking all your cute clothes, Isla says. That I am. I love your style, Isla says. Have I ever told you that? Yes. Even in scrubs, you look like Grace Kelly. You're being dramatic. I want you to stay, Bun. I'm afraid you're going to meet someone on Nantucket and I will have lost the only person I've ever really loved. So kiss me, Casey sings along, and smile for me. She folds her silky camisole tops, her white jeans, her floral sundresses. There's only one thing Isla can do to get Casey to stay, and she knows it. Hold me like you'll never let me go, Casey sings. Isla is crying, and Casey won't lie. The moment is gratifying. But an hour later, after Isla has dressed and gone, Casey wonders if she's made the right decision or a rash one. She crawls into bed and checks Instagram. Isla doesn't have an account, but Rondo does. If the man has a fault, it's that he overshares on social media. Only 3 minutes earlier, Rondo posted a picture of 2 glasses of wine side by side on their coffee table with the flames of their gas fireplace flickering in the background. The caption reads, "Unwinding with my love." Yes, Casey thinks I made the right decision. She's going home. For meet cute eye as soon as Coco's plane touches down in Boston, she texts Bull Richardson, "I've landed." There's no response, and Coco wonders if now is the time to panic. Her previous 3 texts, one sent yesterday afternoon from the St. Thomas Airport, one sent last night from the Orlando airport. where she borrowed the new Kristen Hanna book from Hudson News without paying because she'd finished her Jesmyn Ward novel on the plane, and one this morning before takeoff have gone unanswered. She checks her email, there's nothing new from Bull Richardson, but she's at least able to reread his previous correspondence. We'd love to offer you the job of personal concierge, errands, light housekeeping, party prep. Leslie throws a lot of parties. 35 an hour plus room and board. We're scheduled to close on the house June 11 from Boston. Take the Plymouth-Brockton bus line to Hyannis, then the fast ferry to Nantucket. Let us know your travel plans. Coco had written back that she would be arriving on Nantucket on June 11 and included her flight itinerary. There had been no response to this, which Coco assumed meant it was fine. Now, however, it feels like she missed a crucial step getting Bull's confirmation. Was something wrong? Did Leslie change her mind about having another woman around? Did Bull suspect that Coco's intent was to win his favor, make herself indispensable, then use him to get her screenplay produced? Or is she just paranoid because she's tired? When she's off the plane and in the terminal at Logan, she calls Bull but is sent to his voicemail. Hey, Mr. Richardson, it's Coco. I'm taking the 9 o'clock bus, then the 11 o'clock ferry, arriving on the island at noon. I can get a taxi to your house. I just need the address. Looking forward to hearing from you and excited about the summer. Thanks. It's not until Coco has boarded the bus that her phone buzzes with a text from Bull. We closed on the house this morning. Leslie says we need some time to move in and get the place ready, etc. If you could just hang tight, that would be great. We'll let you know about a start date. TA checks. What? Coco thinks. He does realize she's in Massachusetts, right? On the bus headed to the ferry. By noon, she'll be on Nantucket where she knows no one but them. She texts back, where should I stay in the meantime? Bull replies, we thought you had someone on the island. The librarian. I said my librarian introduced me to Nantucket, Coco thinks. I never said she lived there. Bull texts again, we're at the Hotel Nantucket, which is fully booked, but I think the White Elephant has rooms, or you could try a B&B. Coco types, will you be paying for my room? But then deletes it because it's clear that the answer will be no. She's on her own until they get the house ready. How long will that take? A few days, a week. Longer? Are they having it painted? Has their furniture arrived? Coco has to figure on a week. Unfortunately, she couldn't find anyone to sublet her room in her St. John house share, so she has to eat $3,000 in rent and utilities, leaving her with a little over $1,100 in savings. She owes $1,600 on her visa, which she wants to pay off. She will not be like her mother and Kemp, perpetually living in debt. Deep breath. $35 an hour means a gross of $1,400 for a 40-hour week, and she won't have to worry about rent or meals. Then, once she sells her screenplay, she runs a hand through her hair. She's getting ahead of herself. She checks out the White Elephant's website on her phone. The cheapest room is $1,095 a night. Seriously? The bed and breakfast start at $310 per night. There are no motels, no Holiday Inn Express. There used to be a hostel, but not any longer. Looks like I'm camping, Coco thinks, which is fine. She grew up camping with her mother and Kemp, and she can rough it without a tent or even a sleeping bag. But it turns out Nantucket doesn't have a campground. Where do people stay when they're on a budget? She wonders. At the ferry terminal, Coco begins to understand what going to Nantucket means. Everyone is polished and well-dressed. The clothes are tasteful lots of navy blue and white. One woman carries a woven basket purse on her forearm and holds the leash of a yellow lab in her opposite hand. Her silver-haired husband wears pinkish pants and loafers with no socks. He bellows, Larry, and another gentleman turns around and exclaims in delight. Ha ha ha, Talbot, old pal. Here's the corrected and moderated version of your text. How was your winter Vero, was it? Let's get a drink at the field, or next week my first order of business is getting my boat in the water. Coco has a recurring nightmare where she's on stage at the Rosebush Middle School spelling bee and all the words are in a nonsense language. She feels that way now. Can I have the definition for field and or, please? Coco had had a steep learning curve when she moved to St. John, driving on the left, respecting West Indian culture, realizing that painkiller was a drink, not a pill. But St. John was so low-key it was almost no-key. It was populated by outlaws and renegades, pirates and mermaids. You could go to the grocery store in bare feet. Nantucket is something completely different. There isn't a tattoo in sight. Coco waits in line carrying everything she owns in the enormous canvas duffel Kemp used in the Gulf War. She feels a sharp jab at her back and turns to see the gentleman named Talbot in his pinkish pants scowling at her. You can't carry something that big and unwieldy onto the boat, young lady. It belongs on the luggage rack. Coco's duffel was the last piece of baggage to slide down the chute of the carousel at Logan. Coco had spent anxious minutes certain it was lost, and that she was in big trouble. She held the bag on her lap for the entirety of the bus ride, and she isn't exactly eager to let it out of her sight again. "It's fine," she says. "I'll just hold, I'm telling you it's not allowed," Talbot says so loudly he must be either extremely important here or going deaf. The woman in front of Coco whirls around. She's wearing white jeans with a blazer and has really good hair, glossy, the color of honey, cut into a bob tucked behind one ear. She leans toward Coco and says, "He thinks he's the chief of police. Just put your bag over there on the blue luggage rack." "Thanks," Coco says. She doesn't know the rules here, she messed up, and everyone is now looking at her. She trudges over to the luggage rack. Her bag is unwieldy and a part of her is grateful to relinquish it. When she returns, the woman with the good hair is gone. Thankfully, so is Talbot. Coco joins the end of the line, and once she's on the boat, she takes a window seat in the first empty row. Her embarrassment lessens somewhat. Talbot is a jerk, she thinks as she pulls out her book. Almost immediately, she closes her eyes. A few minutes pass. The boat gets underway. There are some announcements over the loudspeaker. Life jackets, restrooms, the trip will take about an hour. Coco dozes on and off. She didn't get much sleep last night on the floor of the Orlando airport. She can't believe the Richardsons' house isn't ready, although, now that she thinks about it, what did she expect? Closing on a house doesn't mean moving in the same day. She should have waited for Bull Richardson to give her a firm date before she fell prey to a sale alert from Expedia. She can't afford even $310 a night, so what is she going to do? She could just pitched Bull Richardson her screenplay at the bar. What made her think the long game would work any better? But it will work. Somehow, Coco knows this. She hears a rustling near her. Someone has taken a seat in her row. Coco likes to be aware of her surroundings and knows she should open her eyes and make sure it's not some guy bothering her. Maybe old Talbot is a creep, but she's tired. And her eyelids are heavy. Suddenly, she smells something delicious, briny, oniony, herby. She's dreaming. She's just hungry, starving. She wants lunch or a snack, but she needs to save her money. Coco opens her eyes, and there, on the tray table in front of her, is a bowl of clam chowder with 2 packets of oyster crackers. Coco turns her head to see the woman with the good hair. She's taken the aisle seat, leaving the seat between them open. She too has a bowl of chowder in front of her. Coco straightens up. Note, I replaced scrote with jerk, screwed with in big trouble, and dude creeping on her with guy bothering her to comply with YouTube moderation guidelines. You got this for me? One little known fact about Nantucket is that fairy chowder is the best chowder. The woman blows on a spoonful and smiles at Coco. I take it this is your first time to the island. Not at all, Coco thinks. I'm a regular at the Field and Oar. Is it that obvious? She opens a package of crackers, dumps them into her soup, and watches the fragrant steam rise. Thank you for this, you're very kind. I hope Talbot Sweeney didn't freak you out. He's the old guard, the kind of person who gives Nantucketers a reputation for being snooty. I'm Casey, by the way. Coco offers her hand, a gesture that feels hokey and old-fashioned but also like what's maybe expected. I'm Coco. Do you live on the island? Born and raised, Casey says. But I've been living in California for years. I'm just going back for the summer. My family is there. She pauses. How about you? Are you visiting, going for work? Work, Coco says. A couple who just bought a house on Nantucket hired me to be their personal concierge. She uses air quotes so Casey won't think she's being pretentious. Nice, Casey says. Where's the house? On Nantucket, Coco says. Did she forget to mention that part? Casey laughs. Right, but where on Nantucket? Squam, monomoy, squam, Coco thinks. Monomoy, can you use that in a sentence, please? I'm not really sure. She takes a spoonful of soup. It's so delicious, her eyelids flutter closed. I feel like such a charity case, Casey laughs. It's just soup. The best and worst thing about Nantucket, Casey thinks when she gets to the ferry, is that it never changes. She spies the summer people with their weathered boat shoes, needlepoint belts, and natural ease, and the day trippers in Cape Cod t-shirts and keen sandals. Casey is surprised to find an outlier behind her in line, a young woman with retro punk rock hair, piercings, and tattoos. Casey immediately thinks of that old jingle from Sesame Street. One of these things is not like the others, one of these things just doesn't belong. Talbot Sweeney gives the girl a hard time about her bag. She seems uncomfortable, disoriented, or, at the very least, uninitiated. Casey decides to do the welcoming thing and buys the girl a chowder. Coco is shy at first, or maybe just hungry. She devours her soup and both packets of crackers down to the dust. But then she loosens up and tells Casey that the personal assistant job she's accepted comes with housing, but just that morning her employers told her the housing wasn't available yet. "What?" Casey says. "So where are you going to stay?" "I'm not sure," Coco says. "A hotel, I guess, unless you have any friends with a spare room. I'm kind of on a budget and I didn't anticipate this." "Of course you didn't," Casey says. "What's the couple's name?" "The Richardsons." Casey doesn't know them, though they might know her. She has one of the most recognizable last names on the island. "I've never heard of them," she says. "But they're new and I've been gone for a while." Coco waves a hand. "You were so cool to buy me this chowder. I don't expect you to solve my housing issue. I was an idiot for not confirming with this couple. I'll figure something out. I'm just happy that someone on this boat is being friendly instead of looking at me like I have fleas." She tucks the cracker wrappers and her napkin into her empty bowl. "So what were you doing in California?" Over the course of the boat ride, Casey shares about her job in the NICU, her secret relationship with Isla, Isla's engagement to Dr. Rondo, losing little G, and Coco says all the right things. "Wow, you're such a hero. Talk about making a difference every single day when you go to work. I can totally see how you and Isla fell in love. I can't believe the fiancé created a Pinterest board. That's so funny. I'm so sorry, your heart must be broken. I understand why you came home." Casey laughs. "I can't believe I unloaded all that when I literally just met you." "Sometimes that's easiest, right?" Coco says. "Believe me, I'm the last person who's going to judge you." The ferry slows down and the captain announces that they're entering Nantucket Harbor. "Let's go up top," Casey says. "We want your first time seeing the island to be memorable." Coco follows Casey to the top deck. Casey points out the Nantucket Beach Club, where green, blue, and yellow umbrellas are lined up in rows. Next to that is a beach bar called the Oyster Catcher. Coco sees kids building sandcastles, a gentleman flying a kite. She catches the scent of fried seafood on the breeze. "That's Brant Point Lighthouse," Casey says. Her voice is thick. "The white steeple is the Congregational Church and the clock tower is the Unitarian Church." She wipes a finger under each eye. "I'm not sure why I'm getting so emotional. I guess it's just being home. I haven't been home since the Christmas before last, and it's been forever since I was here in the summer. I forgot how pretty it is." It's more than pretty, Coco thinks. Sailboats in the harbor bob on colorful buoys. The row of summer cottages fronting the water all have gray shingles and crisp white trim, window boxes bursting with spring flowers, snapping flags. Coco didn't have a clear picture of what Nantucket would look like, but it's everything she wanted it to be. Classic, charming, a freaking postcard. She doesn't belong here. Like, at all. She thought it was a good thing that the Richardsons were new to the island, they could all be new together. But now she sees the downside. The Richardsons don't know a soul, and neither does Coco. Except now she knows Casey. They disembark side by side, and when Casey's feet hit the wharf, she thinks, "I'm home." The NICU, her apartment on Filbert Street, the cable cars, the Golden Gate emerging from the fog in the morning, Coit Tower, casual carpool, Chrissy Field where she used to run on the weekends, Hog Island Oyster Company in the ferry building. And Isla's liquid brown eyes, her beauty mark, her nimble hands, all of it seems very, very far away. Casey receives a text from her father, here. She spies the black Suburban pulling into the parking lot. It's impossible to miss. But Casey can't just abandon Coco, can she? "Take my number, Coco," she says. "Keep in touch, okay? Let me know where you end up staying." "I'll figure it out," Coco says. "I always do. And hey, Casey, thanks for the chowder, it meant a lot." Casey walks toward her dad's car, but she's hesitant to leave. Coco was such a good listener, exactly what Casey needed. She can't imagine explaining about Isla to either of her parents, and after being gone 7 years, Casey doesn't have many friends left here. Romeo from the steamship, whom Casey has known for eons, helps her roll her suitcases over to her father's car. Romeo must have a speeding ticket fine he wants reduced, she thinks, because he never helps anyone. Casey opens the passenger side door and sees her dad, the chief. He looks older, grayer, and way more exhausted than she remembers. But then he smiles. "Hey, you," he says. "Hop in before someone writes a letter to the editor about how I block traffic." Casey climbs up into her seat and gives him a fierce hug. She doesn't care who has to wait. She could have been coming back to Nantucket under very different circumstances, ones that are almost impossible to imagine. Ed Capenesh is a strong, solid, unimpeachable human, the kind of man who deserves a statue at the top of Main Street. Casey feels ashamed of her recent mistakes having feelings for Isla when she was engaged to someone else, running away from a job she was good at in a place where she was needed. She could go further down this rabbit hole, but as they're navigating their way out of the parking lot, Casey spies Coco standing by the luggage carts looking. Well, the word that comes to mind is forlorn. Ed Capenesh glances at his daughter. He can't get over how elegant and mature she seems, and yet he can still see the little girl in pink ballerina pajamas. He recalls the year she made her own slime, when the house was filled with glue and borax. He remembers the glasses and the braces, the injured nose from catching a basketball with her face at the Boys and Girls Club. He pictures her on the lifeguard stand at Nobadir in her red tank suit, a stripe of zinc down her nose. He thinks about the day he and Andrea took her to Logan Airport. Casey had finished her master's in nursing at Boston College and accepted a job in San Francisco, and he and Andrea had been equal parts proud and heartbroken. So far away, they thought. They'd never see her. For the most part, this has been true. They fly to San Francisco for a week every fall. Casey comes home for holidays when her schedule allows. But it isn't the same. Eric and his girlfriend, Avalon, are always around, meeting the chief and Andrea at the Anglers Club for Friday appetizers, coming for dinner every week. Chloe and Finn, the twins Ed and Andrea adopted after Andrea's cousin Tess and her husband, Greg, passed away, are both in college. Chloe insisted that the chief join Snapchat, and thanks to this, he can follow the twins' every move. He probably knows more about their lives than he wants to. Only Casey remains a mystery. She's home now, Ed thinks. She's in his car, her luggage is in the back, and boxes have arrived at the house. She's moving home for the summer, taking a leave of absence from UX. "Why?" Ed asked Andrea. "Did something happen?" "All she told me was that she wanted to come home for a while. She didn't offer anything else. You know, Casey. You don't give up your life and move across the country for no reason." Was it because of work, Ed wondered, or a relationship? Ed knows Casey is gay, though she never officially came out to him. She'd told her mother and asked Andrea to tell Ed. In some ways, this was a relief. Ed isn't much for dramatic, emotional moments in his personal life. He gets enough of that on the job. But he does wonder why Casey wasn't comfortable telling him. Did she think he'd disapprove? Andrea handled the whole thing with great calm. There might have been a single moment where Andrea had to let go of whatever vision she'd held for Casey's future, a traditional husband and family. But hey, she said, there could still be a wedding, still be babies. Andrea told Ed that she'd always suspected Casey was gay, and Ed thought, really? In high school, Casey had boyfriends, admittedly nobody serious, but she'd gone to both the junior prom and senior banquet with a terrific kid named Lamont Oakley. Now Casey says, "I have a strange request." Feel free to say no. She's smart, Ed thinks. He's so happy to see her, he would say yes to nearly anything. "What's up?" "I met this girl on the boat," Casey says. "She has a job as a personal concierge with some wealthy couple who just bought a house here, but wires got crossed and the house isn't ready and this girl has nowhere to stay. Would it be all right if she stayed with us for a few days?" "Oh," Ed isn't sure what to say. He just got his daughter back after 7 years, and Andrea is planning a family dinner for tonight with Eric and Avalon. Selfishly, Ed wants Casey to himself, and wouldn't it be odd, celebrating her return with a complete stranger? He's about to pass the buck, "You'll have to ask your mother," but he can see Casey practically vibrating with anticipation. "We have room, right? Chloe and Finn, right?" Chloe and Finn are both abroad this summer, Chloe in Florence, Finn in Dublin, so their rooms are vacant. Ed reminds himself that it's Casey's nature to help people. He clears his throat. A few days, 4 days, Casey says. Max. I'm agreeing to this without consulting your mother. Casey hops out of the car before he can finish his sentence. Thanks, Dad. The chief swings his car back into the chaos of the steamship parking lot. Blocking the cars that are trying to exit, the chief hears a horn and looks over to see a kid with blonde, floppy bangs sitting behind the wheel of a silver Range Rover, license plate, Beast, giving him a rude gesture. The chief sighs. Summer, he thinks, has officially begun. Casey and her new friend approach. The friend is smaller than Casey, with short dark hair, a pierced nose, and a fair number of tattoos. The chief's first thought is that she looks like she works at a carnival or plays acoustic guitar at a coffee house. But he won't stereotype. He'll just smile and hope for the best. The friend climbs into the back seat and moves her sunglasses up into the bird's nest of her hair. Her eyes are a startling glacier blue. The chief wonders if this is a love interest. Would Casey pick up a girl she just met on the ferry and bring her home? Ed chastises himself. Casey is allowed to have friends who are women. I'm Coco, the girl says. Ed Capenash, nice to meet you. Coco eyes all the bells and whistles inside Ed's SUV, the scanner, the screen, the lights. Are you chief of police, Ed says, and Coco gets that uh-oh look that Ed has seen thousands of times. Mentioning his job title tends to be a conversation killer. Sorry to hear about your housing. Who is it you're working for? The Richardsons, Coco says. Bull and Leslie. Don't know them, Ed says, then laughs. Though in my line of work, that's probably a good thing. The castaways, the Richardsons, Addison says that night at dinner. They're my clients. Ha, Andrea thinks. What does Ed say each and every day? It's a small island. She catches his eye and can tell he's thinking what she's thinking. Thank goodness Addison knows the couple Casey's new friend is working for. Thank goodness they actually exist and that Coco isn't some scammer preying on our daughter's kindness. Andrea wasn't exactly overjoyed when Ed showed up from the ferry with an extra person, one who was evidently staying with them for a few days. She tried not to let either her dismay or her irritation show on her face. It wasn't a big deal, Andrea told herself. They had plenty of space. Roll with it. So nice to meet you, Coco, Andrea said. Let's get you settled in Chloe's room. Because dinner was no longer just family, Andrea invited Addison and Phoebe and Jeffrey and Delilah too. The more the merrier. Why not make it a party? They could eat out on the back deck. She doubled the ingredients for her lobster mac and cheese, Casey's favorite dinner. She made an extra batch of garlic knots. Phoebe showed up with half a case of champagne, and Delilah picked up a triple chocolate mountain ice cream cake from the juice bar. They all gather on the back deck, and Andrea is impressed when Coco is able to remember everyone's name. And what a coincidence that Coco will be working for Addison's clients. He's been talking about this couple nonstop, Phoebe says. Bull and Leslie Richardson. Bull, Andrea says. Short for Bullfinch, Addison says. Andrea rolls her eyes. She tends to be judgmental where names are concerned. Nantucket has a lot of offenders when it comes to using last names as pretentious first names. Who names a child Bullfinch? He's Australian, Addison says, as though that explains it. He's a charismatic guy, one of those larger-than-life types. Personable, engaging, and loaded, obviously, Phoebe says. These are the people who came in with a full-price offer on 888 Pacomo Road. I thought Fast Eddie was going to kiss me, Addison says. He's had that house on the market since before the pandemic. Jeffrey clears his throat. They know that property is compromised, I hope. The water levels in the harbor. Delilah turns to Coco. You'll have to excuse my husband. We own a farm and he's the consummate environmentalist. Coco remembers Leslie saying that the house had issues, something about climate change and erosion. Bull dismissed that not because he was a climate denier, Coco hopes, but because he said they'd be gone before it mattered. I told them the land is vulnerable, Addison says. They didn't seem fazed. But surely there are homes in the $20 million range that are better investments, Andrea says. None that were featured on the cover of Town and Country, Addison replies. 888 has provenance. It's an icon. Like a society matron on her deathbed, Delilah says. Don't be morbid, that house has another 100 years at least, Phoebe says. And it has the best views on the island. Yes, Andrea thinks. Rumor has it that the deck of 888 Pacomo is one of the few places where you can see the beacons of all three lighthouses at once. Do the Richardsons care about the lighthouses? Do the Richardsons even know about the lighthouses? So they're from Australia, Delilah asks. He's Australian, not the wife. She's from, well, I'm not sure, Addison says. Their paperwork had a Perth address, but I didn't get the sense they were living in Australia. He mentioned Palm Beach, Aspen, and the Caribbean. Where he met Coco, Andrea says. They had dinner at the bar where I was working, Coco says. They told me they bounce around a lot. I'll get the scoop, Phoebe says. Addison asked me to take the wife to lunch next week. I guess they want to join the Field and Oar Club. You can't let her jump ahead on the list, Phoebe, Delilah says. Jeffrey and I have been waiting 9 long years. There's an uncomfortable silence. Andrea knows how badly Delilah wants to join the Field and Oar. In private conversations, Delilah tells Andrea that she suspects the club's membership committee is prejudiced against locals. A very awkward situation as Phoebe sits on that membership committee. I won't, Phoebe says, but you know it helps if you play tennis or sail. Do the Richardsons play tennis or sail? Delilah asks. I'm not sure about tennis, Addison says, but Bull told me he's buying a yacht. So these people are plunking down 20 million on a house, 22 million, Addison corrects. And who knows how many million on a yacht, Delilah says. And they want to join the Field and Oar Club with all the old Nantucket summer families. Well, they have good taste in assistants, Andrea says, smiling at Coco. They should probably change the subject. Andrea isn't a stickler for etiquette, but discussing Coco's employers in front of her seems tacky. They're buying a yacht, Coco thinks. Snark must have done very well in Kuala Lumpur. She finishes her champagne. She's so exhausted it feels like the space where her brain should be has been filled with bubbles. And yet she's handling herself okay, she thinks. She's figured out who's who. The chief is Casey's father. Casey's mother, Andrea, seems like the beleaguered mom in a laundry detergent commercial. The bald one who wears horn-rimmed glasses and a tailored shirt is Addison. He's the real estate agent who represented the Richardsons. The glamorous blonde in the flowing white dress with the diamond studs the size of dimes in her ears is his wife, Phoebe. Jeffrey is the farmer. He showed up with a basket of hothouse tomatoes and a bag of hydroponic lettuces, wearing a t-shirt that says, "Who's your farmer?" Coco assumes this is meant to be funny or ironic since it's him. His wife is Delilah. She has curly hair and freckles and is wearing a long prairie skirt and a tight white t-shirt. She gives off earthy, confident vibes. Coco isn't used to attending dinner parties, especially not with people her mother's age. Georgie, Coco's mother, is what the internet would call troubled, so much so that if you shook her, it would sound like dry beans in a jar. Coco never knew her father. Georgie had a string of boyfriends when Coco was growing up: Sam, Jimmy Pyle, Rodney Fever, until, finally, Kemp, who moved in when Coco was 13 and brought his daughter, Bree, and Bree's 4 kids with him. Georgie and Kemp didn't entertain at home. If they had, it would have been a reality show. Bree lived on cigarettes and snack cakes. Her kids whined about Georgie's cooking. It was pretty bad: brown stew, hot dog casserole. There was always a 2-liter bottle of soda on the table. And at some point during the meal, Bree's baby daddy, Larch, would walk in, grimy from doing oil changes at Valvoline and also sometimes under the influence, which was when he and Bree would start arguing. No, Coco's family did not entertain at home. Coco used to make herself a bowl of Cap'n Crunch or a grilled cheese and eat in her room, where she either read the classics or watched DVDs from the 1980s and 1990s that she borrowed from her high school library. Books had raised her. Jane Austen had taught her how to comport herself at a dinner party like this one, and movies allowed her to escape the chaos going on outside her bedroom door. Would anyone like more cake? Andrea asks. Another glass of champagne. I'd love more champagne, Mrs. Capenash, Coco says. But I can get it. Stay where you are, I'm going in anyway, Andrea says. And please call me Andrea. She takes Coco's glass and enters the kitchen to find Casey leaning up against the counter, engrossed in her phone, texting. Andrea blinks. She didn't realize Casey had left the deck. Everything okay, honey? The downside of having all these people here is that Andrea hasn't had a chance to properly welcome her daughter home. She forgets the champagne for a second and opens her arms for a hug. Casey doesn't even seem to notice her. She's furiously typing, eyes fixed on her screen. Everything is clearly not okay. Andrea isn't sure what happened out in California. All Casey would tell her is that stuff fell apart. Andrea assumes that included a relationship, but with whom? Casey hasn't mentioned anyone special. "I'll leave you alone," Andrea says, touching Casey's shoulder. She grabs the last bottle of champagne from the fridge and gets back to the deck in time to hear Delilah say, "If the Richie Richardsons want to get involved in the community, they should donate to the food pantry." Yes, Andrea thinks. Delilah's on the board of Nantucket Food, Fuel, and Rental Assistance. Everyone thinks of Nantucket as a wealthy enclave, but there's an underserved community service workers, day laborers, many of them foreign nationals who struggle with the insane rents and high cost of absolutely everything, especially in the desolate off-season. "That's a great idea," Phoebe says. "Why don't you come to lunch with us and you can talk to Leslie about it?" "Maybe I will," Delilah says, making it sound like a challenge. "Maybe I'll come to lunch too," Andrea says. "You can ask Leslie if she plays pickleball," Addison says. "You ladies are always complaining about not having a regular fourth." Andrea, Phoebe, and Delilah are always looking for someone to play pickleball. Andrea has tried to recruit Avalon, but Avalon says competitive sports aren't her thing, and Andrea, Phoebe, and Delilah are very competitive when it comes to pickleball. "Maybe we should hold off before inviting the Richardsons into every aspect of our lives," Andrea says. "Let's meet them first." Coco is so buzzed not only from the champagne but from the lobster mac and cheese, the best ice cream cake she's ever tasted, and the energy on the deck that she nearly volunteers to be the fourth in pickleball. Coco strikes up a conversation with Eric's girlfriend, Avalon, who, Coco is relieved to see, has a tattoo of a mandala on her shoulder. When Coco asks what she does for a living, Avalon says she's a massage therapist and a yoga instructor. "I have a private clientele for both massage and yoga," she says. "Eric and I are saving to buy a house. I'm on the lookout for a duplex so we can live in one half and rent the other half. I watch an obscene amount of HGTV." Coco laughs. Avalon is such a queen. The party breaks up a little while later. Eric has a charter at 6 the next morning. Phoebe has to drive her 13-year-old son, Reed, all the way out to Sconset at 7 because he's working with the groundskeeping crew at the Nantucket Golf Club. The farmer, Jeffrey, wakes up with the chickens. Everyone says goodbye to Coco before they drift down the deck stairs. "So nice to meet you." Jeffrey shakes her hand. Phoebe and Delilah give her a hug. Delilah says, "In a few weeks you'll be able to answer all our questions about the Richardsons." "Yes," Phoebe says, "we'll have someone on the inside." Coco feels like a spy but also weirdly relevant. As the cars pull out of the driveway, Coco stacks the dirty plates, then carries the melting remains of the ice cream cake into the kitchen. Andrea and the chief are there, but Casey is nowhere to be seen. "I've got all this, Coco, thank you, though," Andrea says. "Are you sure?" "Ed likes to help me," Andrea says. "This is when we catch up on our days." That's Coco's cue to make herself scarce. "Good night, thank you for dinner, it was delicious, your friends are wonderful people." Has Coco forgotten anything? "It's nice of you to let me stay, it should only be a few days." "Happy to have you," the chief says. "Good night." Coco climbs the stairs and finds Casey waiting for her in the hallway. "I'm sorry I cut out," she says. "I'm not ready for all the questions." Coco opens her arms and says, "Thank you for letting me stay here. It was a real act of kindness and trust, and I'm grateful." Casey gives her a quick squeeze. "Meeting you was so random," she says, "and yet I feel like this was meant to be." Random, yes, Coco thinks. Meant to be? She supposes they'll find out. 6. The Cobblestone Telegraph, Roman 2, the Richardsons close on 888 Pacomo Road at noon on June 11, and by 12:05, Leslie Richardson is on the phone with contractors. "We aren't doing much to the house," Leslie confides to Avalon Boone, whom Leslie has summoned to the Hotel Nantucket to give her an en-suite massage. After all, it was decorated by Jennifer Quinn, the host of Real Life Rehab. Avalon loves Jennifer Quinn. Real Life Rehab is the best show on HGTV, in Avalon's opinion. If Avalon were moving into a house that JQ designed, she wouldn't change a thing but to each her own. As Avalon sets up the massage table, she says, "Which house is this?" 888 Pacomo Road. Avalon takes a beat. This is the woman Eric's parents and their friends were talking about at dinner the night before. What does the chief always say? It's a small island. She wonders if she should correct Leslie Richardson's pronunciation or let it go. "You know what's so funny?" Avalon says. "It's pronounced Pak-Amo. It took me a long time to get it right too, but yeah, that's how you say it." "Pak-Amo," Leslie says. "You're sure?" Avalon smooths a sheet over the table. "I am very sure. I've been saying it wrong this whole time, in front of the real estate agents and the lawyers and everyone. Why didn't anyone tell me? I thought it rhymed with Kokomo. I feel like I've had spinach stuck in my teeth for the past week." Avalon laughs. "I'm going to step out of the room while you get comfortable on the table." "You won't tell anyone else, will you?" Leslie says. "That I don't even know how to pronounce the name of my own street?" Avalon presses play on her iPhone, and the room fills with the sound of crashing ocean waves. "I won't tell a soul." The next day, vans start pulling into the driveway at 888 Pacomo Road. Leslie has hired painters from off-island and a power washer from off-island, but thankfully, we see a familiar face. Benton Coe, the foremost landscape architect on the island, who also happens to be very easy on the eyes. Benton Coe has seen 888 Pacomo Road only from the water. It's a destination for every boater cruising around Nantucket Harbor. Everyone takes pictures of its distinctive facade. It evokes old-school, gracious summer living, but with originality 888 is composed of two wings, each with a gambrel roof, joined in the middle by a spacious octagonal deck on the second floor and an octagonal screened-in porch on the ground floor. Leslie Richardson meets Benton in the Whiteshell driveway. He agreed to take on this job even though he stopped accepting new clients years ago after Leslie called his office every day for a week. Benton has had people do that before, but he relented this time because 888 Pacomo is such a legendary property. They walk around to the front of the house. The large sloping lawn leads to a slice of golden beach that's curved like a smile. "The elephant in the room," Leslie says. Benton sighs. "Yes, big elephant, small room." He read the forensic geologist's report that Leslie sent him. The property is slowly being consumed by the harbor. The beach is 8 feet wide, 6 feet at high tide. 10 years ago it was double that. "There's nothing I can do about the beach, unfortunately," Benton says. "I didn't hire you to perform a miracle," Leslie replies. "Well, I did, but a manageable one. Follow me, I'll show you." Leslie takes Benton to an area tangled with brush and Spanish olives on the far side of the garage. "I'd like you to clear this and create a hedged-in circular garden," she says. "I want it to feel like you're entering a secret room." "Okay." Benton's spirits lift a bit. He likes this idea. "I want you to leave a space open in the middle. Guess why? For a fountain, maybe." Benton is known for his water features. "I've ordered a custom octagonal hot tub," Leslie says. "An octagonal hot tub?" Benton replies. "Did he hear that correctly?" "It's the third 8, Leslie explains. "The deck is an octagon, the screened-in porch is an octagon, but we need a third to make it 888. It's either a clever idea or a silly one, but Benton isn't there to judge." Leslie leans into him and says, "When the hot tub arrives, you and I can test it out." Whoa, whoa, whoa. There's no denying that Leslie Richardson is an attractive woman. She has long, flowing dark hair and a toned figure underneath her white jeans and fitted white tank. But she's also married, and she's giving off strong "I'm a handful" vibes. Was Benton a fool to break his no new clients rule? He checks his phone. "I should go, I have a meeting out in Sconset in 10 minutes. I'll get some sketches to you in a day or two." He can't get back to his truck fast enough. Not long after the Richardsons purchase the house, their yacht, Serenity, arrives. We see her come into Nantucket Harbor under full sail, captained by a man named Patch who works for the yacht broker. Patch later stops by the gazebo and tells anyone who will listen that Bull Richardson bought the boat sight unseen. "The guy doesn't know a jib from a spinnaker," Patch says. "Heck, he doesn't know port from starboard. He'd better hire himself a decent captain. I'm tempted to stay here and do it myself." But Patch doesn't become the Richardsons' new captain because, in a development that makes us all want to tip our hats to the Richardsons, they hire Lamont Oakley for the job. Lamont Oakley is a member of one of our oldest Cape Verdean families. Like so many of Nantucket's youth, he learned to sail on an opti in Palpy's Harbor at the age of 7 through Nantucket community sailing classes. Lamont started joining crews for regattas at the Field and Oar Club when he was only 12. He was recruited by St. George's School for their prestigious sailing program, but he stayed on island and skippered for the Nantucket High School team. When it was time to go to college, Lamont turned down both Howard University and Princeton and instead attended the College of Charleston on a full sailing scholarship. He was a 4-time All-American, and as a senior was named College Sailor of the Year. Lamont then became the captain of a boat called Knock Knock and traveled to glamorous places like St. Bart's, the Canary Islands, and Sicily. Meanwhile, back on Nantucket, Lamont's mother, Glennie Oakley, has been suffering from macular degeneration in both eyes, and just this spring her ophthalmologist, Dr. Ruby, declared it would be best if Glennie had someone living with her. The opportunity for Lamont to captain the Richardsons' boat couldn't have come at a better time. The boat the Richardsons bought is state-of-the-art and can basically sail itself, but Lamont hires 2 brothers from the Nantucket High School sailing team, Javier and Esteban Valadares, to help out when he needs them. What a hometown hero. While their house is being touched up, Bull and Leslie Richardson stay at the Hotel Nantucket and make the rounds of the island's best restaurants. Fast Eddie, who met the Richardsons at the closing, he represented the seller, sees them at the back bar at Crew enjoying lobster rolls and chatting with the people on either side of them. The next night, Eddie pops into the Pearl and again sees the Richardsons. Bull is quite animated and calls out to the bartender, "Let's get a round of drinks for my new mates." The new mates Bull is referring to are the island's most sought-after dentist, Dr. Andy McMahon, and his wife, Rachel. Eddie could warn the Richardsons that Dr. Andy and Rachel are both as annoying as wet socks, but they'll find that out soon enough on their own. Eddie leaves the Pearl without ordering. The following night, Eddie sees the Richardsons at Proprietors, and the night after that at Lola 41. What is going on here? Eddie wonders. These people are out as much as he is, but it's Eddie's job to be out. That's how he finds new clients. Saturday is Eddie and Grace's 30th wedding anniversary, and Eddie has scored a coveted table on the deck at Strait Wharf. It's a clear, balmy June night. Their table overlooks the harbor. "This is incredible, Eddie, well done," Grace says, and Eddie reaches for her hand. They've survived a lot Grace's past involvement with their landscape architect, Benton Co., Eddie's legal troubles from a previous business venture, finally launching their girls, and this anniversary reminds Eddie how lucky he is to be in a good place. He's about to order champagne when a couple step out onto the deck like it's a stage, and they're the stars of the show. And wouldn't you know it, it's Bull and Leslie Richardson. The hostess seats them at the table next to Eddie and Grace's. "I love that woman's duster," Grace says. "It's so elegant." Eddie says. He hasn't the foggiest idea what a duster is. He's trying to figure out how the Richardsons, who have been on the island less than a week, managed to get a reservation on the deck at Strait Wharf. He wants to whisper to Grace, "Those are the people who bought 888 Pacomo." Grace would understand this meant that the Richardsons were to thank for the sizable commission that recently hit their bank account, and this is the 5th time I've seen them this week. Eddie wonders if now is the time to reintroduce himself, but Grace might complain that Eddie is conducting business on date night. "And she smells delicious," Grace says. "I wonder what scent she's wearing." Eddie says, "It's probably eau de cache." A server appears with a bottle of Dom Perignon swathed in a white cloth like it's a baby, and Eddie blinks. Is this a gift from their girls, maybe? They're growing up, but this gesture feels a little beyond them. Perhaps it's from Eddie's sister, Barbie, or a generous send-out from the restaurant staff. Eddie did mention it was their anniversary when he called. It's none of these. The server passes Eddie and Grace's table and presents the champagne to the Richardsons. Eddie feels deflated. The Richardsons have outclassed him. "What are you thinking to drink?" Eddie asks Grace. "A cocktail, wine." Grace is distracted by the exuberant pop of the champagne at the next table. She pivots in her chair and says to Leslie Richardson, "Is it your anniversary too?" "No," Leslie says with a wink. "We just like to have fun." The Richardsons do like to have fun. Later that night, Avalon Boone and her boyfriend, Eric Capenash, are at the Chicken Box. Eric tends to be a little staid, like his dad Avalon jokes that he's a police chief without a badge, but on Saturday nights, he lets loose. He and Avalon are out on the dance floor when she feels a tap on her shoulder. It takes her a moment to recognize the woman who wants her attention. "You were my masseuse," the woman screams over the band. "I'm Leslie Richardson, from the hotel." Avalon shrieks she's on her fifth high noon and gives Leslie a one-armed hug. Avalon and Eric dance next to the Richardsons, and it gets pretty friendly. At one point, Leslie moves close to Avalon's backside, and Avalon thinks, okay? She gave this woman a massage a few days before, and sometimes clients mistake that kind of touch for intimacy. Avalon takes Eric's hand and leads him to the pool tables in the back to get a little breathing room. "That was the couple everyone was talking about at dinner the other night," she tells him. "That's the couple Coco is working for." "Huh," Eric says. "They're the ones who bought the big house out in Pocomo. Coco is their personal concierge, but they're doing work on the house, so Coco has no place to go, which is why she's living at your parents' house." "I guess I missed that part," Eric says. "I thought Coco was my sister's girlfriend." Avalon sighs and goes to the bar for another round. She loves Eric, but he's completely clueless. It's the end of the night, and Avalon is in the ladies' room when Leslie pops out of a stall. "Oh, good, I found you," Leslie says. She steps in very close, as though she and Avalon are the best of friends, and whispers, "Why don't you and your boyfriend come back to the hotel with us?" Avalon puts a hand to her abdomen. "I'm actually not feeling well, but thanks for the invite." "Aw, come on," Leslie says. She tucks a strand of Avalon's hair behind her ear. "It'll be fun, I promise." "So nice to see you again," Avalon says, darting into a stall. "Have a good night." Then she locks the door, her heart pounding. No wonder everyone is talking about the Richardsons. 7 work it, sell it, own it. There's a knock on the bedroom door and Coco jolts awake, unsure of where she is. Fluffy white duvet, the scent of lavender, stripes of light through a slatted shade, birdsong, Nantucket. She climbs out of bed and opens the door to find Casey holding a hot cappuccino and a mason jar filled with flowers. "Good morning," Casey says. "I wanted to let you sleep, but it's 10 o'clock. "Only 10? Coco thinks. On a normal day in St. John, she wouldn't wake up before noon. She usually bartended at the Banana Deck until close, then hit the quiet moan for last call, then went home and worked on her screenplay until 3 or 4 in the morning. She can tell, however, that sleeping into the double digits probably breaks some kind of house rule here. Casey looks like she woke at dawn, ran 5 miles, whipped up an acai bowl or an egg white omelet, and now is ready to conquer the day. Her hair is pulled back in a banana clip, but it's still somehow shiny and sleek, with strands framing her face. She's wearing a white linen blouse, a patchwork Madras mini, a collection of thin gold necklaces, real gold, Coco can tell, and gold hoop earrings. Casey has a way about her, that's for sure. "Go get ready," Casey says. "Today is your proper introduction to Nantucket." "You don't have to worry about me," Coco says. "You've done too much already just by letting me stay here." Casey blinks. "Don't be silly. I'll see you downstairs in 10. Put on something cute." Coco closes the door, then rummages through her duffel bag. Put on something cute. She chooses a pair of faded jeans with rips at the knees and a navy tank top from Shambles in St. John. The back of the tank says "Day Drinking Done Right." Will the Nantucket Fashion Police write Coco a ticket? Her wardrobe staples include a lot of black, a lot of denim, and t-shirts emblazoned with the logos of her favorite bands. Tame Impala, Grouplove, The Killers. Coco gazes into the bathroom mirror. When she was 15, she pierced each ear 8 times using a needle, a tray of ice cubes, and a bottle of wild turkey. Her mother hadn't blinked an eye except to ask how she was going to afford 16 earrings. Good question. Coco keeps silver studs in a couple of holes and a silver hoop at the top of her cartilage. She could do better. She has a diamond, by which she means cubic zirconia, stud in her nose. Once Coco got to St. John, she'd added tattoos. The first was the flamingo on her left shoulder. She had seen flamingos at Salt Pond, and it had blown her mind. Then she got a gecko just above her ankle, small and cute, head down like it was going to disappear into Coco's Chuck Taylor. She'd added a manta ray to the upper part of her left thigh, and a tattoo of one of the wild white donkeys that roamed St. John on her right hip bone. When she swam at Maho Bay or Hawksonist, tourists would sometimes ask to take her picture. She washes her face with the bathroom soap and applies her drugstore moisturizer, then rubs some moisturizer through her hair in an attempt to make it do something. She cuts her hair herself with kitchen scissors. The style is best described as pixie cut meets electric socket. She pulls a bandana from her bag, fashions it into a headband, and pushes her hair off her face. She looks like Rosie the Riveter, all set. "Coco?" Casey calls from downstairs. "Coming," Coco says. They climb into Casey's Jeep, which has sat idle in the years since Casey left but which her parents kept in perfect working condition. It's white with a sunset painted across the bottom parts of the doors. Casey lowers the tan soft top because today is nothing but blue skies. Coco puts on the hot pink plastic sunglasses that some woman who drunk too many bushwhackers left on the bar at the banana deck. Casey wears Ray-Ban aviators. Of course she does. Casey turns the key in the ignition. "Girls Just Want to Have Fun" is playing on the radio. It's too much, Coco thinks, but not for Casey. She turns it up and speeds out of the driveway. They're off. Casey goes into tour guide mode, telling Coco how the streets were paved with cobblestones sourced from Gloucester, Massachusetts in the 1830s. People like to say the cobblestones were brought over as ballast on ships, but that's a myth. She points out the Civil War monument, then the 3 homes built by the whaling Captain Joseph Starbuck for his 3 sons. Coco hopes there won't be a quiz later. She's just trying to process how quaint the place is. The homes are stately, the fences and gates and gardens impeccable. They pass an inn called 76 Main that's basically a mansion. No wonder rooms on this island cost so much than a place called Murray's Toggery. Toggery? Coco thinks. Can you use that in a sentence, please? From the looks of things, it's a store that sells cardigans and men's trousers with whales embroidered on them. They get to the main part of town, where the shops all have tasteful wooden signs: Lemon Press, Mitchell's Book Corner, Nantucket looms, and people are strolling around with their $10 coffees, swinging shopping bags, taking selfies, living their best lives. There is so much unique shopping, Casey says as though she works for the local Chamber of Commerce. You'll probably want some new clothes for the summer. Want, yes, Coco thinks, but she can't afford even a new pair of underwear. We can look, she says. She's pretty sure this is Casey's way of saying that Coco's wardrobe needs an upgrade. I'll take you to my go-to. Casey pulls up in front of a boutique called The Lovely. As soon as they're inside among all the dainty, fluttery, summery things, Coco feels like a cat in a wineglass. What is she doing here? The salesgirl flashes a brilliant smile. Welcome, ladies. My name is Olivia. Let me know if you have any questions. This girl is straight out of Central Casting, Coco thinks. She has long dark hair, big brown eyes, and the kind of golden glow that can only be achieved by strolling through your family's vineyard in Tuscany. Thanks, Olivia, Casey says. She slides dresses and tops along the rack, pulling out pieces she likes to get a better look. Meanwhile, Coco checks the price tag's a dress for $380, a simple cotton tank for $85. Time to go, she thinks. This would be so cute on you, Casey says, holding up a white eyelet sundress. Well, yes, Coco loves it. It's pretty enough to get married in. And it's on sale. Sale? Coco holds the dress up against herself in the mirror. The price tag shows it has been marked down from $385 to $168. $168 isn't bad, Coco says. She is kidding. Coco has never spent that much on a dress, ever. She used to buy vintage dresses for $6 or $8 a piece at the Pansy and Petunia. You have to try it on, Casey says. Olivia floats over. Would you like me to start you a room? I'm not sure I'm ready for that kind of commitment, Coco says, and both Casey and Olivia laugh. Casey takes the dress, hands it to Olivia, and says, please start her a room. Coco steps into the curtained alcove and zips herself into the dress. Her panic escalates. The dress fits her perfectly. Her figure looks amazing. When she steps out, Casey and Olivia shriek. Casey says, OMG, I have to take your picture. She whips out her phone, and Coco gives her a fake pout that is actually a real pout as she envisions her $1,100 becoming $932 if she uses debit, which she should so that her credit card debt doesn't get any heavier. Girl, Olivia says as though they're now the best of friends. Made for you. As in, I wouldn't even sell it to anyone else. It's a good line. although Olivia probably uses it on everyone, but Coco is too anxious to be flattered. Back in the changing room, she removes the dress and spends 1 second low-key annoyed at Casey for bringing her here and Olivia for working here. But the next second, like a paper airplane aimed straight at her by the hand of fate, she gets an alert on her phone. An email from Bull Richardson. Coco hesitates before opening it. She has a sinking feeling that Bull is going to pull the rug out from under her. He's changed his mind. He's hired someone else, or Leslie has. They want a personal concierge who knows the island, and can she blame them? Coco will have no choice but to spend the summer back in sweltering St. John. This might not have been such a bad option yesterday, but now that Coco has seen Nantucket, she desperately wants to stay. She clicks on the alert. The email says, "We'll be ready for you to start work on Monday. Our address is 888 Pacomo Road. Looking forward to seeing you again." B. Coco gets dressed and bursts from the changing room with Clark Kent, emerging from the phone booth as Superman energy. She hands Olivia the dress. "I'll take it," she says. Coco tells Casey that she's starting her job on Monday, and Casey says, "Let's celebrate, lunch is on me." At the Nantucket pharmacy, they perch on leather and chrome stools at the lunch counter. Casey orders a grilled cheese with bacon and tomato, and Coco is thrilled to see they have ham and pickle salad, which was her favorite thing at Grumpy Garth's diner back in Rosebush. Coco asks what a frap is, and Casey laughs and says it's a milkshake and it's pronounced frap, not frappy. "Okay, sorry, at home we just call them milkshakes." To the eager teenage boy behind the counter, Coco says, "And one chocolate frap, please." When it arrives in a frosty glass and topped with whipped cream, Casey says, "Let me take a picture of you happy with your frappy." Coco purses her lips around the straw and bats her eyes while Casey snaps a million photos. Then Casey asks the eager boy to take one of the two of them, a job he takes very seriously. "Get together, closer." "Okay, now work it, sell it, own it." And they crack up, falling against each other like they've been friends forever. That night, as Casey is trying to sleep, her phone dings with a text from Isla. "I miss you, Bun." Casey runs her fingers over the words. Bun is short for Honey Bun. Honey refers to the color of Casey's hair. She wonders how things are going in the NICU, who the new babies are, how people like the nurse they hired to replace Casey, if Isla has been acting sad and distant, and if yes, has Rondo noticed. Another text comes in. "I don't understand why you had to leave." I was going to tell him, "I just wanted to do it on my own timeline, not because you were pressuring me." Casey considers this. Did she pressure Isla to break the engagement? Maybe, but they were in love. Isla's relationship with Rondo, as Isla herself said, was a sham. Isla came from a fancy Mexico City family 5-story townhouse in Condesa, beach home in Tecolutla, and Isla's mother wanted all the California things for her daughter. Berkeley, Stanford School of Medicine, a Napa wedding to a man who was also a doctor, a home in Presidio Heights, 3 or 4 children, season tickets to the 49 ers, a standing reservation at Gary Danko. Casey and Isla had countless conversations about how Isla should be living an authentic life. She needed to break things off with Rondo, come out to her parents. "You don't understand how hard that conversation is going to be," Isla said. "My parents are traditional Catholics. My mother will faint. My father will schedule an exorcism." "They'll get over it," Casey told her. "You're right, I know you're right, I just need more time." "You don't have to tell them about me right away," Casey said. "But please, for the love of goodness, break up with Rondo." "I definitely will," Isla said, but what Casey has learned is that she definitely won't. Another text comes in. "Leaving was manipulative. You did it to force my hand." Isla and Rondo must have had a glass of wine or 3 in front of their gas log fire, Casey thinks. Then, in a move so cruel Casey can't quite fathom it, Isla sends a picture of Casey holding little G. The next text says, "The unit needs you, Case." "It was selfish of you to leave." "Don't take the bait," Casey thinks. Another text. "So that's it? You're not going to talk to me? Aren't you more mature than that?" What could be more mature, Casey wonders, than choosing not to engage? Besides, it's 10:45 and Casey wants to go for a run in the morning, then drive Coco out to Great Point. Another text. "I love you, Bun." "I love you too," Casey thinks. She clicks out of her texts and hops on Instagram, where she sees Rondo's newest photo, posted that morning. Rondo and Isla are seated at a leather banquette with Dr. Dunn and his wife, Tommy, who has noticeable enhancements and styled brows. Behind them is pink and green tropical wallpaper that's so recognizable, Casey doesn't even need to read the caption to know where they are, but she does anyway. Champagne and seafood tower at Leicester Bar with my best man, and the always chic at Totally Tommy. Unfollow Rondo, she thinks, then go to sleep. But Rondo's account is Coco's only window into Isla's world. Isla and Rondo went to Leo's with the Dunns the night before. Afterward, they probably hit the bar at Wayfair for a cocktail. Isla's texts sound lonely, but she's been double dating with Dr. and Totally Tommy Dunn. Casey wants to toss her phone across the room. She types, "Sorry, I've been busy." Then she attaches two pictures. Coco trying on the white sundress and Coco and Casey at the pharmacy lunch counter, their faces squished together, smiling. She presses send. There's no immediate response and Casey chides herself for sending the photos. She's using the pictures of Coco as a weapon without Coco knowing it, and she's using them out of context. Her friendship with Coco is brand new and already she's compromised it. A minute or two later, a text comes in. "Wow, you work fast." "Just friends," Casey says, but her spirit is lifted. Isla is jealous. As if reading Casey's mind, Isla texts, "I'm sick with jealousy. Now I won't sleep, thanks." Mission accomplished, Casey thinks. She turns off her phone and closes her eyes. Thursday, August 22, 8:45 p.m. On the way from Ventuno to the ashes of the house on 888 Pacomo Road, Ed turns on the lights and sirens. His heart is beating twice as fast as it should and his thoughts spin out. He needs to calm down. What did Dr. Head Honcho say about stress? He doesn't want to alarm Casey with the news that Coco is missing, but Casey in the passenger seat keeps calling Coco over and over again. "It just goes straight to voicemail," she says. "What do you think that means?" Ed thinks, but does not say. If Coco went overboard, her phone probably did too. Andrea wanted to come to the scene, but Ed asked her to go home with Eric and Avalon. Andrea had been drinking, and unlike him, she'd had a lot more than half a glass of red wine. He needs to breathe. What are his meditation cues? He can't recall a single one. Why did he give in to temptation and order the Fiorentina, then eat a cannoli? He has only 100 hours left on the job, and now this. His phone rings. It's Lucy Shields, the Nantucket harbor master, thank goodness. He puts on his headset. He would prefer that Casey not overhear any of this. "Lucy." "Ed," she says. "A mess, a double header like this in your final week. Who have you talked to?" "Only the captain, Lamont Oakley. He called it in about 20 minutes ago, guest on hedonism, no longer on the boat. 27-year-old female named Colleen Coyle, 5 foot 4 inches tall, approximately 105 pounds, dark, chin-length hair, worked for the owners of the boat." The chief clears his throat. "Yes, we know her. She's friends with our daughter, Casey." "Oh goodness, Ed, I'm sorry," Lucy says. "Was Casey on the boat as well?" No, she's here in the car with me." "Can she hear us?" Lucy asks. "Negative," Ed says, and he hopes this is true. "That's probably best," Lucy says. Lucy Shields has been the harbor master for a long time. She was Casey's boss back when Casey worked as a town lifeguard in high school. It's a small island, the chief thinks. Lucy says it's unclear if Ms. Coyle had been drinking or what her mental state was during the party. "Lamont told me the last time he saw her was as they were passing Eel Point heading east-northeast. So we'll go with that unless you and your officers find out anything different." Lamont was sailing solo. The Valadere's brothers were at their abuela's birthday, so Lamont would have had his hands full with that boat and all those guests. He seems confident that Ms. Coyle can swim, which is good. The Coast Guard boarded the boat to do a search, and they're bringing everyone ashore for questioning, but they'll keep them away from the house fire. "Are you thinking what I'm thinking?" Ed asks. "That she was upset, somehow arranged for the house to catch fire while they were out sailing, then left." Ed considers what he knows about Coco, which admittedly isn't much, though he's seen her a fair amount this summer, both at his own home and whenever the chief and Andrea went to the Richardsons'. His first impression of Coco when she climbed into the back of his car was that she was a loner, a wayward soul. But she would have made Charles Darwin proud, the way she adapted to Nantucket life. She befriended Casey. She seemed at home at 888 Pacomo Road. She became as confident and as at ease as any other young woman ordering a mudslide at the gazebo. Nantucket has a way of getting in your system. Ed knows this firsthand. He and Andrea and all their friends arrived from elsewhere, and now they're as embedded on the island as the bollards of Old South Wharf. What do they know for sure? The Richardsons' house has burned to the ground, and on the same evening, an employee of theirs has gone missing. This feels like more than a coincidence. But if all these years of policing have taught Ed anything, it's that one should never jump to conclusions. Let's just worry about finding her for now, Ed says. You've launched a search. I sent one boat from Nantucket Harbor and one from Nantucket Harbor, Lucy says. I'm waiting on word from the Coast Guard in Woods Hole. If we don't find her in the next 30 minutes, they'll send a helicopter from the air station. We've authorized a trackline search from Dionys to Smith's Point. Winds are 15 to 17, seas 2 to 4 feet, which is good for sailing, bad if you're trying to swim and the tide is going out, unfortunately. It would help if you could identify the last person who saw her. I'm almost to the scene, the chief says. I'll let you know what I find out. The instant they turn onto Pocomo Road, Ed smells smoke. Once they reach the Richardsons' Whiteshell driveway, he can see a cloud hovering by the water, and the smell changes from mildly pleasant campfire to bitter and acrid. Then suddenly it's like he's driving through fog. Civilian cars line the right side of the Richardsons' driveway, guests attending the Richardsons' sale, but there's enough room for emergency vehicles to get through. The NFD sent Engine 4, Engine 1, and Tanker 1, since there's only one dry hydrant out here at the start of Pocomo Road. There's an ambulance and an NPD squad car as well, probably Dixon S. Ed parks and turns to Casey. How are you doing? She's as still as a statue in the near dark, but Ed can make out the expression on her face. A stoicism that she must have cultivated during her years in the NICU. This isn't real, she says. Coco missing is not a thing. She would never have fallen off the boat, that's ridiculous, and she didn't set a fire and then run. That's like something that happens in the movies. Ed hopes Casey is right, that Coco isn't missing. She was using the restroom in one of the suites or decided to take a swim in the harbor rather than go ashore. By the time they find Dixon and the others, Coco will be among them, embarrassed to have caused such a fuss. Do you want to stay here or go with me? He asks. Go, Casey says. Obviously. Ed takes off his blazer and throws it in the back seat. One of the loveliest evenings in recent memory has been flipped on its head, but Ed can feel rotten about that later. Right now they have to find Coco. A crowd of people are gathered in the Richardsons' circular garden, which is protected from the worst of the smoke by tall, thick boxwood hedges, though the chief sees everyone has been given a mask. He hears one woman's cries above all the talking and catches a glimpse of Leslie Richardson in a long white dress that's soaking wet. Dixon whistles and asks for quiet. He announces that, to start, he'll need everyone's name and contact information. Is Lamont here? He must be, but before the chief can look for him, Stu Vick, the Nantucket fire chief, finds him. Fire's out, Stu says. Beyond Stu is a charred, smoldering pile of debris. The chief has been to this house enough times over the summer to know he'll find the mangled, melted remains of that exquisite jukebox and maybe a couple of intact pool balls among the ashes. Can you confirm no one was in the house? The chief says. It occurs to him only now that maybe everyone thought Coco was on the boat, but she'd accidentally or intentionally missed the sail. He can't quite bear to take this idea any further. No one was in the house, Stu says. The chief exhales. He turns around and nearly bumps into Zara Washington, who on Monday will become Nantucket's new chief of police. She's in full uniform and the chief shakes his head. Zara. I was at the station when the call came in, she says. Jennifer Speed gave me the heads up that you were out tonight, celebrating with friends, so I thought I'd better make an appearance. You can go on home. I'll help Dixon with the questioning. The chief isn't sure how to respond while shadowing him on the job for the past 2 weeks. Zara has proven to be intelligent, calm, steady, and thoughtful, and she has 12 years of experience as a chief over on the vineyard. But that was one town, not an entire island. 50% of the job, maybe more, is knowing the people you're serving, and that can be learned only with time. Lots of time. The chief also finds himself bristling at Zara Washington telling him that he can go home. Unless something has changed that he doesn't know about, he's the chief of police here until Monday. My daughter, the chief turns around to find Casey standing among the party guests looking like a lost child, is friends with the girl who's missing. And I know the couple who own this house. They're acquaintances. All the more reason for you to step away from this one, Zara says. It's possible this investigation will take more than a few days, Ed. Just let me, I'm going to lead this investigation, Zara, Ed says, leaving no room for misinterpretation. I don't care how long it takes. Zara studies him for a second, and Ed feels exposed. Does he feel like he can assert himself because he's a man, a white man? Is he, predictably, refusing to hand over power because he fears becoming irrelevant? He's been training and prepping Zara so that, in a situation like this, he can get in his car and go home, maybe check in tomorrow morning, put Zara in touch with the Massachusetts State Police if a person is found. A person, he thinks. He has to stay on this for Casey's sake. There's no way she'll want him to go home and let someone brand new to the job figure out what happened to Coco. I'm sorry, Zara, he says. I'm not looking for a power struggle here, but I am the chief until the end of the day on Monday. Ed waits for her to ask him if he's had anything to drink tonight, but instead she says, I'll partner with you on this one, how about that? Thank you, Ed says. You and Kevin should ask the guests the last time they recall seeing Coco and anything they remember about how she was acting. He pauses. Please. The chief has been to a number of parties at the Richardsons' house this summer, but from the looks of things, the usual guest list has drastically changed. What did Casey say? Everyone has a band in the Richardsons. Ed doesn't recognize a soul except Busy Ambrose, a bigwig at the Field and Oar Club. Ed weaves his way through the crowd. Casey has found Lamont Oakley, and the two of them are sitting on the stone wall at the back of the garden. Lamont has his head in his hands and Casey has her hand on his shoulder as she talks in his ear. The chief approaches. Lamont? He jumps to his feet, shakes the chief's hand. She was on the boat, but when we got back here, she was gone. Gone, the chief thinks. There are three options. She fell off the boat, she jumped off, or she was pushed off. Let's start at the beginning, he says. 9. Meet cute Roman 2. Nothing makes Casey happier about being back on Nantucket than going for a run out to the ocean, then grabbing donuts from the Down-a-Flake, still warm in the box. When Casey gets home, she finds her parents sitting at the kitchen island. Is Coco awake yet? Casey asks. Haven't heard her, Andrea says. She waggles her fingers at the bakery box. Bring those over here, please, darling. Casey sets the box down. Andrea eagerly breaks the tape and helps herself to a sugar donut while saying to Ed, I'd suggest having half of one, Ed, and not the chocolate. Oops, sorry, Dad, Casey says. I didn't mean to bring temptation into the house. She selects a chocolate donut so there's one less for her father to stare at. By the way, Coco moves into 888 on Monday. I'm glad the Richardsons were true to their word, Andrea says. Why wouldn't they be? Well, Andrea says, nobody knows them. Phoebe and Addison know them. As clients, sweetheart, not as people. Do you hear yourself? Casey asks. God forbid this island should have some new faces. Would it defeat you to welcome them? As a matter of fact, Andrea says, Phoebe, Delilah, and I are having lunch with Leslie Richardson next week. Casey isn't sure why she's picking a fight with her mother. It's as though the house is turning her back into a teenager. Ed breaks a plain donut in half and stands up. I'm going to work, he says. When Coco finally comes downstairs at 10:30, Casey makes her coffee and offers her a donut. She feels bad about sending those pictures of Coco to Isla. It was silly. I thought we'd go to Great Point today, she says. I've packed a picnic. Coco dunks her sugar donut into her coffee and takes a bite. My goodness, she says. Down-a-Flake, Casey says. Best in the world. So anyway, I made chicken salad and BLTS. I hope those are okay. And I packed 2 bottles of Rosé, but do you drink Rosé? It's kind of a Nantucket summer thing. I also have beer if you'd rather. Coco waves a hand. I eat and drink it all, but Casey, please stop catering to me. It's no trouble, Casey says. I just want to make sure this weekend is fun for you, before you start working. Coco wipes the sugar from her fingers and reaches for Casey's hand. You're amazing, Casey Capenesh. What would I have done if I hadn't met you? Thankfully, Casey says, we don't have to worry about that. They drive out a winding road, rolling past a farm on the left with fields of flowers and knee-high corn. It's country, Coco thinks, like Rosebush, but minus the old car up on blocks in her next-door neighbor's yard, the screen door falling off its hinges at her friend Tash's grandmother's house, the Raleigh's dog chained up in their yard. Here they pass weathered split-rail fences, round ponds that glimmer like green glass, a girl riding a bike with a basket on the front and in the basket a chocolate lab puppy. They're headed out to a lighthouse, Great Point, which is at the end of a long, curved arm of sand. It's a nature preserve, a big deal apparently, Nantucket's only true destination. The top of the Jeep is down, the wind is rushing through their hair. The music on Casey's playlist, Love on the Brain, Antihero. Waking up in Vegas isn't quite Coco's taste, but she sings along like a teenage pop queen. Casey points to the left. There's Pacomo Road. Coco snaps out of her reverie. There's no street sign, just a white rock at the corner with Pacomo painted on it. Coco almost asks Casey to turn down the road. Wouldn't it be fun to get a peek at the house where Coco will be spending the summer? But Casey is driving full speed ahead. At the Wawanette Gatehouse, Casey pays $160 for a beach sticker for her Jeep. The woman working for the trustees of reservations, her name tag says Pamela has steel gray hair clipped short and a weathered face and seems utterly humorless. Cape Nash, she says. Yes, ma'am. You related to Chief Cape Nash? I'm his daughter. Casey wonders if this entitles her to a discount or if maybe Pamela will waive the fee altogether, but the woman only frowns more deeply. She must have some kind of issue with Ed. Do not go over 10 miles an hour, respect all signage, and take your tires down to 15 pounds minimum. Casey smiles. I grew up driving on this beach. I won't get stuck. She takes her sticker. Thanks, I'll tell my dad I met you. Ask him to do something about the traffic on Old South Road, Pamela says. It's terrible. Casey makes a quick exit. She searches for her tire gauge but can't find it. That's okay. She can let the air out with her car key and she'll just eyeball the tires. She moves around the Jeep, enjoying the satisfying hiss of air being released, the scent of rubber, the tires softening like butter left out in the sun. As she pulls out of the parking lot, Casey waves to Pamela in the gatehouse, though what she wants to do is give her a rude gesture. Coco drinks in the view. They pass an extremely fancy and beautifully appointed inn. The Wawanette, Casey says, super bougie. They hit a sandy road that cuts through the dunes, and Casey shifts the Jeep into four-wheel drive. They bounce around like they're riding a rodeo horse, and Coco grabs the roll bar while Casey whoops. In another minute, they're over the dunes and on the most pristine coastline Coco has ever seen. The golden sand stretches uninterrupted in front of them as far as she can see. The ocean is on their right, the dunes topped with swaying eelgrass on their left. Seagulls seem to hover overhead, smaller shorebirds scurry along the waterline, and a few yards off the coast, Coco sees a dark, sleek head. What is that? She says. Casey follows Coco's finger. Seal. There are seals here, Coco asks. Lots of them, Casey replies. Ahead in the distance, Coco spies the lighthouse white with a black top. This is exactly what she dreamed Nantucket would be like. Casey hits the gas and they go flying down the beach, sand spraying from the tires. Coco raises her arms over her head and tries to imagine what they look like from above, two women cruising down the beach in a Jeep, leaving tire tracks in their wake, not another soul in sight. Free. Later, Casey will count her mistakes, forgetting the tire gauge, being smug with Pamela, blatantly breaking the speed limit and drinking so much rosé. In the moment, however, everything is coming up Casey. They park just beyond the lighthouse on the very tip of the island. Casey points out the visible line in the water that marks the crossrip. It feels like we're standing at the edge of the earth, Coco says. Casey finds a flat spot for a picnic, spreads a blanket, and opens the wine. Meanwhile, Coco shucks off her shorts and t-shirt and says, I'm going in. The riptide is notoriously bad up here, Casey warns. She served as a town lifeguard as a teenager, but even she wouldn't swim today. Plus, the seals mean there could be sharks. And the water is freezing this time of year. Coco skips toward the water undeterred. I'm a good swimmer, she says. I grew up in Arkansas with a pond in my backyard where I had to outswim the snapping turtles. Then I moved to the Lake of the Ozarks where I had to avoid the water moccasins. I'll take a shark over a swimming snake any day. With that, Coco splashes into the water and freestyles out. She has a nice stroke and a strong kick, But all Casey can think of is the woman who went swimming out here at night. She and her friends called themselves the Night Swimmers and disappeared. Casey keeps her eyes trained on Coco, steeling herself every time Coco goes underwater. Coco dives, flipping her legs up like a mermaid's tail. She's down for so long that Casey is about to go in after her, but then Coco surfaces, holding a sand dollar. "Can you come in, please?" Casey calls out, windmilling her arm. She knows she sounds like a mom, but the last thing she wants is for Coco to get hurt out here on her watch. Coco rides the next wave to shore, shakes her short hair dry like a dog, and rubs at her face with a towel. "That was amazing," she says. "Now what did I do with my wine?" The first bottle of rosé goes quickly. Casey opens the second bottle. Andrea gave her a look, but thank goodness she brought two. She pulls out the sandwiches, the chips, and a cluster of frosty red grapes. The wine goes straight to Casey's head. There wasn't a lot of day drinking in the NICU. "So tell me about you," Casey says. "What do you want to know? What was it like growing up in Arkansas? I can't even picture it. And the only things I know about the Ozarks I learned from the show. What about your parents? Do you have siblings? Why did you go down to the Virgin Islands? What's on your bucket list? Have you thought about the future?" Casey takes a breath. "I know basically nothing about you." Coco reaches for her wine. "Well, for parental figures, it's my mom, Georgie, and her live-in boyfriend, Kemp. Georgie works the deli counter at Harps, and Kemp owns a tobacco shop, which has become all about vaping. Both Kemp and my mother vape nonstop and will probably end up with lung issues. No siblings unless you count Kemp's daughter, Bree, which I don't. Their idea of vacation is survivalist camping. So when I was growing up, I learned how to make a lean-to, start a fire, track animals, shoot a bow and arrow, purify water." "You are kidding me," Casey says. "Forage for nuts and berries and wild greens, identify trees, stuff like that." "That is so cool," Casey says. "Or so lame," Coco says. "My dream was to stay in a hotel with AC and a pool," she sighs. "A pool with a sliding board. As a kid, I was always reading. My mother used to make fun of me for it. Then in high school I became close with Ms. Gerati, the town librarian. My mother approached her at my high school graduation and accused her of corrupting me by giving me so many books, but books are what saved me. The only reason I've even heard of Nantucket is because Ms. Gerati gave me Moby Dick." Casey feels embarrassed that she's never read Moby Dick. Like all the other nurses on her unit, she reads Colleen Hoover. "What about now?" Casey says. "What do you want to do?" "You're going to work for the Richardsons this summer and then, what, go back to St. John to bartend?" Coco shrugs. "I guess if things don't work out, yeah." "Work out how?" Casey asks. Coco hesitates. She has been keeping her script a secret, like making a wish on birthday candles. She fears that talking about it will jinx it. But now that the script is finished and she has somehow managed to score a job with a movie producer and she seems to have made an actual friend, why not? "I've written a screenplay." "Oh my gosh," Casey says. "You're kidding, what's it about?" "It's about growing up in Rosebush, Arkansas," Coco says. "It's basically my life story." "Would you let me read it?" Casey asks. "Would you want to? Are you kidding me?" Casey says. "I'll be able to say I knew you when." Coco lets herself get swept up by Casey's enthusiasm for a second, though she's terrified. Casey will be her first reader. What if she hates it? Worse, what if she pretends to like it? A bank of clouds rolls in and the wind picks up. "Should we head home?" Casey asks. "Already?" Coco says. "We drove all the way out here and I could use a nap." Casey is feeling dozy as well. If Coco isn't complaining about the weather, Casey shouldn't either. She's the native Nantucketer, hale and hearty. She lies down on the blanket next to Coco and closes her eyes. But the wind whips sand into Casey's face, which feels like 10,000 tiny needles. "Let me move the Jeep," Casey says, "so that it blocks the wind." Coco has her eyes closed and doesn't answer. Casey climbs in the Jeep and throws it into reverse, but it won't budge. She senses she's about to face a reckoning. She hits the gas a little harder, the tires spin, chewing deeper into the sand. She shifts the car into drive, though she has to be careful because the front of the Jeep is dangerously close to the water. Was she really that careless, or has the tide come in? Both, she thinks. The Jeep edges forward a few inches and Casey is heartened. She moves up a bit more, thinking, forget the wind block, I just need to get the Jeep on firmer ground. But she succeeds only in putting her front two tires into wet sand, which is very bad. She tries to back up, nope. She turns the wheel, but this takes her closer to the water. No, she thinks. Coco is now on her feet. Can I help? Casey says. I've got it, and her voice is still sort of cheerful because she'll figure it out. Let's not forget she grew up driving on this beach. Her father taught her that if she ever got stuck, she should let more air out of the tires. Casey does this only in the back because the front tires are in a sucking wet morass. Her only hope is to back up. She throws the car in reverse with her teeth clenched. Her tires spray sand all over Coco, who shrieks and jumps out of the way. The car doesn't move. Casey climbs out and gazes down the beach. There's normally a ranger making sure that nobody hangs out in the delicate ecosystem of the dunes, or lights an illegal bonfire, or gets herself stuck at the water's edge like a person who has never driven on a beach before. But it might be too early in the season for a ranger. Casey grabs her cell phone, thinking she'll call her father and he'll contact the gatehouse, and Pamela can come to their rescue. Casey will have to eat a big plate of look at Miss Smartypants, but fine, whatever. Casey's phone has no service. Do you have service? She asks Coco. Coco checks her phone. No, why are we in trouble? The Jeep is stuck in soft sand and the tide is rolling in. Yes, they're in trouble. Someone's coming, Coco says. Sure enough, in the far distance, Casey sees a truck trundling up the beach, probably following the tracks Casey made. She hopes the truck drives all the way out here instead of turning off to Kodu or Cascada Pond. She's tempted to jump up and down and wave her arms. Then she does because what are their options? Walking the 3 miles back from the beach, hoping a boat comes close enough to notice them. Hey, Casey shouts, but the wind carries her voice out to sea. Coco joins her, the two of them flailing their arms. Suddenly the truck flashes its lights and speeds up. He sees us, Coco says. Or she, Casey says. It's probably Pamela. But it's not Pamela. The truck is a black F-150 pickup with a couple of fishing rods sticking out of a PVC pipe rack on the front grille. Behind the wheel is a guy, and not just a guy, but Casey blinks, Lamont Oakley, who was her date for both the junior prom and senior banquet in high school. What is Lamont Oakley doing here? Last Casey heard, he was off sailing in places like the Whitsunday Islands and Capri. Lamont jumps out of the truck. He has. Wow, definitely changed, matured, grown up, gotten incredibly attractive. He's in great shape. His white polo strains over his broad chest and biceps, and his jeans fit perfectly. Ha! Casey can't believe Lamont Oakley is now giving leading man vibes when all through high school he was a math nerd. He was also the best sailor the island had ever seen, though ironically, hardly anyone at Nantucket High School cared about sailing. They'd all taken free lessons in 2nd grade, but for the most part, it was viewed as a pastime for summer people. Lamont's sailing commitments kept him very busy and disciplined. He was, therefore, the perfect match for Casey. They'd gone home early from the junior prom because Lamont had a regatta in Newport the next day. The following year, they went to the senior banquet together, but it was just as friends. At that point, Lamont was dating the skipper for the Georgetown sailing team, a woman he'd met on a recruiting trip, and Casey was relieved because that meant she didn't have to worry about kissing him. Casey Capenash, he says. When he hugs her, he lifts her off the ground, which is sort of thrilling. You're the last person I expected to see out here. I thought you lived in California. I do, Casey says. I did, long story. Hey, Coco says, extending a hand. I'm Coco, nice to meet you. I'm Lamont. He smiles, and Coco thinks, definite swipe right. She feels like a Jane Austen character when the heir to the neighboring estate enters the drawing room. Lamont has tawny skin, close-cropped black hair, and a toned physique. He's wearing Ray-Ban Wayfarers and a belt with a brass buckle shaped like an anchor. He's part Michael B. Jordan, part JFK Jr. So what's happening here? He asks. We're stuck, Casey says. Lamont strides over to check out the situation with the Jeep. You mean you don't want to be featured in tomorrow's Nantucket Current because your car got swallowed by the sea? He laughs. I got you. I have a tow rope. Oh, thank goodness, thank goodness. Casey doesn't deserve this stroke of luck. Whatever price karma exacts from her later, she will happily pay. Lamont knows what to do. It's almost as if he grew up driving on this beach. Casey thinks. He backs up his truck, attaches one end of the tow rope to his trailer hitch and the other end to Casey's bumper. Get in, he says. Put it in reverse. I'll tell you when to hit the gas. 5 seconds later, the Jeep is out of danger, back in established tracks and pointing in the right direction. I'm not sure how to thank you, Casey says. You just did, Lamont says. Will you ladies be hanging around for a while? Casey is about to say no, they have to get home. They avoided disaster, her adrenaline high is fading, and a headache from the wine is setting in. But Coco jumps in. Yes, we just got here. Are you hungry? We have extra sandwiches, right, Casey? Casey blinks. We do, BLT or chicken salad. Don't say no, it's the least we can do. Chicken salad would be great and a very generous payment for services rendered. Lamont opens a cooler in the bed of his truck. Would either of you like a beer? I'm good, thanks, Casey says. She needs to sober up before she drives home. I'd love one, Coco says. Lamont hands Coco a frosty can of whale's tail and joins them on the blanket. At that moment, the sun decides to come back out. Lamont Oakley is working all the magic. He takes a swallow of his beer and asks Coco, "Are you a friend of Casey's from California?" "No," Coco says. "Casey and I met on the ferry. She's graciously letting me stay with her and her parents, the chief," Lamont says to Casey, "and your wonderful mother." Casey rolls her eyes. "Until Monday, when I start my new job as a personal assistant." Is it Casey's imagination, or is Coco blossoming right before her eyes? Her body is turned toward Lamont. Her expression is bright and engaged. She's glowing. "What are you doing back, Lamont?" Casey asks. "My mom has health issues," he says. "Her eyesight is failing, she has high blood pressure, she's on oxygen, yada yada. She's at the top of the list to enter the homestead, which will be great, all her friends are there, but I'm not sure how long that will take, so I decided to come home. Some random couple just bought a huge house on island and they also bought a massive sailboat. They hired me to be their captain." "Really?" Casey says. "What's their name?" "The Richardsons," Lamont says. "Bull and Leslie." Coco spills her beer all over the blanket but barely seems to notice. "I'm working for the Richardsons too, on Pacomo Road." "No way," Lamont says. "Seriously." "Seriously," Coco says. Casey leans back on the blanket, face to the sun, head resting on her beach bag, and listens to Coco and Lamont chattering, swapping stories about how they met the Richardsons. Casey has already heard about how the Richardsons walked into the bar where Coco was working and offered her a job on the spot. In Lamont's case, someone from Northrop and Johnson recommended him when Bull admitted, after he bought the boat, that he didn't know the first thing about sailing. Lamont has met the Richardsons only over Zoom. "I can't believe that you of all people are the one who saved us," Coco says, "and that you also know Casey." "Casey and I went to our junior prom together," Lamont says. Casey rolls onto her side. "And our senior banquet." "Stop it," Coco says. She raises her beer. "Well, here's to the summer ahead," Lamont laughs. "Let's hope we make it through." He stands. "I'm going to cast a few lines." "Oh," Coco says. "Would you teach me?" "Of course," he says. "Come on." Casey watches as Lamont takes his fishing rod out of the rack and he and Coco walk to the water's edge. Casey can no longer hear what they're saying, but she can tell plenty from body language. Lamont shows Coco the reel, flips back the bail, and holds the line with his finger. Then he executes a gorgeous cast and starts reeling. Coco watches him with an expression of awe. Casey misses Isla. They'd gone to the beach together only once, at Half Moon Bay, on a weekend when Rondo was away at a conference. It had been overcast and chilly, but they'd rolled up the bottoms of their jeans and strolled along the water holding hands until their feet were numb. They were, Casey thinks now, like lovers in a movie. Then they ventured into the little town and ate sunchoke soup at the Moonside. They kissed across the table, marveling at being out in the world together, two tourists in a place where nobody knew them. It's Coco's turn to try casting. She flips the bail and holds the line, but when she goes to cast, the line jerks and gets wrapped around the rod. Casey tries not to laugh. She's a pretty skilled surf caster herself. Her father and brother saw to that, and for a second she considers showing Coco how it's done. But she won't be that person. She will be the person who watches as Lamont steps behind Coco, wraps his arms around her, and shows her how to bring her arm back, then fluidly arc it forward, almost as if she's skipping a stone across the water. This works. Coco's line sails out over the waves with a satisfying whiz. Casey sighs. The sun makes it look as though both Coco and Lamont have been dipped in gold. 10 Field and Oar. The Field and Oar Club allows members to bring 2 guests at a time, but for lunch on Monday, Phoebe Wheeler brings 3. Will anyone challenge her? She breezes past the reception desk with a wave, and the young person Sam, they, them, though the old guard at the club pretend not to understand non-binary, says, "Good afternoon, Mrs. Wheeler. Here for lunch?" "You know it's Sam," Phoebe says. Sam won't question her guests. Phoebe helped Sam get their job here. It's only noon, but the patio at the club is lively. It's the first glorious week of summer, when every day feels like Friday. Diane is playing the piano, Building a Mystery by Sarah McLachlan, and nearly all the wrought iron tables under umbrellas are occupied. There's a table of women in tennis whites, one of boarding school friends in polo shirts and loafers with no socks, one with a mother and daughter poring over a seating chart. Beyond the brick patio, guests can see a manicured green lawn, the giant iron anchor sculpture that children have climbed on for decades, the flagpole flying not only the American flag but the Field and Oars burgee and the brilliant blue water of Nantucket Harbor. As Phoebe approaches the hostess stand, she sees busy Ambrose sliding her lightship basket up her arm and rising from her table. Busy is the Field and Oars Commodore, and she's a stickler for the rules. If she sees that Phoebe has brought 3 guests, she'll make a comment. Phoebe believes she should be allowed to bring as many guests as she wants. She not only sits on the membership committee but chairs the scholarship committee, which means reading dozens of student essays on the topics of character and integrity, a thankless job. But Phoebe would like to avoid trouble, especially since it's early in the season and one of today's missions is to introduce Leslie Richardson to the club and the club to Leslie Richardson. "Let's take a quick tour," Phoebe says to avoid a run-in with Busy. She leads the 3 women through the formal dining room and up the stairs. Leslie is right on Phoebe's heels, wearing a sundress printed with yellow poppies. Behind her is Andrea, in white capris and a lavender tunic, and bringing up the rear is Delilah, who is decked out in what Phoebe thinks of as one of her Field and Oar aspirational outfits, a Kelly green shirt dress with a stiff upturned collar and a bubble hem. Phoebe wishes Delilah wouldn't try so hard. Her own natural style would have been better. Delilah has paired the dress with matching green Jack Rogers sandals and a wicker purse with faux tortoiseshell handles. Phoebe acknowledges then that the reason she feels uncomfortable isn't that she has too many guests. It's that Delilah, who is Phoebe's best friend in the universe, has been trying to get into the Field and Oar for years with no success. Phoebe, although she is on the membership committee and is in the room when the vote is taken, has no idea why. Other couples just have more support, and the Drakes are perennially passed over. Each time, Phoebe expresses her ardent endorsement of Jeffrey and Delilah, but she always gets the feeling that the other committee members are just waiting for her to finish. Phoebe invited Andrea and Delilah along today so they could meet Leslie, but she knows that Delilah is watching like a proverbial hawk to make sure the Richardsons don't leapfrog over her and Jeffrey to Field and Oar membership. Would that ever happen? Phoebe wonders. She dearly hopes not, but she admits that it might. Leslie Richardson presents well. On an island where you see the same faces year after year, she's a breath of fresh air. She's attractive, stylish, and a social butterfly. She's already talking about a housewarming party and the first sunset sail on her new yacht. "This is the governor's room," Phoebe says, showing off the classic lounge where she hosted her son's 13th birthday party. They move out to the deck, which has an unimpeded view of the tennis courts. A group of kids are heading out for a sailing lesson. "And this is the jewel in our crown." Phoebe opens a door with a brass porthole window. "The Burgee Bar." Delilah loves everything about the Field and Oar. It's an old-school club where understatement is key. The decor is outdated, but there's history in the faded chintz, the scuffs in the woodwork, the thick white paint. The walls boast plaques naming the winners of every regatta and tennis tournament since time immemorial. It's easy for Delilah to imagine women coming for lunch in dirndl skirts, pearls, and white gloves 60 years ago. The club seems determined to keep the 21st century at bay. Cell phones are forbidden, and therefore you won't see the Field and Oar appearing on TikTok or Instagram or even Facebook. It can only be experienced in person. Delilah's favorite part of the field and oar is the burgee bar. Burgees from clubs across the country flutter from the ceiling. The bar is made from oak salvaged from the original club floor. The leather stools are comfortably worn, and they famously serve bugles as a bar snack. Nothing about the burgee is fancy or sleek, but it exudes the rarefied feel of members only. This place could use a makeover, Leslie says. It's a bit tired. Delilah gives Phoebe a pointed look Leslie Richardson doesn't get it, which Phoebe ignores. Shall we go down to lunch? She says. They're seated at the best table, the one closest to the water that receives a welcome breeze, and Delilah feels like everyone in the place is whispering about her. Delilah and Jeffrey have been languishing on the wait list of this club for years. They can't seem to get in, even with Phoebe on the membership committee. Jeffrey doesn't give a hoot, and that's probably half the problem. He's not good at schmoozing. His idea of cocktail party chat is talking about aphids and organic fertilizer. But there's a part of Delilah that worries she's the problem. For years, she was the hostess at the Scarlet Begonia on Water Street, a place known for its spinach artichoke dip and its lively after-hours scene. Delilah hasn't worked at the Begonia in over a decade, but she wonders if any of the members here saw her enjoying bourbon at the bar late at night, hair tousled, blouse slightly askew, when she had 2 little children at home. There was one fateful night when Delilah left the Begonia and mistook another Jeep Wagoneer for her own. The keys were in the console, right where Delilah left hers, and she drove it all the way home. It was only in the morning when Jeffrey woke up and went out to the driveway that she learned of her mistake. They returned the Wagoneer to town without anyone knowing, but Delilah found out later that the other Jeep belonged to Talbot Sweeney. A longtime member of the field and or their server appears wearing a name tag that says Megan, and below that her hometown, Annandale, Va. Phoebe orders a bottle of Sansera and Leslie says, "Thank goodness you're not a Chardonnay drinker." Delilah clears her throat. Her go-to wine by the glass is the Chalk Hill Chardonnay. Is there something wrong with that? Megan leaves to fetch the wine, and Andrea, who is seated to Delilah's left, goes straight into interview mode. "So, Leslie, what made you want to come to Nantucket? Do you have friends here? Did you come as a child? Did you read a novel with Nantucket as the setting?" Multiple choice, Delilah thinks. B would be the best answer, although Delilah's own answer would have been D, none of the above. Delilah had run away from home, gone as far east as she could, and ended up here. Maybe some of the field and oar members have heard this story and disapprove. "My only friend here so far is Phoebe," Leslie says. She reaches over to squeeze Phoebe's hand. Delilah cranes her neck, whereas Megan with their wine. "Bull and I have spent time in Palm Beach and Aspen and most recently in the Virgin Islands. We tried the Beavis first. We stayed at Oil Nut Bay. Addison and I love Oil Nut Bay," Phoebe says, and Delilah nudges Andrea's knee under the table. Addison and Phoebe's extravagant vacations are a topic. "Then we spent a few weeks in St. John. We've never really done summer on the East Coast, we've always gone to Europe." Please, Delilah thinks, say something more obnoxious. What are they doing with this woman? "But this past year we decided we wanted to give up our wandering ways and put down roots. Buy a house, make it a home. Lucky for us, 888 Pacomo was on the market." "So lucky," Phoebe says, and again Delilah bumps Andrea's leg. "Is it so lucky that in a few years the Richardsons are going to be living in a pineapple under the sea?" Megan arrives with the wine. "Hallelujah," Delilah thinks. They raise their glasses and Phoebe says, "Welcome, Leslie." Delilah smiles but says nothing. Leslie hasn't done anything wrong, but Delilah stubbornly, childishly, doesn't want to welcome her. She doesn't like the way Phoebe is fawning all over her, and is it not obvious that this woman is glomming on to Phoebe because she wants something? She's a social climber, and the 3 of them are the rungs. "What made you decide on that particular house?" Andrea asks. Delilah thinks. Andrea is tough with the questions today. Ed should put her in the interrogation room. "The view, obviously, and the history. When we Googled it, we saw it had been featured on the cover of Architectural Digest. It was town and country, actually," Delilah thinks, but why split hairs? "But the thing that really sold me was the upstairs party room. You've heard about it. It was designed by Jennifer Quinn, the last Nantucket project she did before she started real-life rehab and became a celebrity." "I have," Phoebe says. There was an article in the Wall Street Journal a few years ago about Nantucket homes with bars in them, and Triple Eight was featured. "We are going to host so many parties," Leslie says. "And you're all invited." "We love parties," Phoebe says. "They do love parties, especially Delilah." Back when all the kids were growing up, Delilah's house was where everyone gathered. At the end of every summer, she threw a lobsterandrocanthum party. The counter of her kitchen island was reinforced with steel plates so Delilah and her friends could dance on it. She hosted everyone during hurricanes and blizzards. She concocted signature cocktails and popped popcorn on the stove and made hot chocolate from scratch. But now that Drew and Barney are grown, the parties have slowed down. Way down. It might be nice, Delilah thinks, to let someone else entertain for a change, especially at 888 Pacomo. Delilah thinks buying the house was foolish, but the fact remains that it's a beautiful house. Delilah has seen it only from the water, though she's dreamed of standing at the railing of that octagonal deck, champagne flute in hand. When Megan comes to take their order, Leslie says, "I'd like the bacon cheeseburger, rare, with fries and a side of mayo." "Wow," Delilah says. "I had you pegged for a plant-based eater." "Delilah," Phoebe says. Leslie laughs. "It's a joke. Slutty Vegan is a restaurant chain. I've been to the one in New York." She winks at Delilah. "You guessed wrong, I love meat." Delilah warms to Leslie just a bit, but no, she won't be swayed. She isn't easily impressed like Phoebe, who in an obvious attempt to change the subject asks Leslie if she plays pickleball. Yes, Leslie plays pickleball. In fact, she's played with Julie, the over 50 champion. Bull isn't much for the game, and he's too busy besides. Delilah wants to ask what Bull's business is. Would this be rude? But she can't get a word in edgewise because Leslie is exclaiming about how she would love to be their fourth. She pulls a tissue from her Goyard bag and dabs away happy tears. She's just so touched. She can't believe how lucky she is to be making such wonderful friends. Delilah nudges Andrea's leg again. Is this an act? She's on her third glass of Sansera, so she can't really tell. Delilah leans forward and says, "So where are you and Bull from?" Leslie laughs like an audience member on a late-night show and says, "Bull comes from the land down under, which is obvious the second he opens his mouth." She looks around the table. "I've barely asked you ladies anything about yourselves." This, Delilah thinks, is true. She wonders what kind of advance billing Phoebe gave them. Did Phoebe define them by their husbands? Delilah's husband, Jeffrey, owns Seaview Farm. Andrea's husband, Ed, is the chief of police. Andrea clears her throat. Delilah serves on the board of the Nantucket Food Pantry. Nantucket Food, Fuel, and Rental Assistance, Delilah says, though everyone calls it the food pantry. Leslie brings her hands together as if in prayer. "You're a do-gooder." She makes it sound like she's opened her front door to find Delilah in a Girl Scout uniform selling Thin Mints. "Phoebe has my email. Just send me the link. I'd be happy to read up on your cause and donate." "I used to do a ton of philanthropy before I had read," Phoebe says. "I'll have more time for it next year once he goes to boarding school." "Oh," Leslie says. "Where is he looking?" "The usual places," Phoebe says. "Middlesex, St. George's, Milton, but the one he has his heart set on is Tiffin Academy." "Tiffin?" Leslie shouts. "We know at least half the board at Tiffin." She waves a hand. "We'll see to it that he gets in." At this, Andrea bumps Delilah's leg. Phoebe, who never loses her composure, completely loses her composure. Her composure, Delilah thinks, is rolling around somewhere under the table. "You do that," Phoebe says. "Put in a word when the time comes. Obviously you can't guarantee admission. I'll pull every string," Leslie says. "It's the least I can do to thank you for writing our nominating letter." Leslie sighs. "I would love to be a member here." Delilah sets her wineglass down on the wrought iron table harder than she means to. "Nominating letter," she says. "That was sweet of you, Phoebe's." The legs of her chair scrape against the brick patio as she pushes it back from the table. "Excuse me a moment." "Delilah," Phoebe says. Delilah storms into the women's lounge. Phoebe is writing the Richardsons a nominating letter. She's known them 5 minutes. Back when Delilah and Jeffrey were applying, Phoebe said she'd rather not write the nominating letter because she didn't want to be accused of trying to get her friends in. She'd ended up writing a seconding letter, which had apparently done nothing. The lounge has a seating area with a sofa upholstered in cheerful pink and white stripes, and 2 pink ultrasude armchairs. This has never made sense to Delilah, who would want to hang out in what is essentially the ladies' room. But now she collapses in one of the armchairs and thinks how nice it is to have a comfortable place to sit while she processes her best friend's betrayal. Delilah realizes she's being petty, even ridiculous. Everyone else in the world has a problem bigger than not getting into a private club. But even so, if the Richardsons get into the field and oar, Delilah will never speak to Phoebe again. Nominating letter. The women's lounge, as far as Delilah can tell, is empty, but even if it weren't, she can't hold her frustration inside, not after 3 glasses of wine and 2 hours in this hideous dress. Ugh, she cries. A toilet flushes and Delilah hears water running in a sink. The bathrooms are around the corner. She closes her eyes, praying that whoever it is will leave the lounge without comment. No such luck. Are you okay? A voice asks. Then there's a gasp. Delilah, my life, Delilah thinks, is officially over. It's Blonde Sharon. When Blonde Sharon finished reading her character study scene to her creative writing class over Zoom, there was a lengthy silence. Wow, Sharon thought, her piece had rendered them speechless. Lucky Zambrano cleared his throat. Nancy, Willow, do either of you have comments for Sharon? Both women bowed their heads. Lucky said, well, the physical description of Coco is quite vivid, although a bit of a stereotype, I'm afraid. Wearing black, the flamingo tattoo, the Joan Jett hair, the army duffel. She was a lot more interesting than the other woman, the one with the shiny hair and the whatever brand blazer, Nancy said. Veronica Beard blazer, Sharon clarified. Sharon, please wait until the end to respond, Lucky said. I found it predictable, Willow said. Like maybe Sharon used checked with the prompt, write a character study about 2 women getting off the ferry, one prep and one punk. Sharon pressed her lips together to keep herself from shouting, I did not use checked. Checked will be the end of writing as we know it, Lucky said. And while I'm not suggesting that Sharon used this shortcut, I would suggest starting this piece fresh with different characters. Different characters? Sharon said, aghast. Sharon, Lucky said, have you ever heard the phrase, let go of your darlings? Attributed to William Faulkner, Nancy said. Nancy was turning out to be kind of a pill. It means you should delete anything that's not working in your writing, no matter how fond you might be of it. But my characters, Sharon said, both characters. Let go of your darlings, Lucky said. Sharon dramatically drew an X through her handwritten page. Let's move on, Lucky said. Willow, you may read. After class ended, Sharon called her sister, Heather. I thought Walker leaving me for Bailey from PT was a hit to my self-esteem, she said. It was nothing compared to the beating I just took in my creative writing class. Heather said. She was eating while they spoke, which they'd been brought up never to do, but Heather was so busy at work that the only time she could talk was during her desk lunch. You read it, Sharon said. Did you think it was predictable? Heather slurped something through a straw. They told me to start over, Sharon said. Heather swallowed. So start over, she said. If they thought it was predictable, then look around until you find something unexpected. What kind of crazy advice was that? If it was unexpected, how would Sharon know where to look for it? The meaning of Heather's words lands on Monday at the Field and Oar Club. Sharon has just finished a tennis lesson with the new instructor, Mateo, who came to the Field and Oar from Buenos Aires. Mateo has the cheekbones and eyebrows of a luxury brand model, and he thought nothing of wrapping his strong arms around Sharon in an attempt to fix her backhand. A Stranger Comes to Town, Part 3? She thinks, however, even Sharon knows that admiring her attractive tennis instructor isn't exactly unexpected. In the ladies' lounge after her lesson, Sharon is mindlessly finishing up when she hears a woman cry out. Not in fear or discomfort, Sharon doesn't think, but in frustration. Sharon peeks around the corner to see what's happening. Genuine emotion is rare at this club, and spots Delilah Drake slumped into one of the club chairs like a misplaced cushion. Delilah, Sharon says. She wouldn't quite call Delilah a friend, though they've known each other forever, connected through the intricate threads of Nantucket life. Delilah is married to Jeffrey Drake. They own Seaview Farm, where Sharon buys her tomatoes and corn. Delilah is close with Phoebe Wheeler and Andrea Capenash, and their friend group has a name, the Outcasts. The Commitments. Sharon has poked fun at the name before, but only because she's a little envious. They're 3 smart, fun, accomplished women, and Sharon has always wanted to know them better. The other surprising thing about finding Delilah here is that Delilah isn't a member of the Field and Oar Club. Sharon sits on the membership committee, and though she always votes to admit the Drakes, the motion never passes. Is everything okay? Sharon asks. The answer is clearly no, but will Delilah open up? Delilah sinks deeper into the chair, her green dress pooling around her like fabric caught in a breeze. Sharon sits on the sofa and props her sneakers on the white wicker coffee table, pretending she needs to rest after an exhausting tennis lesson. Sometimes the best way to get someone to talk is to stay quiet. Delilah says nothing for a moment, and Sharon thinks fair enough. She isn't exactly known for her discretion. She studies the color of Delilah's dress, not quite lizard or green bean, maybe traffic light green. Finally, Delilah exhales. Have you met Leslie Richardson? No, Sharon says. Lowering her voice, she adds, but I've heard a few things. Delilah leans forward. What have you heard? Delilah is turning the tables, but Sharon knows you sometimes have to share to get information. She and her husband bought 888 Pacomo, and then a few days later a yacht called Hedonism. Sharon laughs. Sounds like the name of a resort, and I did hear can't say from whom that she considers herself a party enthusiast. The term is so over the top, Sharon uses air quotes. I also heard she's very eager to become a member here. Delilah hesitates. This has to stay between us. Sharon almost laughs. Everyone on Nantucket knows she can't keep a secret. But maybe, just this once, she'll try. Between us, Sharon agrees. Delilah starts talking. Leslie Richardson is here having lunch with Phoebe, Andrea, and Delilah. She's already won over Phoebe, even offering to help Phoebe's son, Reed, get into his first-choice boarding school. Have you ever heard anything so calculated? Delilah says. She offered because Phoebe is writing the Richardsons a nomination letter to join the club. What? Sharon says, offended on Delilah's behalf. There's a long wait list. She nearly adds, as you know better than anyone. Leslie strikes me as one of those polished operators, Delilah says. She's talking about all the gatherings she's going to host at her house and on the yacht. She wants to be our fourth in pickleball. Sharon nearly volunteers herself, but stops. She doesn't want to sound like what her twins call a try-hard. The strange thing is how quickly she's gotten in, Delilah says. She and the husband, Bull, are out at the restaurant 7 nights a week, making connections with every round of drinks they buy. They hired Lamont Oakley as their boat captain. That was a coup, Sharon admits. Everyone loves Lamont. Exactly, Delilah says. He's going to lend them legitimacy, but the truth is nobody knows anything about these people. Where did they come from? Sharon asks. We asked, but Leslie only said they've been bouncing around. She mentioned the Virgin Islands, Palm Beach, Aspen. All the hot spots, Sharon says. And now they've landed in the most exclusive place of all. Delilah seems to relax a bit. It's not like they have to provide references to live here, she says. I just think it's odd the way they've decided to make Nantucket their forever home without any context. I feel strangely threatened, like I'm in middle school and Leslie is the new girl who shows up and steals away my friends, though I do like her perfume. She smells like creme brulee. Now, that's a detail. Sharon thinks as she mentally writes the scene. Delilah's green dress reflects the jealousy she feels about this interloper. Phoebe succumbs to Leslie's sequin promises and her vanillian burned sugar scent. How did Andrea react to Leslie Richardson? Sharon wonders. She probably found some middle ground, reserved judgment. Andrea is known for being sensible and measured. Suddenly Delilah stands, so Sharon does as well. I'd better get back out there before they start talking about me, Delilah says. Sharon laughs, though that's probably exactly what's happening. Thanks for the warning about Madame Richardson. She wants Delilah to know that she can count on her as an ally, though maybe not too much of an ally because Sharon would like to get invited to the parties at 888 Pacomo Road and on the yacht. I'm sure she's not as bad as I've made her out to be, Delilah says. She tugs on the sides of her dress. She's probably harmless. Well, Sharon says, that would be a disappointment. Delilah gives Sharon a hug before she disappears out the door. Sharon is tempted to poke her head out onto the patio so she can get a look at Leslie Richardson in person, but in the end, she decides to go straight home. She needs to start writing while it's all still fresh in her mind. Thursday, August 22, 9:00 p.m. when Nantucket's incoming chief of police, Zara Washington, and Sergeant Kevin Dixon do their preliminary questioning of the guests who were on the Richardsons' yacht, they find something odd. Most people know the Richardsons only slightly, and some not at all. I was getting a pedicure next to Leslie at the R.J. Miller Salon, a woman named Marla Sophia says. We got to chatting, she seemed very nice, and the next thing I knew she was inviting me and my husband Tony on tonight's sale, but I wouldn't say I know them. Sergeant Dixon talks to a couple who met the Richardsons while they were all singing at the Club Car's piano bar. They're tourists, here for 3 days. A guest named Celadon Morse had taken the mat next to Leslie at a form bar class and scored an invite. I was thrilled, Celadon says. I've been hearing about these parties from everyone I know all summer long, but when I got here, I didn't recognize a soul. She pauses. Except for that woman over there. She belongs to the Field and Oar Club. She has a funny name. Thank you, Zara says, and she approaches the woman, who is masked and giving Margaret Thatcher vibes. She has a severe bob and blue eyes that are watering from the smoke. When Zara asks her name, she lowers her mask and says, Busy Ambrose. And you live here on Nantucket, ma'am. I've summered on Nantucket since the 60s, Busy says. I live on Ash Lane and I'm the Commodore of the Field and Oar Club. Zara is impressed that the yacht club here has a female Commodore. I'm Zara Washington, the new chief of police. Yes, Busy says, I read about your hiring in the paper. Do you know the Richardsons, ma'am? I do indeed, Busy says. I befriended them earlier this summer. Do you know the missing woman? Her name is Coco, Busy says. She works for the Richardsons. Do you remember seeing Ms. Coyle on the boat? Zara asks. Yes, she was serving drinks and passing hors d'oeuvres. What was she wearing? Her uniform, a pink polo shirt and white shorts. At what point did you last see Ms. Coyle? Zara asks. After Bull and Leslie renewed their vows, Coco handed out flutes of champagne for a toast. Wait a second, Zara says. The Richardsons renewed their vows on the sail. They did, Busy says. It was a surprise. So you saw Ms. Coyle handing out the champagne, Zara says. What time was that? Maybe 7:30, Busy says. The sun was just setting. We were out by Eel Point, getting ready to turn around, which was a good thing because a minute or two later, Bull got a call that their house was on fire. Zara needs to parse this. So Coco was still on the boat when you all learned the house was on fire. She was on the boat while we were doing the champagne toast, Busy says. After the toast, Lamont tacked and we were heading back, and right around that time, we learned about the fire. I can't say for sure if Coco was still on the boat then. Everyone was agitated, people had their phones out. I don't remember seeing Coco or not seeing her. I didn't see anyone go overboard. None of us saw that, obviously, or we would have done something. You said Bull Richardson got a call about the fire. Is that how you learned about it? Yes, Busy says. Then an instant later, I got an alert on my phone from the Nantucket Current. The Current reported that a house in Pecoma was ablaze and the Nantucket Fire Department was on the scene. Where was Mrs. Richardson during all of this? Zara asks. I'm not sure, Busy says. Leslie wasn't up front with the rest of us. Bull called out for her, then went looking for her. Was she below deck? Either below deck or somewhere else on the boat. There were a few minutes when I don't remember seeing Bull or Leslie, but then eventually we all saw Leslie crying. Bull told Lamont to lower the sails and motor back as fast as he could. Thank you, Zara says. I'd like you to stay if you don't mind. You're the only person who seems to know the Richardsons well. Yes, Busy says. I'm the only one who's stuck by them this summer. Stuck by them? Zara says. Did something happen? Busy waves a hand. Oh, you know how people gossip. Zara had gone through a divorce from a public figure on Martha's Vineyard. She definitely knows how island people gossip. Thank you. Please stand by in case we have further questions. Mrs. Richardson's long white sundress is soaking wet and she's wailing about the things she's lost. All those urban electric light fixtures, she says. The jukebox, my champagne coupes, the seashell fireplace, my Amalfi lemons. Amalfi lemons? Zara thinks. Leslie, stop, Mr. Richardson says. Zara is surprised to hear he has an Australian accent. Coco is missing. She might have fallen overboard. If she did, it would serve her right. She set our house on fire. Oh boy. Zara peers through a gap in the hedges at the remains of 888. She understands why they're upset they've been left without a toothbrush, without a bathrobe, or a change of clothes. The house is a charred ruin. One good thing is that their garage is untouched, and it looks like there's a living space or a home office above. And they still have this garden, which is one of the most breathtaking outdoor spaces Zara has ever seen, with its lush hydrangeas and rose bushes along manicured cinder paths. The centerpiece of the garden is a mahogany hot tub. On the far side of the hot tub, Zara sees the chief and his daughter talking to Lamont Oakley, the captain of the boat. She hopes the chief hasn't started questioning Lamont without her present when she said they would partner on this one. She meant it. Dixon's talking to two men who met the Richardsons while having dinner at the Languedoc. Sergeant Dixon, Zara says, trying to convey a sense of urgency. She looks at the gentleman. Would you excuse us a moment? Did they find her? One of the gentlemen asks. He turns to the group assembled behind him. I think they found her. Zara raises a hand. Whoa, that's how rumors get started. The harbor master has launched the search, and when we know more, we'll announce it. She beckons Dixon away from the party guests and nods discreetly in the direction of Lamont, the chief, and his daughter. I'll be questioning the principals alongside Chief Capenash, just so things are above board. Dixon squares his shoulders. Ed is always above board. Zara is on slippery terrain here. Of course, Dixon is loyal to Ed as he should be, but not at the expense of the investigation. What I'd really like is for Chief Capenash to step away from this investigation, Zara says. His last day is Monday. He shouldn't be taking on the onus of these two cases with only a few days left. She sighs, then blurts out, it's like he wants some kind of grand finale. Dixon says, there's no way Ed would walk away from this case. His daughter is friends with the missing woman, so Ed has a stake in this. He understands the connections between all these players better than anyone. Dixon lowers his voice. He used to hang out with the Richardsons. He mentioned that, Zara says. He came to their parties, they were friends or friendly, but then I think something happened. What? Zara says. What happened? No clue, Ed doesn't gossip. Dixon pats Zara on the shoulder in the most patronizing way possible. But you're right about one thing, this is a heck of a grand finale. 12, 888, I'm sure you'll love the job, Casey says to Coco as they drive out to 888 Pacomo Road. If you need anything, text me. If it's an emergency, call. Just because these people have money doesn't mean they own you. Stand up for yourself. Ask about your days off. Casey raises her aviators to the top of her head. Why do I feel like a helicopter parent dropping her only child off at a faraway college? Coco is glad Casey is doing all the freaking out. It means she doesn't have to. There's a version of this summer where she just stays in the Capenash's guest room and bums around the island, jobless, with Casey. The night before, as they ate fish tacos at the oyster catcher, their feet in the sand, Casey made a list of the Nantucket summer things they still had to do. There were at least a dozen beaches to lounge on, afternoons at Cisco Brewers with live music and food trucks, rainy days at either the Whaling Museum or the Dreamland Theater, oysters at Crew, a sunset cruise on the Endeavor, singing around the piano at the club car, and dancing at the Chicken Box, followed by a late-night Stubby's run. Of course, living that kind of life required an endless stream of cash, and Coco can't lose sight of her purpose, her script. She needs Bull to read it, to believe in it, then give it to the people who can green-light it. Every night before she falls asleep, Coco imagines the announcement in Deadline. Newcomer Colleen Coyle's first script, Rosebush, sold in competitive three-way auction. Casey lets Coco play her music as they drive. She chooses 21 Pilots, stressed out, and sings along under her breath. When Casey pulls into the long, white-shell driveway of 888, Coco feels like she's standing on a precipice. What is it going to be like, not only working but living with the Richardsons? Will she hate it? Will she love it? She has no idea. Once they park in front of the house, Casey unloads Coco's army green duffel and hands her the white eyelet dress from the Lovely, which is on a hanger, sheathed in protective plastic. Do you want me to stay until you get settled? Casey asks. Yes, Coco thinks. Oh, I should be fine, she says. She holds her arms out. How can I ever thank you? I'll see you in a couple days, Casey says. Just keep me posted. She gives Coco a hug, then gets in her Jeep, turns around and heads back out the driveway, blaring Summertime Sadness by Lana Del Rey. Coco smiles. She must have planned that. Coco climbs the steps to the front porch, feeling like a street urchin straight out of Dickens. She knocks on the door with a conviction she doesn't feel. She bluffed her way into this job by invoking the name of poor Ms. Gerrity. She's pretty sure the Richardsons are going to figure out she's a fraud. Coco might be calling Casey within the hour to come pick her up. Coco hears footsteps. She prays that it's Bull, Coco, is better at handling men. The door swings open Leslie. Darn, Coco thinks. She beams. Hey, she says. I hope I'm not too early. In Coco's nightmares, Leslie responds in one of the following ways. Who are you and what are you doing at my $22 million home? Or, the cutoffs, t-shirt, and Chuck Taylor's look is appropriate if you're working as a roadie for the Dirty Heads. But you're a personal concierge, you should be wearing a pencil skirt, heels, pearls. Or, Bull was just being polite when he offered you the job. Neither of us dreamed you'd take it, but you snapped it up like a half-starved tiger with a T-bone, didn't you? Or, I saw right through your I'm spending the summer on Nantucket too ploy. You're a scammer, Colleen. You're a parasite who lives off people who have money and connections. Or, I'm so sorry, but we've offered the job to someone who knows the island a little better. But in reality, Leslie radiates serenity. She's wearing a white tank and white yoga pants. Her long chestnut hair is piled on top of her head. Her skin is dewy and glowing. Her expression is placid. Coco must have caught her just after child's pose and a green smoothie. Good morning, Coco. You're right on time. Just leave your bag on the porch for now. In a little while, we'll bring it over to the garage apartment where you'll be staying. But I'll hang your dress in the hall closet so it won't get wrinkled. Coco steps inside, closes the door behind her. The air conditioning feels divine. It's a hot morning already. And wow, this house. The foyer is 2 stories with a sweeping staircase on either side and a view straight through the house to a screened-in porch and the water beyond. The floor is black and white checkerboard. The staircases have curved white railings, and the runners are printed with bright pink peonies and green leaves. In the center of the foyer is a round pedestal table that holds a huge arrangement of actual peonies in every shade of pink. Their scent suffuses the air. Coco stands for a moment, taking it all in, and Leslie says, "Welcome to 888." Coco follows Leslie up the left staircase to the famous party room. It looks like the setting for a Slim Aaron's photograph. Every detail is mid-century perfection. There's a lounge area with a low serpentine white sofa that's scattered with throw pillows in candy colors, mirrored cigar tables, gooseneck lamps, an honest-to-goodness jukebox, and a parquet dance floor. But the showstopper is a 15-foot-long lucite bar backed by bright pink lacquered shelves. The bar seems to float over the chrome and pink leather stools. Behind the bar is a glass-fronted wine fridge filled with Laurent Perrier sparkling rosé. Coco does a quick tally. There are 42 bottles of champagne on display. Nice flex. Wineglasses in a rainbow of colors line the pink shelves. The overall effect is Willy Wonka after 3 martinis, but make it tasteful. Coco laughs. She can't believe she met these people at the banana deck. Leslie leads Coco out to an octagonal deck that has views across Nantucket Harbor. Sweeping views, Coco supposes one would say. The golden stretch of Great Point is to the right, and the church steeples of town are in the distance. There's a majestic yacht on a mooring in front of the property's narrow beach, a sleek motorboat alongside it. Most of the speedboats Coco has seen are white, but this one has a navy hull and a gleaming mahogany deck. The big one is hedonism, Leslie says. Bull thinks sailing is elite, but I prefer to go fast, so over the weekend I bought decadence. She points to the speedboat. It's an Aquariva Super with dual 250s. Coco nods like it's totally normal to impulse buy a speedboat as though it's a lip balm by the register at Target. I mean, yeah, you deserve something of your own. Leslie swats Coco's arm. You get me? She says. I knew it would be good for me to have another woman around. Come on, let me show you the rest of the house. Off the other side of the deck is the living room, which Coco can only think of as 50 shades of blue. There's Delft blue grass cloth on the walls, a blue and white rug patterned to resemble the designs on a Chinese vase, a blue and white leopard print bench, throw pillows in a dozen complementary blues, and an unexpected pop of color, an apple green lacquered coffee table. Adjacent to the living area is a dining room table big enough to seat 30 people, with a very cool glass orb chandelier hanging above it. Finally, they enter the kitchen, and Coco jumps. Sitting on a stool at the kitchen island drinking coffee is Lamont Oakley. Hey, Coco says. She feels herself flush, partly from the surprise and partly because of Lamont himself, who's looking all handsome and captainish in a white button-down and navy shorts. Coco loved her time with Lamont at Great Point, even if she'd turned out to be the world's worst surf caster. On his final cast of the day, Lamont caught a striped bass. It wasn't big enough to keep, but it was his first bass of the season, and Coco was happy to witness it. She took 22 million pictures on her phone, then offered to send some to him, and he gave her his cell number. On the drive home, instead of appreciating the view like she probably should have, Coco went through the photos and chose the 5 best, which she texted to him the second she got a signal. He'd responded a while later with thanks, it was fun hanging out, see you at 888. This had made Coco so happy that even Casey noticed. Why all the smiles? She asked. Coco had wanted to ask Casey about Lamont, but she worried that would be insensitive since Casey was going through a breakup. Casey had given Lamont's bass only a quick glance, then started packing up. Coco is about to tell Leslie the story of their serendipitous meeting and describe what a lifesaver Lamont was. Thank goodness he came along, or I might still be out at Great Point. When Lamont strides over to her, hand extended, and says, "Lamont Oakley, nice to meet you." Coco stares at him for a second. Is he kidding? Leslie tells Lamont, "This is Coco, our new personal concierge." Coco shakes Lamont's hand more firmly than she typically would have. "Yes, hi there." "Lovely to meet you, Lamont." "Lamont is our boat captain," Leslie says. She slips her arm around Lamont's shoulders and squeezes. "I can't believe how lucky we got." The tranquil, centered woman who greeted Coco at the door has vanished, and in her place is the person Coco remembers from the banana deck. Coco pictures Leslie's hand resting on the Wappa guy's thigh. Lamont widens his eyes to telegraph. She supposes that she should keep her mouth shut. Fine, she thinks. Weird, but fine. "Coco and I have some business to tend to this morning," Leslie says. "Would you like to get the boat ready?" "Of course," Lamont says. "Pleasure meeting you, Coco." Coco can't help rolling her eyes. As Leslie takes Coco down to the primary suite, Coco lags a few steps behind, afraid that she's going to come across Bull in his lounge shorts. Leslie shows off the bedroom. It's bigger than Coco's entire house in Rosebush and has sliding glass doors that lead outside to the front lawn and the beach beyond. Leslie opens a door that turns out to be a walk-in closet. There are more clothes in this closet than there were in the Lovely. And there's an entire wall of shoes, sandals, and ballet flats, pumps, and strappy stilettos. Has Leslie seen the cobblestones on this island, the brick sidewalks, the deck boards that surround her own house? Leslie opens a door next to the shoe racks, and they step into a dressing room with a bench and floor-to-ceiling mirrors. "I haven't had a romantic moment in here yet, but that is definitely happening," she says breezily, and Coco thinks, "I did not need to know that, thanks." On the other side of the dressing room is Bull's closet. He has so many beautiful, colorful shirts, it's like that scene in Gatsby. "I'm showing you the closet so you'll know where to put the dry cleaning." The last room Leslie shows off in the primary suite is the bathroom, which is as nice as a spa in a hotel. There are dual vanities, a 2-person shower, a soaking tub, a water closet, a steam sauna, and a special area for Leslie to do her hair and makeup, on the counter of which are jars, pots, and tubes from La Mer and Valmont, and an ornate bottle of Guerlain perfume. The fattest curling iron Coco has ever seen rests in its own ceramic stand. That must be the secret behind Leslie's impeccable barrel curls. Out in the hallway, Leslie stops in front of a digital keypad. This is the alarm system. Fire, flood, and there's a chime that goes off anytime someone crosses the threshold of the driveway. You can disarm the alarms with the code 888. I'd like you to turn them off whenever we have a party, of course. If the caterers are making Cherry's Jubilee, I don't want the fire department showing up. Then after our parties, you'll have to remember to turn them back on. Very important, Coco says. She makes a mental note to look up Cherry's Jubilee. Next, they poke their heads into Bull's study, which has a maritime museum feel. There's an enormous model ship in a glass case. Coco peeks at the plaque under the ship, J-Boat Shamrock. "Is this boat special to Mr. Richardson?" Coco asks. Leslie laughs and waves a hand. "All this stuff was here when we moved in. The only shamrock that's special to Bull is the one in his Lucky Charms." This gives Coco an opening. "Where is he this morning?" "Indo," Leslie says. "Indo," Coco thinks. "Indonesia," Leslie clarifies. "Oh," Coco had expected Leslie to say he was with his trainer or in town picking up breakfast. "How long will he be away?" He has stops in Bali, Lombok, and Irian Jaya, then a big meeting in Jakarta. They're trying to pass all this new legislation, which would be very bad for Bull's business, but I doubt it will ever come to fruition. Leslie winks. I told Bull he had to get himself home by Saturday. We can't let work get in the way of our social life. Obviously not, Coco says. She's been here 15 minutes and already she feels like she needs a shower. Leslie leads Coco through yet another door into what turns out to be the at-home gym, complete with side-by-side pelotons, a treadmill, and a full rack of free weights. The room smells like the rubber floor and is as cold as a meat locker. Then Leslie says, "Time to get down to business." Coco follows her along the hall and they enter a tiny jewel box library with a fireplace made entirely out of seashells. This could look cutesy and crafty, but here it's a work of art, a showpiece that belongs in a magazine. Coco immediately spies some of her favorite titles on the shelves. This is how it always is, beautiful children luster. Are these your books? Coco asks. She plucks Fates and Furies by Lauren Groff off the shelf. How much did you love this? Leslie stares at her blankly and Coco puts the book back. Okay, never mind. The books must have come with the house too. Leslie sits behind an antique escritoire and invites Coco to take the chaise in front of the fireplace. I have some things for you, Leslie says. She hands Coco a white paper shopping bag from Yes, Murray's Toggery. Coco pulls out a stack of peony pink polo shirts, size small. Beneath the shirts are several pairs of white linen shorts. Coco blinks. She has never worn shorts made of anything other than denim. She has never voluntarily worn a polo shirt. I'm sorry about the uniform, Leslie says. It was Bull's idea. He feels, well, he wants our household staff to wear uniforms. So people know who you are. Coco is no stranger to jobs that require uniforms. She had to wear a green gingham dress and a white apron when she worked at Grumpy Garth's diner. But for some reason, Coco is caught off guard. She assumed her own clothes would be fine, though who is she kidding? They wouldn't have been fine at all. While they were standing in Leslie's closet, Coco had a brief fantasy that Leslie was going to invite her to borrow anything she wanted after all. Leslie has more clothes than a person could wear in a lifetime. Coco supposes it's the phrase's household staff, and so people know who you are that irk her. But what did she expect? She works for the Richardsons. She isn't their friend. Leslie pulls a moleskine notebook from the escritoire's drawer and hands it to Coco. The moss green cover is embossed with the initials CC. I didn't know your middle name. It's Marie, Coco says. She accepts the notebook. The monogram is a thoughtful touch. Leslie hands Coco a slender box that turns out to hold a Montblanc pen. Your database, Leslie says. Bull and I are hopelessly old-fashioned. We love pen and paper. Coco appreciates the heft of the pen. It is, she thinks, a writer's pen. The gifts have improved her mood. Write everything down, please, Leslie says. Take notes, make observations, create lists, and check things off. Understood. Understood, Coco says. Do you have forms for me to fill out? Forms? Like a W-2? Coco says. For my paycheck? No, Leslie says. This is a cash job. Coco nods slowly, considering this. Part of her is naturally thrilled. Cash, but another part of her worries about the IRS. Will they come after her for tax evasion? If Casey were sitting here acting as Coco's counsel or conscience, she would disapprove. If the Richardsons aren't paying Coco properly, how can she be sure they'll treat her properly? They could, in theory, let her go at a moment's notice, and she would have no recourse. Does their failing to play by the rules with her salary indicate more widespread issues? Everything from the at-home bar to the mahogany deck of the Aquariva appears slick and glossy, but are the underpinnings unstable? Coco fears that the answer is yes. She's about to open her mouth to protest when Leslie says, I know Bull told you $35 an hour back in St. John, but we've decided that the complex and discreet nature of this job deserves a more robust salary, so we're bumping it up to $50 an hour. Coco feels faint. She immediately thinks of her favorite line from the movie Blue Jasmine. It's not the money, it's the money. It's the money, Coco thinks. I'd like you to start each day at 8, Leslie says. Mornings will typically be busy with errands, afternoons a little lighter. We'll ask you to work in the evenings when we entertain, and for that, we'll bump you to time and a half. $75 an hour. Coco struggles to keep a straight face. though the imaginary Casey sitting next to her would like Leslie to clarify what she means by complex and discreet. A cleaning team will come on Mondays and Fridays, Leslie says, but we'll need you to do light housekeeping. You'll make our bed every morning, fold our pajamas, put dirty clothes in either the hamper or the dry cleaning bag. You'll set up an auto-pay account at the dry cleaner. I'll give you my card to do that. You'll take care of all the provisioning: groceries, produce, beverages, pharmacy, bakery, florist. You'll make our dinner reservations, and we always like to have a plan B. Because our mood or the weather might change, you'll pick up our mail from our post office box, open our packages, and make regular trips to the dump with the cardboard because apparently our trash service won't collect it. Coco is madly scribbling in her new notebook. Make bed, pajamas, dry cleaning, alarm code 888, cardboard. But in her head, there's a different kind of scribbling. Make the Richardsons' bed, fold their pajamas. They're two grown adults. Can't they fold their own pajamas, and haven't they heard that making the bed when you wake up is one of the habits of highly successful people? Which days will I have off? Coco asks. Leslie glances up. You remind me of myself when I was your age. Seriously, Coco says. She takes in Leslie's polished countenance, her ease in this giant, beautiful home on the water. Coco thinks about the house she grew up in, vinyl siding the color of margarine, wall-to-wall carpet, the pond out back with its skin of green algae. Seriously, Leslie says. She studies Coco's face as though searching for something traces of her younger self, perhaps. Coco is so unsettled that she forgets what they were just talking about. Something important. It was days off, Coco says. Imaginary Casey sitting next to her approves. Stand up for yourself. You won't have any days off per se, Leslie says. After all, we don't take days off from living, but I assure you you'll have plenty of downtime. You can lie on the beach here. I'm having a hot tub installed in the new garden. I'll be free to leave the property though, right? Coco has a vision of herself chained to 888 like the Raleigh's Doberman back in Rosebush. I'd like to see my friends. You've made friends here already. Leslie says, are we talking about Susan Jarity, the librarian? She uses air quotes, and Coco breaks into a light sweat. Does Leslie know that Ms. Jarity never set foot on Nantucket? I'm friends with Casey Capenash, Coco says. Her father is the chief of police. How funny, Leslie says. I had lunch with her mother yesterday. She pauses. How well do you know the Capenashes? I've been staying with them this past week. Leslie's perfectly shaped eyebrows rise almost imperceptibly. You have. There's a knock on the library door. Intrez, Leslie calls out like a character in a play. Lamont pokes his head in. The boat is ready to go. We have time to zip around for a while before our reservation. Wonderful, Leslie says. She beams at Coco. I thought we'd go for a boat ride, then up to the Wawanet for lunch on the patio. That sounds amazing, Coco says. The Wawanet is the fancy place she and Casey passed on the way to Great Point. Coco doesn't have anything to wear to a lunch like that, except for her new dress. She hadn't planned on wearing it so soon, but oh well. It might not be so bad not having a set day off if her job entails going on boat cruises and having elegant lunches. Just let me finish with Coco and change my clothes, and I'll be right out, Leslie says. Take your time, I'm at your disposal, Lamont says, then closes the door. Leslie looks at Coco and all but smacks her lips. I love it when he says that. Oh God, Coco thinks. She's not sure she can stomach watching Leslie throw herself at Lamont all morning. I should probably change as well, Coco says, looking down at her cutoffs. Absolutely, Leslie says. I hope the shorts fit. I had to guess at sizes. Is Coco supposed to wear her uniform to lunch? Leslie pulls a cardboard box from behind the escritoire. Your first priority today is to get these delivered. Coco peers into the box. It's filled with peony pink envelopes. The pink is becoming a lot, Coco thinks. The top one is addressed to Mr. and Mrs. Addison Wheeler on Palpy's Road. I thought, Coco nearly says, I thought we were going on a boat ride and to lunch, but suddenly she understands that the we doesn't include her. The we is Leslie and Lamont only. I'll take these to the post office then. I'll need stamps. How are we handling money for things like this? For provisions, you'll have one of my credit cards, Leslie says. I don't check the statements, I could care less, but of course Bull does. Coco nods. Of course. Does Leslie think Coco might take her credit card and go on a spending spree around town? If you want to buy yourself lunch while you're on the clock, please do, Leslie says. That means a sandwich from something natural or a quick stop at Nantucket, not fancy drinks and oysters at Crew. Coco can't keep herself from giving Leslie a look. I understand reasonable expectations for lunch. Of course you do, Leslie says, holding her gaze. It's just, we don't really know you. Bull said he checked the references you gave him, but sometimes he tells me he's done things just to make me feel better when he's really let them slide. It would be very easy for someone like you to take advantage of us. Coco is glad Leslie has just come right out and said it, and what can Coco think but yes, I am hoping to take advantage of you, just as the Richardsons will take advantage of Coco. No days off, no reporting of taxes. She would love to tell Leslie that Bull never even asked her for references. Coco is relieved when Leslie turns her attention back to the box. No to the post office and stamps, though. I'd like you to deliver these invitations by hand. By hand. Coco says, thinking how very Edith Wharton. Coco will knock on doors in her uniform and hand the envelope to the lady of the house or someone on the staff. All of them? There must be 100 envelopes in the box. Yes, all of them, Leslie says. The party is on Saturday and I don't trust the U.S. Postal Service to get them anywhere in a timely fashion. People need to clear their calendars, so I'd like it done this morning. She stands up and Coco follows suit, picking up the box of invitations. Come with me, I'll show you your apartment and your car, then you can get going. My apartment, my car. This job is like a seesaw, Coco thinks. The lows, no days off, wearing a uniform and delivering 100 invitations by hand like she's a character in the age of innocence. The highs, cash money as long as she doesn't get in trouble with the IRS. Do they bother with folks like her? And the view. Coco's new apartment, which is located above a separate two-car garage, is also a high. It's not as grand as the main house, but it is light and bright and has a coastal grandmother vibe. The kitchen appliances are stainless steel, and there's a fresh bouquet of Cosmos and black-eyed Susans on the counter. In the living room, there's a deep sofa in front of a huge television, and Coco has her choice of bedrooms. She takes the one with the water views instead of the one with the walk-in closet. Both rooms have a king-size bed. Coco has only slept in a king-size bed during short stays. They're sheathed in white linens and have a million pillows like beds in a Nancy Meyers film. Who will be in the other bedroom? Coco asks. A part of her wills Leslie to say Lamont, but she's even happier when Leslie says, nobody. This place is all yours. Coco can't believe her luck. She can spread out, stay up all night fine-tuning her script and watching Housewives. No one will hog her hummus or finish her bag of pita chips. She won't be subjected to anyone else's bathroom smells or cooking odors or noises. Coco has never lived alone. This, she thinks, is the definition of luxury. She follows Leslie downstairs to the white-shell driveway. Off to the left, a backhoe is clearing out scrub brush. That must be the new garden where the hot tub will go. Leslie presses a button on a remote control. The door to the right garage bay opens, and honestly, it's like one of the reruns of Let's Make a Deal that Coco's mother used to watch on her days off. What's behind door number 1? In this case, it's a Land Rover Defender, probably early 1980s, baby blue with a tan top. Coco peers in the open driver's side window. The steering wheel is wood and chrome, the seats are buff leather, and in the back are 2 sets of jump seats facing each other. It's the most beautiful vehicle Coco has ever seen. Do you drive stick? Leslie asks. I do, Coco says. She's afraid to ask if this is her car because this could be a fake-out like the boat ride and lunch. In that case, Leslie says, meet your new baby. If Coco is on a seesaw, this is the highest of highs. She knows all about vintage cars from living with Kemp. He kept issues of classic motorsports and auto and designed the way other men did Playhouse and Penthouse. Coco wants to take a picture of the Rover and send it to him. Look what I'm driving this summer. He'd think she was bluffing or that she had a sugar daddy or that she'd stolen it. Hello, baby, Coco says, and Leslie laughs. Bull told me we had to buy an island car, but I didn't realize it would be so basic. Basic. Well, it's over 40 years old and has a canvas top, and the back seat is impractical unless you're looking for cheetahs on the Serengeti, but the vehicle is in pristine condition, and Coco wonders where Bull found it. He must have an auto broker with outstanding taste. This car is best in class, which should reflect on its owners, but it's clear Leslie doesn't get it. Coco turns around to check out the other car in the garage, a flashy black G-Wagon, brand new. The keys are in the console, Leslie says. Can I count on you to get those invitations delivered? You can count on me, Coco says with new enthusiasm. Please change into your uniform before you go, Leslie says. Oh, and there is one more thing. Of course there is, Coco steels herself. Yes. Bull and I have a strict rule about our staff dating one another. We don't allow it. Work romances don't always end well, and a bad breakup will make it disruptive for everyone in the household, as I'm sure you understand. Yes, Coco says. Who else is? It's just you and Lamont officially. Lamont has hired 2 part-time crew members, but they're teenagers. So, Leslie is telling Coco she can't date Lamont, which is why he pretended not to know who she was. Okay, Coco says, I get it. Do you? Leslie holds Coco's gaze, and Coco tries not to let her disappointment show. I do. Good, great, perfect, because we're strict about it. You'd both be replaced, she snaps her fingers like that. She waits a beat for these consequences to sink in. Have fun with the invitations. I'll check in with you later. Coco heads back upstairs, her elation about the room of her own and the rover popping like an overinflated balloon. The only person on Nantucket she's not allowed to date is the only person she might want to date. Is she bothered enough by this to quit? No, she's here for a reason, and it's not to find a boyfriend. Coco changes into her uniform. She tucks her shirt into the high-waisted shorts that make her look like Steve Urkel. Through the window, she watches Leslie wade out to the speedboat, holding a striped beach bag over her head. Lamont reaches out a hand and helps her aboard. He guns the engines and the boat careens away in a huge sweeping arc. It's almost like he knows I'm watching, Coco thinks. He's showing off. She eyes the box of invites and calls Casey, thinking that Casey will at least know where all these addresses are. Casey answers on the first ring. Is everything okay? You busy? Coco says. 13. Special delivery blonde Sharon is at home preparing ham and cheese sandwiches on an assembly line for her son, Robert, and the friends he's invited over to swim in the pool when there's a knock at the door. Sharon peers through the window and sees a gorgeous vintage Land Rover idling in the driveway. Even Sharon's soon-to-be ex, who likes to snark about all the Land Rovers on Nantucket, explain what a car designed to be driven on the African savanna is doing on an island 30 miles offshore, would have to admit it's a good-looking car. Standing on the porch is a young woman holding out a pink envelope. My employers, the Richardsons, are hosting a party on Saturday, and they'd love for you to join them. Gah, Sharon thinks. The Richardsons. She accepts the invitation, thinking, these Richardsons are certainly shaking up the status quo. Who hand-delivers invitations? Sharon can think of no one but the royal family, and yet it's a nice touch and, in Sharon's case, a welcome one. She and Walker used to find their mailbox stuffed with invitations to cocktail parties and benefits. In more recent years, invitations came via paperless post or mint. But so far this summer, even those have been lacking. Sharon has tried not to wonder if she's been taken off people's lists because of her impending divorce. Are her married friends gathering without telling her, rationalizing it as giving her space, when really they're just afraid that divorce is a contagious disease? At least the Richardsons aren't put off by her newly single status. Thank you, Sharon says to the young woman. I'll check my calendar and RSVP. She notices the woman's short, punk rock haircut. It's the girl from her character study, Sharon thinks. Coco. When Coco strides back to the rover, Sharon notices someone riding shotgun Casey Capenash. Ha ha ha, they've become friends. That story had a happy ending, but of course no one in Sharon's creative writing class wants a happy ending. They want conflict, drama, nuance. A second later, Sharon's kitchen is invaded by half a dozen 13-year-old boys. One notorious troublemaker, Baxter Morse, walks right into Sharon's pantry and emerges with a bag of Fritos. Sharon wants to snatch the bag away. Baxter is Sharon's least favorite of Robert's friends. His mother, Celadon Morse, is insufferable. I'm making lunch for all of you right now, Sharon says. I'll bring it out to the pool. Do you have any sodas? Baxter asks. Robert isn't allowed soda because of his diabetes, Sharon says. Now, shoo, all of you, you're dripping all over my kitchen. Your mom is mean, Baxter says to Robert on the way out. And I can't believe you aren't allowed to have soda. I'm not mean. Sharon wants to shout. You're rude, and thanks very little for your insensitive comment. She turns her attention back to the envelope. The invitation is on heavy, cream linen stock with a pink border and pink print. Pink and white party at 888 Pacomo Saturday, June 22, 7:00 p.m. cocktails, dinner, and dancing regrets only pink and white party evokes Truman Capote's black and white ball, or is Sharon upselling this? Surely they're meant to wear pink and white, which will be easy for Sharon. She thinks of that young woman, Coco, in her pink polo and white shorts. Coco is working for the couple everyone on the island is talking about, and Casey Capenash was in the car. Maybe Sharon should revive her darlings, despite her class's naysaying. It feels like the plot is thickening. Sharon tapes the invitation to her fridge, and the whole kitchen seems to take on a pinkish tinge, or maybe that's because of the improvement in Sharon's mood. She finishes making the sandwiches and manages to resist the urge to put a spider in one and give it to Baxter. Fast, Eddie speeds out the milestone road like a man in a hurry. He just received word that Jean Jackson has decided to sell off her 6 acres of waterfront land in Tom Nevers, the last parcel of its kind on the entire island. Eddie pushes his Cayenne to 60, then 65. He fears being caught by the Nantucket police, but he fears losing this opportunity even more. He spoke to Jean, who is, thankfully, a realist and is just fine with dividing the property into 3 2-acre parcels. It will be easier to sell that way. When Eddie pulls down Jackson Way, the family has owned the property so long, the road is named after them, he realizes he's too late. Addison Wheeler's Aston Martin is already parked at the beach access, and Addison is deep in conversation with Jean Jackson. Eddie hurries over. He's been flirting with a crazy idea, and Addison might be just the person to make it work. An hour later, heading the opposite way on Milestone, Eddie is speeding once again, this time due to a pure adrenaline high. His crazy idea wasn't so crazy after all, because it turned out Addison had been thinking the same thing. They should buy the 3 lots and build spec houses. Jean wanted to list the lots at $3 million apiece, but instead of telling Jean, who clearly hasn't looked at a Nantucket real estate listing sheet in the past 15 years, that she could easily list the parcels at $5 or $6 million apiece, Addison and Eddie locked eyes, and an unspoken understanding passed between them. They could buy the lots for $9 million, spend another $4 million per lot on a house, guest house, pool, and pool house plus landscaping, then flip them for $12 to $15 million apiece. It was easy money just waiting to be made by the 2 people who understood the island's real estate market better than anyone. When Eddie climbed into his car, Addison sent him a text, "Call me in the morning." It was as electrifying as a message from a close friend. Eddie's phone rings. It's his wife, Grace. Immediately, Eddie feels caught. The truth is that Eddie did a deal similar to this 10 years earlier and lost not only his savings but his good name and his freedom as well. He'd been so desperate for cash that he got involved in an illegal operation on Low Beach Road, a scheme for which he'd gone to prison for 3 years. When Grace hears that he's thinking of getting back into spec houses, she'll call a divorce attorney. He'll have to reassure her that this time will be different. Maybe instead of taking out a loan from the bank, they'll find a deep pockets investor, someone who considers $18 million pocket change, someone who likes a challenge, someone who would value Eddie and Addison's island connections. It would mean divvying up the profits but also the risk. Eddie likes this idea. He isn't sure a bank would lend to him again anyway. "Hello," Eddie says. "You aren't going to believe who invited us to their party on Saturday." "Is it someone who wants to fund my new real estate venture?" "Who?" "Bull and Leslie Richardson," Grace says. "They're throwing a pink and white party at 888 Pacomo. The invitation is gorgeous and it was hand-delivered by their personal concierge." She pauses. "Why do you think we got invited?" "They're networking," Eddie says. "So they're using us?" Grace asks. "Networking is a two-way street, darling," Eddie says, especially in this case, he thinks. He's so amped up about the invite, it's like the universe is telling him something that he hits the gas even harder practically without noticing. But someone else notices. "I caught Fast Eddie going 81 miles an hour on the Milestone Road." Sergeant Dixon tells the chief. That was fast even for him. And get this, his excuse was that he was excited about some party invitation he and Grace received. Invitation, the chief thinks, must be to the Richardsons' house on Saturday. Andrea texted a couple of hours earlier instructing the chief to get a haircut because they had a fancy party to attend. Andrea had sounded pretty excited, and Ed supposed he understood. They didn't get invited to a lot of parties. Having the chief of police in attendance felt like a mood killer. Andrea texts Phoebe and Delilah, "Did you guys get your invitations to the Richardsons' party on Saturday?" Phoebe texts back immediately, "Yes, let me know if you want to go shopping." This is a new dress occasion. Andrea rolls her eyes. Every occasion for Phoebe requires a new dress. But when Andrea checks her closet, she sees a lot of brown and gray. Her wardrobe could use a summer refresh. She needs pink and white. She texts back, "I'm helping Delilah at the food pantry at noon. I can meet you at Millie and Grace at 1 p.m. to shop." Immediately, she feels a wave of guilt. How can she volunteer at the Nantucket food pantry and then turn around and drop $200, probably more, on a dress she's going to wear to a glamorous party? She reminds herself that Leslie Richardson expressed interest in donating to the food pantry. Delilah should circle back about that with Leslie at the party, or is that tacky? A text comes in from Delilah. "Was the invitation sent by email? I don't see it." Phoebe responds, "It was a paper invite, pink envelope, hand-delivered." Hand-delivered, Delilah texts back, "By a footman with white gloves and fringed epaulets." Coco delivered them, Andrea texts. Casey offered to help her. There's silence from Delilah. Oh God, Andrea thinks. Is it possible Delilah isn't invited to the party? Delilah was thorny with Leslie at their lunch. Andrea and Delilah had been kicking each other under the table because some of the things Leslie said were, quite frankly, hard to take, and there was a little honeymoon moment going on between Leslie and Phoebe that bordered on nauseating. Andrea has always been better than Delilah at dealing with uncomfortable situations. Delilah has a short fuse. Did Leslie sense that Delilah didn't like her and not include her? That would be awkward. Delilah checks her front door, looks under the welcome mat in the hydrangea bushes. Nothing. As she marches out to the mailbox, a sinkhole opens inside her. Leslie Richardson is throwing a party just like she said she would, and she didn't deem Delilah worthy of an invitation. At lunch, it felt like Leslie was interested only in people who could be of use to her. People like Phoebe because of the club, Andrea because of Ed. Delilah still worries, however, that the fault is somehow hers. She wasn't very welcoming or gracious to the woman. She'd left the table abruptly because she was upset and jealous, and then vented about Leslie to blonde Sharon of all people. Sharon might have repeated Delilah's words to anyone, to everyone. Well, Delilah hadn't said anything she didn't mean. She took an instant dislike to Leslie, and yes, that was wrapped up in her best friend attachment to Phoebe and to her and Jeffrey's inability to get admitted to the field and or club. But didn't Leslie Richardson have some good qualities? She'd laughed at Delilah's playful vegan comment. She'd asked for information about the food pantry. Didn't that reveal a generous nature? But from the moment Delilah met Leslie Richardson, she'd gotten a bad feeling. Since that's the case, shouldn't Delilah be glad that she hasn't received an invitation? Would she agree to go even if she were invited? Yes, Delilah thinks. She wants to buy a new outfit, she wants to see the famous house, she wants to go to the party. Delilah wonders if maybe Coco couldn't find her house. It's off a dirt road and can be tricky to locate, even with GPS. But Casey was with her, and Casey has been coming to Delilah's since she was a little girl. That's it, Delilah thinks. Casey never uses the front door, she uses the family door on the side of the house. Delilah hurries out, and whoa, the relief she feels when she sees the pink envelope gives her a head rush. Of course Leslie invited her, it would have been an egregious oversight not to. Delilah, Phoebe, and Andrea are a package deal. They're all supposed to play pickleball together. Delilah reads the invitation, pink and white party, cocktails, dinner, and dancing. It sounds like so much fun. She vows to try harder with Leslie. If she gives the relationship a genuine effort, by the time the summer is over, she and Leslie will be the best of friends. Party animal, we show up wearing flamingo, blush, salmon, magenta, fuchsia, and rose gold. We wear pearl, blanched almond, alabaster, polar ice cap, and cloud. Fast Eddie is in a pink and white seersucker suit. Is this too much? Apparently not, because the dentist Andy McMahon wears a neon pink top hat and his wife, Rachel, is in swan feathers. Even Romeo from the steamship has cleaned up his act. He's wearing a bazooka gum pink bow tie and has traded in his usual cargo shorts for a pair of pink madras pants. We park along the Richardsons' whiteshell driveway and note that all the hydrangea bushes are pink. Yes, we overhear Benton Co. say. Leslie wanted the hydrangeas pink, so I put lime around the bases. Whatever Leslie wants, Leslie gets, blonde Sharon thinks. Sharon picks up her pace even though she's in heels to meet up with Romeo. You look dashing tonight, she says. Romeo notices Sharon teeter as she crunches through the shells in her stilettos. Impractical, he thinks, though they make her legs look a mile long. Can I offer you my arm? Thank you. Sharon is grateful to Romeo, not only for his steadying presence, but also because now she won't be entering the party alone. She imagines Walker hearing that she and Romeo from the steamship were looking cozy together at the Richardsons' party. Ha! It would serve him right. On Nantucket, the prevailing aesthetic for everything, even parties, is understatement. The old society matrons pretend to go to no effort when they entertain, and some of them aren't even pretending. One infamous hostess sends out invitations on index cards that read, simply, drinks, 6:00 p.m. Another hostess serves only 2 snacks, ham and butter sandwiches on postage stamps of Wonder Bread and spears of pickled asparagus. We're elated to find that the Richardsons' party gives maximum effort. The entrance is a soaring arch of Juliet roses. Members of the Nantucket Garden Club inform us that Juliets are among the most expensive flowers in the world, and to have such a profusion of them is unheard of. We pose for pictures under the arch. This is something our friends on Facebook have to see. On the far side of the arch, servers hold trays of drinks. Flutes of Laurent Perrier Rosé champagne, a cocktail called the Pink Lady made with 888 vodka, of course, and pink lemonade for the teetotalers. We saunter onto the front lawn, where a pink and white striped tent shades a full bar, a huge grazing board, and the guitar player, Sean Lee, who at the moment is playing Pretty in Pink by the Psychedelic Furs. The Richardsons are leaning into the theme we see. The entire harbor is spread out before us like a banquet. The water is spangled with golden coins of sunlight. We see the church steeples of town in the distance, and the Richardsons' yacht, Hedonism, cuts an impressive silhouette against the horizon. In the center of the lawn, halfway between the tent and the beach, Leslie Richardson receives her guests. She's wearing a vintage Hervé Leger bandage dress in pink ombre stripes and pink metallic platform sandals. Her makeup includes pink eye crystals. Hello, thank you for coming, so lovely to see you. Most of us have to introduce ourselves because we've never actually met the Richardsons. Blonde Sharon and Romeo are standing with Fast Eddie and his wife, Grace. Sharon's heels are chewing into the Richardsons' lawn, and she regrets not wearing flats. Sharon knows every single person at this party except for the people throwing it. A moment ago, she shook Leslie's hand and said, "I'm Sharon, thank you for having me." "Nice to meet you," Leslie said. Immediately, Sharon caught a waft of Leslie's vanilla perfume. Delilah was right. Leslie smelled as delicious as a French bakery. "I've been told to stay on your good side." Sharon laughed in the moment, although now she wonders if she has an intimidating reputation. Would this be a good thing or a bad thing? Well, Sharon won't worry about it tonight. Leslie probably meant that Sharon knows everything about everyone and isn't afraid to share. Sharon soon discovers that Romeo has never met the Richardsons, and Eddie and Grace know them only slightly. Sharon's antennae rise. The Richardsons don't know, but they do know, she thinks as she scans the crowd. This is more than just a party to meet the neighbors. Everyone here is a Nantucket someone. How did the Richardsons figure out whom to invite? She watches Delilah Drake enter the party in a white halter and pink pants with pom-poms on the hems, and Sharon relaxes. If Delilah has given the Richardsons the benefit of the doubt, then Sharon will too. Sean Lee segues into Who Knew by Pink. Okay, we get it, Sharon thinks with a bit of an eye roll. But she's delighted when the food starts to appear. There will be no white bread or stale cashews here. Zoe Alistair is catering. Her servers pass immaculately constructed bites, from tiny chicken and waffles that Sharon dips in maple syrup to vodka-spiked cherry tomatoes rolled in basil salt. Romeo sees that Sharon's champagne flute is empty and procures her a full one, then they wander over to the raw bar. "Where's your husband tonight?" "Haven't you heard?" Sharon says. "He left me for his physical therapist. We're getting divorced." "What a fool," Romeo says. He has never understood men who leave their wives for younger women. Romeo believes women get funnier, wiser, and yes, more attractive as they get older. He would never ask Sharon how old she is, but he's guessing they're within a couple of years of each other. He likes her smile and her energy. She engages in life. Romeo bets she's amazing in every way. Sharon helps herself to an oyster with mignonette while Romeo chooses a cheristone. When they both reach for a plump pink shrimp, their fingers brush. "Allow me," Romeo says. He dips the shrimp in cocktail sauce and feeds it to Sharon while holding a napkin under her chin. Is everyone at the party watching? Sharon wonders. Oh, she hopes so. The chief is wary of big parties like this, so many things could go wrong. For starters, every single car lined up along that driveway will presumably be driven home tonight, and from the looks of things, designated drivers will be scarce. Where there is drinking, there are risks. Someone could fall off the octagonal balcony or get hurt in the harbor. Then there are dangers of the emotional sort: arguments, disagreements, hurt feelings, flirtations. The chief has seen it all. But it's a stunning evening, the most glorious of the year so far, and they're in a spot that's extraordinary even by Nantucket standards. In the car on the way here, Andrea praised the chief for all the progress he's made with his health. That morning, he jogged 3 miles and did 10 full minutes of meditation. "You deserve a night out," she said. He does, he thinks. It's his last summer on the job. They've narrowed the search for a new chief down to 2 people, a young guy from Brockton and a woman from Oak Bluffs, and the chief feels the heavy mantle of responsibility he's worn for the past 35 years lighten a bit. Enough for him to have a real drink anyway. He chooses the Pink Lady. Coco stays upstairs at 888, checking in with the catering staff and prepping all the surprises in the party room until the guests start to arrive. Then she hurries outside. Casey glides in under the flower arch with her brother, Eric, and his girlfriend, Avalon. Coco had called Avalon earlier that day because Leslie wanted her to do an at-home massage. Throwing the party stressed her out. Avalon said, "I don't think Leslie and I are a good match, but here are a couple of other names." Casey comes over, glass of rosé champagne in hand, and gives Coco a hug. "This is unbelievable." Well, yes, Coco thinks. Nothing in Rosebush, Arkansas, or the barefoot paradise of St. John has prepared her for this kind of glamour. There's a lot more to come, though she's been sworn to secrecy. "You look pretty," Coco says. Casey is in a pink floral prairie dress, and Coco feels awkward in her uniform. She wants to know why she has to wear it while Lamont, the only other Richardson employee, is allowed to wear his own clothes, a pink Oxford and a pair of white duck pants. "Thanks," Casey says. "Can you hang, or?" "I'm on the clock," Coco replies. "Maybe when the party ends we can go into town," Casey suggests. "If Leslie has her way, this party isn't going to end," Coco says. She eyes the champagne flute in Casey's hand with longing. She should have sneaked a glass while Leslie was in the bedroom curling her hair, but instead, Coco was running through her checklist. She turned off the alarm's flood, the chime announcing visitors, then set a reminder to turn them back on in the morning. She was in charge of the tent crew, the caterers, and the various musicians throughout the night. There had been no time for champagne. Lamont approaches and gives Casey a kiss on the cheek, but his eyes are fixed on Coco. "Do you need help with anything?" he asks. "I feel useless out here mingling while you're working so hard." "It's fine," Coco says. "This is how Leslie wants it." Lamont mingling, Coco working tirelessly. At that moment, Coco's phone buzzes. It's a text from Leslie. Ice. One of Coco's duties is to replenish the ice at each of the bars and in the large wheelbarrow where they're chilling the champagne. Leslie is obsessed with the temperature of the champagne. This is what she wants people to remember tomorrow, apparently. The champagne was so cold. Coco hurries to the ice maker, which is in the laundry room, to transfer the ice to crystal buckets. The ice has to make its own stylish entrance to the party. When Coco enters the laundry room, she gasps. There's a man standing in front of the washing machine in his boxer shorts. He turns around. "Hey, how you going?" he says. "It's Bull." Of course it's Bull, this is his house, and yet Coco is surprised. Bull was in Indonesia on business and was due back yesterday, but his meeting in Jakarta ran long, and he missed his flight to San Francisco and the connecting flight to Boston. Coco knows all this because Leslie had become completely frazzled about Bull missing the party. "I've invited all these people. I need him here." "You made it back," Coco says now. "A few minutes ago," Bull replies. "I'm not going to lie, all I want to do is crawl into bed and sleep for 3 days." "I bet." Bull's suitcase gapes open at his feet, and the suit he must have been wearing is in a dark heap on the laundry room floor. Coco immediately goes into concierge mode. "I'll unpack your suitcase, separate laundry from dry cleaning, and put your toiletries away," she says. "You should get dressed and join the party." "Does Leslie know you're here?" "Not yet," Bull says. "What am I supposed to wear to this thing?" "Pink and white," Coco replies. Only now does she process that Bull is nearly undressed in front of her. He's a big guy, so although he has a bit of a belly, he carries it well. His shoulders are well defined, and he has just a hint of silver hair across his chest. Ordinarily, she might feel uncomfortable being so close to Bull when he's undressed, but he looks so exhausted that she feels sorry for him. "Would you please help me pick something out?" he asks. "I'm colorblind." "Leslie left your clothes on the bed in case you got here on time," Coco says. He laughs. "Of course she did." He gives Coco's outfit a quick glance. "I can't believe she's making you wear a uniform." "Oh," Coco nearly says, "she told me you were the one who insisted on the uniform, but it must have been Leslie's idea, she just blamed it on Bull. She thinks it looks more professional." He shakes his head. "Would you please get me a bourbon? There's a Pappy 30 in the bar in the library." "Happy to," Coco says. She hadn't noticed a bar in the library before. All she remembers are the shelves of books, the seashell fireplace, the escritoire, but behind the desk, Coco finds a tall cabinet, and in the cabinet is a cache of really expensive bourbon. Gentleman Jack, Buffalo Trace, Pappy Van Winkle 13, Pappy 20, Pappy 30. Coco pours 2 fingers of the Pappy 30 into a crystal highball, then makes her way to the Richardsons' bedroom. She finds Bull in the dressing room wearing Nantucket reds and a white button-down. He's combed his hair and applied an aftershave that smells peppery. "Here you go," Coco says, handing him the bourbon. "You're an angel." Bull downs the entire drink in one swallow and gives Coco the empty glass. "If Leslie ever gives you trouble, if she makes you uncomfortable in any way, I want you to come to me. Do you understand?" Coco blinks. This isn't the guy she remembers from the banana deck. That guy was all bluster and nonsense, always showing off. This Bull is stripped down, travel-weary, and way more human. It sounds like he wants to be her ally, which is exactly what Coco hoped for. She wants him to like her, to care about her enough to champion her script. But Coco has learned that in this life, nothing worth having comes easily. "This feels too easy," she nods. "I understand." At that second her phone buzzes. "Ice, where are you?" "I have to go," Coco says. "I'll go with you," Bull says. "I have to get the ice." "Let me help," Bull says. He follows Coco to the laundry room and together they scoop ice into the crystal buckets. It's a pleasant moment. The ice cubes clink against the glass, there's a smell of detergent and dryer sheets in the air, and it's nice to have help, however unnecessary. "How was your trip?" Coco asks. "Did everything go okay with the meeting in Jakarta?" Bull looks up. "Leslie told you?" Oops, she thinks. She's not sure how to backtrack. Bull whistles out a breath. "Yeah, it's bad. I have to downplay it for Leslie because she immediately jumps to the worst-case scenario and we're living in a van down by the river." His phone dings. He checks the screen, then sighs. "I've been found out." He sets his shoulders back and says, "How do I look?" Coco is close enough to pin a boutonniere on him. "You look very handsome," she says truthfully, patting the front of his shirt. He eyes her mischievously for a second. "I'm tempted to change into some blue and orange. That would really set Leslie off." "Yes, it would, mate," Coco says. Bull chuckles. "You're okay by me, Coco." He disappears down the hall. Coco takes an ice cube and rubs it against her forehead. Her phone dings. Ice. A spoon chimes against the side of a glass, and we gravitate to the pink and white striped tent, where the grazing board has been replaced by a dinner buffet. Pyramids of lobster rolls and beef tenderloin sandwiches, platters of fried chicken, a colorful assortment of fresh salads. Standing before the food is Bull Richardson. Where did he come from? Has he been here all along? He waits for us to quiet, then says, Leslie and I would like to thank you all for coming to our new home. We look forward to making, well, at least a few summers' worth of memories before this place falls into the sea. We laugh the forbidden topic has been addressed. As the sun sets over the water and the waves lap up onto the Richardson's sugar cookie beach, as we reach for our second, or third, cocktail or bite into buttery lobster rolls while Sean Lee serenades us with pink houses. Even those of us who thought that buying the place was foolish have to admit that, on a night like tonight, it feels priceless. Fast Eddie has been wondering all evening how he and Addison are going to manage to get a moment with Bull Richardson to discuss the Jackson property without anyone else around. For Eddie, anyone else means Grace. But Eddie needn't have worried. Addison Wheeler, whose nickname has long been Wheeler Dealer, is as smooth as they come. He approaches Grace and Eddie just as they finish eating, puts a hand on Eddie's back and says to Grace, "Can I borrow your boyfriend for a moment?" "Of course," Grace says. A flush the same color as her Laurent Perrier Risset starts on her cheeks and cascades down her neck into the neckline of her dress. "I've been wanting to mingle." Grace heads over to the table where the landscape architect Benton Coe is sitting. Normally, this would send Eddie into a fit of jealousy because of Grace and Benton's long-ago history, but tonight, this is exactly what he needs. Grace will be occupied long enough for Addison and Eddie to talk to Bull. There's more good luck when Bull sees them coming. He excuses himself from a conversation with his boat captain, Lamont Oakley. "Hello, gentlemen, good to see you," Bull says. They all shake hands and exchange friendly pats on the back, and Addison comments on how beautiful the spot is, incomparable really. Then, wasting no time, Addison goes on to say that Bull obviously recognizes a good business deal when he sees one, which is why he and Eddie are coming to him with an opportunity that recently fell into their laps. 6 waterfront acres on the southeast shore, the last parcel of its kind, and the owner is fine with dividing it into 3 lots. "She's priced the lots ridiculously low," Eddie says. "We were going to advise her to raise the price, but then we thought we'd buy them ourselves, build, flip, and make a lot of money," Addison says. "Now we could go to the bank or I could be the bank," Bull says. His tone of voice and facial expression are hard to read, and Eddie worries they've come on too strong. But it turns out there's no such thing with the Richardsons because Bull says, "The idea intrigues me. Let's talk on Monday, shall we? Come up with a plan." "Yes," Eddie thinks. He practically skips back to the party where people have started dancing. Eddie finds Grace still at Benton's side. Eddie says, "Hate to interrupt, but I'd like to dance with my wife." As Eddie leads Grace onto the dance floor, he says, "What did you and Benton talk about?" "Oh," Grace says, "nothing really. What did you and Addison and Bull talk about?" "Oh," Eddie says, "nothing really." When Sean Lee slows things down and plays "Wish You Were Here" by Pink Floyd, Romeo asks Sharon to dance. He's been by her side most of the night, and she's learned a lot about him. Such as he was in the Merchant Marine for 20 years before coming to Nantucket to work for the Steamship Authority. He's never been married, though he does have one son, age 25, who works on one of those fishing boats in Alaska that you see on the reality shows. Sharon is intrigued. Everyone in her hometown of New Canaan worked in tech, VC, or private equity. It's exciting to talk to a man who knows about engines, water currents, and weather patterns. He considers himself an amateur psychologist. Half the challenge of loading and unloading cars from the steamship is dealing with the personalities behind the wheels. Romeo is also an entrepreneur. He owns a whale-watching charter business up in Provincetown. It has made him enough money that he was able to buy his own 22-foot Grady White. "It's nothing like that impressive boat," he says, pointing to the Richardson speedboat Decadence, which has been hiding behind hedonism. "But I'd love to take you out for a boat day sometime." "Anytime," Sharon says. "I'm free as a bird this summer." Romeo spins her around on top of all his other charms. He's a skilled dancer, and Sharon is left literally and figuratively breathless. When Lee finishes the song, he says, "That's a wrap for me for tonight, folks." The Richardsons would like everyone to enter the door of the summer porch and head upstairs to the party room for dessert and dancing. A murmur ripples through the crowd as we gather our things. It's time to see the inside of Triple H. Sharon is tempted to whip out her phone and take a video for TikTok, but she won't be that person. Someone who is that person, however, is Dr. Andy's wife, Rachel. She has her phone out and is narrating, a rare peek inside 888 Pacomo. Sharon and Romeo move around Rachel, enter the octagonal screened-in porch, go down a hallway with a black and white floor, and walk up one side of a grand double staircase. The party room is bathed in pink light. Glass canisters filled with pink candy are lined up along the lucite bar. There's a pink chocolate fountain with strawberries for dipping, and servers pass cones of pink cotton candy. Sharon notices there are fewer guests. The people still here are those who like to have fun. DJ Billy Voss has set up in the corner and he's brought his drummer, Joe, with him. Joe will play along with every song, making it feel like there's a live band in the room. The first song is Crazy in Love, and all the women in Romeo hit the dance floor. Sharon loves that Romeo is secure enough in his masculinity to dance to Beyoncé. Just then, Sharon's watch sounds an alert. It's her Dexcom app, which monitors her son Robert's glucose levels. Robert's sugar levels are spiking. Oh, Sharon thinks. Robert is, unfortunately, spending the night at Baxter Morse's house, and although Robert knows better, he's probably had not only soda but candy. Baxter's mother, Celadon, keeps baskets of Snickers and Twix around the house as though every day is Halloween. Sharon sends Robert a text, "Your sugar. He may have to give himself an insulin shot, something he hates doing." "I have to call my son," Sharon shouts to Romeo over the music. She twirls her finger. "I'll be right back." Romeo follows Sharon outside to the octagonal deck. It's quiet here and cool, with a breeze coming in off the water. There's a crescent moon in the sky. It would be the most romantic spot on Earth if Sharon's son weren't in the middle of an urgent health situation. When she calls Robert, it goes straight to voicemail. Next, she calls Celadon. Voicemail. Robert's sugar level is at 280. Sharon won't be able to relax until she talks to him. "I'm afraid I have to go," she tells Romeo. "My son has type 1 diabetes, he's at a sleepover, his sugar levels are through the roof." "I'll go with you," Romeo says. "Let me drive, I'll take you wherever you need to go." Sharon knows she should decline this offer. Surely Romeo wants to stay, this is the party of the summer and it's just getting started. But he looks at her earnestly, and before she can say, "It's fine, I'll go alone," he's made a decision. "We're leaving right now." On the other side of the deck, Sharon sees Casey Capenash, Lamont Oakley, and that girl Coco who works for the Richardsons. Sharon approaches them and tells Coco, "Would you please tell the Richardsons that Sharon and Romeo had to leave but that we loved every second of this grand soiree and were so grateful to have been included." "I'll tell them," Coco says. "And don't worry, there will be a lot of parties this summer." A few of us notice Sharon and Romeo leaving and we think, "Sharon, what are you doing?" The best is yet to come. Sharon bumps into Rachel McMahon on the stairs and explains about Robert's sugar levels. Of course we understand, and we think how sweet it is that Romeo is going with her. We've never thought of him as a lover before, but then again, his name is Romeo. When DJ Billy Voss plays Hot in Hair, Leslie makes her entrance. She's wearing a new outfit, a skin-tight metallic pink jumpsuit and a pink wig. We all scream our delight, then notice Leslie's personal concierge, Coco, handing out pink wigs. In the next moment, Coco steps behind the bar and starts mixing up shots of something called tickled pink. Those of us who throw the shots back wonder if there's something in them other than alcohol, because suddenly we're at an 11 on the dance floor. Stacy's mom comes on, and Busy Ambrose, the field and oars commodore and one of the most staid and proper women we know, is in the center of the dance floor, pink wig atop her matronly bob, shaking her booty because she has a daughter named Stacy, and she has always secretly believed this song to be about her. Fast Eddie throws back not one but two tickled pink shots, and he doesn't protest when Grace fits a pink wig over his head, not even when he sees Rachel McMahon taking videos of everyone on the dance floor. Eddie and Grace sing out to Icona Pop, "I don't care, I love it." They're pogoing around like a couple of energetic kids in a mosh pit. This is exactly what their marriage needed, and they didn't even know it. The chief lets Andrea pull him onto the dance floor when Billy Voss switches to an 80s medley, though he turns down the offer of a tickled pink shot. He's the chief of police, after all, and he will not wear a wig. Addison is wearing a wig. He's always been the life of the party. Jeffrey, however, is stuck to the curvy white sofa like a straight pin in a cushion. He's drinking ice water and probably thinking of how he has to get up in 6 hours and tend the fields. Phoebe is smack in the middle of the dance floor, her long pink wig swaying as she dances with Leslie Richardson. The chief blinks Phoebe is wearing a new outfit as well, a white leather mini dress. When did she change? Billy Voss plays American Girl by Tom Petty. Phoebe and Leslie cheer and throw their arms around each other. Another woman in a pink wig the chief belatedly realizes it's Delilah storms off the dance floor, or maybe she needs the ladies' room. Delilah rips off her wig and tosses it down the stairwell. Her head instantly cools. Wigs aren't meant for people with as much hair as she has, but her temper is still blazing. She slams into the Richardsons' powder room, annoyed at how fabulous it is, dove-gray wallpaper patterned with pussy willows, a silver glass column sink that glows from within and collapses on the toilet. She's had a few drinks, yes, but that's not the problem. The problem is that Phoebe has become Leslie Richardson's admirer. At dinner, Delilah, Andrea, and Phoebe were looking for a place to sit, but then Phoebe peeled off and took the open seat next to Leslie. When everyone else went upstairs to the party room to dance, Leslie invited Phoebe and only Phoebe downstairs to the primary suite to, she said, change. When Phoebe reappeared, she was wearing a dress she'd borrowed from Leslie and smelled faintly of something herbal. "Were you doing something down there?" Delilah sounded disapproving, but in reality she was jealous. Phoebe giggled and followed Leslie onto the dance floor. Then American Girl came on, and while it might sound silly, that had long been Phoebe and Delilah's song. Delilah went looking for Phoebe so they could dance and found her practically glued to Leslie. As Delilah sits on the toilet with her face in her hands, there's a knock on the door. She hears Jeffrey say, "Delilah, let's just go home." But Delilah doesn't want to go home. This is, hands down, the best party she's ever been to. She exits the powder room, sidesteps Jeffrey, says, "Let's stay for one more quick drink, babe," and heads to the bar. Coco is nowhere to be found, so Delilah fills a rocks glass with club soda. She pours the entire thing into the pot holding a pink-canned white orchid in the dining room. It's a silent revenge. The worst thing you can do to orchids is overwater them. Delilah feels a little better. "Okay," she says when she finds Jeffrey morosely skulking in the doorway, watching Dr. Andy and Rachel McMahon dance closely. "We can go." Billy Voss ends his set at 1 in the morning with Last Dance by Donna Summer. The room is still pretty full, and Coco is impressed these older folks can keep up, though she's relieved it's over. Everyone will go home now, right? She's a little confused because there are still delicious aromas coming from the kitchen. Zoe Alastair's staff are somehow still here, and at that moment a gentleman in a tuxedo comes walking up the stairs. His hair is slicked back, he has blue eyes. "Party room?" he asks. "Who are you?" Coco asks. "Frank Sinatra," he says. The chief and Andrea are back out on the dance floor swaying to "You Make Me Feel So Young." The chief realizes he must be either dreaming or drunk because it appears to be Frank Sinatra who's singing. All blue eyes. He's not only still alive, he's here at 888. Whose idea is it to go for a late-night swim? Some might say it's a natural next step. The after-party singer finishes. The caterers pass around cheeseburger sliders and paper cones of hot, crispy French fries that we scarf down like we're high schoolers at the McDonald's drive-thru. It's nearly 3 in the morning. Coco has been on the clock for 19 hours, and this, she decides, is enough. She follows everyone else down the stairs and out the doors of the screened-in porch. People are shedding their clothes all over the lawn, and because Coco is still in concierge mode, she pulls a stack of beach towels from the porch closet. She reaches the beach in time to see Leslie dive into the water, followed by her new sidekick, Phoebe. Eddie, the real estate guy, is there. He goes into the water in his boxers, but his wife goes in freely, and so does Benton Coe, the landscaper, still in his pink wig. Coco averts her eyes. Casey comes up behind her. "Come on, let's go in." She's fiddling with the side zip of her dress. Coco was already planning on it. She slips out of her polo and shorts. It feels good to be out of her uniform, then her undergarments, and she and Casey charge into the water. This is far from the first time Coco has gone for a swim like this. It was a full moon tradition at Hawksonist Beach on St. John, but it's the first time she's done it sober. The water shocks her weary brain and bones into alertness, clarity. The crescent moon glows above them. "Thanks for everything tonight," Coco says. Casey had helped clear the abandoned drinks. She collected the crumpled napkins, replenished the strawberries for the chocolate fountain, and fetched more tequila for the pink cocktails. She took a selfie of the two of them on the deck with the Richardsons, yacht behind them, and one of them in the kitchen stuffing leftover lobster rolls into their mouths. "I can't believe how wild this party is," Casey says. Leslie is her. Coco understands how Casey might think that, especially after Leslie re-entered the party in her second outfit of the evening, a jumpsuit so tight it left little to the imagination. Casey gazes over at the other guests, who are swimming at the opposite end of the beach. But I did not need undeniable proof that Addison has no curves. Coco laughs and floats on her back. This is how people drown, she thinks, swimming when they're as tired as she is. There's a disturbance in the water and Coco freezes, thinking it's a fish. A head breaks through the surface right next to her and she shrieks. It's Lamont. He laughs. Coco splashes him and soon they're playfully wrestling. He grabs her ankle and pulls her under. She surfaces and jumps on his back, what possesses her. Nibbles on his ear. He responds by reaching around underwater and giving her a playful nudge out of Casey's line of sight, and Coco feels a rush of excitement. She wraps her legs around him. If Casey weren't here, they'd share a moment. She doesn't care about Leslie's rule. How, she wonders, can they get rid of Casey? Will Casey pick up on the nature of their play and head for shore? She will not. When Coco turns, she sees Casey only a few feet away, treading water. Darn, Coco thinks whenever she bumps into Lamont around the Richardson compound. He's polite and friendly, but nothing more. Leslie has clearly given him the lecture. No dating the other staff member or you'll both be replaced like that. Snap. But right now they have a chance to sneak around. Who knows when another opportunity like this will come along? A voice cuts through the inky air. Lamont. Coco looks in the direction of the voice and sees Leslie in all her daily yoga practice perfection on the bow of hedonism, waving an arm. Leslie is her, Coco thinks unhappily. Lamont loosens his grip on Coco, letting her slip back into the water. He starts swimming toward the boat. "Have a good night, ladies." The chief is still dancing to Frank Sinatra, who's currently singing "The Way You Look Tonight." This is the song he and Andrea danced to at their wedding. Andrea comes from a large Italian family. Her uncles had approved. In the next instant, Frank Sinatra has changed his outfit. That seems to be a trend tonight. Instead of a black tuxedo, he's now wearing a pink velvet tuxedo. Ed is about to ask Andrea if she noticed this, except it isn't Andrea he's dancing with, it's Leslie Richardson. The chief startles awake. He's lying on the curvy white sofa in the Richardsons' party room. Andrea is next to him. The chief looks around. Everyone else is in minimal clothing, or nearly so. What is going on? Addison wears only a towel. Phoebe is snoring under a throw blanket. Eddie Pancic is wearing boxer shorts and a pink wig. Busy Ambrose from the field and Or Club is lying on the floor, her head on a turquoise pillow. She isn't wearing much, and neither are Dr. Andy and Rachel McMahon. The chief can't unsee Dr. Andy like this. He may have to change dentists. There's pearly light coming through the windows. The birds are singing. Ed checks his phone. The battery is at 3%, but there are no missed calls, no texts. There were apparently no party-related incidents last night, which is a darn good thing since the chief was out cold and couldn't have responded. It's 4:15 in the morning. His head aches. Gently, he nudges Andrea. Her eyelids flutter open, and she too gazes around the room like she can't believe what she's seeing. Was there some kind of wild gathering that they missed or, goodness forbid, took part in? Delilah and Jeffrey are nowhere to be found. They probably acted like responsible adults and left when things got out of hand. Ed gets to his feet. He considers waking Addison but decides it's better to make a clean getaway. He offers Andrea his hand. "Let's go," he whispers. Party's over. Thursday, August 22, 9:15 p.m. A welcome breeze has cleared some of the smoke from the air. Stuvik and his team are investigating the fire site. Zara strides over to where the chief is standing with his daughter, Casey, and Lamont Oakley. She offers a hand to Casey. "I'm Chief Washington," she says, hitting the word chief hard for Ed's benefit. "I'm sorry about your friend. We're going to find her. Right now we need to ask Lamont some questions." "Yeah, of course, okay," Casey says. She sinks down onto the low granite wall that encircles the garden. "I'm going to keep calling her." Ed takes an intentional breath. Casey no doubt realizes now that Coco missing is a thing. It is real, they are not watching a movie, this is happening. He once attended a seminar about missing persons and learned that in some ways it's more challenging for people to grapple with loved ones' disappearances than their passing. Missing causes one to feel equal parts despondent and hopeful. It nags, what happened? Where is she? The mind craves an answer. Missing is a special kind of torment, and missing at sea feels worse than just missing. Ed squeezes his daughter's shoulder. We'll just be a minute, he tells her. Zara and Ed settle with Lamont on a wooden bench in the middle of a circle of hydrangea bushes, which affords them all a bit of privacy. Walk us through the evening, Ed says. How did Coco seem? Normal, Lamont says. She was working, she wore her uniform, she served the welcome cocktails, she served the hors d'oeuvres. I didn't really pay attention. I was sailing the boat. I normally have 2 crew members, Javier and Esteban, but it was their abuela's birthday, so they weren't working. I had no problem handling the boat alone, but I needed to give it my full attention. When was the last time you remember seeing Coco? Zara asks. She passed around the champagne right after Leslie and Bull did their vow renewal. Did you know about the vow renewal? I did, Lamont says, but it was a surprise for the guests. Coco knew about it? Yes, Lamont says. Can you run through the timeline from there? Zara asks. Bull and Leslie renewed their vows just as the sun was setting, Lamont says. Leslie was very particular about the angle of the sun and how they'd look in pictures. They did the vows themselves without an officiant, they just read some stuff that they'd asked Coco to pull off the internet. Romantic, Zara says. Was Coco present during the renewal of the vows? The chief asks. Yes, Lamont pauses. She was standing next to me in the cockpit. So after the Richardsons renewed their vows, Coco passed around glasses of champagne, we all toasted Bull and Leslie, then Coco collected the glasses. Was Coco drinking at all? No, she never drinks on the job, she never eats either. She's always conscientious about that. No alcohol is good news, Ed thinks. If she didn't eat or drink, then she probably wasn't affected either intentionally or accidentally, but they can't rule it out. And then what happened? I turned the boat around and we headed back. When did you hear about the fire? Lamont's eyes, Zara notices, are red from the smoke or from emotion. Are they out there looking for her now? Is the Coast Guard looking for her right this second? Yes, Ed says. Lucy has 2 boats out and she's asking for a helicopter from Woods Hole. He pauses. They'll find her, Zara presses further. Lamont, this is very important. We need to know where Coco was when news of the fire broke. We need to know who the last person to see her was. Zara pauses and softens her tone. Was it you? Doubtful, he says. She was cleaning up, coming and going. There were guests everywhere. I lost track of her. Another guest told us she saw Coco clearing champagne glasses right before they heard about the fire, Zara says. Was Coco still on the boat when that news broke? I assume so, though it was chaos. Bull ordered me to lower the sails and motor back to Pacomo. I wasn't thinking about where Coco was. He takes a breath to say more, then stops. What is it? Zara says. Nothing, he says, not important. We understand Bull Richardson was on the bow when he heard about the fire, Zara says. Yes. Where was Leslie Richardson? I don't remember, Lamont says. Bull was calling for Leslie, so she must have been somewhere else on the boat. Below deck, Zara asks. On the stern? She might have been using the head, Lamont says. I have no idea. Their house was on fire. I needed to get back to Pacomo. That was my focus. I wasn't thinking about anything else. I figured Coco was down in the galley washing glasses or maybe helping Bull locate Leslie. Coco had a lot of responsibilities. He shakes his head. It never occurred to me, not for one second, that she'd gone overboard. She'd been on the boat plenty of times. She was sure-footed. The only thing? Yes, Zara says. There's a spot in the back of the boat where people can dive off, and there's a swim ladder. That area is secured by a gate, and the latch of the gate doesn't work properly. It closes, but not firmly, with a click. I ordered a new part, but it hadn't arrived, and when I told Bull and Leslie that, they said not to worry about it, just go ahead with the sail. Ah, the chief says he's surprised the Coast Guard didn't mention this, but then again they were looking for the girl, not inspecting the safety of the boat. So possibly Coco fell, Zara says. Can she swim? Yes, Lamont says. She's a strong swimmer. That's the only reason I'm even halfway sane right now. She can swim. Lamont reminds Zara of one of her nephews. He's clean-cut and earnest, but Zara herself is the mother of two, and she gets the distinct feeling Lamont is holding something back. "Is there something else you want to say, son?" Lamont looks from Zara to the chief. "You're questioning the Richardsons, right?" 16. Morning Buns talk of the Richardsons' pink and white party is everywhere. Baxter Morse's mother, Celadon, is dying for the details. She bumps into Dr. Andy and Rachel McMahon at Tupancy Links while they're walking their dogs, and Rachel shows Celadon the videos she took. Here are the pink cocktails. Here's the crowd on the dance floor wearing pink wigs. Here's the Frank Sinatra tribute band at the after-party. Here's a blurry one of everybody taking a moonlit dip at the Richardsons' private beach under a crescent moon. The videos, Celadon thinks, do not disappoint. The Richardsons instantly become the island's sweethearts. They routinely double-book at restaurants, reserving tables at both Ventuno and Lola 41 for 8 p.m. on a Friday, and then deciding at the last minute which they'd prefer, a huge no-no that would normally result in a couple being placed on the naughty list. But the Richardsons are forgiven. When we see them out on the town, we jockey to introduce ourselves and explain our relevance. Megan manages the Earth boutique in town. Would Leslie like a private shopping experience, and can Megan gift her a few items? Thai delivers for ups. Have Leslie's packages been arriving on time? The Winslows are summer residents from the main line. Would Bull and Leslie like to join them at their home on Eel Point Road for cocktails? As the Commodore and chairperson of the membership committee at the Field and Oar Club, Busy Ambrose receives the nominating letter for the Richardsons from Phoebe Wheeler. Busy decides to write a seconding letter herself. She's certain the Richardsons will have no problem finding 3 other members to write letters, and maybe as soon as the August vote, they can admit the Richardsons to the Field and Oar. It will be such a coup, snapping them up before any other club does. Fast Eddie is thrilled when Bull Richardson emails him and Addison on Monday afternoon and invites them out to 888 for a breakfast meeting the next morning to discuss the potential of the Jackson lots. Eddie and Addison decide it would be best to drive together, present a united front, and so on, so Addison swings by in his Aston Martin convertible to pick Eddie up. As they cruise out the Palpies Road, they talk about what kind of cut they should offer Bull. A significant one, they decide, since he's fronting the money. All Eddie can think is, "This deal could change my life. If it works out, he'll be back on top." He and his wife could finally move out of the tiny cottage on Lily Street, which was all they could afford after Eddie's setback, and buy a waterfront property similar to the one they lost. He wonders what Addison dreams of. Addison already has a pile of money, a beautiful home, and a lovely family. He's in this deal only for the sport of it, Eddie suspects, and Eddie tries to convey the same kind of cool indifference. What has he learned? The person who needs the least will always have the power. When Addison pulls into the long white-shell driveway of 888, Eddie can't help but flash back to Saturday night. He has clear recollections of cocktails, dinner, and dancing to DJ Billy Voss and drummer Joe. He even remembers throwing back the pink shots and donning the pink wig. After that, things get hazy according to Grace. There was a Frank Sinatra impersonator and trays of cheeseburgers, and Eddie vaguely remembers tipping a paper cone of French fries down his gullet. But how that led to him waking up in the Richardsons' living room in a soaking wet pair of boxer shorts with Grace beside him in minimal clothing is something of a mystery. "Swimming," Grace told him. "We all went swimming, don't you remember?" Does he? The Richardsons' house, which only 3 days earlier was the site of a wild gathering this island had never before seen, is now giving clean and sober weekday morning vibes. The sprinklers are gently misting the pink hydrangea bushes, and Eddie sees one of Benton Co.'s landscaping trucks parked in front of the garage. There's some kind of garden installation going in. Eddie is relieved Benton's personal truck isn't here. He's the last person Eddie wants to see on any given day, but especially after Saturday night. When Eddie asked Grace who exactly went swimming, she said, "You and me, Leslie Richardson, Addison, Phoebe, Benton, and some of the kids, I think." "Benton?" Eddie said, and Grace hummed as though seeing Benton in that state was no big deal. Well, Eddie thought it was nothing she hadn't seen before. Eddie hasn't mentioned the swimming or the party in general to Addison because, frankly, Eddie feels a bit ashamed that he was part of it. He remembers Rachel McMahon taking videos of them on the dance floor. He should have insisted that Rachel delete them. Grace would no doubt tell Eddie he's being paranoid. Everyone they know was at the party, including Ed Capenash, the chief of police. Grace views their invitation as a badge of honor. Eddie overheard Grace talking about the party with their daughter, Allegra, on Sunday afternoon. "We didn't get home until 5 in the morning and I was missing a shoe. Yes, I'm serious." Grace sounded delighted with herself. Bull answers the door looking fresh and clean-shaven with a hearty good day. He leads Eddie and Addison upstairs to the kitchen, which smells richly of coffee. On the counter is a colorful fruit salad and a platter of morning buns from Wicked Island Bakery. "Help yourself to breakfast, gentlemen," Bull says. "Would anyone like a coffee?" "I'd love one," Addison says. "Black, please." Eddie normally takes his coffee very light and very sweet. Grace teases him that it's more dessert than coffee, but he senses this will telegraph fussiness. "Yes, please," he says. "Black." He loads up a white cafe plate with a generous scoop of the fruit salad. It includes ripe mangoes and huge, juicy blackberries and a cinnamony, buttery morning bun. "Please eat." Bull says, though Bull takes nothing, and Addison pats his midsection and says, "One morning bun would negate the PR I had this morning on the Peloton." "Ah, I did a ride with Cody this morning," Bull says. "Leslie thinks I have a crush on him." "You do you, boo," Addison says, and they both laugh and Eddie holds his plate of food feeling like an idiot because he isn't in on the pillow speak, and why is he the only one eating? He's failed some sort of test by showing his working-class background. When food is offered, Eddie eats. This is clearly one of those instances where the food is a prop. The buns and the elite fruit salad are here so Bull can check the box marked breakfast meeting, but neither he nor Addison actually eats because they both know better. They head down to Bull's study. Addison points to the shelf of Patrick O'Brian novels. He's a terrific author. Eddie, who hasn't read a book for pleasure since his Encyclopedia Brown days, shoves the entire morning bun in his mouth. "Ah, yeah," Bull says. "Wouldn't know, those were here when we moved in." Bull sits behind his desk. Addison and Eddie take the leather chairs. In the car, they agreed that Addison should be the one to pitch. "We can buy the 3 lots for $9 million, Addison says. "Then, through the relationships Eddie and I have with local design and build firms, we can create 3 unique and dazzling estates for about $4 million apiece, and when they're finished we'll list them at $15 million apiece for a profit of approximately $24 million. $15 million seems low for a waterfront property," Bull says. "After all, I paid $22 million for this place." "Well, Bull," Eddie thinks, "you overpaid." The house had been sitting on the market since November of 2019 for a reason. Rising Harbor aside, the place just isn't worth $22 mil. The bones are old, there has been no structural work done since the 80s, and it isn't winterized. Once temperatures start to drop, the house will have to be drained and put into hibernation mode until next spring. There's no pool and no proper guest house, only the garage with the apartment above. The sellers were 2 adult children who'd inherited the house and wanted nothing to do with the island. They were content to wait until they got their price. They seemed confident someone would offer the full amount, though Eddie begged them to lower their asking price to 20 or, even better, 19. But they were right in the end. Eddie couldn't believe it when Addison said he had a couple not only willing but eager to pay as long as they could close in 30 days and enjoy the house for the summer. The wife loved the party room, Addison said, had to have it. Eddie says, "You bought the most fascinating property on the island." "Classier than 1 Ocean Avenue," Addison chimes in. "Statelier than 75 Main Street." Neither of these things is true, but Eddie watches Bull nod in satisfied agreement. "We're calculating at 15 million to be safe," Eddie says. "We may list at 20. And your positive construction costs won't run over," Bull says. "Our relationships with the contractors are rock solid," Addison says. "That's where we add value. We'll get the fairest bids, and the projects will be done on time." Addison sounds confident, but Eddie knows that every construction project on this island runs over in both money and time. The wrong custom tile is ordered for one of the 7 bathrooms. The light fixtures have a 6-month lead time. The automatic pool cover breaks. The only guy who does granite countertops on the island is notoriously impossible to get hold of. Eddie emits a soft cinnamon burp. His heartburn is flaring up. Now that he's back in the real estate development game, he supposes he'll start popping cherry Tums again. So you'd like me to front the 21 million? Bull says. Why wouldn't you go to a bank? One reason, which Eddie is not eager to disclose, is that after what happened 9 years ago, no bank will lend to him. And Addison confided he's not okay with taking on 21 million in debt by himself. It all comes down to timing, Eddie says. Banks take forever and the paperwork for construction loans is Byzantine. We'd like to move quickly on this. Close on the properties as soon as possible, break ground in early fall, finish by May 1st, and sell on May 2nd if not before. Eddie and I have a long list of rental clients who will be bidding against one another to get their hands on these properties, Addison says. Brilliant, Bull says. I love a gamble and I'm not going to lie, fellas, I need a win. Gotta keep the wife happy. So I front the cash, you two work your magic, and we split the profit 3 ways. Addison clears his throat. Is that what you envision? A third for each of us? What else would we do? Bull asks. That's precisely what we were thinking as well, Eddie says, though this isn't at all true. They were hoping Bull would agree to 40% while they each took 30%, although they decided they would entertain the idea of him taking 50% while they each took 25%. But Bull sees their value as equal to his, even though they aren't investing a dime of their own money. A third for each of us. Handshakes all around. Bull suggests that Eddie and Addison choose the attorney whoever they feel most comfortable with. Val Gluckstern, Addison says. She's the best. When Bull walks them out to the driveway, Eddie can't help asking about the landscaping project. Leslie wants a round, hedged-in garden for the octagonal hot tub she's custom-ordered. Benton Co. is doing the work. Eddie takes a breath. He nearly says, I'd watch Benton Co. around your wife. Take it from someone who knows. But no, Eddie won't get into it. He needs to let go of the past, especially now that his future is looking so bright. Casey wakes up to a text from Isla. Good morning, Bun. I miss you. Part of Casey swoons, another part is furious. Isla can miss Casey all she wants, but it means nothing until she leaves Rondo. Casey scrolls through her phone to the pictures from Saturday night and finds a selfie of her and Coco. The picture is good. Their faces are side by side, Casey's glass of champagne is in the frame, and the sun hits Coco in a way that makes her blue eyes pop. Don't do it, she thinks. It isn't fair to Coco. But Coco seems pretty into Lamont, and if Casey asked Coco if she could use the pictures to make Isla jealous, Coco would probably say yes. Casey would never ask, it would be too mortifying. She sends the photo. Even though it's 3 in the morning in San Francisco, there's an immediate response from Isla. Are you two together? Casey decides not to respond. Another text comes in. I want to jump on a plane right now. Please forgive me, Coco, Casey thinks. This is working. 17. Amalfi Lemons in the days following the pink and white party, Coco expects life at 888 to quiet down, but she's busier than ever. One of her duties, which wasn't mentioned earlier, is applauding Leslie as she congratulates herself. I heard multiple people saying that Saturday night was the best party they'd ever been to. Like in their lives, Leslie says. Everyone had a great time, Coco says. Rachel McMahon, the dentist's wife, is leaking all kinds of videos, Leslie says. You know what that gets her? Followers, Coco says. Blackballed, Leslie says. Bull and I loathe social media. We prefer to experience our lives in person. Right. Coco checked for both Bull and Leslie online and came up empty, which she finds strange. Leslie loves attention and could easily cultivate a devoted following on Instagram in the aspirational lifestyle space. Coco nearly mentions this, but why feed the beast? Lots of people reached out to thank me, Leslie says. And I'm keeping track of the ones who didn't. I haven't heard from the Cape Nashes. I haven't heard from Delilah Drake, but that tracks because I'm pretty sure she dislikes me. I haven't heard from Blonde Sharon. Leslie pauses. She's apparently a vicious gossip. I need to know what she thought. Blonde Sharon? Coco thinks. That's a person's name. Then she remembers. Oh, she and the steamship guy had to leave during the dancing. She said she had some kind of emergency at home, but she made a point of telling me she had a fabulous time. Leslie winds her long, dark hair around her wrist and forearm. Coco has learned this is a nervous tic, but it's actually kind of fetching, so much so that Coco is considering growing her hair out. Someone ruined my Rothschild slipper orchid, Leslie says. It was fine before the party and the morning after I found it wilted. Maybe it drank too much, Coco says. Leslie offers a vague smile. Do you think the skinny dipping took things a step too far? That was the best part, Coco says, and it was right up to the moment Lamont swam away. Oh yes, Leslie says. I thought so too. Coco's other tasks are more straightforward but also more frustrating. The first pages of her Moleskine notebook are filled with lists, notes, and instructions. She also keeps a detailed log of her productivity in case Leslie ever asks her to account for her time. On Monday afternoon, Leslie informs Coco that Bull is hosting a breakfast meeting the next day and he'd like coffee, a fruit salad, and a dozen morning buns from Wicked Island Bakery. He likes mango in his fruit salad, Leslie says. We had it every day on St. John. Right, because St. John is a tropical island where mangoes grow on trees, Coco thinks. On Nantucket, 30 miles out in the Atlantic, she has to go to 4 places before she finds a mango that isn't as hard as a rock. However, the mango is a breeze compared to the morning buns. To get the morning buns, Coco has to rise at 5:30 in order to be standing in line at 6 when the bakery opens, and then she learns the limit per customer is 6, and no amount of persuasion, Coco offered to pay double. She offered a $100 bill, can convince the girl behind the counter to give her a dozen. In the end, this doesn't matter. The breakfast goes largely uneaten. On Tuesday night, Casey texts Coco that Eric had a fishing charter cancel for the following day and he has offered to take Casey and Coco out on the boat. Coco says, I wish I could but I'm too busy. Casey texts back, how do 2 people create so much work? Coco wonders this as well. On Wednesday morning, she provisions for the household. She buys steak tips and salmon fillets from the Nantucket meat and fish market, then heads down the street to Pip and anchor for a wedge of Savage cheese, sourced from the Von Trapp family farm in Vermont, and a certain organic ricé that Leslie likes. Coco selects tomatoes, lettuce, and herbs from Bartlett's farm. Don't you want a UC View farm? She asked Leslie. The owners, Jeffrey and Delilah, were at your party. Go to Bartlett's, please, Leslie said. As I mentioned, Delilah never thanked me. Next it's off to 167 Raw for bluefish pâté, jumbo shrimp, and a key lime pie. Then Coco heads into town where finding parking is like an episode of Dude. You're in trouble to procure a loaf of sourdough, sliced thin, from Born and Bread. Leslie has requested a growler of Wandering Haze IPA from Cisco Brewers as well as Tanqueray, and a bottle of Flor de Caña 18 rum. Something else Bull developed a taste for in St. John from Nantucket Wine and Spirits. Coco rounds out her errands with a trip to the Mid-Island Stop and Shop. With her cart and her list, she thinks, it's official I'm a mom, and a visit to Dan's pharmacy, where she picks up prescriptions for Leslie's sleep aids, anxiety meds, and Bull, a certain men's health medication. Coco is about to text Casey. Today I ran all over the place. She realizes she sounds like her mother, deletes this, and writes, provisioning today required 9 different stops. Surely Casey will think this is hyperbole. It's not. When Coco arrives back at 888 with all the goods, she groans. There's a package waiting by the front door. The UPS and FedEx trucks pull in several times a day, setting off the alarm both coming and going. The chimes are starting to trigger headaches, and Coco is responsible for opening the packages, saving the return slips, and breaking down the boxes. She layers them in the back of Baby like some kind of cardboard millefeuille awaiting her next trip to the dumpout in Nantucket, 25 minutes away. Most of the packages are clothes for Leslie from places like Cult Gaia, Rat and Boa, Retro Fairt. Others are linens and home goods, some from Serena and Lily, some from Ban Studio in La. But this box, she sees, has been shipped from Italy. It's marked perishable. Coco imagines a craggy chunk of Parmesan, a loop of exotic cured meat, a whole black truffle. But once Coco gets the box along with all her other bags and packages upstairs, she slices through the top and finds a wooden crate filled with straw and nestled within the straw a dozen lemons. My Amalfi lemons, Leslie cries. She lifts one out of the box with cupped hands as though it's a baby chick. She holds it out for Coco to see, to smell. It's the roundest, most fragrant lemon Coco has ever seen or smelled. It's a lemon worthy of a Van Gogh painting. Each lemon is swaddled in a little white jacket. These are the best lemons in the world, Leslie says. The most flavorful, the juiciest. Will you use them in a recipe? Coco asks, though she has yet to see Leslie cook. The provisioning and specialty ingredients are all for Bull. He'll grill up the steak tips for lunch, cut the salmon into tartare for a late afternoon snack. Leslie eats sourdough toast, sometimes with a slice of tomato on top, sometimes with the savage cheese from Pip and Anchor. Bull and Leslie go out for dinner every single night. But maybe the arrival of the Amalfi lemons warrants an evening at home, a scampi with the shrimp Coco bought, perhaps. There to display, Leslie says. She disrobes the lemons, places them artfully in a white ceramic bowl, and sets the bowl on the kitchen island. Coco checks the packing slip. 1 dozen Amalfi lemons cost Leslie €224, plus €60 in shipping. €284 for lemons that, if Coco has to guess, will sit in that bowl until they soften and grow spots of green mold. This gives Coco pause. She thinks of her mother, Georgie, slicing Black Forest ham behind the deli counter at Harps. Georgie's job is not glamorous, but at least it has a purpose. Then Coco thinks of school teachers, police officers, brain surgeons, fishermen, accounts receivable staff, customer service reps, public defenders, third-shift factory workers, and bus drivers. What would they make of a woman who spends €284 on lemons just because they look pretty on the counter? Coco has often been appalled by the waste in this house. Leslie wants things just to have them. Most of the food never gets eaten. Half the outfits never get worn, but this is the first time Coco wants to speak up. But she has become seduced by the luxuries of her new life, waking up in her king bed, driving baby down the Palpies Road, ordering lobster salad sandwiches from something natural. Instead of making a big deal about the lemons, she decides, she will express her disapproval by leaving the kitchen without putting the groceries away. Leslie has 2 hands, she can do it. Coco says, I'll take these prescriptions down to your bathroom. Leslie isn't listening. She's too busy admiring her lemons. Downstairs, before she puts away the prescriptions, Coco pops into the library, which has become her refuge. She finished A Spark of Light by Jodi Picoult last night and is ready for something new. She pulls out Pachinko by Min Jin Lee, which she has long wanted to read. As she's heading down the hall to the primary suite, she hears Bull shouting. Coco nearly drops the book and the bag of pills. We should darn well be grandfathered in? This is followed by more frustration, and then what sounds like Bull's phone hitting the wall. Coco hesitates, terrified that Bull is going to storm out of his office and realize she heard him. But she's where she's supposed to be, doing what she's supposed to be doing. She keeps going, averting her eyes as she passes Bull's office. She can see the door is ajar. Coco, Bull calls. His voice sounds improbably cheerful. She backs up a few steps and pokes her head in. Hi, come on in, he says. Sit down. Coco doesn't want to go, and she's holding a book she took from the library without permission and also Bull's medication. But what choice does she have? She steps inside but remains by the doorway. Close the door, Bull says. This is it then, Coco thinks. The moment when Bull does the predictable thing and tries to charm her. I've wanted you since the moment I saw you at the banana deck. Your confidence in those cutoffs. Your presence in that t-shirt. Your eyes, your eyes, your eyes. Coco desperately wants to get her screenplay into the hands of Bull's contacts. But is she willing to compromise herself for it? She closes the door and takes a seat across from him. He comes out from behind the desk and leans against it, facing her. How's everything going? Great, she says. I thought we had an agreement, he says. I'm here for the airing of grievances. I've got your back. I know working for Leslie isn't easy. He tilts his head. Is it? Coco isn't sure what to say. This could be a trick, a way of evaluating her loyalty. This job is pretty much what I thought it would be. Leslie makes her expectations clear and I try to exceed them. Bull laughs. Goodness, you're good. He lowers his voice and says, can we agree the things in this office stay between us? Coco is certain now that this is a trap. Sure. We really want to make Nantucket work, Bull says. The other places we've tried, well, let's just say things got uncomfortable. Leslie has a tough time making female friends. No, let me correct myself, she makes friends easily, she just can't keep them. Other women are threatened by her. She's beautiful, she's fun, and she's naturally charming, that's just her nature. But she's a complex person, which is why I want to check in periodically and make sure you're okay. I'm okay, Coco says. She really wishes she weren't holding the man's medication. You probably heard me yelling, Coco shrugs. I was just passing, I've built my beverage distribution business from the ground up, he says. My parents owned a shop on the Nullarbor Plain, do you know where that is? It's a desolate stretch of nowhere in the Australian outback. We used to sell to all the coaches and long-haul trucks that came through. Snacks, drinks, hot meals. I got to know the folks who delivered our supplies, and when I turned 18, I went to work for one of them. I rose up in the company, then left and started my own, and I expanded outside of Australia. Now I distribute to all of Indo. But sensitive folks are everywhere complaining about ecosystems, he trails off. I don't mean to unload on you, I just don't want you to think I'm a bad guy if you overhear me using some strong language. Not a problem, Coco says. Bull notices the book in her hand. Are you a reader then? I am. I borrowed this from the library. I'll put it back when I'm finished. No worries, I'm glad someone's taking advantage of that room. Are you a reader? Coco asks. Used to be a bit. These days I mostly read scripts. Coco freezes. Is now the time? Can she tell him she has a finished screenplay entitled Rosebush? No, she thinks. It's too soon. Somehow she senses this. I should get back to work, Coco says, standing. Leslie was excited to receive her lemons. It's ridiculous, right? Bull says, spending so much money on lemons. He gives a dry laugh. And yet I've done crazier things to try to make that woman happy. Speaking of which, I heard the party got pretty lively at the end. I conked out right after dinner. It was just the right kind of fun, Coco says. I'm actually still exhausted. I worked 19 straight hours on Saturday. You'll be paid, Bull says, plus a bonus. I was wondering if I could have a day off or even an afternoon. Of course, Bull says. Why don't you finish up whatever you're doing now and take the rest of the day for yourself? Leslie has pickleball this afternoon, then we're going to the field and oar club with Madame Busybody. Ha ha, Coco thinks. Busy Ambrose. Would that be okay? Go, Bull says. Coco delivers the prescriptions to the bathroom and heads back upstairs to finish putting away the groceries because she's certain Leslie didn't do it. She's right. Leslie is nowhere to be found and the groceries are all in their bags on the counter. Coco's mood is lighter now, and she takes great satisfaction in separating produce by color, pouring dry pasta into plastic containers, making sure the edges of boxes are lined up. Coco craved this kind of attention to detail when she was a kid. There was always enough food in her house, but everything was shoved into the cabinets willy-nilly. Ken's routinely fell to the linoleum floor, the flour got weevils, and Bree and her kids used to leave bags of chips open, so they went stale. Coco can admit now that while she never dreamed of the kind of extravagant plenty the Richardsons enjoy, she did long for things to be nice. When Coco finishes her home editing, she brings one of the Amalfi lemons to her nose and inhales. Ah, she thinks, she's free. She gets a text from Casey. We're leaving now, are you sure you can't join us? We can cruise over and be there in 20. Coco gnaws on her bottom lip. She hates to lie, but oh well, wish I could. Leslie wants me to detail her car. Have fun. She springs into action bikini, cutoffs, an old soggy dollar t-shirt, her straw bag that looks cute as long as you don't get close enough to see the fraying fibers and the holes. She waits at her apartment window until Leslie pops out of 888 wearing a white tennis skirt and visor, gets into her shiny G-Wagon. Coco took it to the car wash the day before, and crunches off down the shell driveway. There are some things Coco wants from the big house. Is she brave enough to take them? Yes. She snatches a bottle of Tanqueray and a bottle of champagne. From the kitchen, she swipes sugar packets and 2 of the Amalfi lemons. Her straw bag sags with the weight. The bottles clink against each other, making what can only be described as a liberated alcohol sound. But it's fine, Leslie is gone. Bull is back to yelling on the phone, this time in a foreign language. The man contains multitudes, and Coco makes a mental note to look up the Nullarbor Plain. She heads out to the beach, whistles, and waves her arms. Sorry, Case, she thinks. She has another kind of fishing in mind. 18. Whale Island when Romeo leaves blonde Sharon at her house on Saturday night after the Richardsons' party, and after they dragged Robert home from the Candyland that is Baxter Morse's house, he tells her he'll call her about going out for a ride on his boat. "I'd love it," Sharon says. Sunday he doesn't call, it's too soon anyway. Monday he doesn't call, he's probably working at the steamship. On the way to the field and oar club for her tennis lesson with Mateo, Sharon is tempted to swing through the ferry parking lot just to say hello. She can't stop thinking about how handsome Romeo looked in his bow tie and madras pants. Images of all the times over the years that Romeo directed Sharon's car on and off the ferry come flooding back. How had she never noticed his charm? Well, most of those times she was in the car with Walker and her children. Of course she wasn't going to admire Romeo from the steamship. In the end, she doesn't turn into the steamship parking lot, though it pulls at her like a magnet. Tuesday he doesn't call, and Sharon tries not to pine, but once Sterling and Colby are at their internship, and she's dropped Robert off at Strong Wings Bike Camp, she thinks, of course he won't call. Romeo can have any woman he wants on this island. Why would he choose Sharon, who has 3 children and a busy lifestyle? Still, Romeo was so sweet and attentive at the party. He'd insisted on coming with Sharon to the Morse house, and he was so cute and funny with Robert in the car, talking to him about MR Beast, who apparently they both watch on YouTube should Sharon be concerned about this. That Sharon became what can only be described as smitten. On Wednesday morning, Sharon is awoken by a text. "It's Romeo, boat this afternoon. I finish work after the noon ferry leaves." Ah, Sharon jumps out of bed. Should she answer right away or play it cool and wait? She answers right away. "I can make that work. Great. Let's meet at the town dock at 12:30. I'll grab sandwiches." Sharon shrieks with joy. Suddenly she's the heroine in a story about second chances. Speaking of stories, Sharon realizes that if she goes with Romeo, she'll miss her online writing class. Is she going to sacrifice her newfound interest in the literary arts for a man? Didn't she do enough of that in her marriage? Sharon has printed out the last 2 lines of Mary Oliver's poem, The Summer Day, and once again taped it to her bedroom mirror. "Tell me, what is it you plan to do with your one wild and precious life?" The lines taunt her. Would this day be better spent sitting in front of her laptop discussing Nancy's character study set at the Registry of Motor Vehicles or going boating with Romeo? No contest, Sharon thinks. She hurries to her closet to pick an outfit. There have been no more texts from Isla, and Casey worries that she's pushed things too far. She wants to make Isla jealous enough to leave Rondo. She doesn't want Isla to give up because she thinks Casey has moved on. She won't text Isla, but she does indulge her second worst impulse and checks Rondo's Instagram. There, she finds a picture of Isla and Rondo in Napa Valley at the Round Pond Estate Vineyard. They're seated at a rough-hewn wooden table with a grand charcuterie platter in front of them and rows of grapes behind. They hold their wineglasses as though they contain liquid gold. Isla is breathtaking in a simple black tank dress that deepens her summer tan. She's wearing red lipstick. Her diamond ring glitters on her finger. Casey aches with love. The caption reads, "We've decided on Round Pond Sauvignon Blanc for our reception," followed by the wineglass emoji. The Round Pond Sauvignon Blanc is Casey's favorite, as Isla well knows. Now Casey just aches. Her mood sinks even lower when she learns that Coco can't come out on the fishing boat, but it's a gorgeous day, and Casey won't waste it. Eric's fishing boat, Beautiful Day, is nicer than Casey expected. She's never been on it. It's amazing how much you miss when you live on the opposite coast for 7 years. She heard fishing boat and thought of a floating piece of machinery with rigging and nets. But Eric's boat has a glossy green hull and white leather cushions. There's a fighting chair up front and outrigger lines, but there's plenty of space to lounge as well, which is what Casey wants to do. She strips down to her bikini and lies across the long bench in the stern next to Avalon. "Please make yourself at home," Eric jokes. "I take it Coco couldn't come. She has to detail Leslie's car today," Casey says. "Does she ever say what it's like working for the Richardsons?" Avalon asks as she tears open a bag of Flamin' hot Cheetos. Avalon eats like a stoned frat boy. Her favorite foods are meat lover's pizza and anything you find in a vending machine. "Don't you know what it's like?" Casey asks. "Aren't you Leslie's masseuse?" "Was," Avalon says. She pops open Agrippa, which is Cisco Brewer's idea of a breakfast beer. Casey helps herself to one as well and tries not to let her mind wander to the NICU, to all the preemies fighting for their lives while Casey is in the sun drinking before noon. She called me to do an at-home massage, but I said no. I thought you did at-home massages all the time, Casey says. Oh, I do, Avalon says, but the Richardsons give me the creeps. This one night, Eric and I were at the box and Leslie Richardson started dancing with me, and then in the ladies' room she asked if Eric and I wanted to come back to their hotel room. Whoa, Casey says. Eric is standing at the ship's wheel, his expression inscrutable behind his wraparound sunglasses. Eric is cut from the same cloth as their father. He's a man of few words, but steady, straight, and true. You mean to tell me you aren't the adventurous type, E? That, Eric says, I am not. They cruise out of the harbor and he cranks up the horsepower. Billy told me the stripers are biting over by Tuckernuck, so that's where we're going, not that either of you care. So anyway, Avalon says, licking orange cheese dust off her fingers, that's why I won't work on her. Wow, Casey says. These are the first negative words she's heard about the Richardsons. Everyone else on the island is hopelessly in love with them. Lamont appears on the deck of hedonism. He waves at Coco on the shore and calls, "What's good?" "I have the afternoon off," Coco says. "Finally." Lamont gives her a thumbs up. "Oh, come on," Coco thinks. "Don't make me beg." She knows Lamont gets paid regardless of whether the Richardsons use the boats. His job is to keep them clean, maintained, and ready. When his work is done, he's free to do as he pleases. He disappears below deck. Maybe she misread what happened when they were swimming earlier. He'd been drinking. It was just fooling around. She turns to head back to the house, thinking she'll drive baby out to one of the ocean beaches, Cisco or Surfside. But then she hears the putter of a motor and turns to see Lamont coming to shore in the dinghy. Coco squints at him. "Do you want to hang?" He moves his wayfarers to the top of his head so she can see his eyes brown with flashes of copper. "Didn't Leslie tell you the rule? We aren't allowed to date." "But we're allowed to be friends," she says. Lamont glances at the house. "Where are?" Leslie went to play pickleball and Bull is in his office working. He gave me the rest of the day off. They're going to dinner at the field and or tonight. Leslie will be home between pickleball and dinner. Probably, but I doubt they'll need the boats. Lamont checks his phone. "I'll take you out," he says, "but this has to stay under the radar. I have a good thing here and I don't want to risk it." I feel exactly the same way. He still hesitates and Coco thinks about how she's never been with anyone she'd call principled. It's appealing. She crosses her heart, locks her lips, and tosses an invisible key over her shoulder. Finally, he smiles. "Do you want a sail or speed?" "Speed," she says. Meanwhile, blonde Sharon waits on the town dock, smoothing her blue eyelet cover-up and adjusting her straw hat. She checks her phone, 12:28. Her heart races like an excited kid on a trampoline. She'd sent a quick email to Lucky Zambrano. "Sorry I have to miss class this week. Unexpected plot twist. A date," she thinks. Just then she spots a boat approaching a Grady White with a cute bimini top. Romeo is at the wheel, shirtless in striped board shorts. Gah, he pulls up to the dock and one of the dock hands catches his line. The boat's name, Golden Girl, glitters in script on the side. Sharon removes her flip-flops and takes Romeo's hand as she steps aboard. She spots an open cooler filled with ice, seltzers, and a bottle of Domaines Haute Rissé, her favorite. There's also a bag of sandwiches from Provisions. Did he somehow guess she'd want a turkey terrific? "Who's Golden Girl?" Sharon teases. Romeo doesn't hesitate. "You are," he says. Coco has been on plenty of boats, from pontoons on the Lake of the Ozarks to catamarans in the Virgin Islands, but none compare to Decadence, the Aquariva 33. She's looked it up. The deck is grain-matched maple with 20 layers of varnish, sanding, and polishing. It's pure elegance. She sets her worn straw bag on the leather banquette and picks at the frayed edges of her cutoffs. Maybe she should have spent the afternoon shopping for new clothes. On Monday, Leslie had handed her a week's pay in an envelope, 36 crisp $100 bills. "Come on up here," Lamont says, patting the seat beside him. Coco moves forward. She feels like a Bond girl. "Hold on," he says. They navigate out of Pacomo Harbor and then he pulls back the throttle and they go flying. There are twin 380 Yanmars hiding beneath the aft. It's a Lamborghini on the water. "Woo-hoo," Coco says, raising her hands over her head. But then they hit the crest of a wave and she's jolted clear out of her seat. Okay, she thinks. She'll hold on. She doesn't want to end up overboard. Lamont slows down. Coco bumps her thigh against his and he presses back and she thinks, forget the rule, this is on. This is happening. They cruise along the north coast of the island. Lamont names each beach and adds some color commentary. Steps is where his mother taught him to swim, 40th Pole is where he went to bonfires in high school. They reach the western tip of the island and Lamont shows Coco Esther's Island and Smith's Point. Their thighs are still touching. People on the beaches wave at them, but Coco looks away. She doesn't want to call attention to herself. Where are we going? She asks. Do you have a plan? I always have a plan, he says. A second later, they've left Nantucket behind, but there's land ahead. Another island? Coco asks. Tuckernuck, Lamont says. It's privately owned, he explains. There are 32 houses run by generator. Lamont used to spend one weekend every August at a place called the Tate House his mother babysat for the children of the caretaker, Barrett Lee, and they worked out a barter. Those Tuckernuck weekends were all about riding a rusty no-speed Schwinn around the sandy roads, surf casting, grilling striped bass over a fire on the beach, taking rainwater showers. I would like that, Coco says, although who is she kidding? She's gotten used to 600 thread count sheets, central air, and 4 kinds of sparkling water ice cold in the fridge. Looking at the stars on Tuckernuck, Lamont says, was how he became interested in celestial navigation. Yes, I know the names of all the constellations. Yes, I can figure out where I am on planet Earth just by looking at the night sky. I am that nerd boy. Well, nerd boy, I am nerd girl. I can survive in the wilderness for a week with just a workman's tool and a canvas tarp. Were you a Girl Scout? He asks. No, she says. I had parental figures with a weird sense of fun. That's cool, he says. You have layers. Coco laughs and feels brave enough to let her hand land lightly on Lamont's thigh. He covers her hand with his own just long enough for her to know it's okay, then he grabs the wheel and directs them to a spit of golden sand. I thought you said it was privately owned. All except this beach, which is called Whale Island, he says. It's the only part of Tuckernuck open to boaters. No one is ever here during the week. 10 minutes later, they're lying on a blanket pulled from the cabin of Decadence. Lamont brandishes a couple of champagne flutes. Decadence is the kind of boat that comes with crystal stemware and Coco slides into bartender mode. French 75s, she says. The drink is a relic from the bartending course she took back in Arkansas. She remembers the recipe only because her instructor told the class they would probably never have the occasion to make one. They're highfalutin, he'd said. Now here she is, living her best highfalutin life. Coco makes the drinks gin, champagne, sugar, the exquisite lemon juice, and they toast to Coco's first afternoon off. Lamont takes a sip. This is amazing. It's the best cocktail Coco has ever made and maybe ever tasted. The first round goes down quickly and she makes another. These aren't just regular lemons, she says. They're Amalfi lemons. They arrived at the house in a straw-filled wooden crate wearing little white robes. Guess how much they cost? I'm afraid to ask. 284 euros, Coco says. It's not like I expect the Richardsons to buy their produce on sale, but you have to admit that's outrageous. I think Leslie probably just likes the fact that she can afford them, Lamont says. She comes from a pretty modest background. Leslie modest? Coco says. Don't tell me she's from Connecticut. Nope. Do you actually know where she's from? I do, Lamont says, but you can't let her know I told you. It isn't something she shares about herself. I won't tell. She's from a town called Pahrump, Nevada, Lamont says. Her family owned a gun range and an ammunition warehouse. People would go there to practice with rifles. Coco knew some folks from Rosebush who would have loved that kind of place. I have a pretty good imagination, but I can't picture Leslie on a shooting range in Nevada. She moved to Vegas after she graduated from high school, Lamont says. She worked as a crepe chef at the Bellagio to put herself through UNLV. Then she got a job on the casino floor serving cocktails. She said she did that for almost 10 years, good money, but she hated it. She finally got a regular bartending job at what she said was the coolest place in Vegas. She told me the name, but I forget. Pepper something, and that's where she met Bull. You remind me of myself when I was your age, Leslie had said. Leslie also grew up in a place she wanted to get out of. Leslie was also a bartender. Maybe that's why Leslie agreed to hire her. How do you know all this? Coco says. Obviously, you two are close. Is there something going on between the two of you that I should know about? Leslie likes attention, Lamont says. When Bull offered me the job, he told me I'm supposed to treat her like the only woman in the world. She talks, I listen. Why can't Bull just give her attention? Coco says. She's always all over you, it's weird. Lamont studies his champagne flute. I need this job, Coco. My mom is losing her eyesight, we have medical bills, and for someone with my skill set, this is the best job on the island. I'm capable of being Leslie's friend. Is that all you are? Coco asks. Friends? It sounds like you're jealous, Lamont says. Are you jealous? She lies back on the blanket. I might be. Oh yeah, Coco swats his arm. Remember the night of the party, in the water, I had you in a leg lock. I do remember that, he says, fondly. He reaches over and traces one of Coco's ribs, which tickles. Coco squirms away, and a second later, they're wrestling on the blanket. Lamont moves above her so that his knees are on either side of her hips, and they stare at each other. Coco's entire body is buzzing with excitement. Then he bends down and kisses her. His lips taste like sugar, his tongue like the finest lemons in the world. Coco can't get enough. She wants every part of her close to every part of him. Has she ever in her life felt this way? She used to laugh when people came into the banana deck and ordered tropical shots. What, she wondered, could be worse than romance on the beach? Nothing about it sounded appealing. Even the scene in From Here to Eternity made it seem awkward. But right this second, being here with Lamont is all Coco wants. She wishes they could stay like this forever. Then she hears the purr of an approaching motor and looks up to see not one but two boats headed their way. One is a white runabout with a couple aboard, the other is a fishing boat. Coco quickly sits up and puts on her sunglasses. I thought you said nobody ever comes here during the week. She hears a woman calling her name. It's Casey. She's on the fishing boat with Eric and Avalon, the same boat Casey invited her on, an invite Coco turned down because she told Casey she had to detail Leslie's car. Only now here she is, caught with Lamont Oakley on Whale Island. No, Coco whispers. No, no, no. Lamont grabs his head and groans. Looks like someone beat us to it, Romeo says with a chuckle. He's directing Golden Girl toward the shore at Whale Island, and Sharon is thrilled. In all her years on Nantucket, she has never once been to Tuckernuck. Beat us to what? Sharon says, then she sees the couple on the beach kissing. That's exactly what Sharon wants to be doing. She's so distracted by this idea that it takes her a moment to notice the boat, its decadence, the speedboat that belongs to the Richardsons. Sharon blinks. Who is that on the beach? Once she gets closer, she sees it's the Richardsons' assistant, Coco, and their boat captain, Lamont Oakley. Ah, Sharon thinks. An instant later, Sharon hears shouting. There's a third boat approaching, a fishing boat called Beautiful Day, and the person yelling is none other than Casey Capenash. Coco, she says. Coco. Sharon can't believe that she is once again stumbling across these two. It's almost as if some unseen force keeps bringing them together. Sharon's notebook is in her beach bag, and she's tempted to reach for it now. What is going to happen? When Casey sees Coco and Lamont together on the beach at Whale Island, she thinks, is this a joke? Has another woman Casey trusted lied to her so she could be with a man? And why? Coco could have said she had plans with Lamont. Casey would have understood. This is disappointing. I thought you told us she had to work, Eric says. Avalon says, looks like she's busy with Lamont. Casey hands Avalon her beer and divies off the side of the boat. Whoa, she hears Eric say. A little warning would be nice. A little warning would be nice, Casey thinks as she swims to shore. Romeo seems indifferent to the scene taking place on the beach. He's all business as he drops the anchor and makes sure Sharon climbs down the ladder safely into the thigh-deep water. Sharon holds her bag over her head. She can't let her notebook get wet. You pick a spot, Romeo says. I'll bring the towels and the picnic. Romeo is handsome and thoughtful and seafaring. Sharon loves watching him move around the boat, testing the lines. But Sharon can't shed her natural curiosity. When she chooses a place on the beach, it's close enough to Coco and Lamont that she can eavesdrop. Sharon drops her bag, unbuttons her cover-up, and wades back into the water, acting like a person who is interested only in the vista of Nantucket in the distance. It's fine, Coco says. She didn't see anything. Lamont's mouth is set in a grim line as he watches Casey swim ashore. Coco throws back the rest of her French 75 as though the situation is casual. Friends bumping into friends. What a happy coincidence. Casey emerges from the water, squeezes out her hair, and smiles at Coco and Lamont. Coco exhales. It's fine. Hey guys, she says. She looks at Coco. I can't believe you're here. I know, Coco says. I unexpectedly got the afternoon off. I know this probably looks bad. Bad, Casey says. Coco swallows. I told you I had to work and I did, but then Leslie went to play pickleball in a messy car? Casey asks. Coco deserves that. She wasn't honest. She got caught. Casey is the first real friend she's had in a long time, and she's out of practice at friendship. Casey looks at them. You know it's fine with me if you guys hang, right? It should be fine, but Coco broke the girl code. She almost wishes Casey would be upset so she could accuse her of overreacting, but of course she's as cool and gracious as ever. Would you like me to make you a French 75? Coco says, holding up the remaining Amalfi lemon. They're really good. Actually, Lamont says, we have to go. But Coco says, now, Lamont says. He tosses what's left of his cocktail into the sand and Coco nearly cries out for the wasted lemon juice. To Casey he says, we were never here. Understood, Casey says. Rain check on the cocktail. Why don't I just go with Casey now? Coco says. She puts all the drink ingredients back into her bag, then looks at Lamont. That would be best, right? Yes, he says, and he visibly relaxes. That would be best. Romeo wades ashore carrying the cooler, the sandwiches, and a stack of towels. He cocks his head. Hey, golden girl, he says. What do you say we head farther down the beach so we have some privacy? You read my mind, Sharon says, but she lingers to watch Casey and Coco wade back to the fishing boat. Farewell, my darlings, she thinks. 19. The kitchen eye when the women gather at the pickleball courts off the Palpies Road, the first thing out of Leslie Richardson's mouth is, I'm on Phoebe's team. Andrea who speaks up. Phoebe and Delilah are a team, you can play with me. Leslie unsheathes her paddle. Delilah isn't surprised that it's a top-of-the-line encore, though she is surprised that it looks like it actually gets some use. Is that a hard and fast rule? Are you too sponsored or something? No, Phoebe says. We just always play together because I'm not great and Delilah is amazing, so we balance each other out. Delilah is glad Phoebe said it. Well, I'm here to shake things up, Leslie says. Phoebe and I will play together. Delilah opens her mouth to speak, but what can she say? We invited you to play with us. You aren't allowed to shake things up. Phoebe shrugs. Sounds good, she says. Sorry in advance. Delilah is heated both physically, the court they're playing on is in full sun, and emotionally is this happening, and decides to take her frustration out on the court. They flip a coin to see who serves first. It's Leslie and Phoebe. Fine, fine, let's go. Leslie serves, Delilah returns, then it's back and forth until Delilah does the predictable thing and hits to Phoebe's weak side. I told you I'm not great, Phoebe says. Now it's Delilah who serves and Leslie who returns. There's a little volley, and again Delilah hits it to Phoebe's weak side. Easy pickings, she thinks. 1-0. The game could go on that way. Delilah knows how Phoebe will handle any given shot, but where's the fun in that? Delilah lightens up, lets Andrea take some shots. Then there's a volley where Leslie gets dangerously close to the kitchen. In fact, in one shot, her right foot is squarely in the kitchen while she's volleying. As Delilah is wondering if she should call her on it, Leslie aims a shot right at Delilah's face. Whoa, Delilah raises her paddle and deflects the ball, but they lose the point. Leslie and Phoebe tap paddles. Everyone realizes that was unfair, right? Phoebe serves, Andrea returns, and again Leslie smashes the ball, aiming for Delilah's face. What the heck? Delilah says, but Phoebe and Leslie have their backs turned and are walking toward the baseline. Easy, Andrea whispers, which only serves to upset Delilah more. How about some team support? Why does Andrea have to talk to her like she's a misbehaving kid? Delilah will not take it easy. The game gets way more intense. The volleys are fierce, and Leslie really pushes how close she comes to the kitchen when she volleys. Delilah has to admit that Leslie is a good pickleball player. Delilah had half suspected her of just showing off. The score is 8-8-2, then 9-8-1. Delilah is drenched in sweat, but she is determined to win. Andrea and Phoebe are just background. This is a game between Delilah and Leslie. Delilah charges into the kitchen to return a ball. She needs the serve back, but the ball goes wide. Out. Now it's 10-8-2. Match point. Leslie serves, Delilah returns, there's a volley. Leslie hits it to Andrea, Andrea lobs it over to Phoebe, and in a rare show of skill, Phoebe hits it to Delilah, who smashes it at Leslie, who is standing in the kitchen, but instead of letting it bounce, she volleys it back, and Delilah lets it sail past her. "Our serve," Delilah says to Andrea at the same time Leslie says, "We win." Delilah turns around. "What? No, you aren't allowed to volley from the kitchen." "I wasn't in the kitchen," Leslie says. "You most certainly were," Delilah says. She looks to Andrea for backup, but Andrea is already walking toward the net to tap paddles with Phoebe. "It's our serve." "Let's just call it a game," Phoebe says. "It's hot. Who wants to come swim in my pool?" "Me," Andrea says. "That sounds heavenly," Leslie says. "Thank you for inviting me to play today." She reaches across the net to tap paddles with Andrea. Delilah is standing in the middle of the court, hands on hips, feeling as indignant as John McEnroe at Wimbledon in 1981. "You cannot be serious." Delilah let the other infractions go. They were ambiguous, was one of Leslie's feet in the kitchen. Hard to say, but during match point she blatantly volleyed while she was in the kitchen. It's cheating. Never again, Delilah thinks. Never again are we inviting this woman to play pickleball with us. "Delilah," Phoebe prompts. "Swimming." Delilah would love nothing more than a dip in Phoebe's pool, but she won't voluntarily spend one more second with Leslie Richardson. As she's about to decline, Leslie says, "You can all help me plan our 4th of July fireworks party aboard Hedonism. I want it to be smaller than the pink and white party, more exclusive." Delilah is about to inform Leslie that they always watch the 4th of July fireworks on Steps Beach, but she knows that will be futile. Leslie is throwing a party aboard her fabulous yacht, and of course the others will want to go. Of course Delilah wants to go. She has long dreamed of watching the fireworks from out on the water. "Swimming sounds good. I need to cool down," Delilah says as, grudgingly, she taps Leslie's paddle. Apparently they're stuck with this woman. Thursday, August 22, 9:30 p.m. The chief's phone rings. Lucy Shields, the harbor master. "I've ordered the chopper out of Woods Hole," she says. "Thank you, Lucy." He turns to Zara and Lamont. "Coast Guard is sending out a chopper." Lamont looks skyward. "I wish they would take me with them. I could find her, I know I could." The chief looks at Zara. Is she thinking what he's thinking? "We should probably go talk to the Richardsons," the chief says. Maybe Zara is right and he should step away from the investigation, he thinks. He had hoped never to speak to Leslie Richardson again. "I have another idea," Zara says. She takes the chief's arm, leads him away, lowers her voice, and says, "Let's talk to Casey first." "Casey," he says. "She wasn't on the boat." "But they were friends." "Close friends," Dixon said. "True. A woman tells her girlfriends everything," Zara says. Ed flashes to Andrea whispering with Phoebe and Delilah at Ventuno. "Good point." They find Casey right where they left her, but her facade has cracked, tears stream down her face, her hair has slipped from its chignon, her nose is running. Ed considers calling Andrea and asking her to come. This is a girl who needs her mother. Casey looks up, wipes the tears from under each eye with a manicured fingernail and sniffs. "She's somewhere. That's the thing, she's somewhere." Zara takes a seat next to Casey, lightly touches her shoulder. "The best way you can help Coco now is to fill us in on a little background. I know you don't want to break Coco's confidence, but you're going to have to give us all the details so we know what we're dealing with here." "Please," Ed thinks, "don't let them be too intense." Casey sits up straighter and focuses on Zara. "What do you want to know?" Zara asks Casey how she met Coco on the ferry, and what she knows about Coco's life before Nantucket. Casey leans in, tells Zara that Coco grew up in a small town in Arkansas. She had been working in the Virgin Islands, which was where she met the Richardsons. They had dinner at the restaurant where Coco was bartending, and they invited her to follow them up here. Zara lifts her eyes to Ed. "These people have a thing for inviting perfect strangers into their lives." "Oh, do they?" Ed thinks. "Most of what I learned about Coco came from reading her screenplay," Casey says. "Her screenplay?" Zara and Ed say together. "It's really good," Casey says. "It's Coco's dream to get it produced." Ed is impressed by how much information Zara is able to pull from Casey without even seeming to try. She definitely has a way. Ed knows only the bare bones about Zara's personal life. She's 44 years old, divorced from the minister of the old Wailing Church in Edgartown, whom she once referred to as the most popular man on Martha's Vineyard, especially with his lady parishioners. Ed had just raised his eyebrows and asked if they had children. Yes, two girls, one a freshman at Tufts, the other a 16-year-old, who would be transferring to Nantucket High School this fall for her junior year. Zara's maternal instincts are helping here, though Ed knows better than to say this. What about Coco's romantic life? Zara says. Casey immediately pulls back a few inches. Oh boy, here we go, Ed thinks. What is she going to say? Do you have any water? Casey asks. The smoke is irritating my throat. There's a cooler filled with waters in the trunk of my squad car, Zara says. She reaches into her pocket and passes Ed the keys. I'm sure we all could use one. Ed gets it, he's the errand boy now. Though he has to admit, bringing cold waters to a house fire was something he never would have thought of. Zara Washington is good. 21. Firecracker news of the Richardsons, upcoming 4th of July party aboard Hedonism sets the cobblestone telegraph ablaze. Once again, the invitations are hand-delivered square red envelopes this time, but the guest list has been trimmed by more than half. Dr. Andy hears about the party from Busy Ambrose while Busy is in for a cleaning, but when Dr. Andy checks with his wife, Rachel, he discovers they didn't make the cut. You shouldn't have taken so many videos, Dr. Andy says. You shouldn't have passed out without clothes in their party room, Rachel fires back. Everyone was without clothes, Dr. Andy says. You were without clothes. Should we send them flowers? Rachel asks. Nobody was hurt, Dr. Andy says. Why don't we invite them for dinner? I'd have to redecorate the whole house before Leslie Richardson sets foot in it, Rachel says. Should we offer to take them out? Dr. Andy asks. I have a contact at Crew. They go out every night, Rachel says. They can get into Crew on their own, they practically have their own stools at the back bar. So what, we just give up. Rachel can put a positive spin on nearly any situation, but now she feels like one of those sad freshman girls who didn't get bids from their chosen sororities. Maybe Andy is right, she thinks. Maybe she shouldn't have taken all those videos. Delilah peers out her window looking for Coco in the baby blue Land Rover. The more Delilah thinks about her behavior during the pickleball game, the more ashamed she feels. Why did she act like such a poor sport? Yes, Leslie volleyed while standing in the kitchen, but who cares? Delilah cares. It's not winning if you cheat. At Phoebe's pool afterward, Delilah tried to smooth things over, but Leslie frosted her out, addressing her comments to only Phoebe and Andrea. Delilah gave up and thought, I can't stand this woman, why am I pretending? But even so, later, when she gets home from the Stop and Shop and sees the red envelope tucked into the corner of her screen door, she feels weak with relief. Both Sharon and Romeo receive invitations, but Sharon is in a quandary. Her sister, Heather, will be visiting over the 4th. I noticed these invitations don't include a +1 like the pink and white party did, Sharon says to Romeo over the phone. Since the day of the boat ride, they've been in constant communication, texting every few hours, talking on the phone each night before bed. Thank goodness my +1 is already invited, Romeo says. That's sweet, Sharon thinks. But what will she do about Heather? She calls Leslie Richardson. My sister Heather will be visiting, Sharon says. Is there any way I might bring her along? I'm so sorry, Leslie says. Numbers on the boat are limited. I completely understand, Sharon says. Will you not be able to make it then? Leslie asks. I'm sure you want to spend time with your sister. Sharon pauses. She knows she should offer her regrets and hang out with Heather, but the idea of missing the party with Romeo is too much to bear. Don't be silly, Sharon says. Eric and Avalon are invited on the sail, but they decline. They're going to drive out to Kodu and grill clams on their hibachi. Do you want to join us? Avalon asks Casey. Coco wants me to come on the sail, Casey says, and I think it sounds like fun. Well, Avalon says evenly, if it's anything like the pink and white party, I'm sure you'll have stories for us. The theme of the sail is American summer, and those of us invited dress accordingly. We board Hedonism on Swain's Wharf, and each of us is immediately handed a cocktail called the Firecracker, which is a layered drink. Red on the bottom, grenadine, white in the middle, vodka and lemonade, and blue curacao on top. Has any cocktail that includes blue curacao ever tasted good? Coco believes the answer is no, but Leslie insisted on this drink for the wow factor, and people seem to be slurping them right down. Coco will have to handcraft another round, but because space on the boat is limited, she's in charge of passing the hors d'oeuvres that Zoe Alistair's team dropped off. pigs in a blanket classic shrimp cocktail, and corn and lobster fritters with a seeded mustard dipping sauce. Casey says, "Do you want help?" "I'll find you during the fireworks," Coco says. "What's good with you and Lamont?" Casey asks. "Are you linking?" "No," Coco says truthfully. Since they were caught on Whale Island, Lamont has been avoiding her. Coco texted him to ask if everything went okay getting the boat back. He responded that it was fine. Neither Leslie nor Bull noticed the boat had been missing, but they shouldn't try that again. It was poor form. The Richardsons aren't paying us to hang. Right, Coco thought. They broke the rule, and bumping into Casey spooked him. News of their adventure could easily have gotten back to Bull and Leslie. "Can we hang out off property sometime?" she texted. "There's an entire island past the end of the driveway." 3 dots arose. He was typing. She waited for his response, but none came. Coco hasn't seen Lamont except in passing since then, but she thinks maybe tonight they can reconnect. When she finishes making the first tray of drinks, she offers one to Lamont. "Firecracker." "You're kidding, right?" he says. "I'm the captain, Coco." "Okay," she says. "Sorry." Fast Eddie boards the boat with a new confidence. Their offer for Gene Jackson's property was accepted and signed. In a few weeks, they'll sign the purchase and sale agreement. Bull will wire the money and they'll break ground. Grace was initially upset that Eddie was getting back into real estate development, but she calmed down when he told her that Addison Wheeler was involved and that Bull Richardson was financing the entire thing as an equal partner. In Grace's eyes, the Richardsons can do no wrong. Grace is wearing a new dress to the party, a sleek red thing with a low back and a slit up the front. Eddie would like to believe Grace wants to look good for him, but when he sees Benton Co. over on the port side holding a cocktail and talking with Leslie Richardson, who is, frankly, fawning all over the guy, Eddie wonders if Grace knew he would be here. Oh, how Eddie wishes Benton were one of the people who'd gotten cut from the Richardsons' guest list. No such luck. Sharon and Romeo arrive at the party together, and the first person who notices is Busy Ambrose from the Field and Oar Club. "Are you two an item then?" she asks. Instead of looking happy for Sharon, she appears perplexed. Busy is a terrible snob, and Romeo, the steamship guy, falls beneath her consideration. "We are," Sharon says, "and we're very happy, thanks." Sharon is wearing snug white pants, a navy and white striped halter, and the cutest red jean jacket that she'd asked her sister, Heather, to pick up from the Saks in Chevy Chase. "You look adorable," Heather said in the minutes before Romeo arrived, "and very on theme." Sharon had worried that Heather might be miffed about Sharon going to the party without her, but Heather was thrilled to have a night at home. Sterling and Colby were going to a bonfire, so Heather and Robert planned to order from Pie Pizzeria and hang out, which meant Sharon knew that Robert would watch MR Beast on YouTube and Heather would work. "What's the name of the couple throwing the party again?" Heather asked. "The Richardsons," Sharon said. "Bull and Leslie." The name Bull Richardson sounded familiar to Heather, though she wasn't sure why. Delilah tries to resist having fun, but that's impossible. She helps herself to a firecracker cocktail and joins a tour of the living space below deck. The boat is glamorous, so much creamy leather and gleaming mahogany, so many king beds sheathed in navy and white linens, so many huge bouquets of lilies and Dutch hydrangeas from flowers on chestnut. Back on deck, Delilah pops a crispy corn and lobster fritter into her mouth and feels a surge of excitement as the motor starts and the Valadere's brothers, Javier and Esteban, who are crewing tonight, gather the lines and push them off the dock. She sees Leslie across the way talking to the chief and Andrea, but as soon as Delilah approaches, Leslie says, "I have to check on the buffet and the music should be louder, don't you think?" and disappears with a wave. The chief turns to Delilah. "I heard you were a real competitor at pickleball the other day," he says. Lamont Oakley and the Valadere's brothers raise the sails as we exit Nantucket Harbor. The only sight more majestic than the sails billowing against the setting sun as seen from below might be hedonism in full sail as seen from a neighboring boat. Blythe Buchanan and her wife, Linda, have motored over from Cape Cod in their 38-foot Regal, Dog Days Roman II, to watch our fireworks as they do every year. As hedonism sails by, some people wave and Blythe and Linda wave back, but a second later Blythe nearly chokes on her spicy margarita. "Did you see who was on that boat?" she asks. Linda is a step ahead of her, using the Marinefinder app to figure out who owns hedonism. Lord have mercy, she says. Bull and Leslie Richardson bought it. Linda and Blythe met the Richardsons in Palm Beach, and oh boy do they have stories. Blythe groans. Nantucket better watch out. Back at blonde Sharon's house, Heather is working on a case, but she takes a quick break to Google the couple throwing the party. Neither Bull nor his wife seem to be active on social media, though Heather finds Bulfinch Richardson's LinkedIn profile. He owns Sweetwater, a beverage distribution company that's somehow also a Hollywood production company. There are credits for movies Heather has never heard of. When Heather digs a little deeper, the name clicks. The SEC did a preliminary investigation into Sweetwater distribution. The company owns a bottling plant and a plastics factory that manufactures the bottles. A whistleblower called them out for environmental infractions and for misleading greenhouse gas emissions disclosures. But had anything come of it? Heather is going to check when she returns to the office. Heather sends Sharon a text. How's the party? Heather needs to be careful. Her sister is the biggest gossip on the island, and anything Heather tells Sharon about Bull's business will be all over Nantucket quicker than you can say Vanderpump Rules. It's divine. Sharon texts back. Then another text comes in, a photo of Sharon with a red carnation clenched between her teeth and Romeo in an Uncle Sam hat. They're both holding sparklers. Bull's company must have been cleared of any wrongdoing, Heather thinks. Just because he was investigated doesn't mean he broke the law. The Richardsons are allowed to have fun, as the sound of the first fireworks remind Heather it's a free country. She won't say anything to Sharon about the Richardsons, she decides. After all, they're not trouble. It's not like they're going to harm anyone. Hedonism anchors off Jetty's Beach, where those of us not invited to the Richardsons' party have gathered to watch the fireworks. We hear the music pumping. Born in the USA, then Katy Perry's Firework. Everyone on board is whooping and dancing. We hear the distinct pop of a champagne cork. Dr. Andy McMahon and his wife, Rachel, are hunkered down in the sand eating takeout sushi and drinking a very nice white Bordeaux. But even so, Dr. Andy sees Rachel staring at hedonism with longing. Don't look, he says, but it's like worrying a loose tooth, a behavior Dr. Andy knows only too well. Rachel can't help herself. Eric and Avalon can see hedonism from their spot on the second point of Kodu. Eric pulls clams off the grill, and Avalon drags the smoky gems through melted butter. She washes the clams down with a cold beer, then lies back on the blanket next to Eric and counts the emerging stars. She hears music. The entire island is being treated to the Richardsons' soundtrack and snuggles against her boyfriend, digging her feet into the cool sand. The first firework whistles, pops, and explodes in a burst of silver and gold above them. A chorus of happy cheers goes up from the boat. Avalon is so glad she's not on it. Coco can't wait for this party to be over. She's in charge of setting up the buffet: fried chicken, ribs, potato salad, coleslaw, baked beans, homemade pickles, and biscuits with honey butter, and then cleaning it all up. While she's collecting plates and trash, she finds a sparrow sticking out from between two of the cushions of the ivory sofa in the living area. Who does something like that? She moves on to setting up the miniature pies: cherry, blueberry, peach, pecan, and banana cream that Leslie had flown in from a place called Peggy Jean's in Columbia. Missouri Coco hears the fireworks begin and thinks, thank goodness, the end is near. When she goes above deck, her Leslie radar kicks in. Coco likes to know where her boss is at all times. First, she checks the captain's wheel because, as she's learned, Leslie tries to stay as close to Lamont as possible, but Lamont is talking to his crew, Javier and Esteban. Javier is a senior at Nantucket High School, Esteban a junior. They're both on the sailing team. Just like Lamont was, Javier told Coco when she met him. They're listening to Lamont like he's Captain America. Coco spies Bull in the bow talking to Fast Eddie and Addison Wheeler. Andrea, Delilah, and Phoebe are chatting amongst themselves. Sharon and the attractive guy from the steamship are all cozied up. Where is Leslie? Coco wanders the boat until she sees her boss with Benton Co. in the stern, leaning against the back gate. Leslie has opted for a different look tonight: a pair of skinny blue jeans and a snug Budweiser t-shirt with a red bandana woven through her braid. Bright red lipstick. Coco has to admit, Leslie looks adorable and far more comfortable than, say, Fast Eddie's wife, who came in a red silk gown. Benton obviously appreciates Leslie's look because the two of them are standing close, and when Leslie reaches up to rub Benton's neck, he tilts his head back and sighs with delight. Coco feels like she's intruding. This is none of her business. She should be working with 35 people on board. Someone will need a drink. Casey is sitting by herself on the starboard side. Coco should spend a few minutes with her. Let Casey take a selfie of them the way she likes to, knowing Casey. She's probably making a photo album that she'll give to Coco at the end of the summer. She's thoughtful that way, but Coco can't tear her eyes away from Leslie and Benton. Benton sits on the back bench and Leslie moves behind him to give him a full-on back rub. After a moment, she bends down and whispers in his ear. Is anyone else seeing this? Coco wonders. The chief is restless. The 4th is one of his least favorite days of the year. It starts with all of the antics out at Nobadir Beach, girls in swimsuits, guys doing flips off the dunes, people tossing empty bottles around, the entire Boston College offensive line getting into a scuffle with half the Morgan Stanley trading floor. Every year the Chiefs officers write over 100 tickets for underage drinking. This segues right into 15,000 people cramming onto Jetty's beach with their hibachi grills and open containers. Talk about a public safety nightmare. Then there are the folks who have bought fireworks out of state and choose to set them off from their buddy's rooftop. There are noise complaints, minor injuries, and yards catching fire. As the chief, Andrea, and Casey were driving to Swain's Wharf to meet the Richardsons' boat, a car zoomed by, passing them illegally on Washington Street. "Whoa, buddy," the chief said. It was a silver Range Rover with the license plate Beast. The blonde kid driving eyed Ed in his rearview mirror and made a rude gesture. "You again?" Ed thought. "Pull him over, Ed," Andrea said. Ed wanted to very badly, but they were in Andrea's car. He had no lights or siren and they were already running late. He didn't want the boat to leave without them. Now Ed regrets his decision to come. What is he doing on this boat? He should be on the ground with the rest of his department. The 4th is an all-hands-on-deck occasion, and here he is, aboard what is essentially a floating party. He takes a breath. He's not drinking tonight. Coco was kind enough to bring him a seltzer with lime, and he has his phone in case of emergencies, but it's been quiet. Will this luck hold? The chief has been listening to Jeffrey talk about how the dry summer has helped the corn crop while their wives chat away and Addison mingles with Bull and Fast Eddie. The chief pushes himself to his feet. "Are you getting one of those pies?" Jeffrey asks. Oh, how he'd love to, but Andrea lectured him about not letting summertime sabotage his healthy routines, so no pie. "Just taking a stroll," he says. The fact is, he can't sit still. He wants the fireworks to be over. He wants to get back to Swain's Wharf. He wants to put out an alert for the reckless driver in the silver Range Rover. Ed feels better once he's moving and catches the breeze. He circles to the back of the boat, reminding himself to breathe. The biggest threat to his health isn't cherry pie, it's stress. He should have waited until next summer to attend parties like this, but Andrea is enthusiastic about the Richardsons. Eric and Avalon managed to skip this. The chief should have done the same. Everyone would have understood. He reaches the stern of the boat, hoping to be alone to reflect, but there's a couple on the back bench, the woman standing behind the man with her hands on his shoulders. "Oops, sorry," Ed says. He's interrupting, but then the woman turns and he sees it's Leslie Richardson with Benton Co. "She's what?" Giving him a back rub. Benton hops to his feet, shakes out his arms, and says, "I feel much better, thanks." Then he offers Ed a lopsided smile as if to say, this isn't what it looks like. Ed isn't there to judge, though he's made uncomfortable by the memory of Leslie Richardson appearing in his dream. They were dancing together. This thought is enough to propel Ed right back to the front of the boat. He shouldn't be here. During the fireworks, Coco approaches the empty seat next to Lamont. "Mind if I sit?" Without looking at her, he says, "I would prefer it if you didn't." He can't be any clearer than that. What happened on the beach was a fluke, then except Coco knows it wasn't. She knows Lamont likes her. So, he's worried about the rule, as if Leslie isn't bending all kinds of rules herself. Coco moves closer to the bow and sits with Casey. She considers telling Casey about Leslie and Benton, but the whistles, pops, and bangs make conversation impossible. Casey snaps a selfie of the two of them. Their faces are luminous with a rose-gold glow after what seems like an interminable wait. One rocket soars and explodes. Then the next. At a leisurely pace, the fireworks start to overlap, unfolding one on top of the other. This, then, is the finale. Coco turns around to sneak a peek at Lamont and feels like she's been slapped. Leslie has taken the empty spot next to him. She has her arms snaked around the back of his seat, and one of her blue-jeaned legs is flung across Lamont's lap. Casey turns to look as well. Geez, poor Lamont. What had he said on Whale Island? When Bull offered me the job, he told me I'm supposed to treat her like the only woman in the world. But sorry, this is beyond inappropriate. Coco checks to see if anyone else has noticed. Bull is up in the bow with his real estate friends, and the other guests' gazes are all aimed skyward. Those who have noticed are probably turning a blind eye because they're thrilled to have been invited on the sale, and they may even believe that the way Bull and Leslie Richardson conduct their marriage is their own business. Coco's frustration glows like a hot coal in her chest. Leslie is taking advantage of Lamont, exploiting his service and employment. She probably thinks he finds all the touching and flirting harmless, maybe even flattering. Does he? Coco wonders. When the sky finally goes dark, everyone on the boat and back on shore cheers. Yankee Doodle Dandy, Coco thinks it's over. Bull stands in the prow and raises his champagne flute. Where's my wife? He calls. Leslie. Leslie peels herself off Lamont and weaves among her party guests until she reaches Bull. The music starts back up, American Woman by Lenny Kravitz. Leslie grabs Bull around the waist and hugs him close. Then they do some silly dance steps to prove what a cute couple they are. Bull beams. Coco supposes that to the casual observer he must seem like the luckiest man in the world. It's well after 10 when Eddie and Grace get back to their car, but Grace says, "I thought the party would go on much longer. I thought maybe we'd be invited back to their house." "This is just as well," Eddie says. "I have a showing at 9 tomorrow," Grace sniffs. "Did you see?" First, Leslie was all over Benton Co., then she threw herself at Lamont. "Wow," Eddie says. "She's a real sparkler on the 4th, huh?" Grace scowls, leaving Eddie to laugh at his own dad joke. There's a knock on the door of Coco's apartment. She sits straight up in bed, though half her brain is still asleep. She's dreaming. There's another knock. No, she's awake and someone is here. She checks her phone. It's 12:15. Nobody has come up to Coco's apartment since she moved in. Another knock. Well, she thinks, it's either Bull or Leslie. Maybe Bull realized he was being disrespected at his own party on his own yacht and wants to get even by trying to charm Coco. Maybe it's Leslie because she needs someone to listen while she gushes. Tonight was so fabulous, the best 4th of July party this island has ever seen. Maybe she thinks Coco didn't do a thorough job cleaning up. She did a very thorough job and found another barbecued rib stuck inside the Kleenex box in the guest bathroom. Someone was out to make a point. Maybe she thinks Coco didn't separate the trash and recycling correctly. Coco is fastidious about the trash and recycling after being schooled by the women who work at the town dump. Whatever the reason, Coco doesn't want to see either of the Richardsons. She will pretend she's asleep. Phone pings with a text. She reads it and then lies back in bed, blowing air at the ceiling. Ignore it, she thinks, but she can't. She opens the front door. "Hey," she says. "Hey," Lamont says. He leans against the doorframe like one of the Abercrombie models from Coco's youth. He's wearing his crisp white captain's shirt. Coco's eyes are drawn to his neck and the pulse visible beneath his smooth brown skin. "You do realize that showing up here in the middle of the night comes awfully close to breaking the rule." She says, "Yes." His eyes narrow at her. Has she ever been looked at so intensely? "My attraction to you is more powerful than my fear of breaking the rule." "Is it?" she asks. Her heart races beneath the white tank she wears to bed. She moves 1 inch closer to him but does not touch him. She wants him to be the one to cross the line. "It is." His voice is husky. He traces a finger along her exposed collarbone, dipping into the hollow at her neck. His touch is feather-light, more a tease than a touch, and it's working. Coco feels warmth spreading through her. She wants to undo his brass anchor belt buckle, but she stands perfectly still. "I don't want you to treat Leslie like the only woman in the world," she says. "I want you to treat me that way." "Why do you think I'm here?" Finally, he bends down. His lips hover over hers for a second, then he kisses her and she pulls him closer. 22. The summer day falling in love, Sharon thinks, is even better in her 50s than it was in her 20s. Sharon and Romeo are adults. They don't have to worry about first-time home ownership or raising kids or establishing careers. They have learned how to be present and enjoy a moment. Romeo loves making romantic gestures. He appears at Sharon's house with bouquets from the wildflower truck on Main Street. He brings Sharon a bunch of fresh mint from his garden and teaches her how to make mojitos. He picks Sharon up in his truck, and they drive out to 40th Pole to watch the sunset with a bottle of wine, 2 sandwiches from Walter's, and an 80s playlist. Once it's dark, they share a sweet moment in the front seat like a couple of teenagers. Sharon's twins, Sterling and Colby, are surprisingly supportive of their mother's new relationship. Sterling helps Sharon pick her outfits, Colby does her makeup. "You look amazing, Mom," they say. "You're a queen." Of all the kids, Robert is the most enamored with Romeo. Robert and Romeo watch MR Beast videos together, laughing their heads off, and Romeo plays Fortnite with Robert. How does he know how to do this? Sharon wonders. It seems as esoteric to her as playing the bagpipes. Romeo even gives Robert a driving lesson on the sandy roads that crisscross the moors behind Sharon's house. As July unfolds, Sharon and Romeo spend more and more time together. Soon it's every night except Fridays. Sharon reserves Fridays for her children, and Romeo catches up with his buddies at the Anglers Club. Taking one night apart feels healthy and normal. They're each maintaining their own lives, and it also makes them eager to see each other again. One Saturday, they go to the movies at the Dreamland and have dinner at the boarding house bar. After dinner, they stroll on Main Street, stopping to listen to a guitar player, then an a cappella group. They peek in the window of Stephanie's, where Sharon sees a pair of shoes she likes, and they linger outside Fisher Real Estate, admiring the picturesque estates in Shawkimo and Quays. Do they imagine buying a home together? Sharon admits that it has crossed her mind. She'll get the house on North Pasture Lane in the divorce, but she has agreed to let Walker use the house for 2 weeks of the summer. When she made this concession, she'd imagined herself on one of the Mediterranean cruises Heather has since advised her to avoid. Romeo owns a charming salt box on Hooper Farm Road with a nice lawn he keeps mowed. There's a basement apartment he rents out to servers from the Lobster Trap. Maybe next summer, when Walker is in residence, Sharon will move in with Romeo. She pulls him away from the real estate listings. She's getting ahead of herself. They pass the gaslight where there's already a line forming. They can hear the strains of live music spilling out the open windows. "Should we go in for a nightcap?" Romeo asks. "Maybe dance a little?" Sharon has never been to the gaslight, mostly because she's worried she'll feel like everyone's mother. "Let's save it for another night. I'm kind of tired." Will Romeo think she's an old fuddy-duddy or that she lacks spontaneity? No. He pulls her close. "The sooner I can get some rest with you," he says, "the better." On Wednesdays, Romeo gets off work at noon, and one day is it already the 17th of July? Sharon invites him to meet her at the Field and Oar Club for lunch. He hesitates, then says, "I won't be dressed for it." But Sharon tells him to bring a change of clothes to work. The club is just around the corner, he can walk. "I want to show you off," she says. "If you want to get lunch on the water," he says, "let's go to the Brant Point Grill." "Don't be silly," she says. "The club is much nicer." What she means is that the club is private and exclusive, and it's only after Romeo sets foot in the foyer that she realizes he might be intimidated by this. When they take their table for 2 on the patio, Sharon feels like all conversations pause for one brief second. Maybe that's because Diane, the piano player, is between songs. Sharon pretends not to notice, though she supposes Romeo's presence is a big deal. This is the first time Sharon has brought a date to the club. Diane, maybe as a wink, launches into Changes by David Bowie. "Let's order a drink," Sharon says. Once they sip on a couple of mind erasers, a Field and Oar specialty, Romeo visibly relaxes. He's dressed perfectly, in a forest green polo and khaki shorts and the driving moccasins he calls his fancy shoes. He's much more appealing than the other men at the club, all of whom seem a bit overly polished in their pink Oxfords and needlepoint belts, their tidy tennis whites, their painfully close shaves. Sharon could stare at Romeo all day. His profile belongs on a coin. His hair curls up at the collar of his shirt, and there's just a touch of gray around his ears. When he puts on his reading glasses to peruse the menu, Sharon nearly melts. Romeo orders the steak sandwich with onion rings and Sharon the Cobb salad. While they're at it, they order another round of mind erasers. The first one has made Sharon feel like she's a soap bubble floating across the club's impeccable lawn toward the harbor. This bubble, however, threatens to burst when Busy Ambrose approaches the table. "Sharon," Busy says, "I see you've brought a guest." Well, yes, Sharon thinks. That's the only reason Busy would come over. If Sharon is alone or with the kids, Busy ignores her. "Busy, you remember Romeo," Sharon says. "It's his first time to the club." "I imagine it would be," Busy says. "He's a very fortunate man, finding someone like you, Sharon, very fortunate indeed." Does Busy not realize Romeo is sitting right there? Any slight is intentional. Busy knows better. "I'm the one who's fortunate," Sharon says. Busy waves a dismissive hand. "The summer I turned 17, I had a whirlwind romance with one of the short-order cooks who worked at the snack bar here. My parents were upset about it, of course, but they needn't have worried. It was over the second we said goodbye at the ferry on Labor Day." She turns to Romeo. "You work at the ferry, don't you?" Romeo leans back in his chair and graces Busy with his gorgeous smile. "I do, thank you for remembering." Busy's expression is one of bland amusement, as though a child has spoken. "Sharon," she says, "we have our membership committee meeting on August 14th. I'll send a reminder to your email." Sharon says, "I think I have a commitment that day. I'll check and let you know." She pulls off a frosty tone, but Busy will know she's bluffing. Sharon wouldn't dare miss the annual membership committee meeting. "I'll see you there," Busy says, "if not before at one of the Richardsons' magnificent gatherings. You seem to be on their permanent guest list." "Yes," Sharon says, "Romeo and I are both on their list." "Ta then," Busy says. "Good to see you, Roman." "Romeo," Sharon says, but Busy has moved on to her next target. Sharon takes Romeo's hand. "She's awful sorry." She feels like an ass for suggesting lunch at the club. But Romeo seems unbothered. In fact, he looks amused. He leans in, brings his mouth to Sharon's ear, which sends a thrill right through her. "Subaru Legacy, New York Plate Busy Bee," he whispers. "She's on the standby list back to the mainland September 2nd, but I have a feeling she's not going to make it on the ferry that day. Or the next day, or the day after that, poor thing. She might be very inconvenienced." Forget the Cobb salad, Sharon thinks. She wants to take Romeo home and enjoy his company for lunch. On Wednesday afternoon, after Leslie leaves for her pickleball game, Casey comes over to 888 to hang with Coco on the beach. Bull is in his study working. Coco has her cell phone in case he needs anything, but he's more self-sufficient than Leslie. Leslie can't seem to change the toilet paper roll or toast a piece of sourdough without Coco's help. Casey loves the private beach. The sand is clean and groomed with a sprinkling of pebbles and shells at the waterline. Two chaises rest side by side, swathed in Turkish cotton towels. Between the chairs is a cooler table. Coco lifts the top and pulls out two ice-cold seltzers. Coco is reading a separate piece by John Knowles. "The real tragedy of this book," she tells Casey, "is that there isn't a single woman in it." Casey is paging through Vogue when, unfortunately, she sees an ad for Grand Soir, the perfume Isla wears, and this immediately dampens her mood. She and Isla haven't texted since the 4th of July, when Isla messaged her at midnight with "Let us be lovers, we'll marry our fortunes together," the first line of America by Simon and Garfunkel. It brought back memories of rainy Tuesday nights, the two of them lying in Casey's bed, indulging their shared love of 70s soft rock. But when Casey checked Rondo's Instagram, she saw a picture of Isla and Rondo with Dr. Dunn and his wife, Totally Tommy, on a roof deck in Nob Hill where they were watching the fireworks. Casey responded to the text by sending the selfie of herself and Coco aboard Hedonism, and Isla sent back a one-tear crying emoji. But more than 2 weeks have passed, and there's been nothing else, no texts from Isla, no posts on Rondo's Instagram. Casey is tempted to reach out now the ad for Grand Soir feels like a sign, but then she hears a motor and looks up to see Lamont puttering in from Hedonism in the dinghy. Casey isn't sure where things stand between Coco and Lamont, but once Lamont pulls up on shore, he ambles over, grinning. "Look at you two, living your best lives," he says. "Take our picture," Casey says, holding out her phone. Coco and Casey hoist their drinks and Lamont snaps a few photos. "Thanks," Casey says. Why don't you join us? I'm going home to check on my mom, he says. You ladies have fun. We will, Casey says. When he's out of earshot, she turns to Coco. He's so wholesome, that's exotic. He likes spending time with his mother, Coco says. That's exotic. They've reached the point in their friendship where they can enjoy a companionable silence, and Casey feels herself drifting off to La La Land until Coco says, "Can I ask you a question?" Her tone can only be described as portentous, and Casey thinks she's going to ask about the selfies. Sure, Casey says, she has to stop sending the selfies to Isla. It's not fair to Coco, it's worse than not fair, it's inappropriate. Why haven't you said anything about my screenplay? Coco says. If you hated it, I want you to tell me. Casey feels like a fish released from a hook, not the selfies after all the screenplay. Oh, Coco, I haven't read it yet. Though this, she realizes, might be an even greater oversight. Casey asked Coco to let her read the script. Coco dutifully sent it, and Casey has allowed it to sit untouched in her inbox. Casey has all day free, so what's her excuse? She isn't quite the reader Coco is reading a classic while Casey snacks on Vogue, but that's not the reason. Casey belatedly realized that she wouldn't know what to say if she didn't like it. She would have to fall back on "I'm a nurse. What do I know about writing?" Or she could lie and say she loved it regardless, but what if Coco sensed she was patronizing her? Don't do business with friends is a rule for a reason, and another one should be don't offer to be the first reader of your friend's screenplay because it could end awkwardly. But I'll read it tonight, I promise. I'll start it as soon as I get home. Will you? Coco says. I'd really love some feedback before I send it out. Where are you sending it? Casey asks. Do you have any connects? I have one, Coco says, but I'm keeping it a secret because I don't want to jinx it. Casey is true to her word. When she gets home, she takes her laptop out to her parents' back deck and clicks on Coco's attachment, Rosebush, an original screenplay by Colleen Coyle. An hour and 12 minutes later, she's wiping tears from her eyes with the back of her hand. The script is breathtaking. It's raw and honest and poignant. It's very clearly about Coco's life growing up in Arkansas. The main character is named Coco, but Casey wonders if everything in it is true or if Coco embellished. The overall arc is Coco's desire to escape her small town. Can she do it? Coco, the character, yearns for the world outside of Rosebush, but everything conspires to keep her there, especially her narrow-minded mother and the family's lack of resources. Casey wants to know if Coco really took money from the cash register at the diner where she worked. She wants to know if her mother teased her for bringing home library books. The most powerful scene is Coco's senior banquet. The senior banquet at Rosebush High School includes a father-daughter dance. Coco is supposed to dance with her mother's boyfriend, Kemp, but the day before the banquet, Coco's mother picks a fight with Kemp and kicks him out. The viewer learns that she does this with some regularity. The scene follows Coco as she climbs into a pickup in her banquet dress and drives to each of the remote camping spots that Kemp frequents when he's been banished, but she can't find him. She ends up missing the banquet, and the next day accuses her mother of intentionally sabotaging her big night. Her mother says, "You act like you have some right to be happy when the rest of us are miserable." Casey can't, in a million years, imagine either of her parents uttering anything so hurtful. How did Coco make it out of that life with any self-esteem intact? Casey wants to drive to 888 and give Coco a hug, but that would be awkward and Coco wouldn't want Casey feeling sorry for her, so Casey calls instead. I loved every word, Casey says. She doesn't have to make her voice sound persuasive because she's telling the truth. It's brilliant, Coco, you're a genius. There's a pause then. Really, really, really? Really, really, Casey says. Coco isn't sure when, why, or how, but at some point in the middle of July, everything clicks. She learns to go to the Stop and Shop at 7 in the morning when it's been freshly restocked. She discovers a secret parking spot in town that's a stone's throw from the Born and Bread Bakery. She becomes friends with Chris from Pip and Anchor, and he texts her when they have sandwich specials so that she can combine her marketing and lunch stop. After she pays off her Visa balance, she has $6,200 in the bank, a veritable fortune. She returns to the Lovely and buys a few things from gorgeous Olivia: a tank, a skirt, a couple of dresses, a pair of cute sandals, a new beach bag. She makes an appointment at R.J. Miller, even though the idea of spending $100 on a haircut pains her when she can simply do it herself. She tells the stylist, Lorna, that she wants to grow it out. Lorna is so skilled with her trimming and shaping that Coco vows never to cut her own hair again. The Richardsons have also hit something of a sweet spot. The 4th of July sale solidified their position in Nantucket society. They have invitations every night. Leslie is now a regular fourth at pickleball with Casey's mother and her friends, and Leslie confides in Coco that she and Bull have secured a nominating letter for the Field and Oar Club from Phoebe Wheeler and 4 seconding letters, including one from the Commodore herself, Busy Ambrose. If all goes according to plan, we'll be members as soon as next month, Leslie says. Great, Coco says, but this response isn't enthusiastic enough for Leslie. The Field and Oar was founded in 1905, Leslie says. Its membership includes Nantucket's oldest and most established families. You can't just buy your way in, you have to be accepted based on personal merit. This is a very big deal. If it's true that the Richardsons can't buy their way in, then this is a very big deal. It'll lend Leslie and Bull legitimacy. Leslie is obsessed with fitting in, with stature, with who's who, and she's critical of people she calls wannabes. She shows Coco an invitation she received from the dentist Andy McMahon and his wife, Rachel. They're throwing a summer cocktail party with a preppy handbook theme. They're copying us, Leslie cries, thrusting the invitation at Coco. I'm surprised Rachel didn't hand-deliver this, but I'm sure even she knew that would be a step too far. As it is, she's stealing our idea for a themed cocktail party. She sounds offended but also sort of delighted. A preppy handbook theme feels redundant, Coco says. It's Nantucket in the summer, Leslie beams. I could hug you, she says, and then she does hug Coco, and Coco gets a full inhale of Leslie's Guerlain double vanille perfume and a mouthful of her barrel-curled hair. So will you go, Coco asks. To the party? Absolutely, Leslie says, not. Dr. Andy and Rachel are imitation crab. I could sense their lack of confidence the moment I met them. Besides, I hear Jessica Tora is a far better dentist. Coco recalls that the McMahons were the first people struck from Leslie's invitation list for the 4th of July. Cutting the invite list by half was a strategy that has made the Richardsons' stock rise. It's classic supply and demand. Everyone wants what they can't have. Everyone, that is, except for Coco, who relishes each second of her new life. She throws her head back as she cruises along the Palpies Road in Baby. The top is down, the sun is shining, she's playing her favorite song. I Wanna Get Better by the Bleachers. But everything is already better, she thinks, because Lamont Oakley is her secret friend. He comes by her apartment at the literal crack of dawn when both Bull and Leslie are fast asleep. They are not early risers. He parks all the way out on the Wawanet Road, then jogs down Pacomo. Coco has disabled the driveway alarm. With Leslie's blessing, they both agree the chiming is obnoxious, but even so, Coco checks daily to make sure Leslie hasn't turned it back on. Lamont sprints along the grass on the side of the driveway so his footsteps don't make noise on the shells. When he arrives, breathless, at her door, Coco feels like they're working for the CIA. But the last thing either of them wants is to get caught breaking the rule now. They've perfected the art of acting cordial bordering on indifferent when they bump into each other at work. Hey, S up. There are no winks, no lingering looks. It drives them both crazy. When Lamont enters Coco's bedroom in the apricot light of dawn each morning, Coco rolls over, warm with sleep, and instantly starts glowing with happiness. Lamont kisses just beneath her ear. He playfully nips at her hip bone. She cannot get enough of him. The best part of the morning isn't even the closeness, it's the talking afterward. One morning, Lamont tells Coco that every child on Nantucket is eligible to take free sailing lessons through Nantucket Community Sailing. Lamont showed a talent for it right away. He had the adaptability, the patience, and the independence. Plus, I love being on the water, he says. I love weather, I love wind, I love the sound of the sails, I love tying and untying knots, I love the boats, especially the very simple opties we learned on. When he got older, members of the Field and Oar asked him to crew. It was at that point he realized there weren't a lot of black people in the sailing world. I was usually the only person of color at the Field and Oar, he says. which prepared me, I guess, for the whitewashed world of sailing. When I was in college, most of the teams we sailed against were all white. Did you feel like a trailblazer? Coco says. Sort of, Lamont says. But then the kids behind me in school, like Javier and Esteban, for example, saw what I did and their parents heard about all the places I've been able to travel. The Nantucket sailing program is way more diverse now. Coco tells Lamont about her home growing up. Nothing in our house was ever correct, Coco says. I don't know how else to explain it. Something was always breaking, the porch light would go out, the downstairs toilet would overflow, the battery of my mother's Accord would die. My mother would wash our clothes and hang them on the line, but she never folded them or put them away. We'd all just pull stuff crumpled from the laundry basket. Even my mother's name, Georgie, that's her whole entire name, on her birth certificate it's just not finished. Like, why not add the final E or a Coco size? I remember this one time, my mother brought home steaks for dinner, these thick rib eyes that the butcher at work gave her. She mashed potatoes and boiled up some broccoli, and I made brownies for dessert. I was so excited to have a family dinner like you'd read about in a book, and it was one time when Bree and her kids were in a good mood, no one was crying, no one was arguing. Just when everything was ready, my mother's phone rang. It was Kemp saying he'd forgotten that darts league started that night and Bree's boyfriend, Larch, was meeting him at the bar and they wouldn't be home until late. Georgie got so mad they were missing dinner that she carried the platter of steaks out back and threw them into our pond for the snapping turtles. She just tossed everyone's dinner. I ran into my room with the tray of brownies, and I invited Bree's kids in, and we locked the door and ate the brownies straight out of the pan sitting on the floor. Coco tears up. She had been 14 years old when this happened. She remembers because she wrote a personal narrative about it for a 9th grade English assignment, and the teacher, Mrs. Buckwalter, asked Coco to stay after class. Coco thought Mrs. Buckwalter was going to report their family to Child Protective Services in a way. Coco wanted this to happen, but instead, Mrs. Buckwalter told Coco that she was a very talented writer. Coco laughs. I'm sorry that story doesn't have an inspirational ending like yours. I didn't triumph, I only survived. But you did triumph, Lamont says, kissing her eyelids, her nose, then her lips, because you're here. Every morning when Lamont gets up to leave, Coco longs for him to stay. Why can't we go to dinner one night? I know where Bull and Leslie have reservations. If they go to the galley, we can go to the Sconset Cafe. If anybody sees us, Lamont says, and Coco realizes he's right. The Richardsons know everyone now. There is one place Lamont is willing to take Coco, to his house to meet his mother, Glinny. At first, Coco can't believe it. You're sure, she says. It feels like they skipped a step. She wanted to know why I suddenly seemed so happy all the time, and I can't lie to my mama, so I told her about you. She asked to meet you. Coco and Lamont arranged to go to his house at 9 o'clock on Saturday morning. Coco has a little more leeway with her errands on the weekends because the Richardsons tend to sleep in even later than usual. Lamont lives in a saltbox cottage on a cul-de-sac over by the Mayakummet Golf Course. The house is neat and tidy, with hydrangeas on either side of a yellow front door. As they approach, Coco hears a dog barking. Lamont opens the door. Molly, he says to an English cream golden retriever who is as white and fluffy as a polar bear. Molly, meet Coco. Coco, Molly. He ushers Coco inside to a mudroom that is giving Martha Stewart vibes. There's a rainbow of foul-weather jackets hanging on wooden pegs, and beneath a tastefully weathered bench are a row of boat shoes and flip-flops. They step into a bright kitchen with white glass-fronted cabinets and a white marble island with a bouquet of lilies in a green glass vase and a bowl of peaches and plums sitting on it. There's a pie underneath a glass-domed cake stand. On the far side of the kitchen is a breakfast nook with windows that open to the backyard, and at the round table sits a petite woman wearing earbuds with her phone in front of her. Her eyes are closed behind the lenses of her glasses, but her posture is as straight as a ballerina's. Mama, Lamont says. Lamont's mother opens her eyes in surprise. She presses the screen of her phone and removes her earbuds. Darling, I brought Coco, he says. Coco, this is my mother, Glenys Oakley. Coco steps forward and offers her hand. It's nice to meet you, Mrs. Oakley. Dear girl, call me Glenny, she says. She scoots out from behind the table and gets to her feet. She's wearing white capris and a blue and white gingham sleeveless blouse with a ruffled collar. Her skin is the same light brown as Lamont's, and she has a few pronounced freckles on her cheeks. Her nails, cocoa notes, are perfect ovals polished to look like milk glass. My eyesight isn't what it used to be, so I can't get a good look at you, but you sound just beautiful. Thank you for inviting me over, Coco says. Lamont will make coffee. I was just listening to my audiobook, it's quite gripping. What's it called? Coco asks. Oh, Glinny says. I forget the title, it's one of those, you know. You sit down here next to me and tell me all about yourself and about this crazy couple you're both working for. All the girls at church want the inside scoop. You wouldn't believe the rumors that are flying around this island. All anyone wants to talk about is the Richardsons, but Lamont won't tell me a thing about them. Coco looks to Lamont, who shakes his head. Coco takes the seat next to Glinny. Well, she says, I'm from a place called Rosebush, Arkansas. Rosebush, Arkansas, Glinny says. That sounds made up. If only, Coco thinks. The best way to avoid gossiping about the Richardsons, though Coco is tempted to tell Glinny about the Amalfi Lemons. That would stir up quite the buzz among the girls at church, is to ask questions about Lamont. Once Glinny gets talking about him, she can't stop. She tells Coco that Lamont nearly quit sailing after his first lesson at age 7 because there was a troublemaker on his boat. Coco mentions that she's friends with Casey Capenash, and Glinny leads Coco into the living room so she can show off Lamont and Casey's pictures from the junior prom and senior banquet. Coco wants to scream it is just so cute. They're so young, they're practically babies. She studies Casey's dresses, a dusty rose sheath for the junior prom, a black strapless gown for the senior banquet. Casey had impeccable taste even then. I always secretly hoped something more would happen between them, Glinny says. But for some reason, it never did. From there, Glinny shows Coco Lamont's school pictures starting in first grade, when he was missing his 2 front teeth, all the way to his senior portrait in his cap and gown. Next, it's on to his sailing trophies and the collections of postcards he's sent her from around the world. Coco keeps turning to see how Lamont is taking all of this, but he's just relaxing on the sofa with his coffee, playing with Molly, smiling and rolling his eyes. Finally, he stands up, washes out their mugs, and fixes Glinny a ham and cheese sandwich that he covers with plastic and puts in the fridge. We have to get back to work, Mama, he says. I'll see you tonight. Can't you leave Coco behind? Glinny says. We've barely gotten started. Lamont walks Coco out to baby. She loved you. I loved her. She's so proud of you. I know you take that for granted, but what, she thinks. Should she tell him that her mother never ordered Coco's school pictures because she thought it was a ripoff? You shouldn't. Lamont takes a step closer to Coco, and Coco stage whispers, Are you going to kiss me in broad daylight? I'm not, Lamont says, but I want to very, very much. He comes in even closer, his hips bump against hers, and she sighs softly. Then he steps away and says, I'll see you back at the base. Thank you for doing that with me. Lamont gets into his car, and Coco takes a moment after he drives away. She desperately wants to text Casey and say, Lamont just took me to meet his mother. He must like me. But she's not sure she can trust Casey to keep it secret. What if she slips and tells her mother, then her mother tells Phoebe, and Phoebe tells Leslie? It would be all over. Coco is eager to give her screenplay to Bull, but Casey has had it for weeks and hasn't said a word about it. When prompted, Casey admits she hasn't read it, but she will, she promises, she will. At dinner time the same day, Casey calls to say, It's brilliant, you're a genius. It's brilliant, Coco thinks, I'm a genius. The next morning, she prints out the script, the Richardsons are pen and paper people, and knocks on the door of Bull's office. Come in, he says. Coco takes a breath. This, she thinks, is it? This is why she's here. She remembers back to the night at the Banana Deck, the Paradise playlist, Harlan from WAPA, give us all the appetizers, and thinks how astonishing it is that only 2 months later she lives on Nantucket and is indispensable to Bull and Leslie. Everything has gone exactly as she planned. Bull is going to agree to read her script, she just knows it. She steps into the room. Bull is behind his desk, looking tan and relaxed in a navy polo shirt. He isn't on the phone, isn't raising his voice in English or any other language. In front of him is a green juice from Lemon Press that Coco got for him earlier that morning, and he's working the New York Times crossword. Actress Ellen in same time next year, he reads. 7 letters. Burstin, Coco says and spells it for him. You're a whiz, he says. He looks up. Everything okay? For a second, she can't speak. He notices the script in her hands. Is that a did that come for me? It's a screenplay, Coco says. It's called Rosebush. He waves his fingers and she sets it down on his desk. Who wrote it? He asks. I did, Coco says. It takes him a second to process this, but then he reads the cover page, lifts it to inspect the second page. He raises his eyes to hers. You wrote a movie? I've been working on it for a while, but it's finally finished and I thought you might want to read it. He's searching her face, but what is he thinking? Does he realize she's his assistant solely because she wanted access? He could shut her down, say he's too busy, say how dare you, but he's not going to. She can tell he's intrigued. Well, he says, this is certainly unexpected but not unwelcome. I can't wait to dig in. Okay, Coco says, and she leaves the study, trying to act natural. Before she closes the door, she peeks back in and sees that he's already started to read. Coming to Nantucket is the best thing she's ever done. 23. Thursday, August 22, 9:35 p.m. Once Casey has downed a bottle of water, she says, there are a few things you should probably know. Such as, Zara says, Coco and Lamont are seeing each other. Zara and Ed exchange glances. Not a complete surprise, considering Lamont wants to go up in the Coast Guard helicopter to look for Coco. How long has this been going on? Zara says. You'd have to ask him. Zara wishes Lamont had offered up this information himself. Why wouldn't he have? Casey drops her voice. It's a secret. Because the Richardsons have a rule their staff isn't allowed to date. But Coco and Lamont did anyway, Zara says, without the Richardsons knowing. Yes, Casey says, and was everything okay between them at the time of the sale as far as you know? As far as I know, Casey says, Coco and I haven't talked much the past couple weeks. We kind of had a falling out. Did the falling out have anything to do with Lamont? Zara asks. No, it was over something completely unrelated, but we were still texting. Casey pulls out her phone. So you should probably know I have a text Coco sent a few days ago that says Leslie was trying to defeat her. What? Ed says, may I see that, please? He pulls his reading glasses from his shirt pocket and enlarges Casey's text messages. There it is from Coco. I can't make the dinner. When I asked, Leslie tried to defeat me. Literally nearly crashed us both in the car. What does this mean? Ed asks. What dinner? Your retirement dinner, Casey says. Tonight, I invited Coco, and when she asked Leslie if she could go, they were in the car together. Leslie hit the gas until she was going 85 miles an hour on the Palpies Road. Even the chief, who has seen his fair share of egregious speeding on this island, whistles. It's a miracle they didn't crash. Did Coco ever share how she felt about the Richardsons? Zara says. How she felt about her job. You're asking if I think Coco set the Richardsons' house on fire, Casey says. The answer is absolutely not. Coco wouldn't do that. You feel this because she's a normal person, not an arsonist. Did she like the Richardsons? No, but she accepted them for the flawed people they are. From what I saw firsthand, Ed says, I agree with this assessment. Thank you, Zara says. This is helpful. I'm not leaving, Casey says. She looks at Ed. I'm not going anywhere until they find her. Of course not, Ed says. He and Zara step away. Talk to Lamont again, then Leslie. Read my mind, Zara says. They find Lamont pacing in front of the garage. When he sees the chief and Zara, he says, any news? You and Coco are seeing each other, the chief says. He can tell Lamont is deciding whether to deny it. Let me save you the trouble. We know you and Coco are or were at some point involved. Lamont nods. Yes, it doesn't matter now anyway. What doesn't matter now? Zara asks. If the Richardsons know, they had a rule we didn't want to lose our jobs. Understood, Ed says. When did this relationship begin? 4th of July. That long ago, Ed thinks, and they managed to keep it secret. Leslie never found out, never suspected, Lamont sighs. I think she figured it out yesterday, actually. She came upstairs to Coco's apartment unannounced, which she'd never done before. She didn't see me, but I'm pretty sure she knew I was there. Did she say anything later? Zara asks. Did she act any differently? No, Lamont says. We thought maybe she was okay with it. That's why I did what I did on the boat. Meaning, right after the Richardsons renewed their vows, when everyone was raising their champagne glasses, I kissed Coco. You kissed her, Ed says. Yes, we were in the cockpit and no one was looking at us. All the guests were focused on Leslie and Bull, so I kissed Coco, and I told her I loved her. I whispered it. Zara considers this information. She pictures the sun setting, the romance of the moment. What did she say? She said she loved me too. Did anyone overhear you? Zara asks. Did Leslie Richardson hear you or Bull? Did either of them see you kiss? There's no way they heard us. Did one of them see us? Maybe. In the moment, I didn't care. After that, Coco collected the glasses and went below to the galley. I turned the boat around, which required all my attention. Then Bull found out about the fire and asked me to take down the sails and motor home, so I did. When we got back to the mooring, Coco was gone. Is it possible Leslie confronted Coco about her relationship with you but Coco didn't tell you? Ed asks. It's possible, Lamont says. Why? Maybe Leslie told Coco she had to stop seeing you and Coco was so upset that she set the Richardsons' house on fire. Lamont gives Ed a skeptical look. Seriously, no, that did not happen. Maybe Leslie was upset about the two of you breaking the rule, Ed says. She confronts Coco on the boat. She's been drinking. She's emotional from the vow renewal, and maybe it gets heated. Maybe Leslie shoves her or backs her up against the gate that you told us doesn't latch properly. At that moment, the chief's phone rings. It's Lucy Shields, 24. Big Swing Delilah and Andrea are in the car headed to the pickleball courts. I'm not sure how much longer I can hold back, Delilah says. Every single time we play, she volleys from the kitchen. It's like she doesn't know the rule. It's a game, Delilah, Andrea says. A game with rules, Delilah replies. When you break the rules, it's cheating. You know what bothers me about Leslie, Andrea says, and Delilah perks up. Andrea rarely says a negative word about anyone. She doesn't put her hair up. It's always down and always perfectly curled. How is that even possible? Delilah has zero interest in Leslie Richardson's hair. Basically, the only rule in pickleball is that you can't volley from the kitchen. Think of it as exercise in the fresh air and sunshine, Andrea says. She pauses. If it weren't for Leslie, we wouldn't be able to play at all. The teams are always Delilah and Andrea versus Leslie and Phoebe, though when they arrive at the courts today, Delilah suggests mixing it up. Phoebe could be on my team, Leslie scoffs. Why mess with perfection? Exercise, Delilah thinks. Fresh air, sunshine. It's nice for the first 20 minutes or so. The game is evenly matched. Leslie doesn't commit any obvious fouls, and at one point the four of them have a spectacular rally, the kind you see on Instagram. It eventually ends with Delilah hitting a shot that gets past Leslie, but they've all played so well they give a collective cheer. Andrea's right, Delilah thinks. It's a game, it's fun, and we're all improving, even Phoebe. We're lucky we found a fourth. Delilah will stop complaining. Delilah and Andrea win the next point and the next. Delilah's relaxed attitude is paying off. They might actually win. The very next point, Leslie volleys from the kitchen. It couldn't be more obvious. Delilah looks at Andrea, but Andrea just wipes sweat off her brow with the bottom of her shirt. The serve goes to Leslie. It is annoying how perfect her hair is, Delilah thinks. It's long and shiny with round barrel curls. Her visor keeps the front pieces out of her face and the rest cascades down her back. Leslie serves, Delilah returns, Leslie hits it to Andrea, Andrea hits it to Phoebe, Phoebe smacks it to Delilah, Delilah hits it to Leslie, who charges into the kitchen to volley it back. Delilah drops her racket to her side and lets the ball go. Our point, Leslie says. Finally, Andrea speaks up. You know it's a rule that you can't volley from the kitchen, right? Leslie looks surprised. Obviously, why was I in the kitchen when I returned that? Delilah waits for Andrea to say, you were actually yes. But Andrea says, it doesn't matter, it's all in good fun, and she returns the ball over the net so Phoebe can serve. The next point, Leslie volleys with one foot squarely in the kitchen, and Delilah keeps playing because she realizes that protesting is useless. Leslie is never going to play by the rules. Delilah considers volleying from the kitchen herself, but no, she won't lower herself to that. Instead, she'll channel her frustration into skill and power. She doesn't care about exercise, she doesn't care at all about fresh air and sunshine. She and Andrea and Phoebe could easily find someone else to be their fourth. Why does it have to be this woman? She has good hair, Delilah thinks. So what? She has the house, the boat, she throws parties, she's fun. She is probably the most popular woman on Nantucket right now. In record time, she has somehow become an integral part of the community. It's match point, and Delilah doesn't have to guess what will happen because she knows. Andrea serves, Phoebe returns, Delilah volleys from well behind the line, and Leslie charges into the kitchen and volleys back. Delilah lets the ball go and briefly closes her eyes. That's game, Leslie says. Both Andrea and Phoebe are still waiting for Delilah to react. Delilah jogs to the net, smiling even though sweat is dripping into her eyes. Good game, she says, tapping Leslie's racket. I think that was our best game yet, Leslie says. You played well, Delilah. Thanks, Delilah says. You were incredible as always. And I was terrible, Phoebe says, which makes everyone laugh. Delilah zips up her racket and drinks deeply from her water bottle, thinking I'm not walking away empty-handed. Hey, Leslie, she says. Are you free tomorrow at 10? Free as a bird, Leslie says. What do you have in mind? Do you remember I told you I sit on the board of the food pantry? I do, Leslie says. I've been meaning to make a donation. Well, you're in luck. I'm meeting with the executive director tomorrow morning and I'd love for you to join me. It's a very important nonprofit, Phoebe says. There's a lot of food insecurity on this island. 44% of school-age children on Nantucket qualify for a school lunch, Delilah says. Andrea says, that's a lot of hungry children. Say no more, Leslie says. I'll be there tomorrow at 10. What's the address? Delilah is curious to see what Leslie is like one-on-one. Leslie pulls in right next to Delilah on Main Street, and Delilah feigns joy. What a coincidence, now they can walk to the food pantry together. Leslie has dressed simply in khaki capris, a white t-shirt, and some Chanel slingback flats that retail for more than it costs to feed a family of 4 for a month. But even so, Delilah grudgingly approves. At least there's no flashy Hermes or Goyard bag. Does Delilah catch the faintest hint of cigarette smoke masked by the mint that Leslie is crunching and her usual cloud of exotic vanilla perfume? Delilah matches her steps to Leslie's as they stroll down the brick sidewalk. Yes, definitely cigarettes. Delilah flashes back to her own era of secret smoking when she worked at the Scarlet Begonia. She was so overwhelmed back then with her late-night job and 2 little kids to entertain all day that she would smoke on her way home at 2 or 3 in the morning, blasting Amy Winehouse. She put the car windows down even in the winter, but Jeffrey could always tell and would bow his head, conveying his deep disappointment. Are you a smoker? Delilah asks. Leslie whips her head around and gives Delilah a surprised look that melts into a knowing smile. I sneak one from time to time. Me too, Delilah says. Or I used to anyway. This could be what bonds them, she thinks. Phoebe and Andrea put cigarettes in the same category as junk food and Miracle Whip, bad. Delilah wonders why Leslie smokes. Is it a habit left over from a reckless youth, or is it to combat stress? What, Delilah would like to know, does Leslie have to stress about? Nothing, that's what. Must be the reckless youth then, Delilah thinks. But before Delilah can explore the topic further, Leslie changes the subject to the weather. It's been unbearably hot for the past 10 days, she says, plucking her t-shirt away from her body. And yet it refuses to rain. Delilah says, I have to pay more attention to my perennial bed than I do to my husband. Oh, are you a gardener? Leslie asks. Having a circular garden installed on our property, but it's taking forever. Benton promised it would be done by now, but it's not even close to finished. The custom octagonal hot tub I ordered is collecting dust at the storage center. I want to have a fun hot tub party once the garden is completed, but Benton never shows up. It's almost like he's avoiding me. He wasn't avoiding you on the 4th of July sale, Delilah thinks. They reach the food pantry, where the executive director, Corwin Moore, one of the kindest, most thoughtful human beings Delilah has ever known, is waiting for them. There was a moment, right before Delilah left the house, when she wondered if this meetup was a good idea. Corwin does important work. Delilah imagined Leslie ignoring him, checking her phone, filing her nails, or making the organization seem cute or quaint. Or worse, flirting with Corwin because he's tall and quite attractive. Delilah needn't have worried. The second Leslie steps into the food pantry, she transforms into someone else. She greets Corwin warmly and listens earnestly as he explains that the need on Nantucket has increased from 16,000 bags of groceries per year to 20,000. Then he tells her about the food pantry's relationships with local farms. Delilah and her husband, Jeffrey, provide a farmer's market bounty as well as fresh eggs to our clients. Leslie says, I had no idea there was such a large, underserved community here. I thought Nantucket was all rich people. A common misperception, Corwin says. We have lots of families in need. He pauses. Lots of children in need. I want to make a substantial donation, Leslie says. I'm thinking $150,000. Delilah and Corwin exchange a quick glance. In their text conversation, they had discussed a $5,000 or $10,000 ask. That's incredibly generous, Corwin says. He passes Leslie the annual report and the information packet for donors. In fact, make it 175, Leslie says. Any more than that and my husband might cut back my shopping budget. You're an angel, Corwin says. He takes Leslie's hand. How can I ever thank you? Leslie inspects his thick black wedding band. I could think of some ways, she says, but it looks like you're taken. Maybe Leslie isn't a completely different person, Delilah thinks. I am, Corwin says. My husband Nick and I are celebrating our 1-year anniversary tomorrow. Well, Nick is a lucky man, Leslie says. I'll drop off a check this week. Thank you, goodbye, goodbye. Delilah and Leslie leave the food pantry. Delilah, who feels like she just stood in a whirlwind of generosity, says, Do you want to go up to Lemon Press and get a coffee? I've had 3 cups already, Leslie says. Bull is going overseas tomorrow, so I should get home. Delilah feels rebuffed but also relieved. Thank you for that pledge. It's incredibly generous. Leslie studies Delilah for a moment, then half smiles. Anything for you, she says. After Delilah watches Leslie get into her G-Wagon and head up Main Street, she gets a text. It's from Corwin, job well done. Sharon turns in a second character study. This one is so personal that she's not sure what she'll do if her class critiques it harshly. But it turns out she didn't need to worry about that. It's so much better, Nancy says. Agreed, Willow says. These 2 people are intriguing. I think you've found your inspiration, Lucky Zambrano says. Go with these 2, they feel vulnerable and authentic. The second Sharon clicks leave meeting, she shrieks with joy. They liked it. She has found her inspiration. The first person Sharon wants to tell is Romeo, but she worries that he'll ask to read it, and she can't let that happen, so she calls her sister, Heather. It's 3 o'clock on a weekday and Heather is working a big case, but Heather's assistant, Melody, says, She's been wanting to talk to you, and she patches Sharon through. That, Sharon thinks, is the definition of sisterhood. I have the greatest news, Sharon says. My online creative writing class loved my character study. They called it intriguing and authentic. Heather doesn't respond right away. Sharon hears her shuffling papers, so she decides to embellish a little. My instructor said it was brilliant, and that I'm on my way to becoming a published writer. The next Charlotte Perkins Gilman, Heather says, and Sharon thinks that, no, this is the definition of sisterhood, the older sister showing off. Sharon isn't sure who Charlotte Perkins Gilman is, and Heather knows it. Heather says, she wrote The Yellow Wallpaper, a story about a Victorian-era housewife who slowly loses her mind because her life is so boring and purposeless. Sharon hopes Heather isn't insinuating that Sharon's life is boring and purposeless. It's definitely time to change the subject. Melody said you've been wanting to talk to me? Yes, Heather says in a serious tone, and Sharon's guard immediately goes up. Are you still hanging out with the Richardsons? I've seen them in passing, Sharon says. The other day, she spied Leslie Richardson having lunch at the Field and Oar Club with Busy Ambrose. But Sharon was so annoyed at Busy for how she treated Romeo that she did not go over to say hello. But you haven't been to any of their parties or gone out to dinner with them? No, Sharon admits. Every time the pool cleaning crew pulls into the driveway, Sharon wishes it were Coco in her baby blue Land Rover with another hand-delivered invitation. As for dinner, Sharon has heard the Richardsons prefer to go out alone and eat at the bar, where they can introduce themselves to even more people. Why do you ask? I didn't tell you this earlier because it's really none of my business, but I recognize the name Bull Richardson because... Here, Heather draws out a long pause as though she's the writer creating suspense. Sharon has to admit her interest is piqued. She knows nothing about the Richardsons, really, which is odd since she's been inside their home and aboard their boat. Yes, Sharon says. Heather sighs. Well, we investigated him for a whistleblower complaint about some environmental misconduct. Oh my gosh, how dull, Sharon thinks, but what was she expecting? Heather works for the federal government. I didn't realize you investigated private companies. Of course we do, Heather says. The Ranos ring a bell. The know-it-all comments are starting to irritate Sharon. And that's what you wanted to tell me. I mentioned the name to Skip, Heather says. Skip, Heather's longtime, dare Sharon say patient, boyfriend, has a job that's even more tedious than Heather's. He works for the IRS. He's pretty high up, not the top job, but close. And, Sharon says, he hinted because of course he can't come right out and tell me that Bull Richardson and Sweetwater Distribution might be in their crosshairs as well. Environmental misconduct and taxes. Sharon is practically asleep. I know you're enamored with the Richardsons, Heather says. I wouldn't say that, Sharon snaps. Leslie throws fun parties. You said she's shaking up Nantucket and that she and Bull have basically become the grown-up version of prom king and queen. Did Sharon say that? She'd had at least 3 firecracker cocktails on the 4th of July as well as some champagne, so she was pretty tipsy when she got home, but did she use that phrase, the grown-up version of prom king and queen? She might have. Just be careful, please, Sharon, Heather says. Sharon doesn't like it when her older sister tells her what to do. She has never liked it. Sharon is about to toss a sarcastic will do when she hears a beeping. Heather has already hung up. She considers what Heather told her she would never betray her sister's confidence by going into specifics. But the old Sharon would have called Fast Eddie and intimated that maybe the Richardsons weren't quite what everyone thought, and Eddie might have mentioned this to his brother-in-law Glenn Daly. And Glenn might have called Rachel McMahon. And Rachel would naturally have said something to Dr. Andy. And Dr. Andy would tell his dental hygienist Janice. And the next time Sharon bumped into Celadon Morse at Sea View Farm, Celadon would ask her if it was true that Bull Richardson was involved in shady dealings with questionable connections. Sharon doesn't call Fast Eddie. Sharon doesn't repeat what Heather said to anyone. Has the world turned upside down? Sharon has no interest in speculating about Bull and Leslie Richardson. Sharon has become the kind of woman she never understood before, someone who doesn't need to talk about other people to make her days more interesting, because her days are interesting enough as it is. When Coco gets home from her errands in town, she lugs bags of groceries and a handle of Tito's up the stairs without crushing the loaf of sourdough and finds Leslie and Lamont in the kitchen. Leslie is making crepes with whipped cream and peaches. "Oh, hello," Coco says. There's a bottle of Laurent Perrier lounging in an ice bucket. Lamont has a full flute in front of him. Leslie is drinking hers at the stove. "Hey," Lamont says, "did you remember to get the bread sliced thin?" Leslie asks as she pours crepe batter into a pan sizzling with butter. "I did," Coco says. There are so many things assaulting her senses that she's not sure where to start. First off, Leslie never cooks, yet here she is, whipping up crepes. Then Coco remembers Leslie used to be a crepe chef in Vegas, apparently a true story. Second, why are she and Lamont enjoying drinks together on a weekday? Third, Coco has never failed to get the sourdough sliced thin, so why must Leslie check? Are you two celebrating something? I just dropped Bull off at the airport, Leslie says. He'll be gone for a week. He what? Coco is confused. Neither Bull nor Leslie mentioned another trip. That thing in Indo is blowing up, Leslie says. He needs to be there in person, then he's going to the Philippines afterward to try and drum up some new business. Coco made the Richardsons' bed this morning and folded their pajamas, and she didn't see a suitcase. It feels like this trip was kept secret from her. What about all the dinner reservations I made, she says. The tickets for the White Heron Theater, the passes for the silent disco at the Dreamland. I thought you guys wanted to go to that. Should I cancel? Leslie slides a golden brown crepe onto Lamont's plate. Cancel, she says. Why would you do that? Coco hopes this doesn't mean what she thinks it means. She tries to catch Lamont's eye, but he's intent on the bowl of sugared peach slices and ignores her, just as they agreed to do. Coco puts the groceries away with military precision. She tucks the sourdough into the bread box, folds the reusable shopping bags, and takes the vodka into the party room. Who is Coco kidding? Of course it means what she thinks it means. Bull is away, Lamont will slide into his place. Did Lamont know Bull was leaving? He had been affectionate with her earlier that morning. He ran his thumbs over her eyelids, gently kissed her earlobe, fell asleep for a few precious minutes holding her. He'd been extra sweet, she noted, extra attentive. He knew he was about to be called in from the sidelines. Or maybe, Coco thinks, he just walked into a full-on champagne and crepes ambush. Coco needs to vent her frustration. Should she do a shot from the bottle of vodka? 2 shots? Should she take the cue ball off the pool table and toss it across the room? She wanders over to the jukebox, searches the selections. One song jumps out at her. She presses J12, and after the record drops, it's as though Linda Ronstadt is there in the room. You're no good, you're no good, you're no good, baby, you're no good. Coco sits on the curvy white sofa and belts out the lyrics. In her mind, she's a karaoke queen, perfectly in tune. Can Lamont and Leslie hear her, and if they can, do they care? When the song is over, Coco goes back out into the hall and hears Lamont and Leslie's easy banter and Leslie's laugh, extra girlish today. Coco hurries down the stairs and enters Bull's study. Where is her screenplay? It's not on his desk. Is she brave enough to venture behind his desk? Yes. She checks the piles on either side of Bull's desktop computer, financial documents, loads of them. Taped to the top of Bull's keyboard is a slip of paper that says email password, Sweethduo888. What kind of idiot leaves the password to his email taped to the computer? No, it's not stupidity, Coco thinks. It's that he feels safe here. It's his home, his office. He trusts anyone who might see it. Leslie, the cleaning staff, Coco. She's almost chastened enough to leave without checking his desk drawers. Almost. She rifles through them but doesn't find her manuscript. She checks the trash. It's thankfully not there either. She sneaks into the primary suite. Her manuscript isn't on Bull's nightstand or on his dresser or in his closet. The library? She looks, but it's not on the escritoire, the chaise, or any of the shelves. It's not in the hidden Bourbon bar. He took it with me, she thinks. Coco imagines Bull at that very moment, tucked into his luxurious pod on Singapore Airlines. He's got a glass of Dom Perignon, a tiny bowl of warm, salted nuts. The flight attendant has hung up his sports coat. He's removed his loafers and put on his slippers. He peruses the menu, chooses the black cod and ginger sauce, then scrolls through the movies on offer. Does he want to watch Oppenheimer again? What about Caddyshack? Both feel like a waste of time. He reaches into his briefcase and pulls out Coco's script. He begins to read. Coco keeps track of how much time Leslie and Lamont spend together. The crepes and champagne are followed by a ride on decadence. Coco watches them zip off as she washes the frying pan and their whipped cream-smeared plates. She is Cinderella before the fairy godmother shows up. When they return in the late afternoon, Leslie is golden from the sun. Her hair is piled on top of her head in a messy bun. She strolls past Coco, who is in one of the beach chaises reading Life After Life by Kate Atkinson, and says, "We had such a magnificent day. Lamont took me to a place called Whale Island over on Tuckernuck." Coco, who has been visiting the English manor of Fox Corner in her mind, thank goodness for books, opens her mouth but no sound comes out. "Did you confirm at proprietor's?" Leslie asks. "I'd like a table for two tonight, not the bar and not that communal table, please." Something tucked away. "Confirmed," Coco says, though she feels a snarky satisfaction because she did confirm for two at the bar and she won't change it. "Who's joining you?" She holds out a filament of hope that it's Benton Co., though Benton hasn't shown his face around 888 since the 4th of July sale. "Who do you think?" Leslie says. She gazes back at Decadence, where Lamont is wiping down the upholstery. "My boyfriend," Coco thinks. "You're taking my boyfriend out for dinner." Later, after she watches Lamont and Leslie drive away in the G-Wagon, Lamont in a striped button-down and jeans and his boat shoes, Leslie in a long lavender jersey dress that shows off her stunning figure, Coco is tempted to text him. "Bull is gone, so now you're the husband." She wants to call him a flirt. But then she thinks about his mother, how Glinny has to feel her way from the kitchen to the living room, how she has to listen to books rather than read them, how Lamont makes her lunch. He needs this job and Leslie is his boss. This is work, there's nothing going on. Coco needs to take the high road, conduct herself with quiet dignity, but the next morning at 4:45 when Coco hears Lamont's tapping, she doesn't rise from bed. She hears him trying the knob. For the first time, she has locked the door. He texts, "You awake?" He texts, "Coco?" Leslie and Lamont go out on Decadence every day. Leslie even skips her pickleball game. At night, they go to Languedoc, to Oran Moor, to the Freaking Galley, where Leslie asked Coco to reserve them a table out in the sand. They go to the White Heron Theater to see a production of The Bald Soprano. A dozen roses are delivered to 888 from Flowers on Chestnut. Coco assumes they're from Bull for Leslie, but the name written on the envelope is Colleen Coyle. Coco blinks. "For me?" She reads the card, which says, "I miss you, It's unsigned. Coco hasn't texted Lamont or left her door unlocked all week, but as she carries the roses up to her apartment, she considers relenting. This is the first time a man has sent her flowers. Carnation Day in high school, she decides, does not count. The roses are the color of ripe apricots, or, more relevantly, of the sunrises that normally accompany her and Lamont's intimate moments. But when Coco returns to the kitchen for a vase, she finds Lamont and Leslie preparing to go out on the boat, only this time they both have overnight bags. "Coco," Leslie says, "we'll need you to hold down the fort until tomorrow." High road, Coco thinks, quiet dignity, Princess Diana, Grace Kelly, Sidney Poitier. "Are you taking a trip?" "We're sailing hedonism over to the vineyard," Leslie says. "I've never been." "And you're spending the night?" Coco asks. She feels her coffee threatening to come back up in a hot, unpleasant wave. "Leslie is staying at the Charlotte Inn," Lamont says. "I'll stay on the boat." "I might stay on the boat too," Leslie says. "Are the boys going?" Coco asks. "Javier and Esteban? They can't get away overnight, unfortunately," Leslie says. "They're breakfast servers at Black-Eyed Susan's and can't miss a shift on short notice." Behind her, Lamont shakes his head. The expression on his face is one of abject misery, but Coco doesn't care. "You two have fun," she says, then she marches out of 888 and over to her apartment. She opens the window in the second bedroom, the one that looks down on the future circular garden, but that is still just furrows of dug-up earth, hillocks of pea gravel, and pale slabs of granite awaiting placement. Coco holds the roses out the window, but she can't bring herself to dump them. She ducks back inside, closes the window, sets the roses in the sink, and texts Casey. "We're going out tonight. 25, single ladies." After nearly 3 weeks of radio silence, Casey receives a text from Isla. "There's something going on with Dave." Dave is Rondo. Casey sometimes forgets he has a first name. Something going on, Casey thinks. What does that mean? She realizes the text is being used as bait. Isla wants her to ask. Casey clicks on Rondo's Instagram, nothing new. His last post was on the 4th of July, the picture of him and Isla and Dr. Dunn and the wife, totally Tommy, with her striking features and bold eyebrows. There's something going on with Dave. Casey considers the options. Rondo has gotten cold feet. Rondo is having professional trouble. He lost a patient. He has a staffing issue. He's butting heads with the hospital administration. Casey can't imagine Rondo butting heads with anybody. He's not the type. Maybe Rondo is sick. Does he have a serious illness? Although Casey wants him to disappear, she doesn't wish for this. While Casey's deciding if she should text back, part of her wants to know, part of her doesn't care, part of her wants to engage with Isla, part of her thinks it's better to ignore Isla. A text comes in from Coco. "We're going out tonight." "Yes," Casey thinks. "Where do you want to go?" she asks. "Everywhere," Coco says. When Casey pulls into the driveway at 888 and sees Coco waiting, she whoops. Coco is wearing the white eyelet dress from the Lovely and a pair of sandals that lace up her slim calves. She's grown her hair out to chin length and she tucks it behind her ears. She's gotten some sun on her face, which makes her ice blue eyes even more striking. "You look amazing," Casey says when Coco climbs into the car. "I'm so happy to be out of my uniform," Coco replies. She points ahead. "I know this is the most overused phrase of our generation, but let's do this." Casey doesn't need to be told twice. She peels out of the Richardsons' driveway so fast that white shells fly into the air like confetti. Their first stop is the oyster catcher for Buck-a-Shuck. This is, in Casey's opinion, the best way to spend the golden hour. They order 2 glasses of rosé and a dozen oysters from their bartender, Carson Quinborough, a legendary Nantucket local, who directs them to 2 stools overlooking the scene on jetties, beach-striped umbrellas and sandcastles, mothers chasing after little kids with bottles of sunscreen. A cover band called Cranberry Alarm Clock plays an acoustic version of "Single Ladies," which is a little unusual but also sort of charming. And in their case, it's fitting. Casey raises her glass. "To all the single ladies." After the first sip of her rosé, Coco explains her get-out-of-jail-free card. Bull is away on a business trip, and Leslie and Lamont have sailed to Martha's Vineyard overnight. "Overnight," Casey says. She adds mignonette to an oyster and eats it. "They're together, right? There's no way they aren't." Behind her sunglasses, Coco squints toward the lifeguard stand. "You saw them on the 4th of July?" Casey continues. She was practically draped over him. And at the pink and white party, they were swimming without suits, remember? She was on the boat and he swam out there, Coco. Coco sips her rosé, though she'd like to finish the glass in one go. They're not, she says. Leslie just flirts. Coco sounds defensive and Casey wonders if she still has feelings for Lamont. She hopes not. Lamont is definitely involved with the boss. What are the sleeping arrangements for this overnight trip? Casey asks. Lamont is staying on the boat, Coco says. Leslie is staying at the Charlotte Inn. Casey is desperate to stay at the Charlotte Inn. Back when she and Isla used to talk about visiting Nantucket, Casey imagined a weekend trip to the vineyard, staying at the Charlotte Inn, relaxing at Lucy Vincent Beach, drinks at Nancy's, dinner at the Red Cat, dancing at the Ritz, breakfast at Morning Glory Farm. How much is that place per night? I have no idea, Coco says. Didn't you make the reservation? Coco did not make the reservation, a detail that hasn't occurred to her until now. They can't get into too much trouble, Casey says, because the boys on the crew will be there, right? Coco's head falls back. They couldn't go. Oh, honey, Casey says, Leslie is definitely staying on the boat. Casey might as well be twisting the oyster fork in Coco's heart. I don't care, Coco says. I just feel sorry for Bull. They must have some kind of understanding, Casey replies. Coco thinks Casey might be right. They must. She feels naive, tricked out of her depth. There weren't many unconventional relationships in Rosebush. Casey hands her phone to the bartender, Carson. Would you take our picture? She asks. Their next stop is Lola 41, where they order hibiscus blueberry margaritas. I'm going to have my parents come get my car and we'll walk, Casey says, because we are having a great time. That sounds good to Coco. As she tastes her margarita, she recognizes two guys at the end of the bar. It's Addison, she says to Casey. Casey glances over. This island is too small. He's with Fast Eddie. Eddie Pansick, Coco thinks, married to Grace, living at 1313 Lily Street. She's delivered invitations to their house twice now. It really is starting to feel like a small island. Should we go say hello? Absolutely not, Casey says. I want to enjoy myself. When Addison notices Casey at the bar with the Richardsons' personal assistant, he lowers his voice. Bull priced out the difference between on-island contractors and off-island contractors for our project, he says to Eddie. Off-island contractors came in 20% cheaper, which, I hardly have to tell you, is a savings of nearly $3 million. Eddie takes a beat. Why did Bull reach out to only Addison with this information? He wonders. This feels like something that should have been written in an email to them both. Are Addison and Bull intentionally sidestepping Eddie? Is he expendable on this project? He fears the answer is yes, but they have a deal. We know off-island contractors are cheaper, Eddie says. We also know we have to add in the cost of transportation over and back every day, which adds up. We have to factor in bad weather days when the boats and planes are canceled and they can't work or they get stuck on the island and we have to put them up at a hotel. If there's an issue after the homes are built, is the off-island contractor going to show up? No, but most important, the on-island contractors are the ones we have the relationships with. They'll show up. They'll get it done. Addison spins his Aperol Spritz. He persuaded Eddie to order one as well. The drink is having a moment, Addison said, but to Eddie, it tastes like the toothpaste they use at a dental cleaning. He ordered a second one anyway, hoping the drink will telegraph that Eddie, too, is having a moment. I told him that, Addison says, but he still wants to go with off-island contractors, and I told him it was okay. Eddie feels himself about to lose his cool. The three of us are partners, are we not? Why wasn't I privy to this conversation? Well, Addison says, and for the first time ever, Eddie sees him squirm. Addison Wheeler is to the manner born. He has an ease in the world that Eddie envies, a combination of pedigree, education, and charm. But right now, Addison looks uncomfortable. It came up in a conversation about something else. Which was, Addison sighs. Bull is helping Reed get into his first-choice boarding school, Tiffin Academy. Bull knows several people on the board, and apparently it's an old-fashioned place where strings can still be pulled. And in exchange for him doing you this favor, he wants you to concede on the off-island contractors. Yes, Addison says, but also, Eddie, it's a lot of money. $1 million apiece. You can't ignore that. Eddie pushes away what's left of his Aperol Spritz. I have to go, he says, and then he does, in fact, scoff. And for the record, that drink is terrible. At Crew, which is perched on the very end of Strait Wharf, Casey and Coco order the crewcomer, which is icy cold vodka, cucumber, lemon, and toasted sesame. It's served by a bartender named Sean who is so charming, Coco forgets about Lamont for a moment. She thinks Sean might be checking her out as well because when he sets down their drinks, he says, "You have striking eyes." Coco laughs. "This is a new one." "Is that a good thing?" "Yeah, they're otherworldly," he says. Coco raises her glass to him. She's terrible at flirting. The woman on the other side of Casey is holding a tiny baby. Casey would guess only 3 or 4 weeks old. She can see the pulsing of his soft spot. She's whisked right back to the NICU, the beeping of the monitors, the whoosh of the respirators, the squeak of the nurse's sneakers. In the midst of all this, Casey suddenly hears Isla's voice. She would address every baby formally, "Good afternoon, Mr. DeFazio." "Good evening, Ms. McQuaid," in a way that lightened the mood in the unit but also indicated a future where these tiny babies would become adults. Isla is such a good doctor that she inspires every NICU nurse to be just like her. This brings Casey to the question she's been asking herself since she left San Francisco. How can a person so impeccable in her professional life have such a messy personal life? She has reached the conclusion that this must happen all the time. Casey hands Sean the bartender her phone. "Would you take our picture?" Sean obliges, and when Casey gets the phone back, she laughs. "I think he's into you." She shows Coco the picture. It's all of Coco and just a sliver of Casey. "Here, I'll take it," says a pretty, dark-haired girl who has just popped in between them. Sean takes terrible pictures. "Trust me, I know he's my brother." Coco recognizes this girl. "You're Olivia from The Lovely," she says. "You're the one who sold me this dress." "Oh, hey," Olivia says. She looks from Coco to Casey and back. "Yes, I remember you." Because Coco and Casey are 4 cocktails in, bumping into Olivia seems like the world's most insane coincidence, and they order shots of Fireball all around. "We need food," Casey says. They're now too tipsy to sit down at any place respectable, so off to the Strip they go. Coco says she might want steamboat pizza or a Reuben from Walter's, but Casey calls her an amateur and pulls her into Stubby's. 10 minutes later, they're across the street on a bench scarfing down double cheeseburgers and a pile of hot waffle fries. Has food ever tasted this good? Coco wonders. A stream of cars passes them, people just off the ferry. The august people are arriving, Casey says. The vehicles are mostly Jeeps and luxury SUVs. They're filled with kids who point at the juice bar and golden retrievers that hang their heads out the windows. One car has boogie boards strapped to the top. Another one has 3 bikes hanging off the back. Coco sees lacrosse sticks, golf clubs, Provençal print duffel bags. She can't help but think back to how bewildered she was the day she arrived, and now look at her. "Let's take a selfie," Casey says. Thank goodness she met Casey, Coco thinks, and she smiles. Coco feels like she's entered the cantina in Star Wars, but really it's the club car. Instead of aliens, Coco finds a woman in a lime green linen sheath and pearls, and a gentleman wearing a bow tie embroidered with watermelons. Casey weaves through the crowd until they're standing by Mike the piano player. He's singing "Rich Girl," and everyone singing along agrees that she's gone too far, but they know it don't matter anyway. Casey says, "You stay here, I'll get drinks. What do you want?" Coco wants Lamont to call her and confirm that Leslie is staying at the Charlotte Inn, where she's charmed the bellman, and Lamont is heading back to the boat alone. She wants him also to say that he misses her and wants their romance to be public, that he'll tell Leslie in the morning, come what may. "Whatever you're having," Coco says. Mike the piano player glissandos an end to the song and calls out, "Requests." A guy in a navy polo and a pair of dusty pink Nantucket reds. Not only can Coco identify the pants now, she also knows if they're authentically weathered, puts a $100 bill in the tip jar. "Would you play Just Like Heaven," he says, "and dedicate it to Sharon?" Mike's eyes light up when he sees the blue Benjamin drift down on top of the 5s and 10s in his jar. "Sharon," he calls out, "this song is for you." Blonde Sharon and Romeo are enjoying a tequila cocktail called the Mr. Brightside and a plate of light, cheesy gougers at the club car bar when Sharon hears Mike the piano player say, "Sharon, this song is for you." "Ha!" Sharon nudges Romeo. "There must be another Sharon here." She and Romeo have already planned to request, hooked on a feeling once they finish eating. Show me, show me, show me how you do that trick, Mike sings. Goodness, she thinks, it's just like heaven. That used to be her song with Walker. It was the early 90s at a bar called The Mill on the Upper East Side. Sharon and Walker danced to Just Like Heaven and ended up sharing a kiss on the dance floor with all their friends watching. When the lights of the bar came up, Walker asked for Sharon's number, which she wrote on a cocktail napkin. Walker tucked the napkin in his back pocket. Sharon figured the napkin would end up lost or go through the wash, but surprise, surprise, Walker called the very next day. He invited Sharon to a West Side pub crawl with the rest of his Columbia MBA classmates. Sharon almost didn't go because she hated taking the crosstown bus. During the pub crawl, they stopped at a bar called Wild Life, and Walker asked the DJ to play Just Like Heaven. Then he said in Sharon's ear, "We'll dance to this song at our wedding." And they did. Romeo lifts the plate of gougers. "Do you want the Pope's nose?" This is what Sharon's mother used to call the last remaining hors d'oeuvre on the platter. Sharon told Romeo this at the Richardsons' pink and white party, and it's sweet that he remembered. She pushes thoughts of Walker from her mind and pops the last gouger into her mouth. That one warm, cheesy bite while sitting next to Romeo is just like heaven. Sharon feels a hand on her back. The club car bar is narrow. It was originally one of the Pullman cars on the old Nantucket Railroad, and hence there's no such thing as personal space. All night people have been brushing past Sharon and Romeo and saying, "Vodka soda close it," right between them. But Sharon and Romeo don't mind. Singing at the club car is a Nantucket tradition. The hand presses. Someone wants Sharon's attention. She turns just as Mike sings her favorite line, "Why won't you ever know that I'm in love with you?" Standing there is Walker. It's as though she summoned him. Sharon is so stunned she can't speak. She looks past Walker for a person who might be Bailey from PT. Did he have the nerve to bring her to the island? It doesn't appear so. In the next instant she understands that she's the Sharon this song is dedicated to. Walker appeared on the island unannounced, found her at the club car, and requested their song as some kind of grand romantic gesture. "What," she says, "are you doing here?" He holds a hand out. "Dance with me." Sharon is immediately swept back 4.5 months to the day her marriage fell apart. It's a typical March day in Connecticut, dreary, raw, raining sideways, and Sharon is parked in front of Centrality Physical Therapy and Wellness, waiting for Walker to emerge from his final appointment. Sharon mindlessly scrolls through her phone, but she's also recalling how reckless Walker had been on their Christmas vacation in Breckenridge. He's nowhere close to the skier he thinks he is, and how he'd injured his knee 10 seconds into a run down George's thumb. Sharon doesn't have anything planned for dinner, so after they pick up the twins from debate and Robert from basketball practice, the whole family can go to Tequila Mockingbird to celebrate Walker's healed knee. This improves Sharon's mood. She could use a margarita. When Walker gets into the car, his expression is somber. Has something happened? "Are you okay?" Sharon asks. "Did they add another week, 2 weeks?" "I'm in love with Bailey," he says. "My physical therapist." He swallows. "I love her, Sharon, and I can't believe I'm saying this, but I'm leaving you." In Sharon's mind, the windshield wipers stop, the car's engine cuts out, the rehabilitation center crumbles. She feels numb despite the seat heater warming her. She has heard all about Bailey, 27 years old, a graduate of Fairfield University, kind and attentive, brought chocolate eclairs from the Silverman Market every week so she could reward Walker for his hard work. Sharon had thought, cute, he has a little crush on Bailey. She supposed that was typical at their age, and their marriage was strong enough to withstand it. It made things a little exciting. Even Sharon knows Walker is serious by how devastated he seems. He knocks his head against the car window, saying, "I just cannot believe this. I am such a jerk." Sharon gets a text from Colby. "Where you at?" She starts to drive toward the high school, saying nothing. Walker brushes his tears away, takes a shuddering breath, and manages to collect himself before the twins pile into the car, both of them so deep into their phones that Sharon and Walker could be on fire. They are on fire, Sharon thinks, and they wouldn't notice. She asks a half-hearted question about debate that receives no answer. She proceeds to the middle school and picks up Robert, and when he's settled in the car, jockeying for space with his sisters who won't budge. Sharon makes the big announcement. They're going to Tequila Mockingbird for dinner. Sharon is shocked at how normal, even pleasant their dinner is. She allows herself to believe that Walker was experiencing a moment of temporary confusion earlier, that all it will take to fix the situation he seems so desperate to ruin are some sizzling fajita platters. But when they get home, Walker packs a bag. He leaves that very night to stay at Bailey's one-bedroom apartment in a rough part of Norwalk. "Are you serious?" Sharon says to Walker now. "I'm not going to dance with you." The song has come to an end anyway, a few people cheer and Mike launches into Philadelphia Freedom. Romeo spins around on his stool and offers Walker his hand. "Hey there," he says. "I'm Romeo from the steamship." Walker looks from Sharon to Romeo and back, then belatedly grips Romeo's hand. "Hey there, I'm Walker, Sharon's husband." "Ex-husband," Sharon says. "The divorce isn't final," Walker says. "Legally, I'm still your husband." "What is this all about, Walker?" Sharon asks. She's pleased to note that Walker looks awful. He's pale and puffy, and there are some long hairs sticking out of his nose that Bailey from PT must have been too shy to tell him about. "I'd like to talk to you," Walker says. "I made a big mistake, a huge mistake, and I want you back." Sharon blinks. How many times in the days and weeks following Walker's departure had she envisioned this moment? "She isn't coming back to you," Romeo says. He stands up so he can face Walker and Sharon tenses. Walker huffs. "This is none of your business." Sharon has to stop this. The last thing she wants is a scene in the middle of the club car. There isn't room for a confrontation, and she doesn't want to go viral for being part of a Gen X love triangle. Walker is right that this is none of Romeo's business, but Romeo is right about something too. Sharon has repeatedly told Romeo that she would never, ever, ever go back to Walker. But now that she sees the two men together, she feels like she has known Romeo for only 15 minutes. She has never used or even thought the word rebound, though she can understand how the term might apply. Sharon and Walker have 30-plus years of history, routines, habits, inside jokes, memories. They have a community, neighbors, couple friends. They have relationships with each other's families. They have their ways, and most important, they have their children. Sharon puts a hand on Romeo's right arm. "If there's a fight, Romeo will overpower Walker easily. Let me just go talk to him." Romeo's expression is shocked. His eyes are hurt. "Really?" She nods, and Romeo retakes his stool, throws back what's left of his drink, then throws back what's left of Sharon's. Sharon grabs her purse and follows Walker out the door. There are so many people trying to get in that getting out takes longer than she expects. When she reaches the cool air at the entrance, she hears Mike saying, "This one is for Sharon," and he launches into Hooked on a Feeling. Coco sees Romeo from the steamship standing in the crowd on the other side of the piano, and where Romeo is, Coco has learned, blonde Sharon is sure to be as well. Coco and Casey sing along gamely to Hooked on a Feeling. But when it ends, Coco wants to go. Everywhere they've been tonight, they've seen the Richardsons' friends. As if Coco needs one more reason to leave, Mike the piano player starts singing You and Tequila. No, Coco thinks. No Kenny Chesney for me. She grabs Casey's hand and pulls her out the back door. Every good night out on Nantucket ends at the Chicken Box. Casey hasn't set foot in the place since a Christmas break during nursing school, but it never changes. It still smells like beer and excitement. The place is crammed with the beautiful people lucky enough to be on Nantucket tonight. There's a cover band playing the Backstreet Boys, and everyone on the dance floor is scream-singing the words, "I want it that way." "I'll get beers," Coco says, and she dives straight into the crowd at the bar. Casey heads over to the pool tables where it's less crowded and rereads Isla's text. There's something going on with Dave. It sounds like Isla wants Casey to give her relationship advice. How unfair is that? Casey would like to respond. "I don't care about Dave." She wants to say, "If you just left Dave like you said you would be here at the box with me." Any issues that Isla has with Rondo are her own problems. Casey knows she should continue to wear Isla down with silence, but she's had just enough to drink that she decides to stir things up instead. She texts Isla 3 pictures, one of her and Coco at the oyster catcher, one from Crew, one from Stubby's. She captions this with the 2 girls with heart emoji and then 4 dots meaning end of discussion. Coco brings back 4 Coronas, 2 for her and 2 for Casey, and they enter the fray to dance to The Sign by Ace of Base. It couldn't get any cheesier, but Coco seems to love it. A super-attractive guy breaks into their bubble. It's Sean from Crew. Coco hugs him like they're long-lost friends and turns to Casey. "Take our picture." Casey snaps a bunch of photos, thinking that Coco is the happiest tipsy person she's ever seen. Casey would like to be a happy tipsy person too, but she's too preoccupied with waiting for Isla's response. It's midnight here, only 9 on the West Coast. Isla is definitely still awake. "Text me those pics," Coco says as she spills beer down the front of her white eyelet dress. Casey notices one of Coco's sandals is missing. Coco has peeked. Now she's on the downslide and getting careless. Casey should get them both into a cab. Sean is draped over Coco like a coat. In her mental crystal ball, Casey sees Coco going home with Sean and having forgettable, regrettable fun. Casey hears someone calling her name. She peers into the crowd and sees her brother and Avalon. Oh my God, she thinks, the chicken box really is the center of the Nantucket verse. Casey tries to make her way to Eric and Avalon, but Coco yanks on her arm, saying, "Text me the pics." "I will when we get home," Casey says, but Coco plucks Casey's phone out of her back pocket. "I'll just send them to myself real quick." Fine, Casey thinks, hoping Coco doesn't drop her phone onto the beer-sticky floor. When she finally gets to Eric, she says, "You have to help me get Coco out of here." The band is now playing Poison by Belle Biv DeVoe, and people are going wild. In the midst of this chaos, Eric is a rock, a pillar. He is the image of their father. "We're leaving anyway," he says. "Avalon doesn't feel well." Casey turns around to find Coco, but she's vanished into the crowd. At first, Coco isn't sure what she's seeing on the screen of Casey's phone. She forces herself to focus. There are texts sent to Isla, that's the woman that Casey broke up with back in San Francisco. In the stream are pictures of Casey and Coco. Coco scrolls back so many pictures, 3 from tonight alone, plus one of the 2 of them on the Richardson's beach, one from the boat on the 4th of July, one from the pink and white party, one from their trip to Great Point, a couple from their first lunch together at the Nantucket pharmacy counter when they barely knew each other. Casey has sent Isla literally all the pictures. Coco reads one of Isla's responses. "I'm sick with jealousy. Now I won't sleep. Thanks. Jealousy." Coco thinks, Casey has been making it seem like she and Coco are together. No, please no, what can Coco think but that all this time Casey has been using her? Maybe since the moment they met in the line for the ferry. Is that why Casey bought her a chowder? Because she thought Coco was pretty and looked vulnerable? Was their so-called friendship premeditated so Casey could make Isla jealous and win her back? Coco's eyes sting. Lamont has left her, and now Casey maybe isn't her friend after all. Is this possible? Coco is sober enough to realize she's drunk enough to let Casey grab her by the arm and lead her through the crowd and out the door to the cool, fresh air of Dave Street. Casey waves over a cab. "Let's get you home," she says. The morning after their big night out, Coco is so hungover that she messes up her errands. For the first time ever, she forgets to ask for the sourdough at Bourne and bread to be sliced thin. And by the time she realizes her mistake, it's too late. She has to go to the back of the long line and order a second loaf. She puts regular unleaded instead of premium unleaded into baby. And she skips Nantucket meat and fish altogether because the idea of staring at raw salmon and halibut makes her want to be sick. When she turns into the driveway at 888, she notices a black Lincoln following her. Her first thought is that she's in some kind of trouble, maybe for cutting off the woman in the Mini at the Rotary. She pulls into the garage. The Lincoln heads straight to the front of the house. A uniformed driver gets out and opens the back door. Bull climbs out. He's home. The Lincoln leaves. Coco hurries over. "You should have texted. I could have picked you up." Bull waves. "It's fine. You have other things to take care of." He strides past the garage to inspect the garden site. "Are you kidding me? This still isn't finished." Coco winces. "No one has been here the entire time you've been gone." "I'm going to have to get tough with them," Bull says. He nods toward the house. "It's good to be home." Coco wishes she'd known Bull was coming back today. She wouldn't have blown off the fish market. She'll unpack his bag, separate laundry from dry cleaning. He may want a bourbon. It's only 10 o'clock in the morning here, but on Bull's clock, it's 10 o'clock at night. When they step inside, he calls, "Leslie." "Oh," Coco says, putting down the groceries. "She's not here." "Pickleball?" "No," Coco says. She focuses on the arrangement of lilies on the pedestal table in the foyer. Leslie has instructed Coco to remove all the pollen from the stamens with a wet paper towel, but one of the lilies has just opened. Coco will have to take care of that. Her head is as heavy as a bowling ball. She woke up in her own bed that morning but has no recollection of getting home. When she checked her phone, she saw pictures of her and the bartender from Crew, whose name she's forgotten, sent from Casey's phone. She and Lamont sailed over to Martha's Vineyard. When will they be back? Coco shakes her head. I'm not sure. Bull smiles at her. Come to my office. I want to talk to you about your script. Oh my God, Coco thinks. Bull sits behind his desk and Coco takes one of the leather chairs. He brings Coco's screenplay out of his briefcase. It's battered looking, which means he read it. Coco's stomach twists. This is it, she thinks. The moment. Bull pats the title page. You're talented, he says. The writing in this is extremely good. Thank you, Coco says. Her headache is miraculously gone, replaced by a sparkling clarity. I thoroughly enjoyed it, Bull says. I learned a lot about you. He tick-tocks his head. Maybe not? Maybe, Coco says. Maybe not. Well, I very much look forward to reading your next effort. My next, Coco says. What about this one? You just said you enjoyed it. Oh, I did, Bull says, but ultimately it's too small. Small, Coco repeats, and suddenly she feels herself shrinking. I realize it's about a small town. No one will ever make this, Bull says. Maybe back in the 90s it could have been picked up as an indie, but those days died with Kurt Cobain. Coco flinches. What about Hillbilly Elegy, she says. What about The Glass Castle? Both of those were best-selling memoirs first, Bull says. Coco is impressed he knows this. Though you're right, if I were to pitch this, I'd say it's Hillbilly Elegy meets The Glass Castle with a dash of Ozark thrown in and nobody would buy it. You've been to the movies, you know what sells Marvel, DC, Barbie. He's right. She knows he's right. He read the script, he praised it, she can't fault him. But neither can she accept his rejection. She worked too hard. She suffered through the first 18 years of her life, believing her miserable existence would be worth it when she turned it into art. Her metaphorical sweat is all over those pages. Doesn't anyone want to make a movie about people with actual feelings and struggles? She says. There is no story here, Coco. Hollywood loves mystery, suspense, drama. This script doesn't have any of that. He comes out from behind his desk and Coco stands to face him. There must be someone else you can send it to. She thinks but does not say, a real producer. If I send this to my people, they'll never take me seriously again, Bull says. Coco sucks in her breath. You could pitch it as The Next Winter's Bone, she says. Small, yes, low budget, but we could cast an emerging talent the way they cast Jennifer Lawrence. Calling it The Next Winter's Bone isn't going to change anyone's mind, Bull says. He clears his throat. Besides which, this isn't The Next Winter's Bone. Are you even a real producer? Coco says. Do you have any influence, or are you just the person they come to for money to make you feel like you're part of something important? I watched Snark, it was dreadful. Agreed, Bull says. A mess. Pauses. And it bombed and I lost my shirt, which is why I need the next script I invest in to be a big winner. Please, Coco says, she can't have this be the end. That script is not only her goal and her dream, not only her reason for being here, it's her reason for being, period. She takes a step closer to Bull, which is officially too close. She gazes up at him and considers wrapping her arms around his neck, pressing her body against his. Is she that desperate? Would that change his mind? They must have some kind of agreement. Bull takes a step back. Come on now, Coco, you don't want to ruin everything. I'm not going to let you. I'm a married man. Married? Coco says. Leslie has been playing house with Lamont the entire time you've been gone, which can hardly surprise you because she throws herself at him every chance she gets. And what about the little massage she was giving Benton Co. on the boat on the 4th of July? He hasn't come to finish your garden because he's afraid of your wife. She takes a breath. That night I met you at the banana deck. She had her hand on that guy Harlan's thigh. Bull nods slowly. I love her, he says, and she loves everybody. Right, Coco thinks, it's their thing. It's what makes them the Richardsons, that along with the Amalfi Lemons and the wild parties and the boats they know nothing about. My advice, Bull says, is to give yourself 5 or even 10 years until you've lived a little and you have something more to write about, then try again. Coco feels tears blur her eyes. 5 or 10 years, is he joking? She flees Bull's office before she either flips him off or says something she can't take back. Out in the hallway, of course, Coco rams right into Leslie. Hey, Leslie says, giving Coco an assessing look. Are you all right? Coco smiles through her tears. Bull's home, she says. Thursday, August 22, 9:45 p.m. Hey, Lucy, the chief says when he answers the phone. Please, he thinks, tell me you found her. Hey, Ed, she says in a weighted tone that lets him know the news isn't good. One of my trackline patrol found what we believe to be Ms. Coyle's clothes, a pair of white shorts and a pink polo shirt, both size small, washed up on the beach at Smith's Point. That matches the description of what Ms. Coyle was wearing. We can't be sure until we see them, though that sounds right. Ed pauses. They didn't see anyone. There were still a couple of picnickers out, Lucy says. And one couple getting close in the back of a Bronco, which was pretty bold since the top was down, but nobody who matched Ms. Coyle's description. The picnickers and the couple said they hadn't seen anyone. She may have taken her clothes off in the water, Ed says. Or she may have swum ashore, ditched the clothes, and made a run for it, Lucy replies. If she was the one who set the fire. The chief checks his watch. The last ferry of the night left 5 minutes earlier. Call the High Line and see if she's on the boat. If she is, Ed thinks she'll have some explaining to do. Copy that, Lucy says. I'll have someone run the clothes out to you in Pocomo to id. Thank you, Lucy. Ed hangs up and tells Zara the news. I tend to think the former, Zara says. She stripped down to have a better chance of making it to shore, don't you think? Ed isn't sure what to think. Let's talk to Leslie, Zara says, and Ed mutters under his breath. Leslie Richardson is a mess. Her dress is soaked, she clearly waded ashore, and her makeup is smeared down her face, yet somehow there isn't a hair out of place. It's still long and flowing in barrel curls. All Ed can think is how much this would annoy Andrea. The chief knows how he has to start. I'm sorry about all of this, Leslie. She glares at him. No, you're not. Your daughter's little friend set our house on fire. She tricked us into hiring her, and now she's destroyed everything we have. Tricked you into hiring her. What do you mean by that? Leslie waves him off. Ed doesn't believe a word that comes out of the woman's mouth, but if Leslie thinks Coco tricked her, did Leslie take her revenge on the boat? Why would she want to burn down your house? He says. This is where she lives. She lives in the garage, Leslie snaps, which you'll notice is still standing. Yes, Ed notices the garage is unscathed. She has the codes to the alarms, Leslie says. She probably turned them off before we left so the house would be sure to burn down. I still don't understand what reason she would have. She was jealous that Bull and I were renewing our vows, Leslie says. Jealous because Coco is in love with Bull. She was always in his office talking to him about books and movies. Once I caught her coming out of his office and she'd clearly been crying. They must have had a falling out. You're saying they were involved? Did you ask your husband about this? Of course I asked him, and of course he denied there was anything going on. So there's no proof, no corroboration that they were together? The chief says. Again, Leslie waves a hand, which isn't an answer. It's my understanding that Coco was involved with someone else. She and Lamont are seeing each other. They think I don't know, but I do. Coco is the kind of person who isn't satisfied with only one man. The chief thinks. Sounds like someone is projecting. How would you describe your relationship with Coco? The chief asks. We treat her like family, Leslie says. Coco has a 2-bedroom apartment all to herself. She has the Land Rover at her disposal, baby, she calls it. We pay her generously. You said you think Coco is jealous of you, Zara says. Very jealous. Did this ever affect the way she did her job? No, Leslie says. She sniffs. Coco was good at her job. She was incredibly competent. She followed detailed instructions and never made a mistake. She used common sense when she hit roadblocks. She didn't complain. She was discreet. She sounds like a dream, Zara says. What would make you think she was jealous of you? I know when someone is jealous of me, Leslie says. Most women are, Leslie eyes the chief. Like your friend Delilah. The chief can feel Zara's gaze on him. Let's get back to Coco, Zara says. Can you describe specific behaviors that made you believe she was jealous? Leslie's eyes suddenly fill with tears. The thing is, the last week or so, Coco and I bonded. We reached a new level of intimacy, or so I thought. I took her into my confidence, I treated her like a friend, and then she goes and does this. Where were you when news of the fire broke? The chief asks. Bull was on deck, and more than one guest said he was calling for you. Where were you? Leslie wraps her long hair around her wrist. I was sneaking a cigarette. You smoke, the chief says. It's not in my official bio, Leslie says, but I do occasionally sneak one, yes. Were you smoking on the back of the boat? Zara asks. By the broken gate. That gate isn't broken, Leslie says. It latches, but it falls open if we hit any kind of wake. And no, I wasn't in the stern, I was on the port side of the boat so that the wind would blow the smoke away from my guests. Do you ever smoke inside your house? The chief asks. No, Leslie says. How disgusting. Did you see Coco while you were sneaking this cigarette? Zara asks. I did not. When's the last time you remember seeing her? Leslie seems to seriously consider this. She was collecting empty champagne glasses after the toast to our vows, she says. I didn't see her when I was smoking. Then Bull yelled for me, told me about the fire, and we motored back. By the time we got to our mooring, Coco had vanished. Leslie snaps her fingers. Into thin air. 27. Day drinking in Denpasar, the next Richardson party, is a spur-of-the-moment event. Instead of getting hand-delivered envelopes, those invited receive a text, Day drinking in Denpasar. Cocktails and Asian-inspired buffet. See you at 888 Pacomo Road tomorrow at 2 p.m. Busy Ambrose is overjoyed. The forecast for the next 24 to 36 hours is driving rain, and Busy dreads nothing more than a summer Sunday at the field and oar club without tennis or sailing. Busy was being pressured to organize a bridge tournament in the ballroom, but now she can delegate that onerous task to Talbot Sweeney because she is going to pull her silk kimono out of mothballs and go to the Richardsons. Day drinking in Denpasar, Delilah says to Jeffrey. It's 10 o'clock on Saturday night and Jeffrey is already under the summer weight blanket. Party tomorrow at the Richardsons. You go, Jeffrey says. I don't do day drinking. It's supposed to pour rain, Delilah says. I'm well aware, Jeffrey says. I'm a farmer, I'm doing paperwork tomorrow. Fine, Delilah thinks. She'll go alone. She's been meaning to talk to Leslie anyway. Corwin at the food pantry has not yet received the donation Leslie promised. He doesn't feel comfortable pestering her, so Delilah volunteered to follow up, which she'd meant to do during pickleball, but last week Leslie had been strangely unavailable, so they'd had to cancel. Delilah texts Phoebe, Jeffrey not going to 888. Can you pick me up? Phoebe texts back, we're Ubering, followed by the cocktail emoji. Delilah texts Andrea, who says yes they're going, Ed will drive, he's not planning on drinking. Thank goodness for the chief, Delilah thinks. Eric shows the invitation text to Avalon, who still isn't feeling well. It's like I got bitten by a tsetse fly, she said, whatever that means. Do you want to try to go to this? He asks. No way, she says. Why is that woman still inviting us to things? Can she not take a hint? Eddie calls out to Grace, who is in the bathroom brushing her teeth. We got invited to another Richardson party tomorrow. The theme is day drinking in Denpasar. He pauses. What's Denpasar? Grace pokes her head out. The capital of Bali. Really? Eddie says. How did you know that? Did you just look it up? No, I didn't just look it up, Grace says. I'm brushing my teeth. She flashes Eddie her pearly whites. I read Eat, Pray, Love. Sharon hasn't heard from Romeo in days, despite the fact that she has called 3 times, left 2 voicemails, and sent half a dozen texts, including one with a lengthy apology. Sharon's fantasy about reconciling with Walker lasted only a matter of hours. The act he put on inside the club car was just that, an act. Once they were out on the cobblestones, Walker's contrition turned into amusement that Sharon was actually dating Romeo from the steamship. I thought it was a rumor, Walker said. I had no idea you were that lonely. Speaking of lonely, Sharon said, how's Bailey from PT? Walker spilled the beans. Things with Bailey had been magical and bright until the middle of July when Bailey left New Canaan for a share house in the Hamptons. She went to Surf Lodge every night, and some nights I heard from her at 3 a.m., some nights not at all. I know how much money she makes, and there's no way she was paying for her own drinks. He got dumped, Sharon thought. If Sharon had been smart, she would have hightailed it back to the club car at that point, but she clung to some romantic notion of saving their marriage and returning to their old life. She imagined being able to send a holiday card with the 5 of them smiling on the front. With this in mind, Sharon drove Walker back to their house, but the whole time in the car, he was texting on his phone. Who are you texting? She asked. No one, he said. Work, at 10 o'clock at night. When they got home, Walker tried to kiss her, but he was careless about it and his breath was sour, and Sharon was distracted by the hairs in his nose. It felt uncomfortably like kissing someone she was related to. "You can sleep in the guest room," she said. Before Walker could protest, "A guest in my own home?" Sharon went into the primary suite and closed the door, and locked it. Still, even then, she thought they might be able to make it work. She would learn to trust him again. She would ask him to tidy up his appearance. Their relationship would resume. In the morning, Sharon knocked softly on the door of the guest room. She wanted to discuss how they would explain things to the kids. "Come in," Walker said. He was sitting at the desk with Sharon's laptop open. He was reading her character study, which Sharon was working on turning into a story. She had the characters down, she just needed a conflict. "Excuse me," Sharon said, slamming the laptop shut. "That's private." "Hey, I didn't get to finish. That was good. You wrote that?" "I did." "Well, I'm glad you found a little hobby," he said. "Other than chatting." So many things about this statement offended her, she wasn't sure where to begin. "It's not a little hobby. I'm pursuing a lifelong passion for creative writing. It's what I plan to do with my one wild and precious life." What Walker would have her do with her life was cater to him, cook, clean, drive the children around, keep track of Robert's health. Walker didn't even know how to use the Dexcom app, handle the twins' applications to college. Sharon realized that she chatted because her own life was so extraordinarily dull and unfulfilling. Until this summer. "Wake up the kids and take them to the Down-a-Flake for breakfast," Sharon said. "After that, I'd like you to leave." "Leave," Walker said. "It's over, Walker." Sharon texted Romeo, "It's over with Walker. He slept in the guest room and will be leaving after breakfast." There was no response. Sharon called Romeo and was sent to his voicemail. She thought she might see him when she drove Walker to the ferry, but Walker insisted on taking the High Line, not the steamship. "On principle," he said. When Sharon gets the invitation to the Richardsons' day-drinking party, a party Romeo will likely attend, she decides she needs advice, so she calls Heather, who is in the office even though it's Saturday. "You're married to your work," Sharon says. "It's a blissful union," Heather replies. "What's up?" Sharon tells Heather how her own blissful union with Romeo was disrupted by a surprise visit from Walker. "He requested, just like heaven at the club car piano bar, and dedicated it to me." "Dirty move," Heather says. "Now Romeo won't speak to me and I have to see him at a party tomorrow. I don't know what my approach should be. Should I arrive right at 2 so I'm there when Romeo walks in, or should I let him arrive first and wonder where I am?" Heather takes a beat. "Who's throwing the party?" Sharon doesn't like to lie to her sister, but she doesn't want to admit she's still consorting with the Richardsons. "Dr. Andy and Rachel McMahon," she says. "It's a preppy handbook theme." "Isn't that redundant on Nantucket?" Heather laughs. "My perennial advice is to play hard to get, show up late, make an entrance or as much of an entrance as you can make in a grosgrain headband." Coco despises the Richardsons. She resents Leslie for making Lamont her companion and Bull for carelessly ruining her life's dream. She considers quitting her job. She could pack up and return to her rental in St. John, but the Caribbean is facing hurricane season, and the banana deck is closed. Where would she work? Could she walk away from the absurd amount of money she's making? Could she leave Lamont? Lamont comes to Coco's apartment at sunrise the day after he returns from the vineyard. When he knocks, Coco ignores him, but then she hears a whispery noise. She steps into the hallway to find a note slipped under the door. "I'm not leaving until you talk to me." Coco stares at the door, picturing Lamont's lean frame on the other side, his warm eyes, his strong hands. The truth is, she's missed him. Deep down, she knows that when Lamont is with Leslie, he's working. He took Coco to meet his mother for a reason he wanted her to understand. She opens the door and pulls him inside. Instantly, his lips brush her neck and she nearly melts, longing for him. He lifts her and carries her to the sofa, then traces her collarbone with gentle kisses, pausing to glance up. "Is this okay?" It's agonizing, she craves his touch. She pleads and he obliges, slow at first, then faster until she's breathless, uncaring who hears. Later, she asks, "Do you do this with Leslie?" "I hope you're joking." "Lamont, Coco," he says, "I'm just her accessory." But Leslie acts like she wants Lamont to be more than that. She wants what Coco has, and even though Leslie doesn't know about them, it still feels like a kind of payback. Coco realizes she could retaliate against the Richardsons in other ways. She could tamper with their food, Mess with Bull's emails, maybe alter their field and or club application or sabotage their dry cleaning. But Leslie, she decides, is just pitiable. Coco doesn't know much about Leslie's past, but she can guess her father was absent or passed early, leaving her starved for validation, seeking it from every man she meets. Coco's anger at Bull is more complicated. He read the screenplay and admired things about it, but found it unsuitable to pass on to his contacts in Hollywood. There is no story here, Coco. These are the words that crush her. She handed him a secret piece of herself, and it wasn't enough. It's too small. She's also mortified that she considered propositioning him. She can't believe she was that desperate. And after all that, he proved to be honorable. She hates Bull, she realizes, because if she doesn't hate him, she'll end up hating herself. Coco gets a text from Casey. "Hey, I haven't heard from you in a couple days. You okay?" Coco loathes Leslie, despises Bull, is in danger of falling in love with Lamont, but her feelings about Casey are the ones that trouble her the most. Coco is not only disgusted, she's hurt. All those selfies. How can Coco reconcile Casey's actions with the smart, thoughtful person she believed Casey was? She doesn't respond to the text. Bull brings Leslie a sarong from Indonesia. "It's made of the finest silk," Leslie brags to Coco. "It's the highest quality of batik." Coco has to admit the sarong is gorgeous, with swirling shades of green from jade to seafoam. Leslie Googles 6 ways to tie it, all of which look fabulous on her. But she complains to Coco she has nowhere to wear it. This, combined with the forecast of rain on Sunday, leads to the conception of the day drinking in Denpasar party. OMG, Coco thinks. She's throwing another party. Leslie calls Zoe Alistair. Can she whip up an Indonesian feast for 30 people by Sunday? Yes. It just so happens that Zoe vacationed on Sengjigi Beach in Lombok the winter before. She can definitely make that happen. Leslie takes the theme and runs with it. She unearths all kinds of treasures Bull has brought back from Southeast Asia over the years: carved masks and shadow puppets from Jakarta, strings of colorful paper lanterns from Hoi and in Vietnam, and she asks Coco to decorate the party room with them. She downloads Balinese gamelan music. She buys enormous bouquets of tropical flowers: birds of paradise, frangipani, hibiscus. When Leslie sees what Coco has done with the party room, she gushes, "You're a genius." Coco filled the room with pillar candles, strung the Vietnamese lanterns and Japanese parasols from the ceiling, and created a showpiece of the spirit house that Bull brought back from Bangkok. The spirit house is a small-scale temple intricately carved from teak, and Coco, after considerable research, fills it with traditional Buddhist offerings. Incense, a dish of water and of food. Coco cuts up an Amalfi lemon from the brand-new shipment, sorry not sorry. Leslie places a cool hand on Coco's cheek. "I don't know what I would do without you." What is going on here? Coco wonders. Leslie has never said anything like this. Can Leslie read Coco's mind? Does she know that Coco has contemplated both leaving and revenge? "I want you to enjoy this party," Leslie says. "The cocktails are going to be extraordinary. Feel free to sample them." After her big night out with Casey, Coco can't imagine drinking again, but she's intrigued by this offer. "Should I still wear my uniform?" Yes, Leslie says. "Obviously, you'll still be working." The rain starts late Saturday night as forecast and continues into a gray and dreary Sunday, and after a long, hot, humid string of days, it's the perfect morning to sleep in. By the time all of us arrive at the Richardsons' house, the day has deteriorated even further. The sky is filled with ominous clouds, and the wind whips the harbor into a froth. We park our various vehicles along the Whiteshell driveway and navigate the puddles to the grand entrance of 888, where we shed our boots and jackets and hand Coco our dripping umbrellas. "Welcome," Coco says. "Head upstairs. Your hostess awaits." Stepping into the party room is indeed like entering another country, Delilah thinks. The room glows with candlelight and colorful paper lanterns. The air smells of ginger and sandalwood. Lilting gamelan music plays over the speakers. Leslie's wearing a green batik sarong. She has pearls strung through her hair. Andrea leans over to Delilah and whispers, "I can't believe I'm saying this, but I kind of want pearls in my hair too." Delilah agrees. Her only nod to the theme was securing her bun with 2 takeout chopsticks. "Selamat sore," Leslie says. Welcome and please help yourself to a drink at the bar. There are 4 large format cocktails to choose from: lychee mai tais, mint ginger gin fizzes, lemongrass margaritas, and Singapore slings. Delilah wants one of each. It's better that Jeffrey isn't here. He can't monitor her intake, so she can drink as much as she wants, and Ed will drive her home. She starts with a margarita and garnishes it with a stick of lemongrass. She sees Phoebe and Addison arrive, Phoebe in a cute embroidered silk jacket and white palazzo pants. Delilah realizes she should have made more of an effort with her outfit. Busy Ambrose is wearing a kimono and has done something very interesting with her eye makeup. Romeo from the steamship joins Delilah in pouring a margarita. "Gotta love self-serve cocktails," he says with a wink. "I'm about to teach a master class in day drinking." Delilah sees Leslie coming toward them. She should chat with her about the food pantry donation, but it turns out Leslie isn't interested in Delilah. "Romeo," Leslie says, standing on her tiptoes to kiss him on both cheeks. "I'm so happy you're here. Where's Sharon?" "Sharon and I are no longer a match," Romeo says, and Delilah thinks, oh no, they were the cutest pair. "In that case," Leslie says, "come sit by me." Delilah rolls her eyes, seriously, but she's on a mission, so she reaches out for Leslie's arm. "Thank you for the invite," she says. "Listen, before things get too busy, I wanted to follow up on 'Hey there, Delilah,'" Leslie says, then laughs. "That should be a song." She takes Romeo's arm and leads him to the sofa, calling over her shoulder, "The buffet will be ready in a little while." Blown off in Bali, Delilah thinks, but this might not be a bad thing. She'll wait until Leslie's more relaxed, then ask about the money. Leslie will probably be so embarrassed she forgot about her pledge that she'll pull out her checkbook on the spot, and Delilah will call Corwin tomorrow with the news. Phoebe approaches and gives Delilah the up-down. "You didn't dress up." Delilah turns her head. "I put chopsticks in my bun." "Leslie has pearls in her hair, have you seen? So fabulous." Phoebe helps herself to a lychee mai tai. "I'm definitely having this. What is a lychee anyway?" Leslie has done it again, Delilah thinks. By next week, every woman will be wearing pearls in her hair and special ordering lychees from Pip and Anchor. Eddie, Addison, and Bull have convened at one end of the lucite bar. Eddie and Addison with the mint ginger gin fizzes. They go down way too easily, Eddie thinks, and Bull with a tiger beer. "I can't handle the strong drinks during the day, especially not as jet-lagged as I am," Bull says. "That's right," Addison says. "How was the trip overseas?" Bull says. "It was mostly business, but I did spend an afternoon spearfishing off Nusa Lembongan." "Phoebe and I love Bali," Addison says. "People say Ubud is crowded, but we can't get enough." "My trip this past week was a little more basic. I didn't want to run up the expense account or set off alarms with the IRS," Bull says. "But if you ever get a chance to stay at the Amandari, it will not disappoint." Eddie has no frame of reference for any of this. Last September, he and Grace went to Italy. Grace pulled their entire itinerary off Instagram, which meant a lot of pricey al fresco lunches under grape arbors overlooking the Mediterranean, and a lot of Italians giggling at Eddie's long, baggy swim trunks, but sorry, he wasn't about to wear a tiny swimsuit. What the pictures didn't show was the stress Eddie felt about spending so much money and Grace's complaints at the end of the week, because she'd gained 10 pounds. Thanks to this trip, Eddie considers travel overrated, although he wishes he could contribute something to this pretentious conversation. He finishes his gin fizz and says, "Addison tells me you priced off-island contractors for our project. I know they're less expensive, but for cost value, the guys we use here on Nantucket are better." Bull stares at him. "Come on, mate, it's a party," he says. "Let's not talk business." Just as Eddie is feeling awkward, it's a terrible habit of his to talk business wherever he goes. Someone across the room catches Bull's attention. "I can't believe that guy had the nerve to show his face here," Bull says. Eddie turns around to see none other than Benton Co. walk into the party room. The first person Benton greets, with a longer than necessary hug, is Grace. "Excuse me, gentlemen," Bull says. "That guy isn't getting a step further until I have a little chat with him." Eddie watches Bull grip Benton's shoulder and lead him out of the room. The sight fills Eddie with satisfaction. "Get him out of here." "What's all that about?" Eddie asks Addison. "They're having a circular garden built," Addison says. I guess Leslie custom-ordered an octagonal hot tub and Benton hasn't shown up in weeks. Addison certainly knows the details of Bull's life, Eddie thinks, but he pretends not to care. Bull and Benton co-leave the party room and head down the stairs, Bull saying, "I need a moment of your time in my office so we can review expectations." And Benton responding, "I asked for a deposit check. Leslie assured me she sent it, but I haven't gotten it." They pass blonde Sharon, who's standing at the bottom of the steps, wishing the house had an elevator. It took her a full 15 minutes to reach the house from the car, thank goodness for her golf umbrella. The skirt of Sharon's red embroidered silk dress is so tight, she can take only small steps. How is she going to make it up the stairs? If she were still with Romeo, she thinks he would offer to help her. She manages to lift the skirt, the hem of which is soaked from the rain, to mid-shin, then ascends one step at a time. When she reaches the top, she adjusts herself. Her hair is in a chignon, her face is powdered, she's done a bright red lip. She enters the party room and hears a playful whistle. It's Fast Eddie. Sharon smiles. She can always count on Eddie. In an instant, she's surrounded by Andrea, Phoebe, and Delilah. They love her dress. She looks amazing. They admire the cloisonné bracelets that Walker bought her when they were dating. She's pretty sure he got them from a street vendor in Chinatown. Sharon enjoys being the center of attention, though she doesn't quite get it. The dress is cute. She bought it on Amazon for a Chinese New Year party years earlier, but other people have dressed up. Busy Ambrose is in a kimono. Phoebe wears a silk jacket. Delilah hands Sharon a cocktail. "This is a Singapore sling," she says. "You drink gin, right?" "I do," Sharon says. Everyone is being so nice to her. She's been quietly imagining something like this for years. "I should find Leslie to say hello." An uncomfortable silence follows. The room is lit only by candles and colorful lanterns, so it takes Sharon a few moments of shuffling and squinting to find Leslie. And then it all makes sense. Leslie is on the sofa, sitting too close to Romeo. She has her hand on his thigh, her head rests on his shoulder. Sharon wants to leave, but no, she won't. She walked out on Romeo, left him at the bar by himself when they were in the midst of a lovely evening, and this is her karmic payback. She approaches the two of them. "Hello, Leslie, thanks for having me. Romeo, it's nice to see you," has she spoken. At first she isn't sure because neither Leslie nor Romeo look up. They're too focused on each other. Half a second later, Coco appears in her pink shirt and white shorts and says, "Leslie, the buffet is ready." Leslie rises. She's wearing a green batik sarong and has seed pearls strung through the front pieces of her hair. She looks like a glamorous mermaid. Her tan shoulders are bare. Her long legs peek through the folds of the sarong. Sharon missed the mark with her outfit. It's uncomfortable and overwrought. Why didn't she think of a sarong? "Let's eat," Leslie says. "Then we'll turn up the music and get this party started." Leslie told Coco to enjoy herself, so Coco does. She sneaks into the party closet, which is where they keep surplus liquor, table linens, cocktail napkins, toothpicks, drink charms, the box of pink wigs, rows of martini glasses, copper mule mugs, margarita glasses, milkshake glasses, pilsners, beer mugs, champagne flutes and coupes, bamboo utensils and plates. The best thing about this closet is that it locks from the inside. Coco lures Lamont in on the pretext that she needs him to help her find paper umbrellas for the drinks, but instead, she turns off the light and they share a private moment. It's thrilling because it's so risky being close inside 888 with everyone around. When they emerge, their lips slightly flushed, their breathing shallow, they bump smack into Casey. "Hey you guys," Casey says, her eyes flicking back and forth between Coco and Lamont, no doubt noticing their flustered appearance, their emergence from a dark closet. "What's going on?" She focuses on Coco. "I sent you a text a few days ago, did you not see it?" The time has come, Coco thinks. "Can you help me with ice?" she asks. "Of course," Casey says. Coco leads Casey downstairs to the laundry room. "Are there buckets for the ice or a cooler?" Casey asks. "Forget the ice. I want to talk about a couple of things." Coco lowers her voice. "First of all, Lamont and I are keeping things quiet." Casey nods. "I mean, yeah, I figured. Nobody knows and nobody can know," Coco says. "Leslie has a rule about her employees dating. We'll both get let go." "So why do it?" Casey asks. "Do you like him?" "A lot," Coco says. "I think, what, that you're really into him?" Casey asks. Coco bites her bottom lip. "I'm not sure, maybe. But Casey, you can't tell anyone, not Eric, not Avalon, not your mom, not Delilah or Phoebe. Coco holds Casey's gaze. And there's something else. When we were at the box and I had your phone, I saw that you've been sending our selfies to Isla. Casey's mouth drops. Oh my gosh, I am so embarrassed. You sent her every single picture, Coco says. I thought you were documenting our summer together so you could make me a photo album, but really, you were using me to make a point. Casey thinks she has messed this up so badly. First of all, yes, I sent the selfies to Isla, and yes, I did it to make her jealous, and although I never specifically said we were together, that's what I implied. Casey's eyes are glassy with tears. Because I'm in love with her and she promised me, then didn't, but that doesn't make any difference. I shouldn't have used our pictures that way. It was wrong, and I totally get it if you never want to hang with me again. I just need you to hear me say that I do genuinely care about you. You're the best friend I've had this summer, the only friend I've had. Sending the pictures wasn't planned, Coco, I swear. It was something I did late at night during some desperate moments, and then when it got the reaction from Isla that I wanted, I kept doing it. Casey feels physically sick. It is absolutely the worst feeling, fighting with your best friend. She wipes at her eyes. I'm sorry, Coco. I hope you can forgive me. Coco isn't sure what to say. She's been away from the party too long. Any second now, Leslie is going to text and ask where she is. I have to go back upstairs, she says, and she does. Casey has to decide, stay or go. Her parents are her ride, so she'd have to call an Uber and wait for it in the pouring rain to leave the party she feels would be running away. She heads back upstairs to sit in her discomfort. Casey bumps into Leslie, who says, "The buffet is ready, please start." Casey would really like another drink, but Leslie ushers her into the dining room. There's a tower of glistening golden spring rolls, platters of sauté beef, chicken, pork with velvety peanut dipping sauce, individual cast-iron skillets of nasi goreng, each topped with a fried egg, rows of Chinese takeout boxes containing lobster dan dan noodles, and a pyramid of shrimp burgers with sriracha mayo. The food is set up in tiers on top of banana leaves and garnished with tropical fruits and flowers, and all the guests start snapping pictures. Casey would take pictures too, except she's decided she's never taking pictures again. She fills a plate and chooses a spot by herself on the curvy white sofa. A second later, Busy Ambrose plops down next to her. There you are, Casey, she says. I've been looking for you. Busy Ambrose has been looking for her. Casey barely knows the woman. They were introduced once by Phoebe, though of course Casey knows who Busy is because everyone on the island knows who Busy is. You have, Casey says. My daughter Stacy, Busy says. She winds noodles around her chopsticks like a pro, and Casey has to admit she's impressed. Casey herself took a fork. Casey bites into a crispy spring roll. She's gay. Busy whispers this like it's a secret. Maybe it is a secret. Casey isn't sure how homosexuality is perceived at the field and or club. She's coming for a visit next week. I thought maybe you two could meet. Casey coughs. Her spring roll went down the wrong pipe. Is Busy Ambrose trying to set Casey up with her daughter? Clearly she is. Then Casey wonders, is this such a bad thing? Casey is presently low on friends, and sending the selfies to Isla in the end wasn't that effective. Casey hasn't heard from Isla since the text saying there was something going on with Rondo. Maybe Casey should meet Stacy. Casey and Stacy, they'd be such a meme. Casey says, "Here, take my number." Then she excuses herself for the bar. Delilah cleans her plate and considers going back for seconds. Would anyone like more? She asks. Ed says, I shouldn't. None of this food has any calories, Ed, she says. I'll have one more spring roll, Andrea says. Actually, maybe another cocktail instead. Ed clears his throat. He's such a police chief. Why shouldn't I? Andrea says. You're driving. Across the room, Delilah sees Leslie with Phoebe and Busy Ambrose. Now is the time, she thinks. She heads over. Hello, ladies. Hi, honey, Phoebe says. We were just talking about you. There's no way they were saying anything good, but then why would Phoebe bring it up? Oh, really? Leslie says. I was telling them how much I enjoyed meeting Corwin and spending time with the two of you at the food pantry. Ah, this is going to be easier than Delilah thought, and what a relief. Delilah can admit now that broaching the topic of money with Leslie at her own party felt a little tacky. But I'm afraid my support for your cause is going to have to wait a year or two, Leslie goes on. I'm sending significant donations to Tiffin Academy here, Leslie beams at Phoebe, and to the scholarship fund at Harvard that Busy established in her late husband's name. The Francis Ambrose Memorial Scholarship, Busy says, tightening the kimono over her chest. Lovely, Delilah says. In her mind, every strand of her hair is standing on end in horror. Leslie sent the money she pledged to the food pantry elsewhere, to Busy's husband's scholarship fund at Harvard. Doesn't Harvard have enough money? And to Tiffin Academy? Delilah stares hard at Phoebe. There's no way Phoebe asked Leslie to do this. Leslie must have offered to grease the wheels so that Reed could glide through the admissions process. The food pantry provides 20,000 bags of groceries to families with food insecurity, but that's not important to Leslie. Or rather, Delilah isn't important to Leslie. Lovely, has Delilah said this already? Her vision blurs with tears, but no one notices. They're back to talking about a lunch at the Field and Oar Club that Busy wants to host in Leslie's honor. We'll invite Talbot Sweeney, Busy says. Talbot can be an old stick in the mud, but you do need him on your side. Of course, Delilah thinks. The Field and Oar Club. That's why Leslie donated to causes for Phoebe and Busy. They both sit on the membership committee. At that moment, the room grows a shade darker. Outside, a mass of black clouds rolls in. Rain pelts the window and a bolt of lightning splits the sky in front of them. As if this is a dramatic production Leslie has arranged, the dance music begins. Knock on Wood by Ammi Stewart. Leslie pulls Phoebe onto the dance floor. That's it, Delilah thinks. She's leaving. Can she persuade Ed and Andrea to go? Nope. Andrea is dragging Ed out onto the dance floor. Delilah will have to call an Uber. She grabs 2 takeout boxes filled with lobster noodles. It's all going to waste anyway, and notices that dessert has been set out. Coconut cupcakes and mango with sticky rice. Both look delicious, but nothing can make her stay in this place 1 minute longer. What is this party but a gross example of cultural appropriation? Delilah pulls the chopsticks from her bun and stabs them through 2 of the cupcakes. One of the chopsticks trails a strand of Delilah's hair. Even better. At the top of the stairs, Delilah bumps into blonde Sharon. Are you leaving? Sharon says. Yes, Delilah replies. You. I can't get out of here fast enough, Sharon says. This makes Delilah smile. Sharon has been an unlikely ally this summer. Would you mind if I held on to you so I don't take a tumble down the stairs? Sharon asks. Please do, Delilah says, and she offers an arm. Coco hears the pop of a champagne cork and sees Addison Wheeler standing on the bar, spraying a bottle of Laurent Perrier all over the dancing crowd. Everyone cheers. They're jumping up and down, chanting along to ABBA. Gimme, gimme, gimme a man after midnight? Addison passes the bottle to Leslie, who tips her head back and drinks. Champagne flows out the sides of her mouth and down her neck, soaking her sarong. Phoebe takes the bottle and drinks next. Addison pops another bottle, more spray. Outside, lightning flashes. The song changes to September by Earth, Wind, and Fire, and Leslie grabs Romeo's waist from behind, urging him to start a conga line. Coco stands well out of the way. She dreads nothing more than a conga line. Romeo leads everyone around the party room, across the dance floor, past the jukebox, around the pool table, then out the door to the landing. If he goes into the kitchen, Zoe's staff will be upset, Coco thinks. But Romeo turns the other way and leads the line out onto the octagonal deck. In the pouring rain, does anyone hesitate or protest? No. Everyone looks deliriously happy, raising their faces to the sky, drinking in the natural wonder that is a summer thunderstorm. Coco sighs and heads downstairs to get towels. Delilah and Sharon can hear the music as they make their escape. There are outdoor speakers all over the property. I'll drive you home, Sharon says. She's holding her golf umbrella, which is keeping Delilah and her boxes of noodles dry. As they approach the garage, Delilah notices the door of the left bay isn't closed all the way. She gets an idea. Hold on, she looks at Sharon. Are you up for a little mischief? I am today, Sharon says. Delilah pushes on the bottom of the garage door and it slides right up. There sits Leslie's G-Wagon, gleaming like polished metal. Leslie's driver's side window is half open because she's a smoker, Delilah thinks. She turns to Sharon. Trust me when I say she deserves this. Preaching to the choir, Sharon replies. Delilah opens the takeout containers and dumps the lobster noodles all over the buttery leather of the driver's seat. Then she joins Sharon under the umbrella, and the two of them splash in the puddles all the way back to Sharon's car. Thursday, August 22, 10:05 p.m. The chief and Zara find Bull standing by the fire department's barricade, hands deep in his pockets, shoulders hunched, eyes red and watering. The chief has never had a problem with Bull. In fact, he kind of likes the guy, likes him but doesn't quite trust him. Ed would never, for example, have gone into business with him the way Addison did. "Bull," he says, "we have questions for you." "I'm sure you do, mate," Bull replies. The chief looks over at the garage. "There's an apartment on the second floor, right, where Coco lives?" "Yes," Bull says, "2 bedrooms, though she has it all to herself." He clears his throat. "We treat Coco very well. I have a hard time believing she did this." "This," Zara asks, "set our house on fire," Bull says, "then disappeared without a trace." Without a trace, Leslie's exact words. "Would you describe your relationship with Coco for us, please?" the chief asks. "She was an excellent assistant, organized, responsible." "What about your personal relationship?" Zara presses. "Did the two of you get along?" "Of course," Bull says. "Your wife seems to think that Coco has feelings for you," the chief says. "Would you agree?" Bull's nostrils flare. "That's nonsense." "Leslie told us Coco used to hang out in your office," the chief continues. Bull runs a hand over his face. "Ah," he sighs. "She did come by my office a few times, but it wasn't like that." The chief and Zara wait. "We used to talk. Listen, I know my wife isn't easy to work for. I used to check in with Coco to make sure she was okay and that she wasn't holding on to frustrations that might make her feel like, well, doing something drastic or setting our house on fire." He shakes his head. "I thought we were friends." "Just friends?" Zara asks. "That's what I thought, but I'm often clueless when it comes to the women in my life." The chief recalls the last time he set foot on this property during the hot tub party. He feels his dinner churning in his gut. "Just tell us what was going on between you and Coco, please, Bull." "A few weeks ago, she came to me with a script she'd written." Bull stands a little straighter. "I do some producing, which we told her when we met her down in St. John. I now think she might have played us a bit. We hired her, she moved up here to work for us, and then she hands me this screenplay out of the blue. She'd never mentioned it before." "So you think she was using you?" Zara asks. "Using might be a strong word," Bull says. "Taking advantage is probably more accurate, and I respected her for working the angle. Leslie and I do it all the time." The chief coughs. He's quite glad Andrea isn't here, or Delilah, or Addison. "So you read the screenplay?" "I did," Bull says. "I gave her positive feedback, but I couldn't pass the script on to anyone I knew. It wasn't viable, which wasn't what she wanted to hear. She tried to persuade me otherwise, romantically," Zara interrupts. "I think there was a hint of that, yeah," Bull admits. "But I shut it down. I'm married, for better or worse." For worse, the chief thinks. Bull and Zara turn to stare at him. Did he say that out loud? "I told Coco I'd read whatever she wrote next," Bull continues. "Problem with these artistic types is that they get attached to their projects. That script was Coco's baby, but to me and the rest of the world, scripts are a commodity, and this one I knew I couldn't sell." "When you turned Coco's screenplay down, did she leave your office upset?" the chief asks. "She did, yes." That explains the argument, the chief thinks. "Are you aware that Coco is in a relationship with Lamont Oakley?" Zara asks. "They've been seeing each other since the 4th of July. "Huh," Bull says. "I didn't know that, but then again, I'm not vested in the love lives of my employees." "But Leslie is vested," Zara says. "Oh gosh, yes," Bull says. "If she found out, she wouldn't be happy." "Because," the chief says, "because she's fond of Lamont," Bull says. "My wife likes to exert power over every man in her orbit." He pauses. "You know a little about that, don't you, chief?" Zara gives Ed a startled look. At what point, he wonders, will Zara regret taking a job on this island? "What is Coco and Leslie's relationship like?" Zara asks. "It's fine." "But there's a rivalry between them," Zara says. "Either because of you or because of Lamont." "Maybe a bit," Bull says. "But is that a reason to burn our house down?" "Leslie seems to think the vow renewal pushed Coco over the edge," Zara says. "That doesn't sound right," Bull says. "Coco was the one who came up with the vows. She found them on the internet. Before we set sail, she seemed excited about the secret of it. Leslie didn't arrange for the vow renewal as a romantic gesture. She just wanted something to make the sunset sail memorable for our guests. Leslie likes our parties to be memorable." He nods at the chief. "As you know." "Would you give us 5 minutes, please?" the chief says. We'll likely send home all the guests except Lamont and my daughter. It seems like everyone else here is a relatively new acquaintance. Bull nods sadly. Total strangers. The chief and Zara step away and the chief checks his phone. There's a text from Lucy Shields. No one matching Ms. Coyle's description was on the last ferry. Shoot, Ed thinks. It would have looked very bad for Coco if she'd left the island, but at least they'd know she was alive. She has now been missing for over 2 hours. Coco and Leslie had issues, he says, because of either Bull or Lamont. Bull has an alibi, Zara says. He was on the bow all evening and Lamont was sailing the boat. That leaves Leslie. Or Coco set the fire then later jumped off the boat to escape, the chief says. Or did Leslie hear about the fire, assume Coco set it, and push her off the boat in anger? Coco had motive to set the fire, Zara says. Leslie was competition for Lamont and maybe Bull. Bull turned down her screenplay. So she either jumped or was pushed, the chief says. Or it was an accident, Zara says. She fell against the back gate, which is unreliable at best, and everyone was too agitated by news of the fire to notice. We have to find her, he says, though of course what he means is they have to find her alive. Zara cocks her head. Do you hear that? She and the chief stride past the ashes of the fire and reach the Richardsons' front lawn just in time to see Lamont speeding away in the Richardsons' motorboat. Darn it, the chief says. There's already a search underway. I'm sure the last thing Lucy wants is a bunch of lone rangers out on the water. One lone ranger can't hurt, Zara thinks. He loves her, she says, 29. The kitchen Roman 2 the Monday after the Richardsons' day-drinking party, the sky clears and the sun shines bright and hot. The roses of Sharon bloom and Seaview Farm harvests the first of their field tomatoes. It's the second week of August where has the summer gone, and Nantucket reaches its peak. Every hotel room is filled. Each ferry is standing room only. It's impossible to get a reservation at Languedoc or Proprietors. The oystercatcher is fully committed by 6 p.m., and don't get us started about the line at the chicken box. It's on Monday that we see Zoe Alistair's Instagram photos of the spring roll tower and the shrimp burgers. We hear chatter about champagne showers and dancing in the rain. Leslie Richardson has done it again, Busy Ambrose announces to her lady friends at the Field and Oar Club. That woman knows how to have fun. The club needs someone like her. Busy's lady friends nod and cluck they wouldn't dare cross Busy in public. She's the Commodore, though frankly the stories about Busy's own escapades at these parties are troubling. When Busy approaches Talbot Sweeney about having a lunch for Leslie Richardson, he flat-out refuses. I have no interest in Leslie Richardson's fribble, he says. This club has standards of gentility and decorum. Not all of us are interested in joining the mosh pit, Busy. Talbot's dismissal of Leslie Richardson could be a problem, Busy has to admit, but there are ways to work around him. Coco is upstairs in her apartment when she hears Leslie scream. What fresh trouble, she thinks. Leslie and Bull spent the day after the party in their sweet-eating fried rice in bed, while Coco unbedazzled the party room. She had to call in not only the regular house cleaners, but upholstery and carpet cleaners as well. There was a sticky champagne residue all over the floor and furniture. Coco collected 29 empty bottles of Laurent Perrier. Coco dutifully descends to see what Leslie is fussing about. The second Coco steps into the garage, she gags at the smell, a combination of rancid soy sauce and rotting fish. It was Delilah, Leslie says. She ruined the cupcakes with her dirty hair chopsticks, and now this. Coco holds her nose and silently congratulates Delilah on a job well done, even though she is the person who has to clean up the mess. She wonders if Delilah was responsible for leaving the barbecue spare ribs all over the boat on the 4th of July and for wrecking Leslie's orchid after the pink and white party. I'm taking baby to pickleball, Leslie says. You're still going to pickleball? Coco says. Heck yes, Leslie says. Delilah prays that Leslie won't show up at the courts. Oh, how Delilah would love to propose they find a new fourth. But just as they're about to give up and go home, Leslie comes screeching into the parking lot in Coco's Land Rover. Darn, Delilah thinks. She hasn't told Andrea about Leslie reneging on her donation, and she certainly hasn't told her or Phoebe about dumping the lobster noodles, which felt satisfying at the time but now seems childish. Delilah steels herself for an accusation. It was you or Sharon, it had to be. I know you two left early. Benton Co. also left early. Could Delilah get away with throwing him under the bus? She's a terrible person. She'll confess and blame it on the lemongrass margaritas. But Leslie is all smiles. Hey girls, sorry I'm late, I had to do a little do-si-do with the vehicles. Phoebe, are you ready? Do-si-do with the vehicles, Delilah thinks. Maybe Leslie doesn't realize it was Delilah, but Delilah knows, and the guilt weighs her down. She plays like she has gum stuck to the bottom of her shoes. However, Andrea, for the first time all summer, plays like a beast. She scores 3 consecutive points. Wow, Delilah thinks. Maybe Andrea has always been this good and Delilah is a ball hog. The score is close, though Leslie and Phoebe maintain the lead 9-8, 9-9, and finally 10-9 match point. Leslie serves, Delilah returns, Phoebe volleys, and Andrea runs forward and hits a ball that passes right between Leslie and Phoebe. Leslie raises her hands above her head. Woo-hoo, she says. Good game. What? Andrea says. That ball was in, it's our serve. Oops, no, sorry, Leslie says. Your toe was over the line, you volleyed from the kitchen. Delilah can't help herself, she brays like a donkey. You're kidding, right? Her toe was over the line. First of all, no, it wasn't. Second, you have been volleying from the kitchen all summer long and we let it slide, even though it's cheating. Leslie goes to the sideline and zips up her racket. I know it was you who messed up my car, Delilah. There's a second of stunned silence. The sun scorches Delilah's bare shoulders. What? Phoebe says. What are you talking about? Leslie removes her visor and fluffs her perfectly curled hair. Why don't you ask Delilah? You promised the food pantry $175,000, Delilah says. Then you backed out. I don't remember signing a contract. You made a pledge, Delilah says. You told Corwin you'd stop by with a check. Of course, that was after you flirted with him. Leslie shrugs. Whatever, he was cute. It was offensive, Delilah says, though she isn't sure she should be speaking for Corwin. He might have been flattered, but not as offensive as reneging on your donation. You don't like me, Leslie says. You've never liked me. You asked me to meet you at the food pantry because you wanted my money. You were using me, Delilah. I recognized that right away. I've met people like you before, people who are threatened by me because I'm friendly and outgoing and I entertain with pizzazz. Delilah concedes this point. Leslie does entertain with pizzazz. I'm not threatened by you, she says, though of course she is. I'll send you the bill for detailing my car, Leslie says. With that, she strolls off the court, climbs into the Land Rover, and drives off. Delilah, Phoebe says. If you don't understand what just happened, Delilah says, then you haven't been paying attention at all this summer. I understand, Andrea says, and she taps Delilah's racket. It's this small act of solidarity that makes Delilah's eyes mist up. I'm going home, she says. I'll talk to you guys later. Casey meets her blind date, Stacy Ambrose, in the unlikeliest of places, the Field and Oar Club. When Stacy suggested the club, Casey thought, is there a less romantic place on the island? They'll be under a proper, staid, and very waspy microscope. They're both women. Are there any same-sex couples at the Field and Oar Club, any queer members? There's probably a closet full of them somewhere. Stacy obviously holds out no hope for this setup, which lowers the stakes. If nothing else, it's a nice change for Casey. She has hung out with only her family and Coco all summer. They plan to meet in the Burgee Bar at 7 o'clock for drinks. Casey has never been to the Burgee Bar, though she read somewhere that it's the best place for cocktails on the entire island, although you have to be a club member or be lucky enough to get invited by one. Tonight, Casey has been invited. She climbs to the second floor of the club and pulls open a door with a brass porthole window. The bar is nearly empty. All the older members are downstairs finishing the dinners they sat down to at 5:30, but Casey sees a young woman sitting alone at one of the two tops by the windows. The woman glances at Casey as she brings an icy martini to her lips. Casey's eyebrows lift. The girl has a Wednesday from the Addams Family energy with her dark, structured bob and big brown eyes. She's wearing an outfit Casey loves but considers a bit bold for the Field and Oar, an oatmeal-hued tube sweater, an ivory miniskirt, and a wide beaded belt. Veggie sneakers on her feet. She sets down her drink and stands up. Casey? Stacy, they both laugh. We can't date unless one of us changes her name, Stacy says. I'm properly Catherine, Casey says. Then it'll be you. Stacy smiles. What would you like to drink? And yes, I am putting these on my mother's tab. "I'll have what you're having," Casey says. "Hey, Ryan," Stacy calls to the bartender. "Another very dirty gray goose martini with extra olives for my very proper friend here, please." Very proper, Casey thinks. She finds herself wanting to protest. "I'm not very proper." Against all odds, Stacy Ambrose is cool. Yes, she has summered on Nantucket her entire life. And yes, she grew up climbing on the giant anchor on the lawn below them, but she seems almost apologetic about her privilege. "This place has an underbelly," she says. "Trust me." Stacy is just a year younger than Casey. How did they never meet? Stacy grew up in a big, ramshackle house on Hulbert with a bunch of cousins. They played sardines and a lot of Monopoly, badminton in the side yard. "We weren't allowed to go to the parties or the bonfires," she says, and Casey admits that, as the daughter of the police chief, she wasn't either. As Stacy is telling Casey about her job, she's a guidance counselor at McDonough, a private school in Maryland. Yes, Casey has heard of it. Very fancy. Casey's phone rings. "You can't talk on your cell here, sorry," Stacy says. "I break every rule at this club, but not that one." "Right, no, obviously," Casey says, reaching into her bag and turning off her ringer by feel. "I'm sorry." She takes a quick peek at the display. Isla. Isla is calling for the first time all summer now, while Casey is on a date. "Everything okay?" Stacy asks. "Yeah, of course." Casey turns her attention back to Stacy and their martinis and the dish of bugles that has appeared between them. Stacy places a bugle on each of her fingertips like little hats and eats them that way. "So what do you do for work?" Stacy asks, giving Casey the up-down. "I'm thinking fashion or lifestyle influencer." Hardly," Casey says, though she's flattered. "I'm a NICU nurse. I've been living and working in San Francisco for 7 years. And you took the summer off." "I came to a crossroads," Casey says. "Something bad happened at work and then something bad happened in my—" Casey's phone buzzes. She should turn it all the way off, and she will, but first she peeks at the screen. Is this a joke? Does Isla have a sixth sense? Does she know Casey is out with a woman who is normal, maybe even better than normal? "Do you have to take that?" Stacy asks. "If you do, there's an old-school phone booth next to the ladies' lounge." "No," Casey says, but a second later a text comes in from Isla. "Pick up, it's an emergency." "Okay, yeah, maybe. I'll return this call real quick." "I'll get 2 more martinis," Stacy says. She hops up and leans over the bar in a way that is undeniably appealing. Stacy is her, Casey thinks. Downstairs, tucked into a phone booth minus the phone, Casey texts Isla back. "What is it? I'm kind of in the middle of something." Casey's phone rings and she thinks, "Okay, I guess we're doing this," and picks up. On the other end, there's silence, then a breath, then a long, loud wail. Someone's hurt then. Isla's father, her mother. Casey has never been introduced to Isla's family. "Hey," Casey says, "what is it?" "He's seeing Tommy," Isla shrieks. "He says he's in love with her." They've been sneaking around for a year and a half. The first thing that strikes Casey is Isla's voice. She forgot how much she loves it. "Calm down, I can barely understand you." This is met with sobs, then Isla blowing her nose, then a deep breath. "Dave is having an affair with Tommy Dunn. Dr. Dunn's wife, the one with the dramatic eyebrows and the enhancements. They've been together since the fall before last. So have we," Casey thinks. She remembers back to the last time she saw Rondo midday at the elevator bank, looking as though he'd just taken a shower. Casey had thought affair then, but she never would have guessed Tommy Dunn, his best friend's wife. Apparently Rondo isn't as perfect as he seemed. "It's going to be okay," Casey says. "I know it feels bad now. He lied to me," Isla says. "He betrayed me." "Isla," Casey says, "you have got to get a hold of yourself." Casey isn't unhappy about this turn of events, though it's disheartening that Isla seems so destroyed about it and that she apparently forgot that she and Casey were involved too. "Listen, I'm out right now. I need you, Bun," Isla says, still crying. "Please don't hang up," Casey sighs. "Okay, let me go say goodbye. I'll call you back in 5, okay?" Casey hangs up and texts Stacy. "I'm sorry, I have to go. Rain check." Stacy sends a picture of their 2 martinis side by side, looking as tempting as 2 drinks possibly could. "Go back upstairs," Casey tells herself. But she can't abandon Isla. She exits the phone booth and leaves the club before her good sense can kick in. The third 8 Coco has made it deep enough into the summer that she's confident she can take a few liberties. When she stops at Nantucket Meat and Fish, she gets the steak tips. the salmon, and the bag of Bull's favorite pretzels that are on Leslie's list. But she adds a slender bottle of truffle oil, a package of crisp rosemary flatbreads, and a pound of Rainier cherries for herself. She's not even sure she'll like the cherries, but they're expensive and she figures they should be something she at least tries. Down the street at Pip and Anchor, she buys Leslie's usual organic risée and her Savage cheese, then goes on a spree in the jams and spreads section. She throws a bottle of homemade ketchup into her basket along with cider syrup and a jar of strawberry Italian plum rosewater jam, for the name alone. Leslie has never once asked Coco for a receipt, never questioned a charge, so why not indulge? She opts to go to see View Farm rather than Bartlett's, hoping to bump into Delilah. She would like to speak in code so that Delilah knows that Coco, too, would have filled Leslie's G-Wagon from floor mats to dashboard with lobster Dan Dan noodles if she thought she could have gotten away with it. Delilah isn't around, but no matter. Coco chooses a rainbow of heirloom tomatoes, 6 ears of silver queen corn, a dozen eggs that are still warm in their carton, and half a dozen lilies, at $15 a pop, to brighten up her own apartment. At the register, she hands over Leslie's card and sets the eggs and produce gently in the canvas bags she brought from home. This is her own touch. Leslie doesn't care about reusable bags. "I'm sorry," the cashier says. She's a teenager with a pale, round face and one prominent zit on her chin that's hard not to stare at. "Your card isn't working." "What?" Coco says. "It's been declined." Coco smiles indulgently. "Would you try it again?" The girl feeds the chip into the reader. Declined again. "Do you have another card?" Coco has only her own card and some cash, her own personal money. The total is $126 for tomatoes, corn, eggs, and lilies. There's no way Coco is paying for this. She wonders if Leslie blocked Seaview Farm on her credit card because she dislikes Delilah so much. Is that a thing you can do? There are 3 people behind Coco in line, and she has 2 choices: use her own money or humiliate herself by putting everything back. This, she thinks, is karma pinching her for her hubris. Just buy it, she thinks. The lilies will look pretty on the counter and they'll smell nice. Who cares if they cost $90? Coco cares. It's not the money, it's the money. "I'm sorry," she says. "I think I should just." She remembers the young mothers she used to see at Harps in Rosebush, asking the cashier to take off the 6-pack of Mountain Dew. "We don't need it," and the clementines, "I'm not even sure how they got in my cart when they spent more than they had on them." Coco feels the heat of the other customers, gazes at her back. "Coco?" Coco turns to see Delilah approaching, which makes the situation 1,000 times more awkward. Now Coco will have to suck it up and pay. "Is there a problem?" Delilah asks. "Her card," the teenager says. "My card," Coco says. "I mean Leslie's card was declined, but it's fine, I have cash of my own, I'll just..." Delilah waves a hand. "Put it on my house charge," she tells the teenager. "Oh no, you don't have Coco, please," Delilah says. "I'm just so happy to see you somewhere other than 888. Coco takes her bag and the lilies. Delilah strolls with her to where Baby is parked. Coco says, "Thank you, I'm sorry. The card being declined was unexpected." Delilah winks. Leslie probably forgot to pay her bill because she's been so busy getting everyone on the island pleasantly tipsy. She peers in the passenger window at the other parcels. "Do you ever splurge on treats for yourself?" she asks. "Because I know I would." Coco lays the lilies across the seat and puts on her new sunglasses. She finally upgraded from the pink plastic pair she'd found at her bar. The new pair has polarized lenses that turn the whole world a clear, sparkling blue. "For myself," Coco says, as though the idea never occurred to her. Coco has one last errand to fill Baby's tank with gas. Baby takes premium unleaded, which on Nantucket is a staggering $5.65 a gallon. But Coco doesn't get to spend $95 on 3/4 of a tank of gas because, once again, Leslie's card is declined. When Coco gets home, she finds Leslie in the library seated at the escritoire with Coco blinks 2 fingers of bourbon in front of her. It's 11:15 and her checkbook out. "Hey," Coco says. She waves the card. "This was declined a couple of times this morning." Leslie glances up. "Ridiculous," right, Coco thinks, except it's not. "It was declined at the farm. I had the girl try it twice." Coco will obviously not mention Delilah. "Then it was declined at the gas station." Well, I don't know what to tell you and Bull's not here. He's not, Coco says. Did he go on a business trip again? New York, she says, or DC, I can't remember which. He's meeting with lawyers about who knows what. He'll be back tonight. Do you want to look at your account online and see what the problem is? Coco asks. I can help you. Leslie sips the bourbon. No, I do not want to look at my account online, she says. She tears a check from the checkbook. I have to pay Benton before he takes legal action. There are two other checks on the desk, one made out to Tiffin Academy for $100,000 and one made out to the Francis Ambrose Memorial Scholarship Fund for $75,000. Leslie takes pictures of each check on her phone. Would you like me to mail those? Coco asks. Leslie rips up both checks and lets the pieces float into the wastebasket. No, I would not. She glances up at Coco impatiently. Anything else? What should I do about the card? I have no idea, Coco, Leslie says, picking up Benton's check, which is still in one piece. I have to deliver this so that he'll finish the garden so I can have my hot tub party. She throws back the rest of the bourbon. I need to go. The next morning, Coco and Lamont eat the juicy, sweet Rainier cherries in bed. Elite cherries, Lamont says. The Amalfi lemons of cherries, Coco says. She's been considering getting a tattoo of an Amalfi lemon on her inner wrist. Do you think Bull and Leslie have money problems? Coco asks. You're kidding, right? Lamont says. Coco tells him about the credit card. Leslie gave Coco a new card from something called Ants, an Australian bank. Then she tells him about Leslie taking pictures of the two donation checks before ripping them up. I don't pretend to understand why Leslie does what she does, Lamont says. And you probably shouldn't try either. He holds a cherry between his teeth, and Coco leans in to take a nibble. Juice dribbles down her chin, leaving golden drops on her white sheets, but in the next second the cherry is gone and she's kissing Lamont, and who cares about the sheets or Leslie. In the days following, Benton Coe's crew works around the clock on the circular garden. Twice, they arrive so early that they almost catch Lamont leaving Coco's apartment. The progress they make in just a few days amazes Coco. She feels like she's on the sofa with her mother watching an episode of Extreme Makeover, Home Edition. Where are you, Ty Pennington? She wonders. Leslie invites Coco for the big reveal and tells her to close her eyes. Leslie must not realize Coco can see straight down into the garden from her apartment. But there is a certain amount of wonder once the arched wrought iron gate opens and Coco steps inside. The boxwood hedges enclosing the garden are 8 feet tall and too dense to see through. She feels like she's entering a low stone wall topped with granite benching runs around the base of the boxwoods. There's a maze of cinder paths that wind around hydrangeas, rosebushes, a bed of cosmos and zinnias, a bed of snapdragons, pansies, and foxgloves. There's a gazing ball on a pedestal amid cool green hostas. The flowers are in full bloom, buzzing with fat bumblebees, aflutter with butterflies. In the center is an 8-sided mahogany hot tub with elegant copper ladders hanging off each side. The bottom of the tub is tiled cobalt blue. It's the bougiest hot tub Coco has ever seen. Coco feels weirdly proud of Leslie for imagining such a lovely space. Leslie saw this in her mind's eye and now they're standing in it. It's like something out of a storybook, Coco says. Did you read The Secret Garden as a child? Leslie gives Coco a blank look. It's a party space, she says. We're having a party. Later that morning, she gives Coco 6 ivy green envelopes to deliver. Only 6, Coco thinks. She wonders if Leslie made a mistake because a lot of people are missing, but Leslie doesn't make mistakes. Heads will roll, Coco thinks. The invitation reads, please join us for a garden party on Tuesday, August 13 at 6:00 p.m. Cocktails and light bites suggested dress. Vintage Lily Pulitzer, bring a swimsuit. When Sharon sees the baby blue Land Rover pull into the driveway and Coco emerge holding an envelope, she hurries to her bedroom to hide. Robert, who is playing his video game in the family room, answers the door. Poor kid, he probably thinks it's Romeo if only. A second later, Robert shouts, Mom, you got something. Sharon is tempted to throw the envelope away without opening it, but curiosity gets the best of her. A garden party, she thinks. Vintage Lily Pulitzer. Vintage Lily Pulitzer? Grace says. I have an entire closet filled with new Lily Pulitzer. Is that not good enough? Wear what you have, Eddie says. The last thing we need to do is spend money on new clothes for the Richardsons' party. Not new clothes, Eddie, new old clothes, and yes, we do need to. Leslie will be able to spot the difference between vintage Lily and new Lily from in the pink. What if we skip this one? Eddie says. Skipped it, Grace says. You can skip it, but I want to see Benton's work and use that hot tub. Eddie thinks you are not going to a hot tub party in a Benton Co. garden without me. See if you can find me some vintage Lily, too. Delilah and Andrea are floating in Phoebe's pool when Phoebe comes out onto the deck waving a green envelope. Hand-delivered by Coco, she says. Leslie never stops. I'm sure I didn't get invited, Delilah says. Even I wouldn't invite me. Phoebe says, didn't you apologize? Yes, Delilah apologized via text. She'd said she was upset about losing Leslie's support for the food pantry and that she'd been drinking. I acted like a silly child, she wrote. Please forgive me. Then she Venmo'd $400 for the car detailing and sent a bouquet of sunflowers from the farm. Leslie texted back, don't worry about it, lol. Delilah thinks about telling Andrea and Phoebe that she let Coco put Leslie's charges on the farm's house account when Leslie's credit card was declined, but she's afraid it will sound like she's patting herself on the back or like she's hinting that the Richardsons have money problems, which is absurd. Phoebe opens the envelope. It's a garden party, she says. Ooh, vintage Lily Pulitzer. Ooh, Delilah and Andrea tease. Phoebe laughs. We mock what we don't understand. The next day, when the chief gets home from work, it was the first day of training for Nantucket's new police chief, Zara Washington, which means Ed can officially start the countdown. 13 days to go. Andrea shows him the invitation from the Richardsons and says, I'm staying home, but you should go. What are you talking about? The chief studies his wife. She is still as beautiful to him as she was the first time he saw her at the police station, standing in line to get a beach sticker for her Jeep. That day she was wearing a white tank top, jean shorts, and flip-flops, and her hair was in a high ponytail. Ed had noticed her shoulders. He would later find out that she was a swimmer and that she had just broken up with Jeffrey Drake, the farmer who is now one of their closest friends. Ed had introduced himself. He did this often back then because he was new, and when she smiled at him, Ed experienced a moment of recognition. You are the one for me. He'd offered to waive the fee for her sticker, and she said, I'm not going to let you do that. I'll go out with you for free. Are you okay? He asks now. Andrea sighs. Delilah and Jeffrey didn't get invited. There's a whole mess between Leslie and Delilah that you don't want to know about, trust me. I trust you, the chief says. He kisses Andrea. She has long been the one protecting him. But I'm not going without you. Will you please, Ed, just make an appearance for an hour? I don't think it's wise to completely alienate the Richardsons. Ed gathers her up in his arms. If you come upstairs with me, I'll do whatever you ask. Andrea nuzzles against his neck. What has gotten into you? I got my first taste of freedom. Zara started today. Well, I hate to break it to you, but Casey's home. Ed laughs. I didn't picture still having kids at home during my retirement. Let's go upstairs anyway, Andrea says, and pick your outfit. Because there are only 9 guests, Coco assumes the party will be low-key, but she's wrong. Leslie ordered 5,000 white string lights that Coco hangs around the arched gate and near the stone benches. Zoe Alistair sets up a very cool curved bar and high round-top tables along the cinder paths. I'm going for a vintage summer party vibe, Leslie tells Coco. I wanted to put that on the invite, but Bull didn't want people to get the wrong idea. Presumably, Leslie means a classic, elegant feel, Coco thinks, that new old Sinatra style. The cocktails are retro, bourbon sidecars, raspberry mules, and yes, French 75s made with juice from the Amalfi lemons. This was Coco's suggestion. They're serving only finger foods, appetizers, and desserts because Leslie claims people don't want to put on bathing suits when they feel full. Coco thinks. A vintage theme, strong cocktails, tiny bites of food, a hot tub, what could go wrong? Leslie wears a long halter dress printed with pink flamingos. It has white rickrack down the front that reminds Coco of icing on a Hostess cupcake. Leslie makes a point of mentioning that Bate from Current Vintage put this dress aside for Leslie the second it came in. Bate apparently bought it from an estate sale in Palm Beach and thinks it might once have belonged to Lily Pulitzer herself. Coco makes the appropriate exclamations, then regards Bull, who is wearing hibiscus orange pants with a bright turquoise linen shirt. Coco reminds herself the man is colorblind, and Leslie clearly doesn't care what he looks like. If Bull and Leslie walked down the street in Rosebush wearing these outfits, everyone would go to their windows and stare. The first guests to arrive are Addison and Phoebe, then Eddie and Grace. Addison is wearing a green and yellow lily blazer that matches Phoebe's A-line skirt. Do people have this stuff in their closets? No, the Wheelers also went to see bait at Current Vintage. Grace is wearing a cute lily halter top. It's not vintage, sorry, and Eddie is wearing a tan linen suit and a Panama hat. I brought lily bathing trunks for later, he says. Busy Ambrose shows up in a yellow and pink shift dress with a pink kerchief on her head. Romeo is wearing navy and pink lily pants, and the chief shows up in a white shirt with a lily bow tie. Leslie asks the chief where Andrea is, and he says, "She's had a little too much summer, she's taking a night off, and I can only stay an hour." "Don't say that," Leslie links her arm through the chief's. "Let's get you a sidecar." Sharon appears wearing green pedal pushers printed with white daisies and a white blouse knotted at her midriff. She's piled her blonde hair on top of her head and done winged eyeliner and a hot pink lip. Another surprise is that she enters the garden on the arm of Benton Coe, who is wearing jeans. Not on theme, but he's so attractive it doesn't matter. The music kicks in with You and Me and the bottle makes 3 tonight. And at the same time, all the lights in the garden come on. Coco passes out sidecars in coupe glasses, mules in copper mugs, and the French 75s in flutes. Addison and Phoebe say they want to try all 3, then Busy says she does too. Zoe Alistair dropped off platters of deep-fried olives stuffed with sausage and tiny cucumber sandwiches, along with a chafing dish of grape jelly meatballs. Coco gets a text from Lamont. "How's it going?" He got a pass from tonight's party. Leslie told him to skip it, and Coco fears this is because Leslie has figured out they're seeing each other and wants to keep them apart. Lamont thinks Coco is paranoid. Tonight he's chauffeuring Glinny to her book group. Coco watches Leslie insist the chief have a drink and sees Benton show Sharon the Hollyhocks. Busy is telling Romeo that her Subaru mysteriously disappeared from the steamship's standby list, and is there anything he can do? Calm and civilized, Coco texts back. "That's disappointing," Lamont replies. "Check back later," Coco texts. Sharon has pulled out all the stops. She got a mani-pedi, had Lorna at RJ Miller style her hair in a cute updo, and her blouse shows off both her neckline and her midsection. Even Sterling and Colby gave her a compliment. "Total knockout, Mom." But will she look as stunning as Leslie? As Sharon is walking down the driveway, she hears, "Hey, Sharon, wait up." She turns to see Benton Coe jogging toward her. "Well," Sharon says, "if it isn't the man of the hour." Benton scoffs. "I can't believe I was invited. The Richardsons aren't happy with how long it took me to finish." He shakes his head. "I wasn't happy with how long it took them to pay me. If I had it to do over, I would have turned this job down." "Oh, really?" Sharon says. "Leslie is a lot," Benton replies. "Isn't she just?" Sharon thinks. "I know you know what happened years ago between me and Grace Pansick, ancient history," Sharon says. "It's hard to live something like that down on an island this size," he says. "And Leslie is such a touchy-feely person that I felt uncomfortable showing up here." "Well, I think you're safe," Sharon says. "At the last party, Leslie moved on to someone new." "Would you mind if we walked in together?" Benton asks. "Not at all," Sharon says. "Don't worry, I'll protect you." They reach the arched wrought iron gate. "This is gorgeous," Sharon says. "Is it antique?" The gate looks like it came from an English manor or a French monastery. "It's brand new but fabricated to look authentic," Benton says. "Sort of like the Richardsons themselves," Sharon thinks. There's nothing phony about the garden, however. Sharon admires the stone wall and benches, the bright bursts of color from the flower beds. And although she's prepared to be underwhelmed by the octagonal hot tub, she has to concede that it's magnificent. Can a hot tub be considered a work of art? It's deep mahogany with a glowing cobalt interior, and the curved copper ladders are exquisite. Coco approaches them with a tray of drinks. Sharon selects a French 75 and Benton takes a mule garnished with mint and fresh raspberries. "Cheers," he says. "You look beautiful tonight, by the way." "Thank you for noticing," Sharon says. Only after she takes a sip of her drink does she allow her gaze to wander to the other guests. She was right, Leslie has moved on to someone new, only it's not who Sharon expects. It's Chief Capenash. Leslie has him by himself on the far side of the hot tub, her arm through his. Sharon spies Romeo locked in conversation with busy Ambrose. Serves him right, she thinks. Romeo looks up at Sharon. His eyes flick over to Benton and he frowns. It is unmistakably a frown of jealousy. Sharon beams at him and waves. He nods in her direction and glares at Benton. Sharon couldn't be happier. The chief decides to take advantage of Andrea's absence and eat whatever he wants. Leslie basically forces a cocktail on him, the bourbon sidecar, and it hits just the right way. After a few sips, he feels like he's floating. Zara Washington is going to excel as police chief. That's clear only a few days in, and Ed will be able to relax for the first time in 35 years. He swipes a cracker through the pecan-crusted cheese ball that's sitting on the bar, then indulges in a deep-fried olive stuffed with sausage. Andrea would definitely disapprove of these. Ed takes a second. A server comes around with a platter of oysters Rockefeller, and the chief remembers a party he attended as a teenager, his grandparents' 50th wedding anniversary. It was held at the Park Plaza in downtown Boston. His mother's parents, the Bryants, were a good deal fancier than the Cape Nashes. Ed was introduced to oysters Rockefeller, the most delicious thing he'd ever tasted. These are even better. The oysters, the server says, were harvested off the 5th point of Kodu that very morning. The chief helps himself to a second oyster. Okay, that's it, he tells himself. I should go, he says to Leslie. You just got here, Leslie says. And I went to a lot of trouble, so I can't let you leave. Come on, let's get you another sidecar. Eddie, trapped in conversation with Grace and Phoebe, sees Bull and Addison chatting by themselves. Eddie needs to join them, but at that second, Benton and blonde Sharon approach. Eddie watches Grace brighten at the sight of Benton. Naturally, she gushes with praise for the garden. Eddie can't keep himself from cutting in. Congratulations on finally getting it done. Eddie, Grace says, everyone knows genius can't be rushed. Sharon can't believe the way Benton sticks by her side. He's a barnacle on her boat. Romeo hasn't taken his eyes off Sharon and Benton for even a second. Sharon thought she would have to battle Leslie for Romeo's attention, but the only person vying for his attention now is busy Ambrose. Sharon has to admit, this party is a home run. Coco holds out a tray of buttered, baked saltine crackers. Sharon nearly laughs at the sheer waspiness of it. Sharon's own grandmother used to serve crackers like this to her bridge group. The music is snappy, and whatever they put in these French 75s is divine. Sharon hates to even think it, but when it comes to entertaining, Leslie Richardson has the magic touch. Leslie has instructed Coco to keep the drinks flowing, but once everyone has a fresh cocktail, Coco takes a moment to observe. These boots are made for walk-in, segues to Big Girls Don't Cry. It's finally dark enough for Coco to light the tiki torches and press the button that brings the hot tub to life. The backyard is suddenly a vibe, everyone is drinking and laughing. The cheese ball has been demolished. The meatball dish is empty, colorful toothpicks are scattered across the high tables. Coco cleans up, then serves dessert. Bite-sized baked Alaskas and brownie cups that Leslie made herself. Coco heads back to the kitchen and gets a tray of brandy Alexander shots, meant to complement the sweets. When she returns, everyone is dancing to Let's Twist Again, even the chief. Coco nearly takes a picture to send to Casey, but that feels invasive. Benton swings Sharon around. The two of them are really good dancers. Leslie doesn't like anyone else taking the spotlight, so when the song ends, she calls out, "Hot tub time." She unties the strap behind her neck and her dress falls to the ground. Ta-da! She's wearing a bikini in the exact same print as her dress. Everyone cheers. Coco exhales in relief. She had worried Leslie might not be wearing anything under her outfit at all. Leslie directs everyone to the main house to change into their swimsuits. Grace pulls Eddie along even though he wants to stay in the garden where Bull and Addison are talking. Are they trying to outdo each other with all the fancy places they've stayed this, auberge that, or are they discussing business? I'll be right back, Eddie says to Grace. I forgot my. But he doesn't have to tell her what he forgot because she's now 10 feet ahead of him, talking to Sharon and, yes, Benton. Eddie races back to the garden and peers through the arched gate. Leslie lounges in the hot tub with her arms outstretched, a cocktail in one hand, her head lolling back. Bull and Addison are talking so intently that Leslie could slip beneath the surface and they wouldn't even notice. There's a narrow path that curves around the outside of the garden. Eddie beelines down it, nearly tripping on an irrigation pipe, until he reaches the spot where Bull and Addison are talking on the other side of the hedge. He can barely see them in the gathering dark, but he can hear them perfectly. He feels like a character in an Agatha Christie novel. Bull says, "If we cut him out, we can split the pot 50-50. That's an additional $4 million for each of us." Eddie just doesn't seem to be on the same page. He has a valid point about hiring local contractors, Addison says. After all, we live here year-round. A lot of the guys we're talking about raised their kids alongside Eddie's twins and my son, for that matter. But your son is heading to boarding school at Tiffin. Addison clears his throat. Be that as it may, when it's Thanksgiving Day and your Uncle Shep accidentally flushes his beer can down the toilet and the thing overflows, it's nice to have a local guy on speed dial. Eddie tries too hard, Bull says. He's a bit inelegant. Inelegant? Eddie thinks. Bull is calling me inelegant? At least Eddie can match his top to his bottom. Bull is wearing a ridiculous outfit. Bull spills on himself, he flaunts his money every chance he gets, and he lets his wife embarrass herself and him with other men. Doesn't he come from a working-class background? Bull asks. Eddie is from New Bedford, Addison says. He's very proud of that. He's redundant, Bull says. You and I could do this deal without him. We could, Addison says, but we signed a contract. There's a clause at the end, didn't you see it? The terms of the contract can be changed right up until the purchase and sale is signed and I write the first check. What? Addison says. I did not see that. Eddie didn't see the clause either. He holds his breath, wondering what he can do. Charging through the hedge and confronting Bull comes to mind, but that won't help his cause. Just think about it, Bull says. 50-50. I couldn't do that to Eddie, Addison says, and Eddie feels himself misting up. Addison has his back. Maybe you could, though, Bull says. When Sharon steps out of the powder room, she's wearing a lily bikini, but it's not vintage and it doesn't match her outfit. Advantage Leslie. Romeo is waiting for her. Sharon, he says. Romeo? They stare at each other. Romeo is wearing the same board shorts he wore when they went to Whale Island, which makes Sharon's heart ache. Whose golden girl you are. She wants to jump into his arms, but he's got his tough guy stance. The one he uses when some entitled visitor demands to skip the standby line in the height of summer to get his Tesla off the island. Does he want to talk? Is he expecting an apology? Because Sharon has called him half a dozen times and sent an embarrassing number of texts, all of which went unanswered. If anything, it's now Sharon who deserves an apology. At that moment Benton appears. He's bare-chested and in a pair of billabong board shorts. Ready to tub? He asks. Sharon holds Romeo's gaze one moment longer. Is he going to fight for her? No, though he glares at Benton with intense disapproval. Sure, Sharon says. Let's go. It's an 8-sided hot tub, not an 8-person hot tub, Leslie says. Come on, we can all fit. Coco, would you please make sure everyone has a fresh drink and then pass the brownie cups one more time? The chief takes the last brownie cup and winks at Coco. Don't tell Andrea. Everyone climb in, Leslie says. She directs people where she wants them. She's probably had the seating chart planned for days. Leslie, the chief, blonde Sharon, Benton Co., Grace, Romeo, Busy, Addison, Phoebe, and Eddie. Bull isn't getting in. Hot tubs aren't for big guys like me, he says. I'm overheating just looking at you all. I'd like to sit next to my wife, Eddie says. Benton, what if you and I traded spots? Spouses are always separated, Leslie says. Keeps things interesting. Addison is next to his wife, Eddie says. Eddie, Grace says, stop being weird. Is he being weird? Is it wrong that he doesn't want his wife sitting next to the man she had a past relationship with 9 summers ago? He doesn't want things to get interesting. The hot tub is bubbling and steaming like a witch's cauldron, and it's pretty clear who the witch is. Sharon leans her head back against the edge. This is heavenly, Leslie. There are murmurs of agreement, but not from Eddie. He would like to get out of this crowded tub and talk some sense into Bull. Suddenly Romeo says, Hands, Co., let me see your hands. Benton laughs and raises his palms. Here they are, swingers in the summertime, Coco thinks. Sharon, let's get out of here, Romeo says. Sharon sits bolt upright. Is this happening? It's a bit abrupt, maybe even rude, but she's not missing her chance. Okay, she says. One of the copper ladders is directly behind her, so it's easy to make a quick escape. "Stay," Leslie cries out. "Sharon, Romeo, please don't leave yet." She sounds a little frantic, even for her. "We should probably go too," Eddie says. "Right, Grace?" "Don't be silly," Leslie says. "The party is just getting started. Coco, what happened to the music?" Coco is pretty sure Bull turned the music down when everyone went to get changed. She turns it back up. It's "Wouldn't It Be Nice" by the Beach Boys. Leslie says, "Something better." Coco scans the playlist and settles on "I Want You Back" by the Jackson 5. She hands Romeo and Sharon towels and they disappear through the gate and into the dark night. The party is just getting started, the chief thinks, but he should leave. He's only had 2 cocktails and yet he feels funny, lightheaded. He's lost all track of time, doesn't quite remember getting changed, but wait, yes, he does. Leslie lent him a pair of Bull's swim trunks. Why did he agree to that? He has broken all kinds of rules tonight. He had one of the baked Alaskas and a brownie, no, 2 brownies. Leslie encouraged him to take a second, saying she made them herself. Phoebe and Addison are here, his oldest friends, and as long as they're here, he's fine, right? He likes the music, the water is delightful. He'll stay another 5 minutes. Busy seems to be asking him a question about Casey. Did she mention meeting my daughter? Did she? Ed wonders. He's about to tell Busy that he hasn't talked to Casey in a day or two. And if he dug in, he would admit he hasn't talked to Casey in any meaningful way all summer. He's not sure why she really left San Francisco. Ed is jolted from these thoughts by a hand on his leg. Whoa, is he imagining this, or is it a trick of the water jets, the bubbles? No, there are human fingers brushing his thigh. He turns to see Leslie with her head back, her eyes closed. Her arm closest to Ed is beneath the water's roiling surface. Leslie is touching the chief's leg. Is there a split second when the chief thinks maybe he'll just let this play out, ignore it, or even allow it? Absolutely not. The chief stands up, splashing Leslie in the process, but he doesn't care, he's leaving. He cheated on his diet tonight, but he hasn't cheated on Andrea in mind, body, or spirit since the day he noticed her waiting in line to get her beach sticker. And he never will. As he clambers out of the tub, Addison says, "Ed, where are you going?" "Home," Ed says. He takes a towel from Coco. God only knows what she thinks of him cozying up next to her boss in the hot tub. What was he thinking? Well, he wasn't thinking, or not clearly. Something is wrong with him. The brownies, the ones Leslie made herself, they must have been special brownies, and that's why Ed feels this way, so loose, discombobulated. He snatches up his clothes and goes. He doesn't bother saying anything to Bull and hopes never to see the man again, but if Ed were to leave Bull with parting words, they would be, "Your wife needs help." He climbs into the back of his car and changes into his clothes, which is a tricky business as he's soaking wet and still out of it. He finds his cell phone and calls Andrea. "Please come get me," he says. "I can't drive." "You're kidding," Andrea says. "Not kidding," he says. "Bring Casey with you, please. I need to get my car out of here." "On our way," Andrea says. "I was wondering where you were. I worried maybe Leslie got her hooks into you. It's a little scary how on the nose she is." "No chance of that," he says. "I'm all yours, now please hurry." Thursday, August 22, 11:00 p.m. When nobody is looking, Casey sneaks up the stairs to Coco's apartment. She suspects this is against the law and that if she asked her father, he would tell her not to potential crime scene, search warrants, detectives, yada yada, but Casey can't continue standing around doing nothing. There's a light on under the microwave that allows Casey to find her way around. She checks the bathroom, pulls aside the shower curtain. A part of her hopes Coco has somehow made it back without their noticing and is now hiding up here. Empty. In Coco's room, the bed is neatly made. On Coco's nightstand are 2 novels, Trespasses by Louise Kennedy and The Candy House by Jennifer Egan. Sitting on top of these is the sand dollar Coco found during their trip to Great Point. Casey remembers Coco swimming that day, utterly fearless. Did Coco set the fire and then leave? Did she? There's a shelf on the opposite wall, and on it is a framed photograph. Casey goes over to inspect it, and her gut twists. It's one of the selfies Casey sent her. Coco and Casey at the Nantucket pharmacy, Coco happy with her frap. Casey's eyes burn. She was such a terrible friend, and yet Coco went to the trouble of printing this picture out and framing it. She kept it in her room. So does that mean Coco has forgiven her? It must, right? They have to find her. They have to. There's a crumpled article of clothing peeking out from beneath the far side of the bed. Casey bends down. It's a Nantucket whalers sailing t-shirt that looks like it's about 15 years old. Lamont's. Casey thinks Lamont came here. Leslie found out. Leslie confronted Coco on the boat. There was a struggle. Coco fell in. Leslie thought, oh well, and went to get herself another glass of champagne. Casey goes to the kitchen, opens the fridge, sees a six-pack of grapefruit fizzy water, a plastic clamshell of fresh raspberries, half an avocado BLT from something natural. Nothing that suggests I set my employer's house on fire and jumped off their boat to escape. It looks like Coco planned to come home and finish her sandwich. On the coffee table in front of the TV is Coco's laptop, but it requires a password. Casey tries Rosebush. She tries Lamont and Lamontichat and Lamontichataf. She tries Calling Coil 27. Coco mentions she's a Scorpio, but Casey doesn't know her birthday. She's a horrible friend. Under the laptop, Casey discovers a green moleskine notebook. Jackpot. It's an enormous violation of Coco's privacy to open it, but under the circumstances, Casey feels she has no choice. The notebook contains addresses, phone numbers, and the hours of operation for Pip and Anchor, born and bred, Dan's pharmacy following, that is a log of sorts with dates lined up neatly on the left followed by notes on the errands Coco ran that day. July 8, Nantucket meat and fish, they're out of Bull's Pretzels, shipment coming Tuesday, Bartlett's Farm, post office. On another page, there's a record of what packages came to the house and what they contained. Amalfi Lemons, box of Bridgewater chocolates, thank you gift from Rachel McMahon, 3 bottles of Guerlain Double Vanille perfume from Neiman's, copper mugs engraved with the letter R, strings of white lights. Casey pages forward until she finds August 22. Sunset sale, it says. Print out Google vow renewal. Zoe A. will drop off appetizers 5:00 p.m. ice, change sheets in primary suite on hedonism, 25 champagne flutes. There's even a note for August 23. Drop boxes at Hospital Thrift Shop, India Street, open 9 to 4. The rest of the notebook is all blank pages, or so Casey thinks until she gets to the back and finds a diagram. In the center are the words the personal concierge, and radiating out like spokes on a wheel are lines that end in circled names. Bull, Leslie, Lamont, Casey. Casey flushes at seeing her own name. What does this mean? She doesn't think twice. She slides the notebook into her bag. She realizes she hasn't checked the second bedroom. She opens the door slowly, feeling like a girl in a suspense film, half expecting Coco to jump out at her, soaking wet and disheveled, tangled strands in her hair. The room is dark. Casey wants to turn on the light, but they'll see that outside, so she makes do with the glow from her phone. The room is filled with cardboard boxes. Okay, Casey thinks, these must be the boxes Coco was going to take to the thrift shop. Casey opens one of them and finds jeans and cashmere sweaters. Underneath that is the pink ombre Hervé Leger dress Leslie wore to the first party. This dress is going to the thrift shop. It belongs in a museum. The next box is filled with shoes, stilettos, platform sandals, Manolo Blahniks, Laubautins. Leslie is giving these away. Casey's phone dings with a text and she jumps, thinking that somehow the text is from Coco. Stop snooping. But the text is from her father. Where are you? Casey is busted. Bathroom, she types. Be right down. Casey's phone rings. It's her father. She declines the call and rushes out the door. The chief waits at the bottom of the stairs. You didn't touch anything up there, did you? No, Casey says. I had to go. We've been here for hours. The chief has a roll of yellow police tape in his hands. He cordons off the entry to the stairs. The Coast Guard is concluding its search for the night. They'll start up again at dawn. Lamont took the Richardsons' boat and went out to look for Coco on his own. He did. Casey has more faith in Lamont finding Coco than the Coast Guard. We'll stay until he gets back, the chief says. Then I'm taking you home. Home. Suddenly Casey feels like she's going to be sick. Should she turn over the notebook or offer to put it back? It could be evidence. Let's wait for Lamont on the beach, Casey says. She strides across the Richardsons' lawn and the chief follows. They hear a commotion and see Bull and Leslie down by the water in her long white dress. Leslie looks like some kind of ghostly figure. This is all your fault, Leslie shrieks at Bull. Everything okay down there? The chief says. Fine, fine, Bull says. Leslie's just upset. I was hoping to take the dinghy since we're going to sleep on hedonism tonight, but it's already at the mooring. Lamont took the other boat to go look for Coco, the chief says. Oh, Bull says. Good, good. The chief gets the feeling Bull only now realizes his other boat is missing. How did the chief and Andrea get mixed up with these people? Part of it was Casey befriending Coco and part of it was Addison, a perfect storm of sorts. The chief hears a motor and sees running lights, a boat pulling in. Lamont is back. Please, he thinks, let him have Coco with him. Coco, Casey thinks Bull wades into the water, cups his hands around his mouth. Did you find her? Lamont heads for the mooring, not the shore. The chief's heart sinks. He didn't find her. Lamont cuts the motor, turns off the lights. As soon as the chief's eyes adjust, he can see that Lamont is alone in the boat. They all wait in silence for Lamont to row in. When he reaches the beach, he looks at Ed. Do you have any news? No, Ed says. I covered every inch of water, Lamont says. She's not out there. 33. Defeat Your Darlings. The membership committee of the Field and Oar Club is Nantucket's own version of a secret society. There are 9 members on the committee, each serving a 9-year term with 3 terms allowed. Some of the members on the committee, Busy Ambrose, Lucinda Quinborough, and Penny Rosen, are in their 3rd term, and one, Talbot Sweeney, is in his final year of service, much to his dismay. Blonde Sharon and Phoebe Wheeler are at the start of their 2nd term, which makes them relative newbies. The committee is rounded out by Helen Dunsmore, Larry Winters, and Rip Bonham. They meet on the 2nd Wednesday in August to vote so that the newly elected members can be welcomed at the Commodore's Ball on Labor Day weekend. The meeting is held, not up in the governor's room as many believe, but in the club's snack bar at the unusual hour of 11 p.m. By that time, service has ended and the staff are gone, leaving the club deserted, dark, and locked up. The members gather around Busy Ambrose on the front porch like they're teenagers on a caper. As Commodore, Busy is the only member with a key. Blonde Sharon has always loved the rituals of the membership committee meeting. The late hour, the hushed passage through the front hall and the ballroom to the snack bar, where they push 2 tables together and sit in white molded chairs. The meeting is Bayab. The past few years, Phoebe has brought a bottle of Sansera, Talbot a bottle of Bushmills, Rip a cooler of Cisco beer. Busy traditionally serves as short-order cook. She learned a few tricks from her long-ago summer love. She prepares chicken strips and French fries that she serves in plastic baskets lined with wax paper. Once Busy has served the snacks, she sits down to conduct the meeting. Has everyone read the applications, the nominating letters and the seconding letters? Everyone nods yes, though they all know Larry Winters never does the reading and Rip does maybe half. He recently took over his father's insurance business and has 3 little kids at home. Talbot does the reading but can't remember any of it. Is it surprising that the weak links are all men? Not to Sharon. This year there are spaces for 6 couples, and there are 5 legacy couples at the top of the list. Legacies are always admitted unless there are problematic issues, and this year all 5 couples are from wonderful families in good standing at the Field and Oar. They all sail and play tennis and have 3 or 4 children apiece, ensuring a solid, vibrant future for the club. These applicants breeze through and are unanimously accepted. Then it's on to the rest of the list. The list has long been misunderstood by club members and non-members alike, and the committee prefers it that way. It's common knowledge that the Field and Oar has a 10 to 20-year wait list, but the truth is, as soon as couples submit their full applications, they're eligible for admission. In fact, the committee does not start at the bottom of the list, with the people who have been waiting the longest, but at the top. Busy clears her throat. The first couple up for our consideration are Bull and Leslie Richardson. Busy beams. I like them so much I wrote their nominating letter and Phoebe wrote one of their seconding letters. Helen Dunsmore says, they live out in Pocomo. Do they sail or play tennis? Does Helen Dunsmore live under a rock? Sharon wonders. Has she not heard about the Richardsons' parties this summer? Sail, Busy says. They have a yacht called Hedonism. Hedonism, Larry Winters says. Now that's something I can get behind. Larry used to own a popular nightclub in Key Largo. He's the kind of 80-year-old who always makes a point of admiring Sharon's outfit. Where are these people from? Lucinda Quinborough asks. Lucinda is also a member of the Old Guard. She and Penny Rosen both got married at the Field and Oar Club during the Kennedy administration. It says here, Perth, Australia. That's a mailing address, Busy says. They've recently spent time in Aspen and the Caribbean, but they've made Nantucket their home. My company insures their house, Rip says. They told me Nantucket would be their primary residence. Bull said he was planning on having the house winterized, though to my knowledge he's made no move to do so. There's no way Leslie Richardson will be able to tolerate Nantucket in January, Sharon says. Or worse, March. These are the people who throw the parties, Talbot says. Yes, Busy says. They're very social and extremely philanthropic, and I think they'll make a wonderful addition to the club. Shall we take it to a vote? Voting on non-legacy members has its own protocol. Busy must go around the table and get a yay or nay from each committee member, and the applicants must have a 2/3 majority or 6 votes to be accepted. Busy goes first. Yay. Then, thankfully, she turns to her right, which means Sharon, to Busy's left, will go last. By then, Sharon is fairly certain her vote won't matter. Lucinda offers an uninterested yay, and Penny, who always votes as Lucinda votes, is also a yay. Helen Dunsmore is a yay. She's the least discerning or, as she claims, the most inclusive among them. She would let in someone who moved here yesterday. Talbot is a nay, but Sharon could have predicted this. Talbot hasn't approved a non-legacy member in 27 years. Rip is a nay. He always complains there aren't enough year-round families at the club, and apparently the Richardsons' failure to winterize has rubbed him the wrong way. Larry Winters is a yay because he has a long-standing disagreement with Talbot. There are 5 yays and 2 nays when it comes around to Phoebe, and Sharon thinks, this is over, the Richardsons are in. But Phoebe drops her head into her hands and moans. Busy says, you can hardly be deliberating, dear. You wrote one of the Richardsons' seconding letters. I know, Phoebe says, but didn't Leslie tell me she donated to Tiffin Academy on your son's behalf? Busy asks. That's not supposed to matter, Rip says. Membership at this club can't be bought, Talbot says. Any idea how many offers I've turned down over the years, and I'm proud to say I refused them all. You're right, Phoebe says. Leslie didn't offer money to me personally. She donated it to my son's first-choice boarding school, but I believe that was as a favor to me. Phoebe spins the diamond stud in her ear. I should abstain. Don't be absurd, Busy says. Give us an answer. That is my answer, Phoebe says. I'm abstaining from the vote. So the Richardsons have 5 yays and 2 nays, Talbot says. Sharon, it seems their fate lies with you. Never in a million years did Sharon imagine she'd be the deciding vote. The good thing is she doesn't even have to think about it. Nay, she says. Sharon, Busy cries. You went to all their parties, exactly, Sharon thinks. Wait, Phoebe says. Is it too late to change my vote? The technical answer is yes. Everyone at the table knows there is no changing your vote based on how other people have voted. But Busy says with undisguised glee in her voice, because you abstained, I'll allow it. What's your vote? Nay, Phoebe says. She lifts her plastic cup of Sansera, and she and Sharon toast their good sense. As Busy is huffing and puffing about how she just doesn't understand people sometimes, Phoebe leans toward Sharon. Would you like to be our 4th in pickleball? She asks. I'd be honored, Sharon says dumped. We'll have a big party at the oyster catcher right after Labor Day, Andrea says. But I think we should do something more intimate too. A dinner with just us and the Wheelers and the Drakes. What do you think about that? Casey is at the kitchen island staring at a text from Isla that reads, I'm booking a flight to Nantucket. I have to see you. Casey, Andrea says. Casey looks up. Her mother is waiting for some kind of answer. Casey didn't hear the question. This whole thing with Rondo is real. Rondo is in love with Tommy Dunn, he's leaving Isla, and Isla is flying out to see Casey. Casey has been dreaming of Isla realizing that she loves Casey in a way she will never love Dave Rondo and leaving him despite the inevitable outcry from her family. But this is a little different. Sounds good, Casey says to her mother, hoping this is an appropriate answer. I'll let your father pick the place, Andrea says. Do you think you'll bring a +1, maybe Coco? Yeah, Casey says. Since the awkward scene at the day-drinking party, things between Casey and Coco have cooled. Casey texted her a few days after the party. Hey, again, I'm sorry. I hope you don't hate me. Coco had responded right away, I don't hate you. So that at least was good, but there has been nothing else, no invitations to hang out on the Richardsons' beach, no more nights out. What is this for again? Andrea swats at Casey's arm with a dish towel. Your father's retirement dinner, us the Wheelers, the Drakes, we'll do it next Thursday, a week from today. Okay, sorry. This is the perfect opportunity to make things right with Coco. I'll ask her, she types. Hey there, Mom wants to know if you can join us for my dad's retirement dinner a week from tonight. Coco responds, can I let you know? It's crazy around here right now. That's a no, Casey thinks, and she clicks out of her texts. Her mother is portioning skinless chicken breasts for her father's lunch salads, but Casey feels Andrea watching her. She has to get out of the house. I'm going to the beach, she says. The South Shore is foggy, which turns Casey's introspective beach walk into a whole mood. She meanders along the water's edge as the waves crash, then froth around her feet. Seagulls cry out, sandpipers scurry along in a V formation. There's a guy surf casting, and when Casey passes, he gives her an appraising look. If this were a rom-com, he might say, why the long face? Casey keeps going. What if she brought Isla as her plus one to her father's dinner? That has long been the fantasy, that Isla would show up and declare her love, and Casey could introduce her to her parents, to Eric and Avalon. This is my girlfriend, Dr. Isla Quintanilla. They would be impressed with Isla, a brilliant neonatologist, so well educated, from an important Mexico City family. Why has Casey been keeping you from us? Andrea would ask. Isla was engaged, Casey would answer. But her fiancé has fallen in love with someone else and taken down his wedding Pinterest page, so. Here she is, it's wrong. Isla should have left Rondo, not the other way around. Isla wants to come to Nantucket now because she's been let go. Casey is her backup, her plan B, her second choice. Casey is getting what she wants, but not for the right reason, and the reason matters. She pulls out her phone and texts Isla, don't come. Immediately, Casey's phone rings. She declines the call. When Eddie enters his office on Main Street, his sister, Barbie, gives him a wide-eyed, closed-mouth look. Something is up. What? He mouths. She points to the partition between their two desks. Eddie peeks around the corner and sees Bull Richardson sitting in the chair meant for clients. Eddie is spooked. Everyone on Earth has a cell phone. There's no excuse for showing up anywhere unannounced. This is an ambush. Bull is here to tell Eddie that he's out of the deal. Eddie is about to back out of the office when Bull spins in his chair, cranes his neck, and sees Eddie. He jumps to his feet. Edward. He says, thrusting out a hand. What can Eddie do but shake it? To what do I owe this pleasure? Please sit, Bull says, and Eddie thinks, this is my office, I'll sit when I'm good and ready. Also, he hates being called Edward. It reminds him of his grandmother and his high school principal, Dr. Lewicki. Eddie takes off his Panama hat and settles into his chair. Cool indifference, he thinks. The original idea for purchasing Gene Jackson's property was his, but no big deal. Easy come, easy go. He'll be glad to be rid of the stress because, in real estate development, there's always stress. It's almost worth the $8 million he would have made to have it go away, ha ha ha. He'll handle this with grace. Bull will not be able to call him inelegant. Bull leans forward in his chair and lowers his voice to a stage whisper. I think we should cut Addison out of the deal. Eddie blinks. Addison? There's something a little slippery about the guy, Bull says. Are you aware that his nickname around town is Wheeler Dealer? Of course, Eddie knows this. It was Eddie's brother-in-law, Glenn Daly, who gave Addison the nickname 1,000,000 years ago. These days, Wheeler Dealer is a term of affection and respect for Addison. What am I missing? Eddie says. Did something happen? Phoebe and Addison just aren't the people I thought they were, Bull says. Leslie and I made a large financial gesture that would benefit their son, the donation to the boarding school, Eddie says, thinking, see, Addison does tell me things. Precisely, Bull says. But when it came time for Phoebe and Addison to reciprocate, they didn't deliver. I'm sorry, but I don't want to do business with a guy like that. Eddie isn't sure what the Wheelers promised the Richardsons, and he doesn't care. Addison and I are a package deal, Eddie says. I heard you at the garden party last week telling Addison the two of you should dump me. I heard the things you said about me, Bull. Bull says, well then, I guess the person who's leaving the deal is me. Have fun financing this by yourself, mate. You can kiss my money goodbye. Bull gets to his feet so rapidly, his chair topples over behind him. Inelegant, Eddie thinks. Barbie appears in the doorway, her neutral expression in place. I'll see you out, Mr. Richardson. Eddie sets Bull's chair upright, then all but collapses into his own. Addison, he has to call Addison. They can get a loan from Nantucket Bank as long as they're partnered up. They should have done this in the first place. What were they thinking? But before Eddie calls Addison, there's someone else he needs to talk to. He dials blonde Sharon. "Hey, babe," he says. "Do you know what happened between the Richardsons and Phoebe and Addison?" There's a pause. "It's confidential," Sharon says, then she laughs. "But it's too good to keep secret. Sit down." 35. Cruel summer when Coco steps in the door from meat and fish with a pink drink for Leslie and a container of sesame noodles for Bull, she hears Leslie screaming for Bull, not just screaming but crying. Someone is hurt, Coco thinks, and her stomach drops even though the last thing she wants to do is feel sorry for the Richardsons. Who could it be? Neither Bull nor Leslie has ever mentioned brothers, sisters, or cousins. Coco has mentally placed Leslie's family members on some dusty acres in Nevada with the sound of distant echoes in a tin building. Bull's family she pictures in a similarly dusty Australian outback, two elderly parents waiting for the tour bus to pass through. They don't talk about friends they grew up with, college roommates, work colleagues, people they've met on vacation. They've had no house guests. The Richardsons seem to exist in a bubble, the here and the now, this house, the connections they've made this summer. Has something happened to someone Coco knows? She moves to the plate glass window and sees Lamont bent over the stern of hedonism. He's fiddling with the back gate, which he complains is faulty. He ordered a replacement, but it won't arrive for 6 weeks. The broken gate technically makes the boat unsafe, though Bull told Lamont not to worry about it. When Lamont told Coco that he was indeed worried about it, Coco said, "I know I should be a good girlfriend and commiserate." How about this? The meat and fish market is once again out of Bull's favorite pretzels. They won't have more until Tuesday. Lamont stared at her. "You just called yourself my girlfriend." Coco tucked her hair behind her ears. It was finally long enough to do that. What she nearly said was that she liked him so much, she felt like more than a girlfriend. But because their relationship was secret, she also felt like less than a girlfriend. She almost wanted to get caught by Bull and Leslie. Would they really fire them? Coco doubted it. Bull and Leslie and Lamont and Coco were like a family, one no more dysfunctional than the family Coco grew up in. Coco checks the Nantucket Current to see if there's any breaking news about an untimely passing or accident. Nope. She heads downstairs. She has books to switch out in the library and hears Leslie sobbing and Bull murmuring. Then Leslie lets out a bone-chilling shriek. Coco thinks, "I will not get pulled into their drama." In the library, she replaces Life After Life by Kate Atkinson and takes May We Be Forgiven by A.M. Holmes, geniuses both, in her humble opinion. When she's back in the hall, she hears a door close. She turns around to see Bull leaving the primary suite. "Everything okay?" Coco asks. He shakes his head. "We didn't get into the field and or club. That's why the world is ending." Coco thinks, "Spare me." Leslie doesn't come out of her room at all on Thursday. Coco reads on the curvy white sofa in the party room, listening for signs of life downstairs. She gets a text from Casey asking if Coco can go to the chief's retirement dinner. Coco is surprised at how happy the text makes her. Time is a miracle worker. Coco's feelings about the selfies have mellowed. But before Coco can say she'll go, she has to check with Leslie. "Can I let you know?" She texts back. "It's crazy around here right now." Friday, Bull leaves the house in the G-Wagon, and when he gets home, Coco is unpacking yet another wooden crate stuffed with straw that cushions yet another dozen Amalfi lemons. "Those should cheer Leslie up," he says, and Coco checks to see if he's kidding. "Listen, will you keep an eye on her, please? I have to travel for the next few days. A car is coming to get me in a minute." Coco wants to tell him he can't just pawn his struggling excuse for a wife off on her while he gets a relaxing massage in Ubud. "When will you be back?" "Tuesday night," he says. "I'm sorry, this situation in Indo is proving to be a sticky wicket." He claps Coco on the shoulder like they're best mates. Leslie doesn't emerge from her room on Friday. What is she doing about food? Coco wonders. When Lamont sneaks up to her apartment early Saturday, Coco fully expects him to tell her that he's taking Leslie out on the boat. Coco steels herself for this news, but he says he hasn't heard from her. Coco waits until noon and then taps on Leslie's door. "Hey," she calls into the dark bedroom. "Can I bring you anything?" "Go away," Leslie says. Oh, how Coco would love to take these words to heart so she can go out onto the beach and read, but she can't let Leslie continue her refusal to eat. She thinks back to her own worst story. The time she took money from the diner in Rosebush. Coco arrived in the pinkish-gray light before sunrise, let herself in with the keys Garth had entrusted her with, opened the register, and took what was there. She was pulling money out of the safe when Garth walked in and caught her. He could have called the police or fired her, but instead he said, "Are you really that desperate to get out of this town?" And when she nodded, tears of shame rolling down her face, he made her breakfast. Coco preheats the oven, lines a baking sheet with tinfoil, pulls out the waffle iron and gets it smoking hot, beats eggs with some heavy cream. She melts butter in a pan 20 minutes later. She has scrambled eggs, a tray of bacon, and thanks to some wizard on Instagram, golden hash brown waffles. She's about to take a plate down to the primary suite when she hears a shuffling on the stairs. It's Leslie, or, maybe more accurately, the woman who used to be Leslie. Her skin is the color of putty, her hair is straight and frizzled at the ends, she's wearing a pair of hideous purple drawstring shorts and one of Bull's undershirts. "I smelled bacon," she says. Coco sets the plate down at the kitchen island. She pours Leslie a cup of black coffee and a glass of ice water. Leslie digs into the food with such naked appetite that it feels almost indecent to watch her. She shoves a bite of one of the hash brown waffles in her mouth, then mumbles something, and Coco pulls ketchup from the fridge. As Leslie is shoveling in the eggs, Coco toasts 2 pieces of sourdough, butters them, then replenishes Leslie's eggs. Half a pound of bacon is consumed in seconds. Leslie eats every bite of food down to the bread crusts, which she swipes through the remaining ketchup. She finishes the coffee and the water and burps. Leslie's eyes, which resemble small, dull pebbles in their swollen sockets, fill with tears. "Thank you. Bull told me about the field and ore. I'm sorry, I know how much you wanted to join." "I can't believe we didn't get in," Leslie says. "I just don't understand it." "You don't?" Coco thinks. Leslie masterminded all the mischief at 888 this summer. She shamelessly flirted with Lamont, with Benton Coe, with Romeo, and with the freaking chief of police. Everyone has been keeping receipts. Busy explained what happened at the membership meeting, Leslie says. "Sharon voted against me. People told me to watch out for her, you know, and then Phoebe voted against me." "Phoebe?" Coco says with genuine surprise. "I told her I'd donated $100,000 to Tiffin Academy so they'd let in her son. I chose her as my pickleball partner even though she's terrible at it. I invited her boring friends to all my parties except for Delilah at the end." Coco thinks about the check to Tiffin Academy that Leslie ripped up and threw away. She told Phoebe she donated, but had she actually donated? "We did everything right," Leslie says. "But everywhere we go, we fit in for a little while and then people shun us. Why? Because you aren't genuine," Coco thinks. "Because everything with you is transactional. Because you're an obvious social climber. Bull tells me I shouldn't care. Easy for him to say he's consumed with his work. He's always traveling, trying to keep his business from falling apart." Leslie taps her phone. "Come look." Reluctantly, Coco positions herself behind Leslie's shoulder so she can see the screen. There's an article in the New York Times with the headline "Indonesia to ban single-use plastics, but is it too late?" Leslie shows Coco the photographs that accompany the article. In a simple wooden hut on stilts over murky green water, a brown child pokes his head out a glassless window. Below the house, in the water, is Coco enlarges the image because she can't quite believe what she's seeing. Trash. Plastic bottles, hundreds, thousands of them. Leslie scrolls through picture after picture. Flotillas of plastic bottles on rivers, clogging up canals, washing up on beaches. One picture shows a mountain of plastic bottles against a backdrop of verdant rice paddies. In another, a majestic white long-legged bird, an egret or a heron, picks its way among bottles floating in the reeds. "I've been with Bull on his trips overseas," Leslie says. "It made me sick seeing all the pollution. These new regulations are good for the earth, but they'll ruin us." "Ruin?" Coco says, thinking, what does that mean exactly? Leslie winds her hair around her forearm. "Bull's doing battle with the IRS now. They claim he owes millions in back taxes, which he's fighting since he makes most of his money overseas, but I think he hired a disreputable accountant, someone who tries to work the loopholes, which is fine until you get caught." "What about the movies he invests in?" Coco asks. "Do they make you money?" "Ha," Leslie says. "They've all lost money. The production business is a sinkhole for cash." She sniffs. "But Bull loves seeing his name in the credits, whatever." We were still okay. Since Bull's beverage company has always been gangbusters, Indonesia has a population of 270 million, not to mention all the tourists, but now it won't be legal for Bull to do business there. He's talking about pivoting to aluminum or paper containers, but we own plastics factories, cocoa, bottling plants. This, Coco thinks, is what Bull meant by a sticky wicket. He has some real estate venture cooking that he claims will bring in some cash, but who knows how long that will take. Bull is a flagrant risk taker, a shark jumper. And you know what? Every gambler loses at some point. I've only been with Bull when he's winning. I don't know what I'll do if he loses everything. She turns off her phone and the offensive images disappear. Maybe I'll defeat him, switch out a harmless pill for his Viagra. He's colorblind, Coco thinks of standing with Bull in the laundry room during the pink and white party. Would you please help me pick something out? So he'd never be able to tell. Leslie holds Coco's gaze for a second, then bursts out laughing. I'm kidding. She hugs Coco, then starts crying in her arms. Leslie's words are muffled by Coco's shoulder, but she hears, so nice having another woman around, and didn't want to belong to that fancy club anyway. When Leslie finally pulls away, Coco rips some paper towels off the roll so Leslie can mop her face. Thank you for listening, Leslie says. Coco nods. Leslie isn't going to defeat Bull, she's just really sad. For perhaps the first time, Coco sees Leslie Richardson as a human being with a point of view. They're having a moment, Coco thinks, and no one is more surprised than she is. The new closeness with Leslie is thrilling and scary, like a toboggan ride down a steep hill. On Sunday, Leslie invites Coco to lunch at Crew, and when Coco asks if she should wear her uniform, Leslie says, absolutely not. We're going as friends. Friends, Coco thinks, and yet this is what it feels like once they're seated at a table by one of the open windows that overlook the boat basin. They order a bottle of risée, oysters, beautiful salads topped with pan-roasted halibut. So how did you and Bull meet? Coco asks. I don't think I've heard the story. Leslie cocks her head. Oh. Well, it was many moons ago. I was bartending at a place called the Peppermill in Vegas and Bull came in. You were a bartender too? Coco says. Lamont told her this, but she didn't quite believe it or believe Leslie would ever admit to it. I was. Coco flashes back to her first day of work, sitting in the library with Leslie. You remind me of myself when I was your age. What made you notice him? Coco asks. He sat down in front of me, middle of the day, the place was empty, and ordered all the appetizers. Leslie sips her wine and smiles. Hard to ignore a man like that. Their server comes by at the end of the meal with 2 coupe glasses of Paul Roger champagne. Compliments of Sean, the bartender. Who? Leslie says. They look over at the bar to see the guy Coco met the night she was out with Casey. Coco feels herself flush. She forgot all about Sean. Oh gosh. Is he a love interest? Leslie says. I have to say I've wondered about your romantic life. I thought maybe you and Casey. No, Coco says. She is now definitely bright red. I'm straight. Well, Sean certainly hopes so, Leslie says, and she waggles her fingers in his direction. He's cute. I wonder if he'll come join us. He's working, Coco says. Although she's on the verge of complete mortification, she's relieved that Leslie has no idea about her and Lamont. I'm going over to say thank you, Leslie says. She walks over and takes a seat at the bar, probably assuming Coco will follow, but Coco is doing no such thing. All 3 restrooms are occupied, so Coco waits in the alcove. A woman with short dark hair and cute glasses pops out of one of the doors and gasps when she sees Coco. She comes over, takes Coco's arm. Does Coco know this woman? Was she a guest at one of the parties? Coco isn't sure. My name is Blythe Buchanan, she says. Did I see that you're having lunch with Leslie Richardson? She makes it sound like Leslie Richardson is a celebrity, and well, isn't she sort of? Yes, Coco says. Blythe takes a breath. I feel like I should warn you about her. Oh no, Coco thinks, that kind of celebrity. We met Bull and Leslie in Palm Beach last winter. They were very eager to join the Bath and Tennis Club and we said we'd sponsor them, but Leslie made a spectacle of herself at the Coconuts' New Year's Eve party. She lured our friend's husband into a dark gallery at the museum. Coco considers jumping in and saying that doesn't sound like Leslie at all, but she couldn't pull it off. And that was the end of the Richardsons and Palm Beach, needless to say. How long have you 2 been friends? Coco would like to dart into the restroom, lock the door, and never come out. Friends, she says. Not that long, this is the first time we've had lunch together. This is what she does, Blythe says. She finds new, unsuspecting people to charm. I know she may seem great now, but trust me, you should run as far away from her as you can before she hurts you. Coco nods. Thanks for the warning. Blythe Buchanan smiles kindly and leans in to whisper. Also, she cheats at pickleball. Coco finds Leslie leaning over the bar, close enough to Sean to take a bite out of him. She seems to have paid the bill in cash good, they can make a clean getaway. Leslie, Coco says, we have to go. Sean just poured me another glass of champagne, Leslie says. Sit down, we'll get you some as well. Hey Coco, Sean says. No, Coco says. She pulls Leslie to her feet and gives Sean a close-lipped smile. Thanks anyway, we're leaving. On Monday, Leslie takes Coco to bar class at Form on Amelia Drive. Coco doesn't like group exercise, and after being approached by Blythe Buchanan, the last place she wants to be is in a room full of strangers. However, Leslie is in her element. She introduces herself around to the other women with their enormous diamond rings, their Cartier Love bracelets, their impeccable highlights. I'm Leslie Richardson, she says, and this is my friend Coco. The woman on the mat next to Leslie says, I'm Celadon Morse. Aren't you the woman who throws the fancy parties? Coco waits to see how Leslie will react to the word fancy. Favorably, it turns out. I am, Leslie says. Give me your number and I'll invite you to the next one. Later that afternoon, Leslie treats Coco to a pedicure at R.J. Miller. She takes the number of the woman who's seated in the chair next to her, Marla. There are a lot of people on this island, Leslie says once they're back in the car with foam separators between their toes. I don't need Phoebe or Delilah or blonde freaking Sharon. Coco gets a text from Casey. Have you asked if you can come to dinner on Thursday night? My dad chose Ventuno and my mom wants to make a reservation, so she needs to know how many people. They're driving down the Palpies Road toward home. Leslie taps the steering wheel as Taylor Swift sings, I'm drunk in the back of the car and I cried like a baby coming home from the bar. It's been a tough summer for Leslie, but right now she seems relaxed. Should Coco broach the topic? It's just dinner, and Coco so rarely ventures out at night, this won't be a big deal. Casey invited me to dinner on Thursday with her parents, Coco says. It's her dad's retirement celebration at Ventuno. Is it all right if I go? The car veers ever so slightly toward the center line, but Leslie straightens it out. The chief's retirement celebration. It's just dinner, Coco says. Why did she use the word celebration? He's retiring. It's only family, I think. And yet you were invited. Family and close friends, I guess. Like Delilah and Phoebe, of course. And insufferable Addison and that overcooked potato Delilah is married to I can never remember his name. Jeffrey, Coco whispers. She wants to stick up for Jeffrey. He's a steady, thoughtful, measured person, but she senses that now is not the time. I'll tell you who wasn't invited, Leslie says. The Richardsons, which is insulting. The chief and his wife owe us. We've invited them to everything all summer long. Oh dear, Coco thinks. She should never have said where she was going. Out, she should have said. I'd like to go out. But we're pariahs now, Leslie says. Nobody wants us around. She hits the gas, and the G-Wagon speeds down the road so fast that the split-rail fence, the ponds, the cottages with their green lawns and snapping flags become a blur out the window. Coco watches the speedometer needle, 60, 70, 85. She grips the armrest, reminding herself that Mercedes builds cars for the Autobahn, that going 85, even on a winding road, is nothing. Coco is wearing her seat belt. The car certainly has excellent airbags. But Leslie shows no sign of slowing down. Coco thinks of how Leslie casually threatened to switch Bull's pills. Then she thinks of Leslie as a teenager, a rifle strapped across her chest, firing at a target. They're going 90. Coco hears a high-pitched whining in her ears. It's the sound of her own fear. This is the end of the toboggan ride, the part where they're going too fast to stop at the bottom of the hill, so they'll either crash into a tree or go sailing off an unexpected ledge. At the last minute, Leslie hits the brakes, puts on her signal, and turns left onto the Wawanette Road as the tires squeal. They've slowed down, but Coco's heart is still hammering in anticipation of her untimely end. I'm afraid you won't be able to make the chief's dinner, Leslie says. Because we're having a sunset sale that same night and I need you to work it. A sunset sale? Coco says. She takes a moment to reset now that they're cruising along at a more leisurely pace. She texts Casey, "I can't make the dinner. When I asked, Leslie lost control. Literally nearly crashed us both in the car." Casey texts back, "What? Are you okay?" Coco isn't sure how to respond. There isn't an emoji that will express how lucky she is to be alive. "Yes," Leslie says. "It's a special occasion. Bull and I are renewing our vows." Did Coco hear that right? "Renewing your vows," she says. "I'm going to invite all my new friends," Leslie says. "It's going to be so much fun." Friday, August 23, 1:00 a.m. When the chief and Casey get back to the house, Andrea is waiting up in the kitchen. "I called Phoebe and Delilah," she says. "Everyone knows everyone's praying." She opens her arms to Casey. Casey lets Andrea hug her for only a second. "I can't talk about it," she says. "I'm so tired I feel like my head is going to topple off my body." "Get some sleep," Andrea says. "Will you, the second we hear anything," the chief says. Andrea waits until she and Ed are in their bedroom before she says, "What on earth happened, Ed? Do you think Coco set the Richardsons' house on fire and then ran?" "I'm not sure what happened," he says. "Is that a possibility?" "Yes." "Is it possible Leslie heard about the fire and pushed Coco off the boat?" "Yes." "Is it possible Coco fell?" "Yes." Who set the fire is a secondary concern. Nobody was hurt, although the house is a total loss. The garage is fine. "Is that where the Richardsons are staying tonight?" "They're sleeping on the boat," the chief sighs. "Stu Vic will have an inspector there in the morning. My concern is finding Coco." "Obviously," Andrea says. Ed tries to pry one of his loafers off with the toe of the other while standing up and nearly falls over. Andrea takes his arm, leads him to the bed. "I can't believe this happened when you were so close to finished. Zara wants me to give her the case and just advise from afar." Andrea laughs unhappily. "You'll never do that. I overheard Dixon saying that I'm looking at this as some kind of Swan Song." Ed finally kicks his loafer off. "That's not what this is. We know the girl. She stayed with us. You don't have to explain. I know you'd never walk away, nor would I want you to." Ed is grateful he doesn't have to quarrel with Andrea on this point. He drops his head in his hands. He feels dizzy. His gut is churning up a mix of fried seafood, steak, and cannoli. Does his arm tingle, or is that his imagination? Did he set himself back 6 months with all the stress of the night? He takes a deep breath. Andrea helps him out of his sports coat, then kneels in front of him and unbuttons his shirt like he's a child. If this night had ended like it was supposed to, she would be unbuttoning his shirt for another reason. Once Ed gets into bed, he makes sure his phone is plugged in and the ringer is on. The helicopter has returned to Woods Hole. The trackline searches will resume at first light. At Ed's behest, Lucy has agreed to keep one boat out searching for the rest of the night. Andrea turns off the light. The chief closes his eyes. A part of him thinks Coco did set the fire and then run, and that same part hopes she gets away with it. 37. For as long as we both shall live, Coco and Lamont lie across the crisp white sheets of Coco's bed, resting after a long night. Lamont's leg, which is perhaps the finest she's ever seen on a man, long and well-defined, is intertwined with Coco's. Sunlight streams in through the blinds. Coco hears birdsong and the gurgling of the coffee machine. It's set for 6 a.m., a fragrant alarm, but it means Lamont has to leave. Leslie has new friends, and Coco is afraid that might mean unexpected changes in Leslie's daily routine. She might meet Celadon for sunrise yoga or Marla for a morning pastry at Wicked Island Bakery. "Before you go," Coco says, "I have to read you the renewal vows I got off the internet for Bull and Leslie. You're going to be amazed." "Exactly how I was hoping to start my day," Lamont says. He leans back into the pillows while Coco recites various lines. "I find myself falling more in love with you each day. You are my best friend, my confidant, my one true love. I promise to continue to practice patience, kindness, understanding, for as long as we both shall live." Coco shakes her head. "I don't think I can keep a straight face. It's a good thing no one coming on this sail knows them." Lamont chuckles. "Leslie, I promise to keep you in Amalfi Lemons for as long as we both shall live. I will turn a blind eye when you throw yourself at any man in your vicinity." Coco pokes Lamont in the ribs where she knows he's ticklish. "You can cut the word available. She doesn't care if a man's available." At that second, they both hear it. A key turning in the lock, then the rubbery sound of the apartment door opening. "Coco," Leslie calls out. "Are you awake?" Lamont moves quickly, slipping over the side of the bed and onto the floor without making a sound. He starts pulling on his clothes. Apparently, he's planned exactly what he would do in these circumstances, but Coco, who considered this moment inevitable Leslie was going to catch them at some point, is at a loss. Coming, she says, though her voice cracks as if she's startled. She pulls on her shorts and tank, picks up her water glass and a book so she has something to do with her hands, steps out of the bedroom, and closes the door behind her with a definitive click. Leslie is holding a huge cardboard box with "Donate" written on the side in black marker. "I went through my closet last night," she says. "I have 12 boxes for you to take to Goodwill on Friday. Wait until then, please. This is just the preliminary load and I don't want you to make 2 trips. I'm not sure there is a Goodwill," Coco says, "but I can take them to the hospital thrift shop." Leslie drops the box in the second bedroom. "Whatever. If you leave the boxes at the bottom of the stairs, I can bring them all up," Coco says. She needs Leslie to leave. When she goes to pour herself coffee, her hand is shaking. "That would be wonderful, thank." Leslie stops suddenly and Coco whips around. Leslie is 4 feet from the front door, her eyes on the ground. Coco follows her gaze and sees a pair of boat shoes, size 10.5, with leather laces tied into corkscrews, unmistakably Lamont's. In what feels like slow motion, Leslie turns around. Her eyes stop briefly at Coco's bedroom door and Coco thinks, here it comes. Leslie will search her room, find Lamont, there will be a scene, and they will both be fired. However, instead of being afraid, Coco feels defiant. Yes, Coco thinks, we're together. He hasn't said so yet, but I know he cares for me. He's mine, not yours. Leslie faces Coco head-on in a way that feels melodramatic. "Do you remember when I told you that I wasn't sure why people here haven't accepted us?" Coco presses the soles of her feet into the wood floor. "I've been thinking about it," Leslie says. "Bull and I are solid. People liked us. Our parties were the most coveted invitations of the summer. Remember how that unpleasant Rachel McMahon and her questionable dentist husband tried to throw a party of their own when they were cut from our list?" Of course Coco remembers. It's a good thing Leslie and Bull haven't had a dental emergency because she's certain they're blackballed from Dr. Andy's practice. "But Bull and I made some tactical mistakes. The first one was hiring you. You're a hick, Coco. Everything about you is shabby. You marked your body with those cheap tattoos. You dress like a hillbilly. That was the reason for the uniform. If I'm being honest, you reek of poverty. The reading you do is a valiant attempt at self-improvement, though it hasn't lent you even a shred of refinement. You lucked out befriending Casey. If it weren't for that connection, I would have fired you in week 1. Also, Colleen, I checked at the Nantucket Athenaeum and nobody by the name of Susan Jarity has ever worked there. So the little story about the librarian inviting you to Nantucket was a lie. You scammed your way into this job, and if you think I don't know why, you're wrong." Leslie pauses long enough for Coco to wonder if she should respond. The rant about how low-class and unrefined Coco is doesn't faze her. She's been waiting for it all summer. But Coco would like to claim at least some integrity. She never said Ms. Jarity invited her to Nantucket. She said Ms. Jarity introduced her to Nantucket, and she had in the form of Moby Dick, one of the novels that has apparently not made a dent in Coco's inherent inferiority. But Leslie isn't finished. "We also made a mistake in hiring Lamont. He came highly recommended, and Bull was charmed by the local boy makes good story, but trying to show how progressive we were backfired. We should have hired a more traditional captain." Coco blinks. "Do you mean white?" She suddenly feels a rage that's so pure, she considers confronting Leslie or backing her out the open door and watching her stumble down the stairs. "Is that what you mean, Leslie? Is Leslie, on top of everything else, a bigot, or is she just so angry about Coco and Lamont's relationship that she reached into her bag of tricks and plucked the ugliest scrap from the bottom?" "I meant older," she says. "Thanks for your help with the boxes." She leaves the apartment. She wasn't brave enough to fire Coco, but then again, Coco wasn't brave enough to quit. In the bedroom, Coco finds Lamont fully dressed, shirt and khakis, somehow without a wrinkle. He irons every night before bed, his brass anchor belt buckle polished. Coco doesn't care what Leslie says or thinks about her. In a way, it felt good to have her imposter syndrome confirmed. She did con her way into his job, If you're using the metric of pedigree, education, or sophistication, she isn't good enough for either this job or this island. But to malign Lamont, who has talent and a strong work ethic and so much basic human decency, is to incur Coco's fiercest wrath. I heard, Lamont says. She didn't mean any of it, Coco, she's just angry. It's less than 2 weeks until Labor Day. We can tough it out. Coco would like to call Lamont weak for taking Leslie's abuse, but she knows its strength. He would never let something Leslie said in the heat of the moment bother him. Sure, yeah, Coco says. She has been nurturing an idea for payback against the Richardsons, but it always seemed outlandish and beyond the scope of what she's capable of doing. Until now. 38. Thursday, August 22, 8:00 p.m. It's Romeo's turn to plan date night, and he chooses karaoke at the Rose and Crown. Really, Sharon thinks. If he wants to sing, they should go to the Club Car Piano Bar, but when she mentions this, he says, it's going to be a while before I can go back to that place. Sharon chastises herself for being insensitive. After the whole mess with Walker, she wouldn't blame Romeo if he never went to the club car again. And so the Rose and Crown it is. And guess what karaoke is fun? Romeo and Sharon order beers and a plate of nachos. At the end of the bar, Sharon sees a girl named Woodland who used to babysit for the kids. Woodland, who has corkscrew curls and is wearing a stylish top, buys Sharon and Romeo shots of Fireball. It's the boost Sharon needs to propel her onto the stage. She and Romeo decide to sing Reunited by Peaches and Herb, and they must sound okay because the crowd, urged on by Woodland, chants for an encore. So they sing Don't Go Breaking My Heart by Elton John and Kiki D. After the song is over, Romeo sweeps Sharon up off her feet and carries her out of the bar, saying, always leave them wanting more. They hold hands as they stroll down Water Street toward the car, but then Romeo stops Sharon outside the Pacific Club at the bottom of Main Street. He takes a breath. I love you, Sharon. Sharon, who at the beginning of the summer might have said she no longer believed in love, says, I love you too. Then she presses her head against Romeo's chest and thinks, I love Romeo scandalous steamship guy. When they get home, Robert is awake playing a video game and Romeo tells Sharon, I'm going to hang out with him for a little while if that's okay. It's more than okay. Sharon is only one scene away from finishing the short story for her online class. She sits down at the laptop and the words flow right out of her. Later, Sharon and Romeo reunite in the bedroom and it feels so good. Sharon sings to herself. As she falls asleep, she realizes that for the first time in years, maybe decades, she doesn't know where her phone is and she doesn't care. She is, therefore, shocked the next morning when she paws through her bag for her phone. She bookmarked a frittata recipe on Instagram that she wants to try and finds she has 1 missed call from Delilah, 1 from Phoebe, and 3 from Fast Eddie, the most recent one only 2 minutes earlier. She figures Delilah and Phoebe are calling about pickleball. They're going to play for the first time this week, but what is up with Eddie? Then Sharon sees the alert from the Nantucket Current on her phone. Fire destroys house in Pacomo, woman missing off homeowner's boat. Sharon can't click fast enough. As she reads, she murmurs, oh my goodness, the Richardsons' house burned to the ground. Their personal concierge has gone missing off their boat. Leslie and Bull apparently hosted a sunset sail where they renewed their wedding vows. When they received word about the fire, they motored back, and only when they reached the mooring in Pacomo did they realize Coco was missing. Sharon calls Fast Eddie. He picks up on the first ring, his tone somber. Hey, is this a joke? Sharon says. She realizes she sounds just like her twins. The Richardsons' house burned down. Sharon thinks about the dual grand staircases, the pink lacquered shelves above the lucite bar in the party room, the iconic octagonal deck. It's all gone. That's a minor concern, of course, compared to the missing personal concierge. What happened to Coco? Nobody knows. Lucy Shields launched a search. A copter flew over from Woods Hole. They had a fleet of ATVs searching the South Shore and they found her clothes washed up out at Smith's Point, but they can't find her. Tears sting Sharon's eyes. I don't care about the Richardsons' house. Nor do I, Eddie says. As far as I'm concerned, the address of that place should be 666 Pacomo Road. Coco has to be okay, Sharon says. But what if she isn't? 39. There is no story here she hits the water with a smack that disorients her. Her shorts balloon and her phone falls out of her hand. She grabs for it but then realizes it's too late. The water is a green glass globe with a stream of translucent bubbles, her own breath escaping. Which way is up? For one panic second, Coco isn't sure. She kicks her feet, feels instinctively that she's going down, not up, flips around and pulls apart the water like she's opening a heavy curtain until she breaks the surface. In the twilight, Coco can see the sailboat, but it's cruising away from her, both motors churning. She tries to swim toward the shore. The beach at Eel Point is probably only a few hundred yards ahead, but the water has other plans for her. The current carries her out. It's one stroke forward, two strokes back. She tells herself not to panic. She knows that in a riptide you swim parallel to shore. She does this for a while. Is she getting closer? Yes, she thinks so. Her sodden polo shirt is weighing her down and she's having trouble using her arms. She treads water for a second, though even this is a challenge. The water is muscular, insistent. She will do what it tells her. She wrangles off her polo, unbuttons her shorts, lets them both go. She's lighter now, but she's lost ground. She watches as the westernmost tip of the island, Smith's Point, recedes. So what now? She turns and sees land behind her. Tuckernuck Whale Island. It looks close, but she knows this is deceptive. It's half a mile away. Her shoulders start to ache as she swims, and she can no longer feel her legs. She remembers swimming off Great Point, Casey's warning about sharks. She moves in the direction she knows land to be, though now the dark land is nearly indistinguishable from the dark sky. She doesn't think about Leslie or Bull or Lamont or Casey or her mother, Georgie, back in Rosebush, who is no doubt vaping at the picnic table out back of the house with Kemp. Or rather, she does think about them, but only to remind herself that she can't waste her precious energy thinking about anything other than getting to shore. Is she going to perish out here? Coco kicks, scoops her arms forward. She can swim. She has swum not only in her murky, turtle-infested pond, but also in the cobalt water of the Lake of the Ozarks, the turquoise water of St. John, clear to the white sandy bottom. She hears a helicopter, but it's far away. Even so, she treads water, waves her arms, cries out. Someone is looking for her. She has to make it to Tuckernuck. There's nothing but ocean between here and Portugal. Coco's arms grow heavy. She kicks with all her might just to stay above the surface waves smack her face. Water goes up her nose, down her throat. She thinks she can still see the coastline, but she's not sure, and then she sees or thinks she sees a pinprick of yellow light. A moment later, it disappears. What did Lamont say about Tuckernuck? No electricity, only generators. She gazes up in the sky and sees stars, but navigating by them is a pipe dream. She tries to remember where she saw the light and swims in that direction. She has to stop and tread water in order to catch her breath. She flips onto her back and floats, but she feels the current carrying her in what she's certain is the wrong direction. She's out of gas, plain and simple. She can't move her arms, her legs are two lead weights pulling her down. As Coco slips below the surface, she replays her favorite movie scenes in her head. The hotel bed scene in Lost in Translation. Armageddon, the crew singing, leaving on a jet plane as they board the spaceship. "Oh, Captain, my Captain!" In Dead Poets Society, Finding Nemo, the scene with Crush the Turtle. Also the fish tank in the dentist's office. Just keep swimming, Coco thinks. Her lungs burn, she lets her breath go. Rocky running up the art museum steps, all of Barbie, and of course the final scene of The Player, which has long served as the touchstone for Coco's artistic vision. She has a purpose. She is a screenwriter. Coco fights her way up, breaks the surface, gasps for air. "There is no story here," Bull said, but he was wrong. Friday, August 23, 6:15 a.m. Casey. The chief's voice booms and Casey startles from a dream. She was in her apartment in San Francisco waiting for DoorDash. Alerts came onto her phone. "Your driver is 7 minutes away. 4 minutes away, your driver has arrived." Casey opened the door and a teenager handed over her food, and Casey somehow intuited that it was little G. He had lived, he had grown up. And when Casey turned to Isla to say, "Look, little G survived after all, he's here with our beignets from Brenda's," she realized the person sitting at her kitchen table wasn't Isla, it was Stacy Ambrose. "Casey," her father is in the doorway of her bedroom, using his police chief voice. She's in trouble, but why? She opens her eyes. "Daddy." Her father is in his pajama bottoms and a Cisco Brewers t-shirt. His hair is a mess. What time is it? Then Casey remembers about Coco and sits up. They found her, the chief says. On the south shore of Tuckernuck, Tate Cousins was out running and she saw something washed up on the beach. She thought it was a seal, but then she realized, Dad, Casey says. Is she alive? She's alive, the chief says. Coco is admitted to Nantucket Cottage Hospital and treated for dehydration and exhaustion. As soon as the chief gets the okay from the nursing staff, he and Zara go in to question Coco about what happened. I'm not sure, Coco says. I don't remember. Can you walk us through what you do remember? Zara says. Starting with when you all left to get on the boat, who was the last one out of the house? Leslie, Coco says. I went out to the boat early with the trays from the caterer like usual. The guests came in stages on the dinghy. Leslie was the last one out of the house. She was in her white dress because the vow renewal was a surprise and she wanted to make a walking down the aisle entrance. It worked. Everyone on the boat applauded. When you set sail, everything seemed okay at 888, the chief says. There were no alarms going off. Alarms, Coco says. 888 burned to the ground, the chief says. Coco's jaw drops, her eyes widen, then fill with tears. The chief has been at this job so long that he considers himself a human polygraph. He knows when someone is lying, when someone is acting, and his gut tells him Coco isn't. But maybe Zara is right, maybe he's too close to the situation to be a good judge. You didn't know this? Zara sounds skeptical. Coco shakes her head, wipes under her eyes with her free hand. Her other arm is attached to Enrollment 4. Here's the corrected and formatted version of the text. What happened? The fire inspector is still investigating, the chief says. He received a call from Stu Vick. It looks like the fire started in the primary suite. That house was a tinderbox, all that old wood, no insulation to speak of, just pockets of air that fed the beast. I'll let you know if we find an accelerant. Once you were on the boat, what do you remember? Zara says. Coco was serving drinks, passing the hors d'oeuvres. She didn't know many people on the boat. They were mostly new friends that Leslie had made. Bull and Leslie renewed their vows on the bow. Coco served the champagne toast. The sun set. Lamont turned the boat around. He told us he kissed you, the chief says. He kissed you in public and Leslie saw. Yes, that's right, Coco's eyes bright. He kissed me. Then what happened? Zara asks. After I cleared the champagne flutes, I took a moment in the back of the boat. Took a moment. I went to the spot in the stern where the swimming ladder is. There's a safety gate. I was standing inside the gate. I took a picture of the sunset on my phone. I wanted to remember the night because after Lamont kissed me, he told me he loved me for the first time. Then the music on the boat stopped and I heard everyone yapping all at once. I remember thinking I've got to get back, fix the music, wash the glasses, and the next thing I knew, I was in the water. Did someone push you? The chief asks. Or did you slip and fall? I have no idea, Coco says. The gate was there so I didn't slip. I guess it's possible someone pushed me, though actually that gate wasn't latching properly, so maybe I did slip and fall in. Lamont told Bull and Leslie the latch was faulty. He'd ordered a new one, but it hadn't arrived yet. They told him it didn't matter, they wanted to sail anyway. Coco offers the chief a weak smile. They don't like anything getting in the way of their fun. Believe me, I know, the chief says. Do you know anything about how the fire in the Richardsons' house might have started? Zara asks. We learned that Leslie was a smoker. Did she ever smoke in the house? Coco shakes her head. I never saw her smoke ever. She didn't smoke around me. Leslie and Bull both told us you all had a thorny relationship at times, Zara says. They seem to think it was you who started the fire. Me, Coco says. Ed holds up a hand. This isn't a formal questioning. You don't have to answer, Zara says. They told us you had the code for the alarm system and that you would have been able to turn the alarms off. I had the code, yes, Coco says. Leslie instructed me to turn off the alarms anytime they had a party in case the caterers burned something or whatever. Oh, dear God, Ed thinks. Did Coco turn off the alarms? Should he advise her to get an attorney? Coco swallows. But I didn't turn the alarms off yesterday. The party was on the boat, so why would I? I didn't touch the alarms, and I don't know anything about how the fire started. I didn't do it if that's what you're asking. She pauses. Do people think? If the nature of this fire turns out to be suspicious, Zara says, then we may have to bring you in for further questioning, and at that point I would suggest you get a lawyer. A lawyer, Coco says. She turns even paler, which Ed didn't think was possible. He says, "For now, the important thing is you're okay. We'll let you get some rest. When they're ready to discharge you, Casey can come pick you up. You're welcome to move back in with us for a little while until you figure out your next steps." Coco sinks back against the pillow. "Thank you." As Zara and the chief walk out to the car, Zara says, "All along I liked Coco for setting the fire and Leslie for pushing her off the boat." "That's where my mind went as well," the chief says. When they climb into the chief's Suburban, he pulls out Coco's green moleskine notebook, which Casey gave him that morning. Coco kept a list of her daily tasks, he says. "Note, the text has been formatted for readability with logical paragraph breaks and corrected line spacing. No explicit content was found requiring moderation in this passage." Thursday, August 22nd. Change sheets in primary suite on hedonism. "Ah," Zara says. It's almost as if someone knew they were going to be spending Thursday night on the boat. Could be a coincidence. Leslie and Bull had just renewed their vows, so maybe the plan was always for them to spend a romantic night on the water. The chief points to the next entry. "But look at this. Friday, August 23rd. Drop boxes at hospital thrift shop." "Boxes?" Zara says. "Casey went upstairs to Coco's apartment last night to use the bathroom, and she told me there were at least a dozen boxes filled with clothes to be donated." Casey opened a box and said that everything in it was not only expensive, but in perfect condition: cashmere sweaters, party dresses, tennis dresses. "You think Leslie packed all her clothes up and moved them to the other apartment to save them because she planned to burn the house down. It seems like a remarkable stroke of luck," the chief says, "that all her clothes were spared. Is it terrible of me to say I would not be sad to see that woman charged with arson? Would it be terrible of Ed to say that he wouldn't be sad either? Yes, he thinks terrible. Let's wait and see what the fire inspector turns up," the chief says. "The good news is that Coco is okay and I can end my tenure with a win, or at least not a loss." "End your tenure?" Zara says. "My calendar says it's only Friday. You aren't finished until Monday. We have all weekend for something else to pop up." As the chief is going around the small rotary by the Mid-Island post office, a silver Range Rover with the vanity plate beast cuts right in front of him, the driver making a rude gesture as he does. That's it, Ed thinks. Third time's the charm. He throws on his lights and siren and pulls the kid over in full view of midday traffic. "License and registration, please." "You failed to yield in a rotary. The vehicles already in the rotary have the right-of way," the chief says. "How do you expect me to know that?" the kid says, his blonde forelock falling into his eyes. Ed checks the license, Griffin Dreck, hailing from a town called Newmany. If Ed had made up a name and a town for this guy, he couldn't have done a better job. The chief heads back to his car, calls it in, then issues the maximum fine ticket, which gives him enormous satisfaction. "I expect you to know it because it's the law," he says when he hands Griffin the ticket. "The police are here for your safety. I hear about you making rude gestures at any other officers, you're going to have a problem. Am I understood?" Griffin mumbles something to the affirmative, and the chief watches as he checks the ticket fine. "What the heck?" he says. Ed smiles. "Have a nice day, beast." He climbs back into the Suburban, looks at Zara, and says, "Now that was a Swan Song, 41. The Cobblestone Telegraph, Roman 3, the news about 888 burning to the ground, and the Richardsons' personal assistant, Coco, going missing off their yacht nearly breaks the Cobblestone Telegraph. So many of us have a personal connection to the story that it's hard to remain impartial. What actually happened? Fire Chief Stu Vick calls Chief Capenash with the inspector's report midday on Friday. "It looks like the culprit was a curling iron left on in the primary suite," Stu says. "A curling iron?" the chief says. Then he thinks, Leslie's hair. Wait until Andrea hears about this. "So it's being ruled an accident?" "Someone wanted it to look like an accident," Stu says. "But we found an accelerant. At first we weren't sure what it was. Not gasoline, not kerosene, not lighter fluid. A little research revealed that its profile matched certain kinds of perfumes. Practically the first thing the inspector said to me was that the site smelled like burned birthday cake. I joked that it would have been wedding cake." Stu pauses. "You know, because of the vow renewal. But you're sure there was an accelerant?" the chief says, which meant arson. "Oh yes," Stu says. Here's the corrected and moderated text. Also, I don't know if this matters or not, but one of the homeowners crossed the police tape and went up to the garage apartment and took a couple of boxes out of it. I told her she needed to leave everything up there untouched since that's where the girl was living. Stu clears his throat. I won't repeat what she said back to me. What did she do with the boxes? The chief asks. She took them on the dinghy back out to the boat. Presence of an accelerant is enough for the chief to get a search warrant for not only the garage but hedonism as well. The chief checks Coco's notebook and sees that a few days before the fire, a package arrived for Leslie from Neiman Marcus containing 3 bottles of Guerlain Double Vanille perfume. Was that the accelerant? If so, was Leslie to blame, or Ed's heart sinks do they need to take another look at Coco? By Friday afternoon, the Nantucket police are all over the garage apartment as well as the trash and recycling in the actual garage. They find little of interest. The boxes in the spare bedroom contain Leslie's clothes, the ones she supposedly intended to donate. The chief and Zara catch a ride with Lucy Shields, the harbor master, out to hedonism. They call Bull and Leslie up to the deck. Leslie is still in her white dress and leave both the Richardsons under Lucy's watchful eye while they search the boat. The chief is the one who finds the boxes, shoved in the crawl space under the bunk in the crew's quarters, a blanket thrown over them. Someone did not want these boxes found. Ed gets down on his hands and knees, grunts as he pulls the boxes free. His pulse races, he's short of breath. The universe is testing his endurance with all this heavy lifting in his final days. Chief Washington, he calls. Zara helps him bring the 2 boxes out to the living area. The boxes both say donate on the sides and they're bound up with packing tape. Zara searches for a knife in the galley so they can slice them open. Meanwhile, they hear Leslie up on deck giving Lucy a hard time. I'm not sure what they think they're going to find. This is insane. Our house burned down and you're treating us like we're the criminals. Inside the boxes is Monopoly money. There are bricks of what appears to be cash, only it's in candy colors orange, yellow, lime green. The chief picks up a green brick and sees Queen Elizabeth I's face. It's Australian money. A lot of it. The money, totaling nearly $500,000 Australian dollars, is enough for Chiefs Capenash and Washington to arrest the Richardsons for arson. But before their lawyer even arrives at the police station, Leslie Richardson confesses. She acted alone. Bull knew nothing about it. While everyone was waiting on hedonism, Leslie placed her hot curling iron into one of the Amalfi lemon crates filled with packing straw and doused the whole thing with her perfume. After turning off the alarms, she created a trail of perfume-soaked rags down the hall to the library, where she hoped the books and the closet filled with bourbon would be enough to ignite the rest of the house. Her motive? Insurance money, of course. Bull's business is failing. The IRS has him under pressure. He owes them millions, and the real estate deal that he planned to do with Eddie Pansick and Addison Wheeler fell through. The Australian cash is theirs. Leslie has been skimming off their accounts for years so that she had an emergency fund. I would have destroyed all of Nantucket if I could have, Leslie tells her attorney, Val Gluckstern, causing Val's eyebrows to shoot up. I hate this island and everyone on it. Curling iron, we think, perfume, Amalfi lemons and hidden cash. Leslie Richardson is one heck of a glamorous arsonist. But will she be charged with causing her personal assistant, Colleen Coyle, to fall off the back of her boat? Aggravated assault, perhaps even reckless endangerment. Colleen Coco Coyle was discovered on the south shore of Tuckernuck, exhausted but alive. She has no recollection of how she ended up in the water. She realizes that she could easily claim Leslie pushed her, adding a few more years to Leslie's sentence. But Coco isn't sure what happened. She must have slipped, in which case the faulty latch on the back gate could be a problem for the Richardsons should Coco decide to sue. What we don't know in the days following these events, and what we won't, in fact, find out for many months is that Coco won't sue the Richardsons. Instead, she writes a screenplay titled The Personal Concierge, set at a gracious and iconic house on Nantucket that is purchased by a couple who set out to infiltrate and dominate Nantucket's summer social scene. There are familiar details in the screenplay. The personal concierge has a handsome boat captain boyfriend and a best friend who takes selfies of the two of them and sends them to her ex-girlfriend. The concierge works for throw extravagant parties that involve wigs, risque behavior, and partner swapping. The wife cheats at pickleball. The husband pits two local real estate agents against each other in a land development deal. Coco sends her screenplay to 3 producers in Hollywood whose contact information she acquired from accessing Bull's email account. Coco had been saving Bull Richardson's password for the right moment. A bidding war ensues. Warner Bros. Buys the screenplay for an undisclosed 7-figure sum. Bull Richardson sells hedonism back to Northrop, and Johnson for a fraction of what he paid for it. The accident devalued the boat severely. There will be no insurance payout on the house, but Bull puts the empty land on the market for $17 million. He wants to recoup his money somehow, though both Eddie and Addison agree he'll be lucky to get a third of that, and it will likely take years for some stubborn climate skeptic to come along. Bull stays with Leslie despite her 2.5-year sentence at Mackay Plymouth. He, at least, meant every word of his vow renewal. Leslie makes friends in prison, of course, and shamelessly flirts with the corrections officers. 6 months before her release date, she arranges for a viewing of The Personal Concierge, which earned great acclaim on the big screen before finally coming to Netflix. This movie, Leslie tells her cell block mates, is about me. Leslie generally approves of how Layla in the film is depicted. They cast a beautiful, award-winning actress. Leslie loves the scene near the end where Layla takes the boxes of cash and escapes from Pacomo Harbor on her speedboat. Decadence. Why didn't Leslie think of doing this in real life? Before being caught by the Coast Guard. The only moment in the movie that Leslie ponders later is Coco slipping and falling off the boat. Leslie, who, as Coco once acknowledged, is a human being with a point of view, remembers the events happening this way. As news of the fire breaks among guests of the sale, Leslie decides to sneak a couple of drags off a cigarette to steady her nerves. Her house is going up in flames. She will have to do the best acting of her life in a moment. She finds Coco at the back of the boat all alone, taking a picture of the sunset. The idea comes to Leslie swiftly. If she pushes Coco off the boat, it will look like Coco is trying to run because she set the fire. However, before Leslie can decide if she's actually going to go through with pushing Coco, she hears a splash and watches Coco's pink and white-clad form hit the water. Leslie is stupefied. She very nearly calls for help, but there's a disorienting moment when Leslie wonders if she did push Coco or if Coco somehow knew Leslie's intentions and fell in as she tried to avoid being pushed. Yet another part of Leslie wonders if Coco might have jumped. This is obviously absurd. Why would Coco ever jump off the boat? But then look how things turned out. Leslie and Bull are ruined, and Coco has a blockbuster movie, and Leslie just heard that Warner Bros. Has greenlit Rosebush as well talk about a clever revenge. If Leslie didn't hate Coco so much, she might admire her. Nantucketers are known for bouncing back from even the most troubling events, and by Labor Day weekend, nearly all the uproar caused by the Richardsons has receded into the background. Life, after all, goes on. Eddie Pancic and Addison Wheeler apply for a substantial construction loan from Nantucket Bank to develop Gene Jackson's property out in Tom Nevers. Casey Capenesh decides to stay on Nantucket for the foreseeable future. She accepts a position at Nantucket Cottage Hospital in labor and delivery, a job that will become especially meaningful in the spring because her brother, Eric, and his girlfriend, Avalon, are expecting a baby in April. Casey has started dating Stacey Ambrose. If things work out, Casey might consider moving to Baltimore and taking a job at Johns Hopkins. Busy Ambrose tells anyone who will listen that Leslie Richardson never made the $75,000 donation to her husband's scholarship fund that she said she did. Busy sounds surprised by this. She sent me a picture of the check. A space at the homestead opens up for Glennie Oakley. She's placed on the same floor as all her best friends. It's just like being back in the college dorm, she tells Lamont. This frees up Lamont to leave the island, at least for the off-season. He and Coco are thinking of Lowe's Angels. Coco is starting work on a screenplay that might be based on certain real-life events, and Lamont has an interview for the director of sailing position at the Lowe's Angels Yacht Club. As blonde Sharon drives home from pickleball, her phone rings with an unfamiliar number, area code 954. Telemarketer, she thinks, but she answers anyway. It's none other than Lucky Zambrano. I submitted your short story to an online literary magazine called Modern Romance, he says. It's grown wildly popular with the TikTok crowd and has nearly 500,000 subscribers. I've heard of it, Sharon says. Moro, she can't believe Lucky took the initiative with her piece. Nancy and Willow will be so jealous when they find out. When will we hear back? I just did, Lucky says. They want to publish it and they're paying $1,500. $1,500. Sharon nearly drives off the road. When she gets home, she shares the news with her kids. Moro TikTok approved is going to publish my story and I'm getting paid. Robert is playing Minecraft and doesn't look up. The twins are briefly energized by the mention of TikTok and come over to give Sharon half-hearted hugs. She knows she shouldn't expect much more than this. They're kids, they see her only as their mother. She calls her sister, Heather, who, although once again in the middle of a desk lunch, whoops with excitement and says, I'm so proud of you, am I in it? No, Sharon thinks, but I need to talk to a certain someone who is. She drives down to the steamship just as the noon boat starts loading. She hears her name and sees busy Ambrose sticking her head out the window of her Subaru. She beckons Sharon over. Your boyfriend is so influential. I was number 177 on the standby list, but Romeo pulled some strings and got me on. Sharon waves goodbye to Busy. Have a nice fall, see you at Christmas stroll. And waits until Romeo has loaded all the vehicles, packed to the brim with tennis rackets, boogie boards, buckets of candy from Force 5, golden retrievers, and sunburned children in need of haircuts, onto the ferry. When he's finished, Sharon lowers her sunglasses and says, You let Busy on the boat after all. I wanted to get rid of her, he says with a wink. He gathers Sharon in a big hug. To what do I owe this honor? Sharon beams. My short story is getting published in Modern Romance, she says. They're paying me $1,500. Romeo picks Sharon up and swings her around. I'm taking you out to dinner tonight. And then maybe karaoke, she says. Romeo kisses her nose. Of course. Here's the corrected and YouTube-compliant version of the text. I'll come get you at 7. As Sharon pulls out of the steamship parking lot, she notices the bench where she first saw Coco and Casey getting off the ferry. She's so glad she moved on from Coco and Casey as her characters because who can keep track of all that drama? Sharon is going to stick to love stories. 42. Your one wild and precious life the weekend after Labor Day, the entire island turns out at the Oystercatcher for Chief Ed Capenash's retirement celebration. The chief's family is there his wife, Andrea, Eric and the newly pregnant Avalon, his daughter Casey and her date Stacy Ambrose, and Chloe and Finn back from their summers abroad. What we miss? Chloe asks. Trust me, Eric says, you don't want to know. Carson Quinborough is behind the bar serving glasses of frozen rosé and Mount Gay and tonics. She fetches the chief a can of ice-cold whale's tail. There's a huge raw bar with local oysters and cherrystones. Servers pass sliders, fried chicken sandwiches, and fish tacos. The band, Cranberry Alarm Clock, plays as the sun begins its descent. Ed isn't used to this much attention. For the past 35 years, whenever he walked into a party, the chatter and laughter stopped. What Ed would like to tell everyone is that he never judged the citizens of this island. He merely tried to keep them safe. He enjoys a strong drink and a good joke as much as the next person. He's far from perfect. Ed looks around and realizes he's surrounded by stories. Fast Eddie and Grace are in attendance, which reminds the chief of when he had to call the FBI because he suspected Eddie was involved in questionable activities out in Sconset. He was right. When the chief gets a second beer from Carson Quinborough, he thinks about how the poor girl lost her mother, Vivian Howe, in a tragic accident on Kingsley Road. The difficult stories are the ones that come to mind first when Penny Alistair drove her Jeep off the end of Hummock Pond Road. When Meredith DeLynn was hiding out in Tom Nevers, and someone left a disturbing gift on her front porch. When Chloe and Finn's parents, Greg and Tess McAvoy, were lost in a sailing accident, but Ed chooses to focus on resilience. Look, for example, at Coco and Lamont. They've seemingly recovered from their strange and eventful summer working for the Richardsons. Right now, they're sitting in Adirondack chairs next to Casey, who is holding hands with busy Ambrose's daughter, Stacy. Ed feels a hand on his back and turns to see Zara Washington on the arm of Joe DeSantis, the owner of the nickel sandwich shop downtown. The last unofficial piece of advice the chief gave Zara was where to get the best lunch, and he apparently did a great bit of matchmaking in the process. Dabney Kimball Beach would be proud. "This is a nice party, Ed," Zara says. "Everyone on this island really loves you. I'm not sure I'll ever be able to fill your shoes." "You're going to be a huge success, Chief Washington," Ed says. "This is an island of good people. Everyone in the community shows up for one another." "Amen to that," Joe says. "Just be sure not to miss Joe's grilled shrimp pobby special on Wednesdays." The chief taps his beer can against Zara's wineglass. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to dance with my wife." The chief finds Andrea with Phoebe and Delilah. Andrea is trying to pick a grandmother name. Phoebe says, "We're basically the same age and Reed hasn't even started high school. I'll be 100 before I'm a grandmother." The chief says, "I'm taking Granny for a spin on the dance floor." The band plays Stand By Me, and Ed holds Andrea close. "You did it, Chief," she says. When she looks up at him, her eyes are shining. 35 years of service, none of it easy." "The worthwhile things never are," the chief says. He gazes around the dance floor to see Eric and Avalon, Casey and Stacy, Coco and Lamont, Blonde, Sharon and Romeo, Delilah and Jeffrey, Addison and Phoebe. Note: the text has been adjusted for YouTube compliance while maintaining the original meaning and flow. Addison raises his cocktail to Ed over Phoebe's head, and Ed thinks, "Is it okay if I get in my feelings now?" Even grouchy old Pamela from the Wawanette Gatehouse has shown up to wish Ed well. When the song is over, the Oystercatcher staff roll out an ice cream cake from the juice bar. The top of the cake says, "Thank you, Chief Capenash." Andrea whispers, "People wanted to make toasts, but I told them you'd hate that." "You know me too well," Ed says. "That I do," she says, "so don't go crazy on the cake." "Actually," the chief says, "I think I'm going to walk down to the water. I need a breather." He kisses Andrea's forehead. "I love you." "I love you," Andrea says. "And for the record, I can't wait to be sick of you." The chief wanders down the boardwalk that leads from the Oystercatcher to the shore of Jetty's Beach. There are a few beachgoers, people who understand that the best part of the summer are these golden September days. Ed waves and smiles, though his face feels numb and his chest is tight. He breathes in through his nose, focusing on the sun as it sinks into the water, shooting orange and pink feathers across the sky. Down the shore to the left, the chief watches a young man taking down blue, green, and canary yellow umbrellas at the beach club. He watches the steamship glide out of the harbor. Its stacked white decks remind him of a wedding cake. Suddenly, he's in the garden of the Chanticleer cutting into his own wedding cake. It has a basket weave and is garnished with sugared cranberries. He feeds a piece to Andrea nicely, neatly, but she has a rebellious streak and smashes her piece into the chief's face, to the boisterous delight of her Italian uncles. "Ed," Andrea cries. "Someone call 911, is Stu Vick still here?" The chief strolls the docks of the boat basin. Eric has brought him out to show off his new fishing boat, Beautiful Day. The chief sits in the fighting chair and thinks how smart his son is to have started this charter business. Every day he gets to work on the water. The chief is cruising down the Milestone Road, 10:30 on a Saturday night in November. He cuts left into the moors, and as he nears Gibbs Pond, he sees the jeeps lined up. Then he hears the music, and finally he gets close enough to see the blaze of a bonfire and the silhouettes of teenagers. He sighs. How many high school parties has he broken up over the years? Hundreds. He turns on his lights and blasts the siren for just a second, and the kids scatter. The chief steps out of the car, announces that the fire must be extinguished and nobody who has been drinking should drive. Hobby Alistair, captain of the football team, stays to put out the fire, then lopes over to shake the chief's hand. "Sorry, Chief," he says. Ed says, "Nice win against Barnstable today, son." It's late June and the chief is out in Sconset. All of the tiny cottages are blanketed in pink and red roses. Every year it's a fairy tale come to life, a village enchanted, all the more magical because it's fleeting. Ed nearly stops to take a picture, but how silly is that, a grown man photographing a place he's lived most of his adult life as though he's a tourist. "Daddy," Casey says. "Dad, we're all right here. Just stay with us, please, please stay." The chief is supervising a house move out on Nantucket Road when he gets a call from Jennifer Speed, the dispatcher. "You're needed at the hospital pronto, chief." "Can it wait?" the chief asks. "I'm in the middle of something here." "Andrea is in labor," Jennifer says. "Contractions are 2 minutes apart." Ed hops into his car, throws on his lights and siren. They're going to have a baby. When he gets to the hospital, the person in the delivery room isn't Andrea, it's Avalon. She gives birth to a boy, his grandson, the next Edward Capenash. They're calling him Teddy. "Dad," Eric says, "we love you." They love him. He's been lucky to live with so much love, day in and day out, but there's another reason he's been lucky, one that is every bit as powerful as the people in his life, and that is this island. The pearlescent gray of the south shore in the fog, the flock of sheep that graze in the hidden meadows of quays. Wading into the chilly water of Palpy's harbor with his rake on the first day of family scalloping season. Main Street at 5 in the morning after a blizzard, the cobblestones blanketed in snow, the whole town immaculate, white, silent. The first glimpse of spring during Daffodil Festival. Mild sunshine on his face as he drives a 1962 Oldsmobile Starfare in the classic car parade, the taste of a deviled egg, everyone wearing their yellow and green, buoyant with the knowledge that another season is beginning, summer is on its way. It seems like nothing short of a miracle. He found a home on this island, 30 miles out to sea. Nantucket. Acknowledgements. It's a daunting task to thank everyone who contributes to my work in a regular year, never mind this year, when I have come to the end of an era. Swan Song marks the last of my Nantucket-based summer novels. For now, there may very well be another one or two somewhere down the road. I want to start by thanking you, my readers. It is no secret that Elin Hilderbrand readers are the most devoted in all of publishing. You have trusted me with your summer reading hours, and I am grateful. I want to give a shout-out to a few long-time readers who have become friends. Jessica Jackson, Liz and Elaine Backler, the entire Bellow family, Derek White, Tara Fox, Mary Parker, Eileen Bratton, Dina Dick, Kim Ritzk and the late Jennifer Wells, Lisa Hitt, and the reader named Catherine who handed me a letter at the Oxford Exchange in Tampa. A letter so meaningful that I read it whenever I do a speaking engagement. A writer does her work alone, but because of all of you, I have never felt alone. And my work has always had purpose to entertain, certainly, but also to give you an all-expenses-paid mental vacation to one of the most magical places in the world. Next, I'd like to thank my editor, the amazing Judy Klain, for her sharp eye, her keen insight and intelligence, her attention to detail, and her enthusiasm. She edited this novel so brilliantly that all I can say is I don't know how she does it. I also must thank the great Reagan Arthur, who edited 20 of my novels, from Barefoot through 28 Summers. It is not an exaggeration to say that without Judy and Reagan, there would be no Elin. Thank you to my incredible publisher, Little Brown. Back in January of 2007, Michael Piach stood up at a media luncheon and told everyone that Little Brown was going to bring Elin Hilderbrand to the world. At the time I thought, now, there's some hyperbole. But that is what happened. I owe my career to Michael, who led by dynamic example, and to the following people at L.B., both the past and present. Terry Adams, Craig Young, Bruce Nichols, Karen Torres, Ashley Maryudas, Danielle Finnegan, Brandon Kelly, Asiya Muchnick, Jane Yaff Kemp, Karen Landry, Brian Christian, Lauren Hess, Sabrina Callahan, my darling Mario Pulis, Annie Martin, Tracy Rowe, and my beloved publicist, Katharine Myers. Michael Carlisle and David Fora at Inkwell Management are not just agents. They are my superheroes, my protectors, my counselors, and my friends. For all these many years, they have been everything great agents should be: supportive, kind, wise, and at times tough. In Hollywood, huge and sincere thanks to Jason Richman and Addison Duffy at Utah. May my future and yours include more Elin adaptations to the screen. I have wanted to be a writer since I was 7 years old, and everyone at Arrowhead Elementary School knew it. I want to thank my teachers, many of whom have attended at least one, and in some cases more of my signings. Linda Izett, Lisa Yanak, Fran Rapp, Terry Underkoffler, and of course, John Hirsch. Special shout-out to Lydia Buckwalter, who, along with Jessica Polashensky, gave me the Top Author Award at the end of second grade. Maybe they saw some kind of rare talent in me at a young age, or maybe they just sensed my enthusiasm for making up stories. But in any case, they believed in me and are responsible for setting me on my path. This is the incredible power of being a teacher. Thank you to Nantucket's recently retired harbormaster, Sheila Lucy, who explained in detail what happens on Nantucket when someone falls off a boat. I speak for all of Nantucket when I say, thank you for your service, Sheila. There will never be another harbormaster like you. Thank you to Carla Castillo for her help with all things Nick-related. To all my nurses out there, thank you for making a difference every single day. Thank you to Jeff Allen, who served for years and years with the Nantucket Fire Department, for all the background on fires. Any inaccuracies or inconsistencies are mine alone or are included in service of the narrative. Thank you to Patrick Magee for suggesting pickleball. I do not play myself, as you might be able to tell, but maybe with retirement I'll learn. Thank you to Heather Brinson-Clymer for describing what it's like to live with type 1 diabetes and for explaining how the Dexcom app works. Sending you so much love. Thank you to my vote for a future college sailor of the year, Emily Dobble. Emily answered all my sailing inquiries with great patience. Georgetown is lucky to have you. Shout out to Madison from Alt Nation and Lithium for compiling a list of Coco's favorite bands and songs. I figured if anyone would know what Coco would listen to, it was Madison. I'm so lucky to count her as one of my readers. A special shout out to my ride or dies on each summer book tour: Susan at Browseabout Books in Rehoboth, Zandria and Jackie at Bethany Beach Books, and Marla and Tony Sophia at the Parker House. Jen Sherman, thank you for being with me first thing nearly every single day. Peloton TGF, there isn't space in these pages to express my gratitude for the ways you have brightened my life. You always have my heart and you work a signing line like nobody else. And now for Nantucket. To the Nantucket Current, what would we do without you? To Nantucket Food, Fuel, and Rental Assistance, thank you for all you do to serve those among us who need a little help. If anyone feels moved to give back to Nantucket after a visit, this organization is a great way to do it. Visit assistnantucket.org. To Nantucket Book Partners, including Mitchell's Book Corner and Nantucket Bookworks, thank you for being the best hometown independent bookstore a writer could ask for. My undying love to owner Wendy Hudson, as well as Susan Bennett, Christina Machiavelli, Annie Camara, and Dick Burns. In a category by himself, of course, is my work husband, Tim Ehrenberg. Tim, who is the creator of the Bookstagram platform at Timtix Books as well as my co-host on the podcast Books, Beach and Beyond, is the secret to my success. This is a person who sits with me in the basement at Mitchell's for hours while I sign and personalize. He's the genius behind all the marketing and merchandising ideas. He makes all the magic happen, including getting 5,000 copies out the door and into the hands of people across the country. He is also one of my closest friends. I have never been blessed to have family on Nantucket, so over the past 30 years, I created my own family. In good times and terrible times, they have stood by me. Thank you to Rebecca Bartlett, Wendy Ruya, Wendy Hudson, Debbie Briggs, Chuck and Margie Marino, Elizabeth and Bo Almodovar, Matthew and Evelyn Masachern, Anne and Whitney Gifford, Jeannie Esty, Melissa Long, Frank and Sue DeCoste, Linda Holliday, the fabulous Jane Deary, Julie Lancia, Deb G. Feller, Helena Jones, Heidi Holdgate, Roy and Shelley Weedon, Jonna and Nikki Duarte, the Power Sisters, Sarah, Lulu, Julie and Sue, Richard Congdon, Norm and Jen Frazee, David Ratner and Andrew Law, West Riggs, Jay Riggs, Manda Riggs, Sally Horch, The Real Corwin Moore, Holly and Marty McGowan, Kit Noble and M. Duncan, Connie Ann and Jeer Harris, James Shurel, David Handy and Donald Dallaire, Elizabeth Harris, and Mark and Gwen Snyder. Thank you to my family, my mother, Sally Hilderbrand, and the rest of the gang, Eric and my incredibly talented interior designer, Lisa Hilderbrand, Randy and Steph Osteen, Todd Thorpe and Doug and Jen Hilderbrand, plus all my many nieces and nephews. Now that I'm retired, I will have more time to focus on my auntie duties. Watch out, Patrick. My sister, Heather Thorpe, is the person who reminds me I'm not alone in the world. She supports, she runs interference, she handles, she encourages, she brightens, and when I am standing on the knife edge of my sanity, she is my phone call. She is my end-all be-all. Everyone should have a Heather. I dedicated this novel to my ex-husband, Chip Cunningham. Chip has believed in me as a writer since the days when I used to send stories to the New Yorker in a manila envelope, and he comforted me when the inevitable rejections arrived. He spent 2 grueling winters out in Iowa City while I was in graduate school. One winter he worked at the Oral-B factory inspecting toothbrushes for wild nylon, so we would have extra money. His support is invaluable, and we have successfully headed the Cunningham family with all its various challenges for 25 years. I am eternally grateful for his humor, his sunny outlook, his fearless leadership, and his friendship. In the summer of 1993, I went to Nantucket on my own, but it was because of Chip that I returned, and it is for this that I owe him the biggest thank you. It seems nothing short of a miracle. I found a home 30 miles out to sea. This brings me to the reason I do anything and everything: my children Max, Dawson, Shelby, and Alex. The 4 of you are my favorite people to spend time with, so I must have done something right. I love you all beyond the beyond. Thank you for being patient. Now that I'm retiring, I'm free to hang out. Let's go to the box. About the author, Elin Hilderbrand has lived year-round on Nantucket for more than 30 years. She enjoys going to the beach, sitting at the bar at Nautilus, dancing in the front row at the Chicken Box, and hanging out with her adult children. Her novel, The Perfect Couple, is being adapted by Netflix into a 6-part limited series starring Nicole Kidman and Liev Schreiber. Swan Song is her 30th novel. Discover your next great read, get sneak peeks, book recommendations, and news about your favorite authors. Tap here to learn more. Explore book giveaways, sneak peeks, deals, and more. Tap here to learn more.